Chapter 1. The Bloodline of 10,000 Beasts. Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the vast confines of the beast arena, followed by waves of excited clamoring. You yellow-haired beast, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Go on, bite him to death, bite him to death. Don't kill him in one bite first, break his limbs, then snap his neck. I want to hear his screams of despair. Haha, how ludicrous. What first genius of Qingfeng City? He's nothing more than a dead dog, trampled in a mud by a beast. Within the arena, boisterous laughter erupted from the crowd. A multitude of young nobles clad in fine garments looking down upon the bloodied youth below, their eyes devoid of any compassion, only a thirst for blood. The youth in the pool of blood was named Su Qi, once the foremost genius of Qingfeng City, now lying on the ground like a puddle of filth, staring blankly at the faces of the signs of various families on the high platform, memories of the past flooding his mind. How ugly I was just like them. How I regret it. Boom! The Tiger King let out a deafening roar, yanking Su Qi's thoughts back to reality. As the sovereign of this arena, Su Qi faced the Tiger King with death imminent. The Tiger King's crimson eyes glinted with a terrifying ferocity as its enormous iron claws came crashing down upon Su Qi. The young nobles watching stood up in excitement. Su Qi was about to die. He was finally going to die. A scion of a prominent family shouted, and at that moment, the crowd surged with fervor as the Tiger King's claws descended. Under the weight of the Tiger King's iron claws, Su Qi slowly closed his eyes, and the arena erupted into cheers of delight. Yet at that moment, a drop of golden blood emerged from Su Qi's brow. Soaring upwards, the blood droplet exploded, unleashing a dense mist of blood that filled the entire arena. The Emperor's heart's blood, subduing 10,000 beasts, the sovereign, revered throughout the world. The voice of the seemingly deceased Su Qi echoed softly, akin to the resonance of the Tao, instilling awe in all present, including the Tiger King. Unbeknownst to anyone but Su Qi himself, he was no longer the Su Qi of old. In that instant of death, Su Qi's flesh had been overtaken by another soul, yet this soul bore the same name, Su Qi. In his previous life, he was the unrivaled beast master of the world, capable of refining any beast within the cosmos. However, during the convergence of the 9 suns in his last life, the heavens collapsed, the extreme yang turned to yin, and the darkest age descended. Su Qi united with the 10 emperors to resist the calamity, only to find one of them, the Annihilation Emperor, suddenly strike and severely wound everyone. The Annihilation Emperor sought to use the lives of countless beings as leverage to break through his shackles, aspiring to reach the legendary realm. As the world's foremost beast master, Su Qi had always been a thorn in his side. Aware of his impending doom, Su Qi self-destructed his physical body while employing secret techniques to escape his soul, venturing to the fabled realm of the Beast Emperor's palace. He exchanged his live cultivation for the chance to open a passage to the lower realm, attaching his soul to a boy who shared his name. The drop of blood that had just flown from Su Qi's brow was indeed the essence of the Beast Emperor, capable of bringing 10,000 beasts to submission and greatly benefiting the beasts themselves. The Tiger King greedily inhaled the essence, its crimson eyes gradually shifting to a pale purple. A tuft of yellow fur on its forehead transformed to white. Who would have thought, you little cat, that after consuming just a small amount of the Beast Emperor's essence, you would evolve from a second-tier blood-eyed Tiger King to a third-tier purple-eyed demon tiger, and even awaken a trace of ancestral blood? Truly fortunate. However, the remaining essence cannot be given to you. After speaking, Su Qi gradually rose to his feet. With a thought, the dispersing blood mist coalesced back into a drop of golden blood, merging into his heart. In that instant, Su Qi felt as though his blood was boiling. Merge the Beast Emperor's blood. Awaken the bloodline of 10,000 beasts. Protect the lives of the beast kin. A divine consciousness spread through Su Qi's mind, that of the remnants of the Beast Emperor. As the bloodline of 10,000 beasts awakened, Su Qi felt a profound connection with the purple-eyed demon tiger, which, unbound by cultivation restrictions, became his destined beast. In this world, martial artists cultivated through 9 major realms, body refinement, Tao, condensation, spirit transformation, Yuan mansion, 10,000 forms, origin infant, supreme, saint, and emperor. At this moment, Su Qi only possessed the first level of body refinement with his cultivation. He could at most bind a first-tier beast as his destined beast. Yet, the bloodline of 10,000 beasts shattered that limitation. Su Qi slowly opened his eyes, a broad smile gracing his face. Beast Emperor, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Rest assured, having received your blood, I shall protect your beast kin. Su Qi's words were a response to the Beast Emperor, but also a declaration of his own intentions. The Annihilation Emperor sought the obliteration of a realm's beings to break through his shackles and reach the legendary realm. But Su Qi knew he had not succeeded. He would inevitably seek another opportunity to slaughter countless beings, including those of the beast realm. As the blood mist dissipated, the onlookers in the beast arena returned to their senses, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. For not only had Su Qi survived, but the Tiger King lay before him like a cat, allowing him to stroke its head. What the hell is going on? How is it that this bastard Su Qi is still alive? Could it be that this yellow-haired beast finds Su Qi's flesh too foul to consume? Where's the arena's steward? We came to witness a beast fight, not a petting session. Let them kill. The clamoring voices irritated Su Qi as he awakened the bloodline of 10,000 beasts. His memories had fully integrated. His former self was born amidst celestial phenomena, with a sacred beast, the dragon and tiger, manifesting in the void. The Lord of Qingfeng City even personally visited Su Qi's family head to offer blessings. He lived up to expectations, having condensed a heavenly-grade spirit root at birth, his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. By the age of 12, he had ascended to the 7th level of Tao condensation, overwhelming the talented youths of Qingfeng City. Achieving Tao condensation at 12 is no small feat. He was indeed a prodigy. Later, an ancient secret realm outside Qingfeng City opened, rumored to harbor a transformable Xianbird demon beast. Should one succeed in refining it as their destined beast, their cultivation would undoubtedly soar. The elders of his family unanimously decided to let the genius Su Qi lead the clan's youths into the secret realm to compete for the Xianbird against the youths of other families, and everyone expected Su Qi to ultimately refine the Xianbird as his destined beast. Yet, the outcome disappointed them. Not only did Su Qi fail to obtain the Xianbird, but he also lost his heavenly-grade spirit root, while the Xianbird was refined by the family elder's grandson, Su Long. From that moment onward, Su Qi was rendered a complete waste, and what transpired within the secret realm remained a mystery to all. The youths who entered the secret realm seemed haunted by the incident, never speaking of it, even shaking their heads in ignorance when questioned by the clan leader. But Su Qi knew that all of this was the scheme of the elder, and among those who executed this plan were not only Su Long and the elder, but also Su Qi's childhood sweetheart, Su Yu. She secretly allied with the elder's grandson, Su Long, and covertly poisoned Su Qi, tricking him into consuming a cursed spirit pill in the back mountains. Within the secret realm, the cursed spirit pill took effect, suppressing all his cultivation. Yet even so, Su Qi still had the strength to fight against Su Long. However, what he did not anticipate was that the other youths from the families who entered the secret realm would join forces with Su Long, ultimately stripping him of his cultivation and heavenly-grade spirit root, while Su Long claimed the Xianbird demon beast for himself. Having lost all his cultivation, Su Qi became a target of ridicule, ultimately sold to this beast arena as a plaything for the young nobles. Fear not, having inherited your flesh from now on, I am you, and you are me. I shall make those who caused you suffering pay in kind. The debts shall be collected from here, Su Qi whispered, and the purple-eyed demon tiger seemed to sense the change in its master's heart, letting out a furious roar that echoed through the air. Kill, annihilate every single person present. Chapter 2. The Encirclement and Siege. As the last word fell, the purple-eyed demon tiger felt the blood coursing violently within it. It let out a roar, a thunderous growl reverberating through the void, its killing intent surging as it charged towards a young noble from a prominent family high above. Slash! The noble had no time to react before being torn to shreds by his own demon tiger. The remaining onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, trembling uncontrollably. Many even jumped up from their seats, pointing furiously at the purple-eyed demon tiger, shouting, "Damn beast, are you insane? Kill that bastard Su Chi, kill him." Boom! The purple-eyed demon tiger paid no heed to their cries, leaping forward with terrifying force, shattering several spectator seats in an instant. With a single claw, it reduced the loudest noble to a mere pulp. "Beast, you're courting death," another individual shouted, and he immediately unleashed a punch, the force of his fist shaking the air as it barreled towards the purple-eyed demon tiger. Crushing fist. As the shout echoed, the punch struck the purple-eyed demon tiger, forcing it back a step. Han Long. Su Chi gazed upon the individual who had just made his move. According to the memories of his previous incarnation, he recognized this young man as Han Long, the son of the head of the Han family in Qingfeng City. This individual was also a youthful prodigy, having already attained the realm of condensing Dao, displaying formidable strength. Moreover, the punch technique he had just executed was a low-grade, Xian-level martial skill from the Han family. While such a technique would have seemed trivial to the former Su Chi, times had changed, and he had to approach this matter with utmost caution. In this world, martial arts and techniques are classified from high to low into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, along with 3 grades of upper, middle, and lower. Given Qingfeng City's remote location, martial arts and techniques were rather scarce thus. Possessing a low-grade, Xian-level martial skill was already considered commendable. "Kill him first," the purple-eyed demon tiger. With a command from Su Chi, the purple-eyed demon tiger roared ferociously and lunged toward Han Long. Instantly, panic seized Han Long. Despite having entered the realm of condensing Dao, he could barely contend with a second-tier low-level demon beast. The bloodline within the purple-eyed demon tiger had already gone berserk, merciless in its intent, and Han Long was no match for it. "Beast, how dare you move?" Boom! Before Han Long could finish his sentence, the purple-eyed demon tiger's paw struck his neck, sending a bloodied head soaring into the air. "Young Master Han is dead. Zhou Xiao, it was that little beast doing. It must be his foul play. Let us join forces to slay him." "Agreed, let us kill him first." In the next moment, 5 figures descended simultaneously before Su Chi, encircling him completely. "Zhou Yu, Deng Fei, I bear no grievances against you." Su Chi addressed 2 of the individuals, aware that news of his duel with the purple-eyed demon tiger had spread throughout Qingfeng City. This place was now a gathering ground for the scions of various prominent families, all of whom were notable figures in Qingfeng City. "You dare unleash a tiger to kill? You shall pay dearly." Zhou Yu bellowed, his spiritual energy surging as he raised his hand to strike down Su Chi. First level of condensing Dao. Su Chi sensed the formidable aura, yet remained composed. Although his own cultivation was merely at the first level of body refinement, rendering him unable to confront Zhou Yu and his companions, he possessed the bloodline of a demon emperor and the obedient purple-eyed demon tiger. Roar! As Su Chi willed it, the purple-eyed demon tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, sending powerful sound waves crashing against Zhou Yu and the others, who were immediately thrown back like leaves caught in a tempest. Their eardrums ruptured, blood cascading from their wounds. "Kill them. Leave not a single one alive," Su Chi commanded coldly. Thus, the purple-eyed demon tiger rampaged throughout the beast confinement arena, instilling terror in the hearts of the family scions, who were so frightened they could hardly move, and those who wished to flee found themselves unable to outrun the beast. "Su Chi, you are doomed. Almost half of the prominent families of Qingfeng City have gathered here. If you kill them, you will have offended half of Qingfeng City, and your demise is inevitable." Injured and barely able to stand, Deng Fei still attempted to warn Su Chi, realizing he had backed himself into a corner. Su Chi slowly turned, stepping toward Deng Fei. "A dying man dares to lecture me on principles?" Boom! With a single foot, Su Chi crushed Deng Fei's chest, shattering the bones beneath, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. His head tilted, and he breathed his last. Su Chi cast a cold glance at him, fully aware of the implications of offending half of Qingfeng City. Yet, what did it matter? Even if he refrained from antagonizing them, those individuals would not permit him to live peacefully. Today, they had come to witness his humiliation. They all sought his life. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they do offend me, they shall surely meet their end. Chaos reigned in the arena, filled with the piercing screams and roars that echoed incessantly. Call for help. Summon Wu the manager. Capture this beast. Today, the arena was monopolized by various families, and Wu could not enter. The violet-eyed demon tiger ravaged, as if it were in an uninhabited land, nearly slaughtering the young heirs of all the families at Su Qi. I am Su Lin, the brother of Su Yu. You and my sister have been enamored since childhood. For her sake, spare my life and command the violet-eyed tiger to cease its assault. I promise to obey you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I shall never venture west. Su Lin cried out in utter terror. Upon hearing this, Su Qi turned his gaze to the young man in green, cornered by the violet-eyed tiger. Su Lin, brother of Su Yu, and a lackey of Su Long. How dare you plead for mercy after you and your sister conspired against me? If it weren't for your treachery, I would not have fallen to this state. Enough of your prattle. Violet-eyed tiger, kill him. In the next moment, with a swipe of its paw, another head rolled to the ground. As Su Lin lay lifeless, a glint of sharpness flickered in Su Qi's eyes. After his downfall, Su Lin had trailed Su Long like a sycophant, using Su Long's name to bully him. Meanwhile, Su Long, having acquired his exceptional spiritual root and a Shen bird beast, ascended to the pinnacle of the condensing path realm within merely 6 months, becoming a direct disciple of an elder in the divine sect, where he honed his skills. The divine sect was the most powerful faction within 1,000 miles. Talented Su Long occupied a core position even among the disciples, with the elder personally teaching him alchemy. As Yu Long's name echoed throughout Qingfeng City, even 3-year-old children were familiar with his exploits. As for Su Qi, he was merely a laughingstock, a waste of space. Later, Su Qi's father unexpectedly entered seclusion, and the elders conspired secretly, casting Su Qi into the arena. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, he might have left behind nothing but a fragmented corpse. This was precisely why Su Qi felt compelled to eradicate Su Lin. If he did not die, how could Su Qi reconcile with himself? The violet-eyed tiger rampaged through the arena, mercilessly slaughtering the heirs of various families. Soon, the entire arena fell silent. Blood stained the ground, and the overwhelming stench was nauseating. Yet, Su Qi's expression remained impassive. He had witnessed carnage 1,000 times more brutal than this. He approached the fallen heirs, confiscating their pouch of treasures. Now, he possessed nothing. Any item was invaluable to him. 200 low-grade spirit stones, 50 high-grade spirit stones, and over 7,000 gold coins. A smile of satisfaction spread across Su Qi's face. These heirs were rather affluent. For a small place like Qingfeng City, a family capable of producing over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was considered extremely wealthy. He extracted a medium-grade azure sword from pouch, the blade radiating dazzling azure light, its edge remarkably sharp. The Ning family's elder would surely be distraught. This azure sword was their ancestral treasure, now fallen into my hands. How tragic that Ning Chongfeng's illustrious name would be tarnished by his worthless son. Just then, a wave of formidable auras surged towards him. They arrived with alarming speed. Su Qi furrowed his brow. He had just slain these heirs, and their elders were already aware. He swiftly darted toward the arena's exit. The violet-eyed tiger at his side. As he stepped out, a chorus of furious shouts erupted nearby. You wretched boy, how dare you kill my Han family's young master? I, the elder, shall personally take your life to appease his spirit. Ning's nephew, your demise is tragic. I, your second uncle, will seek justice for you. Dozens of figures descended, their terrifying auras enveloping Su Qi. Ning Chuan, the second uncle of the Ning family, Han Mu, the elder of the Han family, and Zhou Hong were all present. Little tiger, it seems I must rely on you once more. Let us charge forth. Su Qi mounted the violet-eyed tiger, knowing that with the family elders personally involved, he had no choice but to unleash carnage. As the violet-eyed tiger prepared to slaughter again, another dozen figures charged forward, "Do not fret, nephew. Your third uncle has arrived." Third uncle. Su Chi looked up to see a middle-aged man in a long robe leading a group charging toward them. This man was his third uncle, Su Wenyuan, who was a close brother to the family head, Su Changfeng, and treated Su Chi exceptionally well. With a loud crash, Su Wenyuan unleashed his spiritual energy, sending several surrounding heirs flying. The Su family disciples behind him also sprang into action, forcefully clearing a path. Stepping forward, Su Wenyuan approached Su Chi. "Nephew, I have come a bit late." He glanced at the bloodstains behind Su Chi, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he imagined the torment Su Chi had endured in the arena. Feeling warmth from his uncle's concern, Su Chi's heart softened slightly. Su Wenyuan turned his gaze to the elders of the other families, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ning Chuan, Han Mu, Zhou Hong, you old fools, do you dare bully a junior? Have you lived so long that you've forgotten your dignity?" "Su Wenyuan, Su Chi killed my Ning family's young master. If he is not executed here today, my hatred will never abate. Indeed, Su Chi killed Han Xiao. If this grudge is not avenged, I, Han Mu, swear I will not be human. If you dare to interfere, do not blame us for being ruthless." Ning Chuan and the others roared. "Ruthless? I am eager to see how you intend to be ruthless." Su Wenyuan's spiritual power erupted, a terrifying pressure descending upon Ning Chuan and the others, causing their expressions to darken. How could he have advanced to the 7th level of the condensing path realm in just a month? Didn't he just break through to the 6th level? Zhou Hong's heart sank, realizing Su Wenyuan's strength had remarkably surged. Known for his domineering nature, Su Wenyuan was not one to easily change his decisions. Those present wishing to kill Su Chi would first have to get through him. "Brother Zhou, Brother Ning, it seems today's matter cannot be resolved amicably. We need not engage in further verbal disputes." Han Mu stepped forward, clenching his hands, summoning a fiery wolf shadow that swiftly charged at Su Wenyuan. Zhou Hong and Ning Chuan quickly followed suit, their spiritual energy surging as a black-horned rhinoceros beast and a green-glowing leopard beast charged forward. 2 second-grade beasts, the iron-armored rhinoceros and wind leopard, along with the previously summoned fire wolf. "Su Wenyuan is doomed," someone sneered. However, Su Wenyuan's eyes narrowed. "You want to weep until you see the coffin." Crimson Flame Lion, tear those beasts apart. With a single hand gesture, his spiritual energy surged, overwhelming Ning Chuan and the others. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light streaked past. With a slash, the iron-armored rhinoceros's thick hide was torn, sending it crashing backward. The fire wolf met a gruesome end, its abdomen pierced, blood gushing forth, while the wind leopard was caught in the massive lion's claws. With a deafening roar, the lion shook the wind leopard violently, nearly tearing it asunder, before brutally tossing it aside. It is a second-grade beast. The Crimson Flame Lion. Ning Chuan and the others looked up in horror at the gigantic lion, utterly stunned. They never imagined Su Wenyuan's beast had evolved. Just a month ago, it had been a first-grade beast. What had transpired in that time? Not only had Su Wenyuan's cultivation advanced, but even his beast had undergone a transformation. This was simply unfathomable. "Leave now, or perish." Su Wenyuan's voice was icy. He had no desire for needless verbal conflict. A massacre would be far more efficient. Ning Chuan and the others seethed with anger, yet they understood that with Su Wenyuan present, they could not kill Su Chi. They had no choice but to let him escape. Su Chi, do not revel in your triumph. A month from now, the Qingfeng City Young Generation Demon Beast Tournament will commence. If you dare, participate in that contest, and you shall witness the prowess of my Ning family's finest young talents. For now, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Ning Chuan's sarcastic remarks were, in fact, a calculated ploy to provoke Su Chi into participating in the upcoming Demon Beast Tournament a month hence. Should Su Chi dare to enter, Ning Chuan could ensure that he would not return. It is crucial to note that the tournament is initiated by the City Lord's Mansion, which also sets the rules, explicitly stating that killing during the event would not be pursued, relying solely on individual prowess. In Qingfeng City, no one has ever dared to disregard the regulations of the City Lord's Mansion. If Su Chi were to perish during the tournament, and Su Wenyuan continued his brazen demeanor as he did today, it would be tantamount to slapping the City Lord's face, with dire consequences to follow. Rest assured, I shall certainly participate in the Demon Beast tournament. After all, how else could I avenge the grievances from the ambush in the secret realm? 3 old hounds, go back and inform your family's rabble to clean their necks and await my arrival. A month from now, I shall personally take their heads. Having spoken these harsh words, Su Chi swaggered away, only to suddenly halt as if struck by a thought, coldly stating, "And there is also Su Long with that." Su Chi departed without a backward glance. Ning Chuan and his companions, along with the other family youths, were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that Su Chi had audaciously challenged Su Long. If only Su Long were present, it would surely have been a spectacle. Even Su Wenyuan, upon hearing Su Chi's words, was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in satisfaction. The confident and self-reliant Su Chi was back. Su family members, follow me. From this day forth, let us see who dares to bully us. They shall find themselves in a predicament. With a wave of his hand, Su Wenyuan led the group of Su family disciples away, leaving Ning Chuan and his companions seething with rage. Their expressions akin to having swallowed something foul. Su Wenyuan's words were clearly directed at them. Curse Su Wenyuan. I, Ning Chuan, vow to make you my enemy, and that damned waste, Su Chi. Who do you think you are? I shall take your life within 3 days, long before the month is out. Ning Chuan's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging at his wrists, trembling with fury as his eyes nearly spat fire at Su Wenyuan's retreating figure. He spoke coldly. Brother Zhou, Brother Han, the Su family has killed our kin and humiliated us. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will truly believe that our 3 families are easy prey. Han Mu and Zhou Hong nodded slowly, their anger matching Ning Chuan's. Su Chi had already slain numerous members of the Mu and Bai families. They would immediately inform Mu Yuan and Bai Feng, urging their families to keep a close watch on that insolent youth, ready to take his life at the first opportunity. Chapter 4. The venomous serpents gall the news of Ning Chuan. And Han's coordinated attack on Su Chi quickly spread throughout Qingfeng City, leaving its inhabitants utterly astonished to learn that Su Chi had slain numerous young prodigies. That wasn't he supposed to be a waste? How could he possess such strength to slay those far superior to him? As the crowd pondered in disbelief, Su Chi had already set off with Su Wenyuan to their family estate. "Second uncle, isn't my father in seclusion?" Su Chi inquired, observing the bloodstains on Su Wenyuan and the injuries of those accompanying him, his expression clouded with confusion. Su Wenyuan sighed. "This is a long story." "Then make it brief. I have a foreboding feeling. Is something amiss with my father?" Su Chi pressed. Su Wenyuan halted, his expression serious as he nodded. Elder brother's seclusion was merely a fade. In truth, he ventured into the Demon Beast Mountains to seek a medicinal catalyst for you. However, we encountered a 4th-tier demon beast there, and then Su Wenyuan paused, but Su Chi had already inferred the grim continuation. "My father, elder brother, is unharmed. He chose to divert the beast's attention so we could escape." Su Wenyuan lamented. "I truly wish I'd slapped myself then. I should have fought alongside him against that dire wolf." Su Chi took a deep breath. "Second uncle, do not blame yourself. My father's cultivation barely suffices to contend with a 3rd-tier demon beast. Even with your assistance, we would not have been able to face a 4th-tier beast. Remaining there would have only increased casualties. Given my father's strength, encountering a 4th-tier beast, he should have been able to preserve himself. However, I must know why he sought the catalyst in the Demon Beast Mountains, and what exactly this catalyst is." Seeing Su Chi's composure, Su Wenyuan felt as though he were witnessing his father again. After all that had transpired, Su Chi seemed transformed, more resolute than ever. Thus, Su Wenyuan spoke. "A month ago, the Grand Elder invited a 2nd-tier alchemist named Lu Yuan to our family. He informed elder brother that to restore your former talents, you must seek the venomous serpent's gall in the Demon Beast Mountains, and use it to concoct a medicinal pill that would heal your internal injuries." "What?" "That scoundrel Lu Yuan actually told my father to use the venomous serpent's gall." Su Chi's expression shifted dramatically, not from fear, but from an overwhelming anger. Lu Yuan had the audacity to deceive his father with such a treacherous substance, intending to lead them to ruin. Initially, elder brother had his doubts about this matter. But Lu Yuan is a second-tier alchemist and an attendant of the divine sect. Elder brother, seeing his esteemed status and eager to save you, chose to trust him to Su when Yuan's words jolted Su Qi into realization. Su Long had already entered the divine sect, and his grandfather, the grand elder of the Su family, had invited an alchemist attendant from there, revealing a clear ambition. Lu Yuan, a second-tier alchemist, is it? Let me show you how I will deal with you. Second uncle, do you have the venomous serpent gall with you? Su Qi asked Su when Yuan produced a silken pouch and handed it to Su Qi, a foul stench wafting from it, causing everyone to cover their mouths and noses. Without a glance, Su Qi stowed the pouch away, having confirmed its contents were indeed the toxic venomous serpent's gall. Elder brother entrusted this gall to me before he went to lure the demon beast away. Su Wenyuan said, as a cold glint flickered in Su Qi's eyes. Let us return in Qingfeng City. The atmosphere within the Su family was tense. Just half an hour prior, a servant had reported that Su Qi had slain numerous family members in the beast arena. The elders of those families were poised to take Su Qi's life, but at a critical moment, Su Wenyuan had intervened to save him, and now they were racing back to the family estate. Deacon Liu, Su Qi is nearly back. Our scheme to harm him may soon be exposed. An elderly man with white hair paced anxiously in the Su family hall. Elder, there's no need to panic. Merely a small fry like Su Qi is hardly worth concern. Even if he returns, he will not stir up any significant trouble. A young man in a green robe, calm and composed, stood beside the grand elder. He was the divine sex attendant. Lu Yuan. 1 Su Qi is indeed negligible, but he is accompanied by Su Wenyuan, who has returned from the Demon Beast Mountains. Su Qingshan will likely return as well. Our position will then become precarious. The grand elder began to panic. Should the family master discover his misdeeds, not only would he lose his position as grand elder, but his very life would also be in jeopardy. Elder, do not worry. Su Qingshan shall never return. A wicked smile flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he made a slashing gesture across his throat. The grand elder understood immediately, his expression turning to one of horror. There is no need for concern. I always ensure my plans are foolproof. Su Qingshan will definitely not return. Moreover, in 3 days, Su Long will return from the divine sect to participate in the Demon Beast Tournament in Qingfeng City. At that time, the elders of the divine sect will also accompany him. A mere Su Qi will hardly qualify to make waves before me. The news of Su Long's return instantly calmed the grand elder. The divine sect is the most powerful faction within 100 miles, and Su Long ranks among the top disciples there. With the elders of the divine sect accompanying him, what could Su Qi possibly do? Just as he settled his thoughts, a voice pierced through the door. Lu Yuan of the divine sect present. It was Su Qi's voice. Lu Yuan immediately frowned. That brat has returned. Let us see what he intends to do. For reasons unknown, an uneasy feeling crept into Lu Yuan's heart. Su Qi's direct address indicated he held no regard for Lu Yuan, the divine sex attendant. What, then, gave him such confidence? Just as the grand elder and Lu Yuan prepared to step out, Su Qi and Su Wenyuan, accompanied by a throng of family disciples, entered the grand hall, all eager to witness Su Qi's intentions upon returning to the family. As Su Qi's figure fell into the grand elder's sight, he bellowed, "Wretched beast, how dare you show your face here? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the calamity you have wrought? Now you wish for the family to share in your misfortunes?" Su Qi cast a fleeting glance at him. "I have already dealt with the matter at hand. The grand elder has chosen to shout here instead of discreetly inquiring about the situation. Such behavior is hardly conducive, is it?" Chapter 5. A beast egg. The grand elder seethed internally, rendered speechless. Su Qi's return alone was enough to indicate that the elders of the various clans had temporarily let him be. Su Qi's gaze shifted to the man in the green robe beside the grand elder. "You are the second-grade demon refiner, Lu Yuan of the divine sect, are you not?" "Indeed," Lu Yuan replied, his tone laced with arrogance. Utterly dismissive of Su Qi, a cold glimmer flickered in Su Qi's eyes. "You are the one who sent my father into the mountains to seek the crimson serpent's gall, correct?" Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Su Qi extended his palm, revealing a silk pouch that, at once, released a rancid stench, causing everyone to recoil, some even retching. This is the Crimson Serpent's Gall. Did not Elder Lu claim it could serve as a medicinal catalyst for healing? Come now, concoct a pill for me and take it. Let's see if it works, Su Qi declared coldly. How audacious of you, Su Qi! How dare you reprimand Elder Lu? The Grand Elder bellowed. Yet at that moment, Su Wenyuan stepped in front of him. As for the young master's affairs, it would be prudent for the Grand Elder to observe from the sidelines, with the family head absent. Su Qi assumed command as the young master, and even Su Wenyuan, as the second uncle, wielded considerable authority. The Grand Elder was better off finding a cooler spot to linger, even if the Grand Elder dared to act. Su Wenyuan would not fear him in the least. His cultivation was only marginally inferior to that of the Grand Elder. Moreover, he often accompanied Su Qingshan into the Demon Beast Mountains for training, honing his combat skills far beyond those of the Grand Elder. As for Lu Yuan, despite being a second-grade demon refiner, his talents were merely exceptional in the realm of demon refining. His cultivation had barely reached the third level of the condensing path, rendering him inconsequential. Su Qi, what are you planning? The Crimson Serpent Gall was specifically prepared for you. I am not injured, Lu Yuan retorted. Before his words could fully escape, Su Qi coldly interjected, Purple-eyed demon tiger. Roar! At his command, the purple-eyed demon tiger lunged forth, catching Lu Yuan off guard with a powerful paw strike to his chest. Blood erupted from Lu Yuan's mouth as he emitted a piercing scream, sent flying backwards. Now you are injured. Su Qi's words transformed the expressions of the gathered clan members. Was this truly the same Su Qi they once knew? When had he become so ruthless? Furthermore, that demon tiger bore some resemblance to the Tiger King of the Beast Arena. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, the purple-eyed demon tiger. How could you possibly tame one? It is a pinnacle second-grade demon beast. Enough of your prattle. Consume the gall of the Crimson Serpent now, that I wish to see if it can indeed heal you. Su Qi stepped closer to Lu Yuan, intent on forcing the gall into his mouth, eliciting disgust from the onlookers. Should Lu Yuan ingest it, today would surely mark his demise. In this moment of crisis, Lu Yuan waved his hand, summoning a spirit light from the void that transformed into a demon beast. A white crane. Lu Yuan swiftly leapt onto its back. Su Qi, you shall wait. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Lu Yuan spat vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qi. Just then, the purple-eyed demon tiger sprang into action, its body soaring to match the height of the white crane. That IT swiped at Lu Yuan. In a panic, barely managed to keep his balance atop the crane, narrowly avoiding being struck down. However, a fragment of spirit light fell from him. White demon beast, Lu Yuan exclaimed, hastily reaching out to seize it. But in a flash, Su Qi stomped the ground, launching himself upward to snatch the spirit light from beneath Lu Yuan's grasp. Accursed! Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson, revealing his urgency. Had it not been for the vigilant purple-eyed demon tiger below, he would have descended to engage Su Qi in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. And with a roar, Lu Yuan commanded the crane to retreat. As they witnessed Lu Yuan's disgraceful exit, the onlookers could scarcely believe it. Su Qi had managed to drive away an enforcer of the divine sect. While much of the credit belonged to the purple-eyed demon tiger, the fact that Su Qi had tamed such a beast was commendable in its own right. Su Qi, you have stirred a hornet's nest. Today, you have expelled an enforcer of the divine sect. He will undoubtedly report this incident to the sect. In 3 days, my grandson, Su Long, will return, accompanied by the elders of the divine sect. You shall surely pay for your actions today. The Grand Elder warned ominously. The crowd's expressions shifted, realizing that the beast competition was imminent, and as the current focal point of the Su family, Su Long could not possibly miss it, with divine sect elders accompanying him. The events of today would not remain concealed, and Su Qi would face inevitable retribution. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, Grand Elder. I merely hope you will behave yourself in the meantime and refrain from engaging in any inappropriate actions. Su Qi thought to himself, sealing the spirit light away. The Grand Elder observed this, but merely snorted in response before departing. The clan members dispersed, the air thick with tension as Su Qi's formidable return loomed over them. In 3 days, Su Long would arrive alongside the elders of the divine sect. Change was certainly on the horizon for the Su family. Why not seize this opportunity to bring down that old fool? Su Wenyuan inquired, still taken aback by Su Qi's decisive actions. In truth, for an ordinary person, even with the purple-eyed demon tiger at their side, it would be no easy feat to injure Lu Yuan. After all, given Lu Yuan's cautious nature, inflicting harm upon him was no simple task, let alone the fact that most would lack the courage to even act against him. Yet what seemed impossible had been accomplished by Su Qi in an instant. Su Qi glanced at the departing Grand Elder and remarked, "With my father absent, family matters require someone to attend to them. It would be inappropriate to deal with him now. And besides, I am well aware that there are many within the family who support the Grand Elder. Unless I can sway their allegiance, removing the Grand Elder will prove to be no easy feat." Su Qi understood that many elders supported the Grand Elder primarily due to his grandson, Su Long, who had the backing of the divine sect. If he could not defeat Su Long, the family's loyalty would not shift towards him. The upcoming beast competition in a month would present his opportunity. At that event, Su Qi would not only reclaim all that he had lost, but would also eliminate Su Long entirely. Su Wenyuan inhaled deeply, observing the resolute expression on Su Qi's face. He realized that Su Qi had undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps it was the ordeal within the beast arena that had catalyzed his growth, leaving a profound impact on those around him. "Second uncle, I remain worried about father. I must trouble you to handle family matters for the time being. I intend to venture into the demon beast mountains," Su Qi stated firmly. Su Wenyuan's face paled in alarm. "That is out of the question. Your elder brother has yet to return. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to him upon his return? Do not fret, second uncle. With the purple-eyed demon tiger by my side, I can ensure my own safety." Su Qi insisted on his decision. Though Su Wenyuan wished to dissuade him further, he recognized the determination in Su Qi's demeanor and knew he could not sway him. "I will not act recklessly. I shall set off at dawn tomorrow." With that, Su Qi departed, having acquired a treasure from Lu Yuan in his perception. It was a beast egg, which now exhibited faint signs of cracking. Chapter 6. A slap upon returning to his chamber. Su Qi summoned the beast EGG. This moment, the egg, radiating a dazzling spiritual light, had developed a slender crack, quivering intermittently as if something within were striving to break free. Clearly, the egg was not yet fully mature. The earlier violent impact had likely prompted the demon beast to emerge prematurely, though such a creature would likely possess inherent deficiencies. Su Qi stared at the egg for quite some time as the fissure widened. He bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall, trickling into the egg's crack. Gradually, the entire egg became enveloped in a crimson glow. With a crack, a small white head unexpectedly protruded from the egg, its slender beak exuding an air of sharpness, while its languid eyes seemed to convey a sense of indifference. Su Qi murmured, "Could it be an eagle?" Crack, crack. The egg split further down the middle, dividing into 2 halves, revealing a fluffy creature no larger than the palm of his hand. He turned out to be a chick. Su Qi slowly extended his hand to grasp the downy creature, finding it somewhat amusing. Even as an enforcer of the divine sect, you carry such a trivial being. However, since you bear the blood of the demon emperor, your potential must be boundless. You could at least evolve into a phoenix one day. The transformation of a wild chicken into a phoenix may sound utterly amusing. Yet Su Qi was acutely aware that this was no mere fanciful tale. The blood of the demon emperor possessed the extraordinary ability to fundamentally reshape the bloodline of demon beasts. And this particular chicken had been imbued with the blood of the demon emperor even before its full birth. In terms of potential, it far surpassed the purple-eyed demon tiger. However, during the growth of a demon beast, while the bloodline significantly influences its upper limits, numerous factors determine its lower limits. For instance, elixirs. Typically, upon their birth, demon beasts are provided with a first-grade bee spirit pill to establish their foundation, akin to the cultivation of martial practitioners. Within the family, there should also be a third-grade bee source pill, which not only aids in establishing the foundation for the demon beast, but also holds a considerable chance of allowing the demon beast to break through in a single day without any lingering side effects. If only he could obtain that elixir. With this thought in mind, Su Qi resolutely rose and strode towards the door. That beast source pill must be in his possession. Soon, Su Qi arrived in the grand hall of the Su family, where the elder was also present. The family's elixirs were under the elder's strict control, and that third-grade B-source pill had always been treated as a treasured possession, even though Su Qi sought it. Acquiring it would not be so uncomplicated, especially considering that he had just had a conflict with the elder Su Qi. Although you are the young master of the family, I will not allow you to cause a ruckus here. That third-grade B-source pill is the family's cherished treasure, but if you wish to obtain it, you must secure the agreement of both the family elders and the unanimous approval of the clan's younger generation. The elder declared angrily in the hall. Su Qi could not help but sneer inwardly. Back when Su Long was still within the family, this old man had secretly bestowed upon him countless treasures. While the beast source pill was indeed precious, it was not as invaluable as he claimed. Just as Su Qi was about to speak further, a figure clad in purple entered through the door. Elder, Song Hong has become my destined demon beast. As per our agreement, that beast source pill should rightfully belong to me. Yes? Upon hearing this, Su Qi's brows furrowed as he turned to face the figure, whose gaze had also locked onto him at that moment. Their eyes met, and a cold glint flickered in Su Qi's eyes, causing the purple-clad figure to stiffen abruptly. Su Qi, how could it be you? The purple figure exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qi recognized the figure as Su Yu, the elder sister of Su Lin. She had not been seen in the family for over a month. Known only to a few that she had been assigned by the elder to the secluded chamber in the back mountain to form a pact with the demon beast Song Hong. Upon seeing Su Qi, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just recently, her brother Su Lin had visited her, proclaiming that Su Qi was certain to die today, and she had secretly rejoiced in that thought. However, upon returning today, she had not encountered her brother, only to find Su Qi perfectly unharmed in the grand hall. A cold light flickered in Su Qi's eyes as he regarded the elder, exclaiming, "Elder, you have done well. Song Hong is a demon beast my father brought back from the demon beast mountain range, and my father once stated that it should become my destined demon beast. How is it now in the hands of another?" Su Qi stepped forward, approaching the elder closely. "If I have not gone deaf, I should not have misheard. The elder intends to bestow the beast source pill upon Su Yu. Correct?" Beads of sweat formed on the elder's forehead, the situation unfolding too suddenly for him to navigate. "Young master, allow me to explain," the elder began, but Su Yu had already stepped forward to stand beside Su Qi, her expression cold and indifferent. Su Qi, although you are still the young master of the family, with your current cultivation, you likely cannot even defeat a single servant of the clan. Enough. The elder shot a fierce glare at Su Yu. She was unaware of how strong Su Qi had become. However, the elder knew that as long as Su Long did not return, no one in the family could suppress Su Qi. Yet, Su Yu paid no heed to the elder's words. With her connection to Su Long, she felt no need to show any courtesy towards the young master Su Q. Su Qi, let me tell you, at this moment, you lack even the qualifications to carry my shoes. Song Hong has already acknowledged me as its master, becoming my destined demon beast. That beast source pill is mine, and you are but a useless waste. A crisp slap echoed throughout the Su family hall, reverberating into the courtyard, drawing numerous clan members to witness the spectacle. When they beheld the crimson handprint on Su Yu's left cheek and her disheveled hair, they could not help but feel a shiver run down their spines. Su Yu, who usually possessed a fair appearance, now appeared somewhat deranged. While beside her, Su Qi slowly lowered his hand, speaking indifferently. "Your brother has already perished in my hands, and yet you dare to raise your voice here. Do you believe that because you have climbed onto the tree that is Su Long, I would refrain from eliminating you?" As he spoke, a wave of intense murderous intent radiated from Su Qi. Even the elder was momentarily stunned. The chilling, oppressive aura he exuded was something even his grandson Su Long had never possessed. What on earth has Su Qi experienced? Could it be that the beast-trapping arena has transformed him completely? The elder lamented in his heart. Yet it was too late. Su lay on the ground, her body trembling as if struck by lightning, muttering incessantly, "You dare to strike me? Waste! You dare to strike me? I will kill you!" Chapter 7. The beast source pill secured suddenly. Suyu sprang to her feet, her body flying backward, cutting through the crowd and landing in the courtyard. Songhong, she formed a hand seal, and the image of a soaring eagle rapidly materialized on her palm, transforming into the demon beast Songhong. Su-chi, you have killed my brother. The only way to avenge this grudge is to slay you. If you have the courage, come out and battle me. Otherwise, you shall forever remain a waste of the Su family. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Su-chi, knowing that with Su Yu's provocation, he would not easily let her off the hook. A second-grade demon beast. Is this your source of confidence? However, I must inform you that you and your brother share the same foolishness. Su-chi stepped out of the hall, a cold smile gracing his lips. Purple-eyed demon tiger. With a resounding roar, the tiger's voice echoed throughout the courtyard, its powerful presence causing the onlookers' expressions to shift. Su's pupils constricted sharply. The emergence of the purple-eyed demon tiger instilled a sense of unease within her. "Elder, intervene," the elder hastily called out. This matter was best left untouched by the elder. Just then, Su Wenyuan approached with his entourage, glancing at the elder as he spoke. Let the younger generation resolve their own disputes. The elder clenched his fists, his heart brimming with anger. Had it not been for Su Wenyuan's status, he would have intervened long. 8G0.SUU, possessing decent talent and frequently interacting with Su Long, had garnered the elder's intent to cultivate her. However, today, her impulsiveness was excessive. She mistakenly regarded Su-chi as the same useless individual from before, a grave miscalculation that would likely lead to significant consequences. "Suyu, I had no intention of making things difficult for you, but since you insist on seeking your own misfortune, do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, we shall compete here. If you lose, the beast source pill will belong to me, and you shall no longer be a member of the Su family. If I lose, the beast source pill will be yours, and I shall abide by your wishes." Su-chi looked at Suyu, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to acquire the beast source pill, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. "Very well. If you lose, you shall die here." Suyu shouted angrily, pointing her finger toward the void. "Songhong, Song Xian Claw." In the void, Songhong emitted a piercing cry, golden light shimmering upon its eagle claws as it swooped down, unleashing 5 sharp golden claw strikes that mercilessly hurtled towards Su-chi. Martial technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Song Xian Claw was a technique that could only be executed by cultivators, yet was now being wielded by a demon beast, indicating Su Yu's exceptional control over it. Su Wenyuan furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he was well aware of Su Yu's talent, which could only be considered average. Even if she had formed a pact with Song Hong, it was implausible for her to exert such control in such a short span. There must be someone aiding her from the shadows. That Song Xian Claw was not a technique of the Su family, yet Su Wenyuan had witnessed Su Long employ it, without a doubt. This was a skill imparted by a significant figure from the divine sect, and Su Yu had learned it, likely with Su Long as assistance. The spectators. It seemed that Su-chi stood no chance against Su Yu. Though the purple-eyed demon tiger was also a second-grade demon beast, Su-chi's mastery over it could not possibly surpass Su Yu's control over Song Hong. Yet Su-chi could only sigh helplessly. "Obstinate fools. Purple-eyed demon tiger, show them your prowess." As the words fell, the purple-eyed demon tiger lifted its head and let out a thunderous roar, a wave of sound reverberating through the air, causing the crowd to retreat in fear. Wary of being overwhelmed by the terrifying sound waves. Boom! 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 Under the onslaught of such formidable sound waves, the claw strikes of Song Xian shattered into fragments, unable to draw near Su-chi. Impressive. The descendants of the Su family gazed upon Su-chi, their expressions turning grave. His defeat of the divine sex Lu Yuan was no mere coincidence. It seemed that Su Yu was destined for calamity. With a powerful strike, Su Yu gritted her teeth, waving her palm, and the Song Hong dove down, transforming into a dazzling streak of light, aiming to severely injure the purple-eyed demon tiger. Simultaneously, Su Yu made her move, producing two curved blades in her hands. Her figure flashing as she charged towards Su Qi. Unaware of the impending doom, Su Qi's thoughts stirred, causing the silhouette of the purple-eyed demon tiger to vanish in an instant, only to reappear, leaping onto the back of Tsang Xian mid-air. Strike down! As Su Qi's words fell, the tiger's paw slammed onto Tsang Hong's back, its sharp claws tearing through its fur, rich blood gushing forth, and Tsang Hong emitted a piercing shriek as it plummeted from the sky. At that moment, a gray flash darted past Su Qi, a fluffy, young chick pouncing on its Tsang Hong's back, its pointed beak beginning to drink the blood of the Tsang Ying. Another demon beast? Could it be that Su Qi possesses two innate demon beasts? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. They had been oblivious to this capability of Su Qi until now. Su was already in a state of panic. Unable to maintain her grip on the curved blades, in a flash, Su Qi appeared behind her silently, the glimmering green sword resting against her neck. You have lost one more step forward, and you shall perish. Su Yu's breath quickened as blood seeped from her neck. She looked at the severely wounded Tsang Hong, despair flooding her heart. How could I possibly lose to you? Su Yu's face was one of confusion. Those you look down upon, in truth, also disdain you, Su Qi remarked, raising his gaze toward the Grand Elder. Beast Source Pill. The Grand Elder wore a reluctant expression, yet he dared not renege in front of the crowd. Ever since Su Qi's return, he had become increasingly marginalized, and many members of the Su family harbored discontent toward him. He could not allow his reputation to deteriorate further. Here you go. The Grand Elder flicked his fingers. And a pill enveloped in a blood-red sheen flew towards Su Qi. He caught it with outstretched hands, sheathing the green sword as the purple-eyed demon tiger and the chick demon beast transformed into streaks of light, entering his body. Subsequently, Su Qi stepped away. Just then, Su Yu's voice rang out from behind. Su Qi, wait. When Su Long returns, you will no longer have the right to act so arrogantly. I shall await him. Su Qi replied coolly without turning back, his figure gradually fading from the sight of the crowd. Upon returning to his residence, Su Qi released the young chick demon beast. I could see that moment. It had grown 2 rows of sturdy wings. Its beak elongated significantly, and tufts of white fur sprouted from its abdomen. The most striking change was in its eyes, now sharper and colder than before, resembling the edge of a blade. Yuan, until you transform into a phoenix. I shall call you Xiao Yuan, Su Qi remarked with a smile. Xiao Yuan seemed to comprehend Su Qi's words, obediently nodding in satisfaction with the name. Chapter 8. Surge in cultivation. Su Qi gently stroked Xiao Yuan's soft fur. Casually retrieving the bee-source pill, a fine treasure. Consume it. The blood-red bee-source pill emitted a rich fragrance, which was irresistibly alluring to demon beasts, and Xiao Yuan was no exception. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pill from Su Qi's palm. A powerful surge erupting within it instantaneously. Buzz! Xiao Yuan's body suddenly doubled in size, sharp feathers gradually growing on its 2 gray wings, a flash of crimson passing through its eyes. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Yuan closed its eyes, its form transforming into a streak of light and darting into Su Qi's body. The Beast Source Pill is indeed a 3rd-tier elixir. Its effects are rather potent. Su Qi murmured, "Be by the time Xiao Yuan awakens again, its strength will likely surpass that of the purple-eyed demon tiger." With everything prepared, he intended to enter the demon beast mountain range the following day. The thought of his father still trapped within its depths filled Su Qi with deep concern. Before dawn the next day, he set out alone from Qingfeng City, heading towards the northern demon beast mountain range. Soon he found himself amidst a vast mountain shrouded in mist, the very site of the demon beast mountain range, rumored to harbor numerous formidable demon beasts, with tales of 5th-tier demon beasts sighted within its confines. It is known that a 5th-tier demon beast could serve as the guardian beast of a sect. Even a powerful entity like the Divine Sect reportedly possesses only one 5th-tier demon beast. Hiss! Suddenly, Su Qi felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Quickly examining his body as his expression grew increasingly grim. 7 Xian poison. What a vile wretch! A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Su Qi's eyes. Just yesterday, upon returning from the beast-trapping arena, he had been so preoccupied with family matters that he neglected to check his own condition. when Suyu lured him to the back of the Su family mountain and deceived him into consuming a cursed spirit pill. He initially believed it merely suppressed his cultivation. However, months later, the 7 Xian poison hidden within that pill had finally manifested. Had he known this poison was lurking within him, he would never have shown mercy to Suyu yesterday. In his previous life, Su Qi had thoroughly studied alchemy, thus he could easily discern that he had been poisoned with the 7 Xian poison. This poison is a rare and deadly toxin, requiring the blood of the Xian bird to refine the 7 Xian pill for detoxification. However, this body may not last a month. The Xian bird demon beast is with Su Long. How could he possibly obtain its blood? In a moment of frustration, Su Qi decided to focus on his cultivation. With his current strength at the first level of the body refining realm, even if Su Long stood before him motionless, he would not be his opponent. Having made up his mind, Su Qi ventured further into the Demon Beast Mountain range, where numerous demon beasts roared and howled. As a demon beast master, he was quite familiar with their habits. Enabling him to avoid areas likely to be densely populated with beasts, he discovered a secluded cave. Once assured of its safety, Su Qi summoned the purple-eyed demon tiger to guard outside, preventing any demon beast from attacking while he cultivated. Then he took out a cloth pouch and rummaged through it, producing 4 round white pills. First-tier foundation establishment pill. Who would have thought I, Su Qi, would also find use for such pills? After a self-deprecating comment, Su Qi placed 1 foundation establishment pill into his mouth, slowly closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. The foundation establishment pill works wonders for martial artists in the body refining realm, guaranteeing a small level increase in their cultivation. That Su Qi's blood seemed to churn, and within half an hour, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. So quickly, I've reached the 2nd level of the body refining realm with the myriad demon bloodline. It can even assist me in merging with the pill's power. Now, I can still consume foundation establishment pills for cultivation. For martial artists in the body refining realm, while the foundation establishment pill is beneficial, it can only be consumed once to effect a breakthrough. Taking more could lead to blood backflow and even death. However, with the myriad demon bloodline, Su Qi was different. The blood of the demon ancestor is incredibly domineering, directly altering his constitution. Now, his physique was extraordinary. Even ingesting several foundation establishment pills would not result in any adverse effects. Subsequently, Su Qi swallowed the remaining 3 foundation establishment pills, and under the refining power of the myriad demon bloodline, all 3 pills took effect within half an hour, causing his cultivation to surge, reaching the 5th level of the body refining realm. Following this breakthrough, his injuries began to gradually heal. During his time in the beast trapping arena, he had fought fiercely with demon beasts, coming close to death on several occasions. Yet the overseers there turned a blind eye, even withholding ordinary healing medicines from him. This was why Su Qi harbored an intense hatred for those in the beast trapping arena. They treated him as less than human, viewing him merely as livestock, indifferent to his fate. After rummaging through the cloth pouch, Su Qi found some high-quality healing medicines. After consuming a few, his injuries healed significantly. Although his wounds had mended, Su Qi understood deeply that with his current cultivation, he was still far from being able to contend with Su Long. Even some talented disciples in Qingfeng City could easily overpower him. The 5th level of the body refining realm was still too weak. Just as he prepared to continue his training, the roar of the purple-eyed demon tiger echoed from outside the cave. The sound was urgent, and Su Qi sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, alongside the tiger's roar came the sound of mocking laughter. That brat has indeed come here. It seems the intelligence was accurate. Humph, having killed my Mu family's young master. He cannot be allowed to live any longer. Little beast, come out and face your death. The chilling sound of a cold drink echoed into the cavern, where at that moment, Su Qi was gently stroking the soft fur on the back of the purple-eyed white tiger. A flicker of cold, murderous intent passed through his eyes as the purple-eyed white tiger transformed into a streak of light, striking the back of his right hand, and a tiger-shaped mark flickered faintly on his hand before vanishing without a trace. Stepping out of the cave, Su Qi immediately noticed dozens of figures gathered outside. The leader was a middle-aged man, whose aura was robust, revealing that he had already reached the realm of Dao condensation. Mu Hongd, Su Chi recognized the man as one of the higher-ups of the Mu family. Mu Hong clenched his fists, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Su Chi, you possess an audacity beyond belief to dare slay my family's young master. I shall sever your head and display it upon the city walls, so that all of Qingfeng City may witness the consequences of offending the Mu family. Just a useless piece of trash. There is no need for my uncle to intervene that I, Mu Feng, can easily take his life. From behind Mu Hong, a young figure shot forth, raising his fist to strike Su Chi's face, the wind of his punch howling as he aimed to kill. You a mere six-tier body refiner. Presume too much. Get out of my way. With a swift kick, Su Chi shattered the ground, countless stones raining down upon Mu Feng's calves, causing his speed to falter. Su Chi's kick landed squarely in his abdomen, eliciting a pitiful scream as Mu Feng collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? The onlookers gasped in horror. Mu Hong's heart sank as he realized Su Chi had advanced to the fifth tier of body refinement in such a short span of time. Did this mean his innate talent had returned? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Su Chi had once been the greatest prodigy of Qingfeng City, with the Su family status surpassing even that of the city lord's residence. Crushing the younger generation beneath his heel, leaving many to live in utter humiliation. Once he fell to the status of a waste, several families managed to rise, if his talent had indeed returned. How would the major families continue to exist in Qingfeng City? Chapter 9. A massacre unleashed altogether. Kill him. Mu Hong's murderous intent surged. Su Chi's strength had been well known since the infamous incident at the Beast Arena. But many believed he had merely fortuitously subdued the purple-eyed demon tiger. Now, with Su Chi's cultivation skyrocketing to the fifth tier of body refinement, it was evident that this was no mere coincidence. If he was not eliminated, he would inevitably become a lingering threat. Kill. The offspring of the Mu family, regarded as prominent figures in Qingfeng City, disregarded morality under Su Chi's intimidation and surged forward together. Crack! Crack! Su Chi twisted his wrist, loosening his muscles. Having just broken through to the fifth tier of body refinement, he was eager for a real battle to solidify his foundation. Moreover, with the blood of the demon ancestor coursing through his veins, Su Chi was keen to see if it would provide him any additional advantages in actual combat. Most of the individuals before him were the sixth or even seventh tier of body refinement, making them ideal for honing his skills. Roar! The Mu family members, facing Su Chi, unleashed their most formidable techniques to ensure a lethal strike that, in an instant, the forest was filled with the roars of beasts and the howls of tigers. Today, let's see what waves you can still stir on the outer edge of the battlefield. Mu Hong appeared confident, casually observing as if he had already foreseen Su Chi's desperate struggle. Iron-scaled simians tear him apart. At the command of a burly youth with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, a giant simian, as massive as a small mountain, emerged, its body covered in a layer of armor resembling fish scales. Standing tall and roaring, exposing its fearsome fangs. You boast the loudest, so let us begin with you. Su Chi turned, locking eyes with the iron-scaled simian. In that instant, it seemed as if its imposing aura had been suppressed, lacking the previous boldness it had shown. These were merely first-tier demon beasts, having only awakened a sliver of intelligence, capable of understanding their master's commands, yet they instinctively felt fear in the presence of Su Chi. Excellent! A satisfied smile graced Su Chi's face. With the blood of the demon ancestor within him, he naturally exuded immense deterrence over these lesser beasts. Su Chi surged forward, deftly maneuvering past the encircling assailants. Heading straight for the iron-scaled simian and the burly man. Iron-scaled simian. Attack. As Su Chi charged forward, he noticed the beast retreating step by step, leaving the burly man feeling utterly disheartened. The might of the demon ancestor was beyond ordinary comprehension. Even a single drop of blood was enough to instill terror in a first-tier beast, especially as Su Chi intentionally radiated the essence of that blood. Not only the iron-scaled simian, but also the other summoned beasts faced Su Chi with overwhelming fear. Boom! A fist landed squarely on the burly man's face. This was no ordinary strike. Su Chi had channeled a fragment of the demon ancestor's blood essence, every drop imbued with the glorious battles of the demon emperor's past. The angles and force behind each punch had been refined over millions of years, slowly accumulated through countless battles. Thus, what appeared to be an unremarkable punch swiftly ended the life of the burly man, leaving him no time to emit even a whimper. The iron-scaled simian fell with a thunderous crash. Being the man's sole beast, it shared in both triumph and demise, and with its master dead, it could scarcely escape its own fate. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers reacted, both the iron-scaled simian and the burly man had already perished. Next, it is your turn. Hesu-chi remained unhurried, glancing back with a cold smirk at the remaining members of the Mu family, who were now gripped by fear. All of them were at the body refinement stage, relying heavily on their soul beasts. However, as they attempted to command their beasts to charge forward, they found their once ferocious companions now retreating in timid steps, devoid of fighting spirit, as if yearning to submit to Su-chi. Not rushing to act, Su-chi relished the sensation of instilling terror in all beings around him. "Come at me, you pack of worthless fools," from a distance. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Mu Hong cursed vehemently. Being a formidable figure within the Mu family, his fierce and unpredictable nature instilled dread in the hearts of the family members. Yet, the aura of the demon ancestor's blood Su-chi emanated could only affect the beasts. To intimidate the other body refiners, one would need to possess overwhelming strength, which Su-chi, at his current 5th tier level, clearly lacked. However, being able to intimidate their soul beasts was already sufficient in a direct physical confrontation. Su-chi believed the 7 or 8 individuals before him would not be his match. Kill! Kill! Under Mu Hong's fierce reprimand, the Mu family members recalled their soul beasts and, with steely resolve, advanced towards Su-chi. Yet, how could they possibly contend with him? In the beast arena, Su-chi had battled ferocious beasts for a prolonged period. His physical strength and combat experience far surpassed those who merely cheered from the sidelines. Bang! Bang! The battle erupted. Outnumbered, Su-chi had no choice but to strike first, aiming to eliminate the 2 individuals of the 7th tier of body refinement. After a fierce exchange, he seized the opportunity to bring down both, rendering them incapacitated. The remaining 4 at the 6th tier would prove far easier to handle. Moreover, Su-chi's strikes were particularly brutal. These individuals had come seeking his life, creating a situation of no retreat. Now, in the Demon Beast Mountains, amidst the wild and desolate terrain, any corpse that appeared would be devoured by beasts before nightfall. As the fight continued, Su-chi deftly maneuvered, ultimately subduing the last 4 6th-tier Mu family members. With such meager abilities, they dared to venture into the Demon Beast Mountains in pursuit of me. Truly, they are unaware of their own mortality. Su-chi brushed the dust from his attire, surveying the battlefield littered with corpses, and called out to the distant Mu Hong. The onlooker was rendered speechless with rage. "You have utterly offended my Mu family. Qingfeng City will no longer provide you sanctuary." In a fit of desperation, Mu Hong continued to threaten Su-q. In Qingfeng City, have I not offended numerous families? Why would I care about your insignificant Mu family? Su-chi was truly infuriated to the point of laughter. Even if he chose not to slay the descendants of the Mu family today, they would not spare him. Although Mu Hong was a formidable figure at the condensation realm, defeating him would be exceedingly challenging for Su-chi. However, should Su-chi wish to depart, Mu Hong would be powerless to stop him, for the terrain of the Beast Mountain range was treacherous and fraught with unforeseen dangers, compelling Mu Hong to tread cautiously. Chapter 10, Beast Source Pill. Watch as I avenge my kin. Despite uttering such words, Mu Hong felt an unsettling apprehension. Su-chi, a mere waste, had subdued the purple-eyed demonic tiger, and within just a few days, had ascended to the 5th layer of body refinement. There must be something amiss. If Su-chi harbored any hidden abilities, Mu Hong could find himself at a severe disadvantage. Moreover, the Beast Mountain range was anything but tranquil. Should a powerful demonic beast be drawn to their conflict, both would face dire consequences. With this in mind, Mu Hong resolved to flee post-haste, intending to proclaim that he had encountered a formidable demonic beast, resulting in the demise of his kin, while he himself barely escaped. After all, the Beast Mountain range was inherently perilous. With a fierce roar, Mu Hong charged towards Su Qi alone, his presence as a condensation realm expert vastly different from that of the Mu family descendants. Su Qi had adequately prepared himself for battle, eager to engage in his first confrontation against a condensation realm opponent. Even if he were to be defeated, he wished to gauge the prowess of a master in the condensation realm. In preparation for the beast competition, clenching his fists tightly, Su Qi watched as Mu Hong bore down upon him. Just as they were about to collide, Mu Hong flicked his sleeve in midair, releasing a cloud of white powder that obscured Su Qi's vision. Seizing the moment, Mu Hong activated his movement technique and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Humph, you shall not escape. With a cold snort, Su Qi caught a glimpse of the rustling leaves in his peripheral vision and leapt after him. He could not allow Mu Hong to slip away. Otherwise, news of his rapid advancement in strength would spread throughout Qingfeng City. Prompting Su Long to be wary of him, that in the beast competition, he would no longer have the element of surprise. Su Qi was well aware of Su Long's capabilities, as he had already reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm. It was plausible that the divine sect would provide him with elixirs before the beast competition, forcibly elevating him to the transformation realm at that point, even if Su Qi's power continued to grow. Victory was not guaranteed. Currently, Su Qi possessed no remarkable movement techniques, relying solely on brute strength to pursue Mu Hong. The complex terrain of the Beast Mountain Range, rife with demonic beasts and overshadowed by ancient trees, rendered movement exceedingly cumbersome. Gradually, Su Qi lost sight of Mu Hong. With a heavy heart, Su Qi struck a nearby ancient tree in frustration, oblivious to the fact that Mu Hong, who had desperately widened the distance between them, was concealed not far away, watching him intently from a slope. Let the storms rage on, for they are inevitable. As long as I grow stronger, I shall fear nothing. Su Qi held firm in his belief that, in the upcoming Refinement of Demons conference, he would defeat Su Long and avenge past grievances. What is this? Concerned for the safety of his father, Su Changfeng, Su Qi had abandoned the pursuit of Mu Hong and traversed 2 mountain peaks when he suddenly stumbled upon a patch of exceptionally soft soil. While such occurrences were not unusual in the Beast Mountain range, this soil was remarkable, extending in a singular direction that emanated a tantalizing aroma. The Beast Mountain range was extraordinary, though fraught with peril. It also concealed countless treasures. Many fortunate individuals had, by chance, discovered rare flora and potent elixirs at the fringes of the Beast Mountain range, transforming their fortunes overnight into the prowess of formidable demon refiners. Such occurrences were not rare. Among the treasures, the more precious they were, the more peculiar their properties, with an enchanting fragrance serving as a telltale sign. The raised soil beneath his feet extended towards the mountains on his left, likely caused by a small demonic beast, akin to a pangolin, burrowing underground. The source of the enticing aroma aligned perfectly with the direction of the soil's extension. I shall investigate further. Coincidentally, the direction of Su Changfeng also lay this way. Su Qi decided to proceed and glean information without delay. As Su Qi journeyed onward, Mu Hong found himself in a quandary. Earlier, he had sought refuge in a secluded spot to evade Su Qi's pursuit. But upon seeing Su Qi depart, he was about to emerge from his hiding place when he noticed a small opening not far from him. The cave emitted an irresistible fragrance, wafting out in layers. A tantalizing allure. Mu Hong yearned to explore further. Yet he feared that Su Qi had not ventured far. If there were treasures within the cave, they would undoubtedly be guarded by formidable beasts, leading to an inevitable confrontation. Setting aside the question of whether he could seize the treasures from the beasts, the thought of alerting Su Qi and provoking his pursuit was a daunting prospect. Yet, if he simply turned away, Mu Hong felt a pang of regret. This was an opportunity laid before him, and to miss it would be a significant loss. Wealth has led many to their demise, and food has drawn birds to their end. After much deliberation, Mu Hong resolved to find a safer, more concealed position to lie in wait, ready to act should an opportunity arise. Why has the direction of the enticing aroma shifted? Su Qi hesitated, realizing that continuing his pursuit would lead him back to the vicinity where he had lost Mu Hong. If this did not involve rare treasures, would he not be delaying his quest to locate his father? Su Changfeng, meanwhile, Mu Hong faced an even more challenging decision, for before his eyes, a diminutive figure emerged from the cave, a pangolin, seemingly ordinary, appearing almost insignificant among demonic beasts. Even if it were a demonic beast, it possessed the lowest of powers, rendering it inconsequential in Mu Hong's eyes. However, Mu Hong was astonished that such a seemingly weak creature could possess such extraordinary treasures, though he could not discern what lay within the cave that exuded such a captivating aroma. He was certain that anything capable of producing such a scent must be exceptional. Boom! Suddenly, Mu Hong could no longer restrain himself and launched an attack. His innate demonic beast, a massive red-patterned python nearly 10 meters long, struck with ferocity, shattering the entrance of the pangolin's den. What was that noise? Su Chi, who had been on the verge of abandoning his pursuit, was startled by the loud crash. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the source of the commotion. Sensing that something was amiss, the red-patterned python crashed into the cave. Mu Hong wasted no time, leaping toward the small opening. Treasure belongs to the capable, he thought. With no one else around to contest him, it was prudent to secure it first. With a mighty roar that reverberated through the forest, Mu Hong nearly dropped the round beast source pill he had just acquired. This coveted pill, the treasure within the cave, emitted an enchanting fragrance, though now was not the time for investigation. Purple-eyed demonic tiger, arise, Su Chi commanded, and the third-tier purple-eyed demonic tiger leapt into the air, landing squarely on the back of the red-patterned python. Chapter 11. Fourth-tier demonic beast. The tiger's sharp claws sank into the python's back, causing blood to flow freely as the red-patterned python thrashed about, unable to shake off the purple-eyed demonic tiger. However, the tiger was also unable to deliver a decisive blow, resulting in a fierce struggle between the two beasts. Damn it, it's you again, you little wretch. The very situation Mu Hong had dreaded unfolded before him. Su Chi had indeed returned, charging back toward him. In truth, Mu Hong had no reason to fear Su Chi at that moment, should it come to a life-or-death confrontation. Mu Hong held a significant advantage, yet his inherent suspicion had sown seeds of doubt within him, leading to a reluctance to engage. Mu Hong was indeed a decisive individual. Having resolved not to confront Su Chi head-on, he was unwavering in his decision. Thus, without even allowing the recently acquired treasure to warm in his grasp, he cast the beast source pill aside. The beast source pill was undoubtedly a prized possession for demon beasts, as enhancing the strength of their innate beasts would, in turn, bolster their own power. Earlier, while holding the pill, Mu Hong had not immediately discerned its rank, and in a moment of panic he had flung it away. The pill soared toward the left, where a sheer cliff awaited, while Mu Hong swiftly darted to the right. Su Chi, not even casting a glance at him, made a beeline for the beast source pill. Su Chi understood that even if he caught up, he might not be able to kill Mu Hong. Thus, the pill was a more immediate prize, and he paid Mu Hong no heed. With a leap, Su Chi grasped the beast source pill tightly in his hand. What a windfall! Upon mere contact with the pill, Su Chi sensed that it was a beast source pill for a fourth-tier demon beast. Although, based on his former life's memories and experiences, it did not strike him as particularly valuable. In the current context of Qingfeng City, a fourth-tier B-source pill was indeed exceedingly rare. Even the revered and feared divine sect of Qingfeng City had merely a fifth-tier guardian demon beast. It was not that fifth-tier demon beasts were non-existent elsewhere. Rather, they were deep within the perilous demon beast mountains, where dangers lurked at every corner, and not a soul in Qingfeng City dared to venture. Su Chi's father, Su Changfeng, had already risked his life by daring to delve into that treacherous territory. Setting aside other considerations, if Xiao Yuan could consume this fourth-tier B-source pill, and with Su Chi's assistance in refining it using the blood of the demon ancestor, then Xiao Yuan's strength could soar to unprecedented heights. Though it would inevitably lead to a prolonged slumber, it was nonetheless a shortcut without drawbacks. At this stage, with the purple-eyed demon tiger accompanying him in battle, Su Chi felt confident in handling numerous situations that as for Xiao Yuan, Su Chi envisioned it as his hidden trump card. After all, if Xiao Yuan were to swallow the fourth-tier B-source pill and subsequently awaken, its power would astonish everyone, possibly even surpassing Su Chi's own capabilities. At that point, Xiao Yuan's emergence would certainly alert many major sects, even inciting thoughts of seizing it. Upon glancing back, Su Qi noticed the purple-eyed demon tiger standing motionless behind him, awaiting his next command, while the red-patterned python had already been taken away by Mu Hong. Pursuing Mu Hong was not on Su Qi's agenda. Instead, he turned toward the depths of the mountains. He was unaware of the perilous predicament his father, Su Changfeng, was currently facing, nor did he have the inclination to chase after someone inconsequential. The small pangolin had met a tragic end amidst the skirmish between the purple-eyed demon tiger and the red-patterned python. It had once possessed a chance to soar, yet regrettably, some opportunities were not meant for the unremarkable. The last time Xiao Yuan had consumed a third-tier B-source pill, it remained in slumber until now. Now, with Su Qi finding a fourth-tier B-source pill for it, Xiao Yuan was indeed fortunate to have such a master as for the purple-eyed demon tiger. Su Qi had other plans for it, as Xiao Yuan's potential far surpassed that of the purple-eyed demon tiger. These B-source pills would yield greater effects when consumed by Xiao Yuan, while the purple-eyed demon tiger would continue to accompany Su Qi. Honing its skills through repeated battles, which was Su Qi's intention, as they ventured deeper into the demon beast mountains, the air was occasionally filled with low growls of beasts. The very sound indicated that none of them were to be trifled with. Fortunately, given Su Qi's past life as an exceptional beast refining master, he understood the habits of demon beasts intimately, allowing him to navigate with cunning finesse. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly clashed with several formidable foes. Alas, when avoidance was impossible, then battle it must be. At this moment, Su Qi was aware that 3 demon beasts lay ahead, 2 of which, under normal circumstances, would not attack unless their territory was encroached upon. However, both were 5th-tier beasts, or even of a higher rank. Only the one in the middle was a 4th-tier demon beast, relatively weaker and known for its ferocity. If Su Qi's guess was accurate, it was likely a rampaging bull. Yet, to maintain its presence within the confines of 2 5th-tier demon beasts suggested it possessed considerable strength. Nevertheless, Su Qi had received word from his family that his father, Su Changfeng, had fled in this direction. To reach his father, Su Qi must traverse this area. Purple-eyed demon tiger, come forth. Knowing that a confrontation with a 4th-tier rampaging bull was inevitable, it was better to take the initiative. Su Qi sensed that this 4th-tier rampaging bull was likely only in its early stages, while the purple-eyed demon tiger, being a 3rd-tier beast, though at mid-level, had awakened a trace of ancestral blood. And under the influence of Su Qi's blood of the demon ancestor, was not weaker than an early 4th-tier rampaging bull. Moreover, upon reaching the 4th tier, demon beast developed a degree of self-awareness. If Su Qi could convey that he merely wished to pass without hostility, the 4th-tier rampaging bull would likely refrain from a full-scale confrontation. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted, unmistakably not from the rampaging bull. The purple-eyed demon tiger sprang into action, positioning itself protectively in front of Su Qi, its vigilant eyes scanning for any signs of threat. The aura of a 4th-tier demon beast permeated the air, palpable and genuine. Although its form was not yet visible, it had already instilled a profound enmity towards Su Qi and the purple-eyed demon tiger. The purple-eyed demon tiger, having endured countless battles in the beast arena, was particularly fervent when it came to combat. Even against an opponent 1 rank higher, it showed no sign of retreat. The ground trembled as the rampaging demon beast charged through the forest, uprooting trees and sending them crashing to either side. This demon beast, measuring 6 or 7 meters in length, possessed short yet robust limbs, reminiscent of 4 stone pillars. Its prominent horns were striking, but what drew the most attention was its enormous jaws, resembling those of a crocodile, and a long, thick tail that made it appear more like a giant alligator. Chapter 12. The battle with the rampaging bull. Before Su Qi lay the imposing rampaging bull, emitting a series of low growls, signaling that today would not end peacefully. In the face of this early 4th-tier rampaging bull, Su Qi had to rely on the purple-eyed demon tiger to engage in combat. As he was merely a beast refining master at the body refinement stage, now deep within the demon beast jungle, encountering this 4th-tier beast, not only would a body refinement stage practitioner feel apprehensive, but even a master at the spirit transformation stage would be daunted. With a thought, a powerful aura emanated from Su Qi, the blood of the demon ancestor unleashed without reservation, hoping to slightly suppress the strength of the fourth-tier rampaging bull. Roar! The purple-eyed demon tiger let out an enraged roar, its eyes shifting from purple to crimson, consumed by a frenzy, its body lowering slightly as it prepared to spring into action, under Su Qi's deliberate influence. The purple-eyed demon tiger was not deterred by this ancestral bloodline. Rather, it ignited a greater desire for battle within it. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook as the fourth-tier rampaging bull, although marginally affected by Su Qi's blood of the demon ancestor, found its fury ignited by the sight of the purple-eyed demon tiger growling and posturing. Its inherently volatile temperament could not tolerate a beast of a lower rank challenging it. Indeed, the impact of Su Qi's ancestral bloodline on the fourth-tier rampaging bull was minimal at this moment. The purple-eyed demon tiger, now in a state of rage, showed no fear of the fourth-tier beast and charged forward with a roar in the face of this clash between two colossal demon beasts. Su Qi found himself unable to intervene, retreating to the sidelines. An beast refinement master had ever dared to venture this deeply into the demon beast mountains. Su Qi was the first. Were it not for his reliance on the blood of the demon ancestor and the mid-tier purple-eyed demon tiger. Along with his father, Su Chanfeng, ensnared in this perilous realm, Su Qi would never have taken such risks. After a fierce struggle, a wide clearing was created, littered with broken trees and shattered stones. A scene of utter devastation. The rampaging bull, rugged and resilient, boasted astonishing defenses. Despite the purple-eyed demon tiger's repeated assaults, it could not inflict any harm, only further inciting the wrath of the fourth-tier beast, which increasingly resisted the suppression of Su Qi's ancestral bloodline. This was dire. If things continued this way, the outcome would be grim. With the azure sword in hand, Su Qi anxiously watched from the sidelines as the two formidable beasts clashed, unable to approach the fray. Once the suppression of the demon ancestor's bloodline was lifted, the fourth-tier raging bull would indeed prove to be an insurmountable challenge for the third-tier purple-eyed demon tiger. The hierarchy of demon beasts and demon tamers is identical. The chasm between each tier is vast and nearly impossible to bridge. Typically, lower-tier demon beasts find it exceedingly difficult to engage in battles across tiers, which explains why this raging bull was incensed by the purple-eyed demon tiger's menacing display. Echoes of beastly roars reverberated throughout the demon beast mountains, had it not been for the two other fifth-tier beasts flanking the sides. Known for their docile and peaceful nature, both Su Qi and the purple-eyed demon tiger would have surely met their demise today. With a swift flash of the azure sword, Su Qi seized an opportunity, thrusting it toward the bull's underbelly, the only area lacking in layered defenses. Yet to his astonishment, the sword barely penetrated an inch into the bull's flesh, inflicting no substantial damage. The raging bull emitted a deep, resonant roar, swinging its crocodile-like tail menacingly towards Su Qi. The agile purple-eyed demon tiger darted around, leaping and bounding in a frenzied search for an opening to attack. The purple-eyed demon tiger had already put the raging bull on the defensive, leaving it unable to counterattack, and Su Qi's sporadic strikes only added to the bull's mounting frustration. Truly, the bull's hide was tough and its flesh resilient, leaping backward to evade the bull as assault. Su Qi concealed himself amidst the surrounding rocks, gazing at his numbed hands, lamenting his predicament. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded, and the purple-eyed demon tiger was sent hurtling towards Su Qi, crashing heavily to the ground. In its fervent search for an opportunity to strike, the tiger had let its guard down and was caught off guard by the bull, which delivered a punishing blow to its abdomen with its massive horns. Although the raging bull possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, its movements were sluggish. In the ensuing struggle, the purple-eyed demon tiger had gained the upper hand. However, this latest assault was driven by the bull's fury. Infused with all its wrath toward the tiger, that purple-eyed demon tiger, Su Qi exclaimed in alarm, rushing toward the injured beast. Blood gushed forth, swiftly staining the surrounding grass. With a fierce roar, the purple-eyed demon tiger struggled to rise, disregarding its bleeding abdomen, and leaped forward to shield Su Qi. The raging bull, intent on not allowing either the tiger or Su Chi to escape alive, charged once more. Despite the severe wounds inflicted by the tiger, the bull remained formidable, its skin tough and resilient, but now marred by numerous claw marks. Many of the wounds, though shallow, bled profusely, and the flesh around them was torn, making recovery increasingly difficult for such a high-defense beast. Even if the purple-eyed demon tiger and Su Chi were to perish under the bull's onslaught, the bull would require a fortnight or more to fully mend its injuries. Yet, within the perilous demon beast mountains, further threats lurked, and it would be unable to maintain its peak condition for future encounters. With a powerful roar, the purple-eyed demon tiger charged forward once more, unwilling to wait for the bull to attack. For Su Chi was right behind it. The bull's clumsiness worked to the tiger's advantage. Despite its grievous wound, the tiger darted and evaded, exploiting the bull's inability to focus on both front and rear to launch repeated assaults. After a series of entanglements, the bull's wounds deepened further. Continuing this way would lead to mutual destruction. While the purple-eyed demon tiger could not entirely vanquish the bull could survive, relying on its formidable defenses and tenacious vitality. Yet, such survival would merely be a prolongation of suffering, ultimately leading to its demise from blood loss. Su Chi's heart raced with urgency. He could not bear to witness the purple-eyed demon tiger and the raging bull inflict grievous harm upon each other. The eyes were the bull's weak point. He had to strike there. With a profound understanding of the traits and behaviors of various demon beasts, Su Chi was well aware of where to launch the most effective attack against the bull. However, the bull's eyes were perilous, housing a fearsome maw akin to a crocodile's and formidable horns. A hit from either would surely spell disaster. Chapter 13. Fourth-tier beast source pill gripping the azure sword. Its cold glimmer reflecting the light, Su Chi diligently sought the optimal angle of attack amidst the surrounding rocks and foliage, determined to land a decisive blow. Otherwise, prolonged combat would spell disaster for both the purple-eyed demon tiger and himself. Moreover, if this skirmish attracted even more powerful demon beasts, neither of them would escape unscathed. Target its tail, the purple-eyed demon tiger, Su Chi's destined beast, shared a profound connection with him. Though it could not speak, it instinctively understood Su Chi's intentions. The bull bore numerous injuries, with its tail being the most severely affected, as its lengthy body and sluggish movements had allowed the agile tiger to seize its rear and sink its teeth into its tail repeatedly. Now, the bull's crocodile-like tail was on the verge of being severed. However, as the battle progressed, the purple-eyed demon tiger's abdominal wound hindered its agility, leaving it vulnerable to counterattacks. Now, it relied solely on its experience from battles in the beast arena and the ferocious combat instinct awakened by Su Chi's demon ancestor bloodline to engage the bull. Time was of the essence. Victory seemed increasingly elusive. Su Chi resolved to take a gamble. Concealing himself behind a massive rock, the azure sword tightly gripped in his hand. Soon, the purple-eyed demon tiger would attack the bull's tail. And upon feeling the pain, the bull would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. That would be Su Chi's moment to strike, aiming for the beast's eyes. Any misstep could result in grievous injuries from the bull's retaliation. Merely surviving would be a victory. After all, this was a fourth-tier demon beast, while Su Chi was only a body refinement practitioner. Had it not been for the purple-eyed demon tiger, he would never have dared to confront such a creature. At that moment, the purple-eyed demon tiger clung tightly to the bull's injured tail, pulling and tearing with all its might, as the bull, sensing danger, momentarily hesitated to retaliate. This unexpected delay thwarted Su Chi's meticulously planned attack on its weak spot. Indeed, the bull's tail was in such a critical state that any attempt to counterattack would likely lead to its further injury. However, noticing that the bull remained immobilized due to the imminent threat of having its tail bitten off, Su Chi seized the opportunity. With a powerful push from his legs, he charged directly toward the bull, the azure sword raised high, aimed squarely at its eyes. This assault was fueled by all his might. Failure would mean certain death. The bloodline of the demon ancestor surged within him, channeling into his right hand. Although he was still at the 5th level of body refinement, this strike would be difficult to withstand even for a peak 9th level demon tamer. As Su Chi's sword lunged toward the bull's eye, the raging bull attempted to evade, but its tail remained ensnared by the tiger. In a critical moment, it twisted its head violently, causing Su Chi's sword to graze past its massive skull. Sparks flying. Simultaneously, the purple-eyed demon tiger successfully tore through the bull's tail. The agonized bellow of the bull echoed as Su Chi's strike missed its mark, yet he was undeterred, propelling himself forward once more. With a thrust, the hilt of the azure sword plunged into the bull's eye. A torrent of yellow liquid erupted forth, and Su Chi had no time to withdraw the sword as he dodged to the side. The bull, its tail completely severed and with Su Chi's sword embedded in its eye, writhed in agony. Meanwhile, the purple-eyed demon tiger seized the moment to attack the bull's wounds with renewed ferocity. The bull, overwhelmed and unable to mount a defense, succumbed to the relentless assault and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Truly, you have fought valiantly, great tiger, Su Chi sighed. Leaning against a tree stump, utterly exhausted, he tenderly caressed the wounds on the purple-eyed demon tiger, which was now nearly drenched in blood. Despite its grievous injuries, the tiger's eyes burned fervently as they fixated on the fallen fourth-tier raging bull. Understanding each other's intentions, Su Chi and the purple-eyed demon tiger shared a silent communication. "Go on, this is yours," Su Chi panted, gently patting the tiger. With a roar, the tiger surged forward. The exuberant purple-eyed tiger let out a long, resounding roar before pouncing upon the carcass of the wild bull. With a flurry of its sharp claws, a round and glistening beast essence orb materialized moments later. With another fierce roar, the purple-eyed demonic tiger, brimming with excitement, turned its head to glance at Su Chi. Su Chi rose to his feet and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement at the tiger. Then, without a moment's hesitation, the Zitong demon fox swallowed the fourth-tier beast essence orb and laid down motionless on the spot. Su Chi unsheathed his azure sword, wiping it clean while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Having endured countless battles in the beast arena, the purple-eyed tiger had completely honed its strength, demonstrating the principle of accumulating strength over time. Thus, Su Chi speculated that with the addition of the wild bull's essence orb, the purple-eyed tiger would likely see a significant increase in power. Suddenly, a sense of urgency washed over him. There were people nearby. While he was busy cleaning his sword, the purple-eyed tiger was in the process of refining and absorbing the fourth-tier wild bull's essence, to ensure safety. Su Chi extended the power of his demonic ancestor's bloodline outward, guaranteeing that he would be alerted at the first sign of any disturbance. Within his perceptive range, he detected a large group of individuals approaching, though the exact number remained uncertain. Currently, he was only at the 5th level of body refinement, and he could not afford to be careless in the face of any dangers that might arise in the beast-infested mountains. Casting a glance back at the purple-eyed tiger, he noted its unmoving form. However, he could distinctly sense a substantial shift in its aura. At this pace, it would not be long before it completely refined and absorbed the fourth-tier essence orb. Yet, the group of stealthy figures was drawing closer. With a thought, a flash of light flickered, and Su Chi summoned the purple-eyed tiger into his embrace, marking his arm with a tiger-shaped emblem. What is going on? Just moments ago, there were clearly sounds of battle here. As Su Chi swiftly maneuvered deeper into the beast-infested mountains, he stumbled upon a gathering of nearly 20 people. How infuriating. It's them again. Not straying far, he concealed himself behind an ancient towering tree, still able to observe the area where he had just fought. Among the nearly 20 individuals before him, half belonged to the Mu family, while the other half were from the Bai family. Chapter 14. The exquisite illusion realm. It was evident without a doubt that this faction was once again pursuing him in the beast-infested mountains. After all, Mu Hong must have alerted them after his escape. The Mu family had likely allied with the Bai family to send in reinforcements to hunt him down. Although the distance was considerable, Su Chi could still sense that among this group, the highest cultivation level reached the pulsing vein stage. Exactly which layer of this stage was uncertain, but he estimated it to be no more than the first or second layer, certainly not higher. Su Chi was somewhat acquainted with the strengths of the Mu and Bai families in Qingfeng City. They were not particularly formidable clans, their power being limited. It seems they are truly going all out this time. Wishing for me to become lost in these beast-infested mountains. With a cold smirk, Su Chi noted that among the group, there were 5 experts at the pulsing vein stage, while the majority were at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement. In terms of both numbers and overall strength, this group was significantly more powerful than the one led by Mu Hong in the past. "Here I am. Come if you dare." Su Qi stood up and shouted, then sprinted deeper into the beast-infested mountains that he had intended to venture further in search of his father, Su Changfeng. And if these individuals had the audacity to pursue him, so be it. How infuriating. That brat is over there. Let us chase him. This time, the leader from the Mu family was indeed Mu Hong, whose eyes burned with a fierce hatred upon spotting Su Qi. "Let us go. Pursue him." The leader from a Bai family was a young man named Bai Xiao, 4 or 5 years Mu Hong's junior, yet equally formidable. Although a sense of satisfaction stirred within him, given that they were now deeper within the beast-infested mountains where 4th and 5th-tier beasts roamed. Posing a significant danger to the group, they had no choice. They had received orders from their respective families to eliminate Su Qi within the beast-infested mountains. Having finally caught sight of Su Qi, they pressed on with grim determination. Meanwhile, Su Qi's thoughts were solely focused on finding his father, Su Changfeng, amid the dangers of the beast-infested mountain. As for the group trailing behind him, if an opportunity arose to eliminate them, he would seize it. Even if Su Qi refrained from taking action, their conspicuous presence in the beast-infested mountains would likely lead to their demise. Having consumed the 4th-tier essence orb, the purple-eyed tiger would experience a meteoric rise in strength once it fully digested and absorbed it, rendering the pursuers no match for it. What is happening? Suddenly, Su Qi felt a faint tremor ripple through his surroundings, though it lasted only a fleeting moment. Had he not possessed keen perception, he might have missed it altogether. Despite sensing that something was amiss, he could not pinpoint the issue, compelling him to continue onward. According to the intel provided by his second uncle, Su Wenyin, Su Changfeng's location should lie within this vicinity, unlikely to extend further inward. This area was already deemed hazardous within the beast-infested mountains, and Su Qi dared not release the purple-eyed tiger openly to search for his father. Yet the anxiety and longing for his father gnawed at him, urging him to quicken his pace. Time passed swiftly, and Su Qi had been wandering in this area for over a day. Although he heard the distant roars of beasts, he had yet to encounter any actual beasts. Based on his understanding of beast behavior, he could typically deduce their habits from the sounds they made, but each attempt had proven erroneous. Something is amiss. There must be something strange here. Su Qi recognized the emergence of an inexplicable crisis. Although he sensed the danger, he felt powerless, as the enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. After checking on the purple-eyed tiger's condition, he found it was still in the process of refining and absorbing the essence. However, Su Qi harbored doubts. Based on his knowledge of the purple-eyed tiger and the 4th-tier essence orb, this process should not take so long. Now, Su Qi realized that all his judgments regarding the beasts had gone awry, leaving him devoid of any reliable basis. The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became. For the sake of caution, he resolved to tread carefully. As dusk descended, the nights within the beast-infested mountains were terrifying beyond measure. Unless one possessed sufficient strength, it was best to avoid facing the darkness here. Yet, at this moment, Su Qi found it seemingly impossible to retreat. When had the beast-infested mountains grown so vast by his own pace? He had traversed for over 2 hours, and he should have reached the spot where the purple-eyed tiger had battled the 4th-tier wild bull. Yet he saw nothing but ancient trees and towering boulders. The air filled with the echoes of beastly roars, yet no actual beasts appeared, as Su Qi had even pursued the sounds multiple times. But to no avail. Bai Xiao, do you not find it strange here? Meanwhile, Mu Hong and Bai Xiao, leading their respective family members, had also delved deeper into the beast-infested mountains. They too noticed something peculiar, sensing that something was off, though they couldn't articulate it at the same time. Perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient tree within the beast-infested mountains, a delicate girl stood quietly, her petite frame supported by the robust limb, clad in flowing azure garments that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, dark hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a jade hairpin. With a fair complexion and clear, captivating eyes, she wore a slight frown as she observed the situation unfolding below. Why have these individuals intruded here? The lady is named Li Qingyao, a princess of the Tianfeng Empire. Due to her playful nature, she disguised herself and managed to evade a large entourage of attendants and maids, stealthily slipping out of the palace. She intended to explore the nearby mountains, but unexpectedly found herself pursued by vengeful enemies. In her panic, she fled into the treacherous Beast Mountain range, with foes on her heels and possessing several crucial protective treasures. Li Qingyao ventured deep into the heart of the mountains alone. The Beast Mountain range forms a colossal barrier dividing the Tianfeng Empire into northern and southern halves. Qingfeng City lies to the south of this formidable range, while the imperial capital rests to the north. Thus, Li Qingyao, relying on her life-saving treasures, traversed through the mountains and was nearing Qingfeng City. Hearing the sounds of fierce battles and roars ahead, she feared danger and swiftly unfurled her Linglong illusion. Her intention was to trap the fighting beasts within this illusion, allowing her to slip away unnoticed. However, to her astonishment, instead of high-ranking beasts, nearly 20 individuals unexpectedly intruded into her domain. Chapter 15. The illusionary struggle. The Linglong illusion is a precious artifact of Li Qingyao, which appears as a handkerchief adorned with embroidered landscapes and floral motifs. Yet in times of crisis, casting this handkerchief can activate the intricate formation etched within, creating a vast and mesmerizing illusion. This remarkable treasure was crafted specifically for her by renowned array masters and artifact artisans in the imperial capital. However, embedding such formations within a treasure is an exceedingly arduous task, rendering the Linglong illusion merely a deceptive spectacle devoid of lethal capabilities. Were it capable of attacking enemies within the formation, it would no longer be the Linglong illusion, but rather a Linglong killing array. Humph, forcing me to activate the Linglong illusion once more. Truly no good deed goes unpunished, Li Qingyao lamented internally. This illusion was meant to save her life in critical moments. Originally intended to ensnare powerful beasts, it was squandered on this unruly group of individuals. Nevertheless, upon reflection, considering that nighttime is the prime hunting ground for beasts, with the Linglong illusion already in place, she could safely spend the night within its confines. A scuffle has erupted. This is indeed intriguing. Within the Linglong illusion, Li Qingyao could conceal her form and aura. And as long as those within the illusion did not exceed her by 2 major realms, they would remain oblivious to her presence. Li Qingyao excelled in the art of beast refinement, yet was rather negligent in her own cultivation. Were it not for her extraordinary talent, she would have long ascended to the peak of the condensation realm, rather than being stalled at the first level. With her playful nature, Li Qingyao peered into the Linglong illusion, observing Su Qi as he targeted the stragglers at the rear of the group. This will not do. If this drags on, disaster awaits. Su Qi had previously attempted several assaults, initially ambushing the weakest beast refiners from the Mu and Bai clans, achieving success twice. However, these 2 strikes had drained much of his spiritual energy, leaving him nearly depleted. The successful ambushes heightened the vigilance of the Mu and Bai clans in a moment of carelessness. Su Qi's presence was detected by a refining alchemist of the 8th level, with his spiritual energy nearly exhausted. He fled, but was still a moment too late, suffering a blow from Bai's top 8th level cultivator, causing his blood to surge. Glancing back at the pursuing Bai Xiao and Mu Hong, along with a throng of their kin, Su Qi sensed the state of the purple-eyed demon tiger, which remained in the midst of refining and slumbering. Anxiety gnawed at him. He glanced up at the moonlight. It was deep into the night, and much time had passed. Why was the purple-eyed demon tiger still refining the 4th level B source pill? This place is peculiar. He firmly believed that the purple-eyed demon tiger should take no more than an hour and a half to absorb the 4th level source pill. Yet now, the moon hung high, and it was indeed late night, suggesting that nearly 6 hours had elapsed since the afternoon battle. Time simply did not align. Finally, relief washed over him. Su Qi shared a profound connection with the purple-eyed demon tiger, which now emanated powerful fluctuations, having fully refined the 4th level source pill and awakened that moment. Bai Xiao, Mu Hong, and several adept cultivators of the condensation realm were hot on his heels. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qi summoned the mightier purple-eyed demon tiger. Roar. The tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains, causing the earth to tremble, as its massive form stood defiantly against the pursuing Bai Xiao, Mu Hong, and their family members. Is it merely a late-stage, third-tier beast? Su Qi murmured, observing the purple-eyed demon tiger's level. Indeed, it had gained a bit more of its ancestral bloodline, revealing great potential. In that instant, Su Qi realized that the reason the purple-eyed demon tiger had only advanced a small realm after absorbing the fourth-level source pill was due to the awakening of more ancestral blood. The current purple-eyed demon tiger was no ordinary beast. With each minor advancement, it required far more spiritual energy than its peers. This was akin to the trials faced by refining alchemists, where those of exceptional talent often needed significantly more spiritual energy to elevate their cultivation compared to others of the same realm. Thus, while progress may be slow, their foundation is solid, rendering them nearly unbeatable within their tier dada. So that's why you dared to delve deep into the Beast Mountain range. You were relying on it. Upon witnessing the emergence of the purple-eyed demon tiger, Bai Xiao exclaimed, seemingly enlightened. Although the purple-eyed demon tiger was a third-tier beast, the sheer number of the Mu and Bai clans was overwhelming. While the majority of their forces were first-tier beasts, a few, like Bai Xiao and Mu Hong, were second-tier. However, the adage holds true: many ants can kill an elephant. Against numerous foes, the purple-eyed demon tiger could not claim an outright victory. Thus, the two sides stood evenly matched, and Bai Xiao was not intimidated by the third-tier beast. Atop a mountain peak within the Linglong illusion, Li Qingyao observed the skirmish with great interest at a fifth-level beast refiner. Facing a late-stage, third-tier beast, this was rather impressive. Yu Qi's audacity to confront nearly 20 members of the Mu and Bai clans alone had already captured her attention, and the appearance of the purple-eyed demon tiger further piqued her curiosity. As a beast refiner of exceptional talent herself, Li Qingyao was well-versed in the nuances of beast refinement. Generally, a beast refiner could only tame and refine beasts of equal rank that a body refinement realm beast refiner could tame first-tier beasts, while those in the condensation realm could handle second-tier beasts. Likewise, those in the transformation realm could tame third-tier beasts, and so forth. However, for those with extraordinary talent, it was often possible to refine and tame beasts beyond their stage. Given Su Qi's current cultivation level, he should only be able to possess a first-tier beast, yet the purple-eyed demon tiger clearly stood as a third-tier beast, and a late-stage one at that. Thus, in Li Qingyao's eyes, Su Qi was a rare talent in beast refinement. As for Li Qingyao herself, she was even more remarkable. Her innate beast was a rare creature capable of continual growth and evolution. Purple-eyed demon tiger, let me witness your current prowess. Chapter 16. The eight-clawed mantis with a command from Su Qi, the purple-eyed demon tiger, surged into the fray, displaying its formidable power, its roars resonating outward. Everyone, remain calm and charge together. He is but one person and cannot withstand us all. With a commanding shout, Bai Xiao summoned his fateful beast, a formidable eight-clawed mantis, a mid-stage, second-tier demon beast. Each of its razor-sharp claws served as a natural weapon, granting it astonishing speed that left its adversaries struggling to respond. This moment, Mu Hong's crimson pattern python was also summoned, swirling around the purple-eyed demon tiger, its massive form continuously flicking its tongue, yet lingering at the edges. Too fearful to engage directly, Yu Hong vividly recalled that during his last encounter with Su Qi, the purple-eyed demon tiger was merely a mid-stage, third-tier beast. It had ascended a whole tier in such a short span. A terrifying rate of advancement. With Bai Xiao and Mu Hong making the first move, the other two strong practitioners of the condensation realm revealed their own fateful beasts, bolstering the family disciples and solidifying their resolve to prepare for battle against Su Qi. However, the chasm between each tier of demon beasts was immense, akin to a vast gulf that mere numbers could not bridge. The late-stage, third-tier purple-eyed demon tiger was akin to a sovereign in its domain. In a swift leap, it pinned the leading eight-clawed mantis to the ground, then opened its cavernous maw to deliver a vicious bite. Eight-clawed mantis. A heart-wrenching roar escaped Bai Xiao as he watched helplessly as the purple-eyed demon tiger severed the mantis's neck, blood gushing forth at that moment. The crimson pattern python seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the purple-eyed demon tiger. Although the tiger had sensed it, it opted to endure the python's initial assault to ensure the complete demise of the eight-clawed mantis. Boom! The python's massive body collided with the purple-eyed demon tiger, allowing the mantis to counterattack. Yet, having absorbed the blow from the crimson-patterned python, the purple-eyed demon tiger was not one to allow the eight-clawed mantis to escape. Its claws tightly gripped the mantis, tossing it aside while relentlessly tearing at its neck. Hiss! Ultimately, leveraging its rolling momentum, the purple-eyed demon tiger bit through the eight-clawed mantis's neck, rendering the second-tier beast utterly lifeless in an instant. Simultaneously, the crimson-patterned python had ensnared the purple-eyed demon tiger, aiming to suffocate it with sheer strength, as the python's most adept technique involved constricting its prey to the point of asphyxiation. Meanwhile, the fateful beasts of Mu and Bai families, though displaying fierce postures, dared not advance. The overwhelming pressure of the third-tier demon beast instilled a deep-seated fear in them, and Su Chi's ancestral bloodline exerted an even greater suppressive force on first-tier demon beasts. Whoosh! A flash of green light sliced through the air, and the head of a seventh-layer body-refining disciple from the Mu family went soaring. Moments ago, these individuals had been fixated on the struggle between the purple-eyed demon tiger, the eight-clawed mantis, and the crimson-patterned python, neglecting Su Chi. Although Su Chi was merely at the fifth layer of body refinement, the lowest-ranked alchemist present, his strength was not to be underestimated, as Su Chi initially intended to ambush Bai Xiao. Having just lost a second-tier fateful beast, the opportunity to eliminate Bai Xiao would significantly deter the pursuers from both families. However, Bai Xiao was a formidable expert in the condensation realm, but Su Chi feared that if his strike failed, he might find himself ensnared by the collective onslaught of these individuals, as he possessed no advantage in rank against them, unlike the purple-eyed demon tiger, which at least surpassed this group of demon beasts by one tier. The purple-eyed demon tiger made its move. After successfully slaying a seventh-layer body-refining practitioner from the Bai family, Su Chi dared not linger in battle. He bellowed at the purple-eyed demon tiger and fled. Disappearing into the thicket, the purple-eyed demon tiger, exuding an imposing presence, intimidated all first-tier demon beasts nearby, especially after having just slain the eight-clawed mantis. Yet now, the purple-eyed demon tiger faced an onslaught from three second-tier demon beasts, Muhong's crimson-patterned python, and the fateful beasts of two other condensation realm experts from the Mu and Bai families. Although it enjoyed a rank advantage, the outcome remained uncertain. Obeying Su Chi's command, the purple-eyed demon tiger evaded the three second-tier beasts and transformed into a streak of light, merging into Su Chi's arm. Infuriating, truly infuriating. How can that brat's demon beast be so powerful? In the perilous depths of the demon beast mountains, shrouded in darkness, the moonlight struggled to penetrate the towering ancient trees, leaving the mountains dimly illuminated by peculiar flora. After losing track of Su Chi, Bai Xiao seethed with frustration. Mu Hong, why didn't you join me in the initial assault? If we had attacked together, even a third-tier demon beast could have been felled. You coward! Enraged and humiliated, Bai Xiao's complexion paled, his body weak and feeble as he reproached Mu Hong. The death of the eight-clawed mantis gravely wounded Bai Xiao, the owner, draining his vitality. Though he retained his condensation realm cultivation, his actual combat effectiveness might now be inferior to that of a ninth-layer body-refining practitioner. The loss of a fateful beast inflicted devastating harm on its master, akin to losing half a life. It would take no less than 3 to 5 months, supplemented by various rare treasures, to fully recover. Bai Xiao, mind your words. It was your own impatience that led to this defeat, yet you lay the blame on me. The Mu and Bai families were nearly equal in strength, and in their respective families, both held significant positions, so Mu Hong would not cower before Bai Xiao. Moreover, with Bai Xiao bereft of his faithful beast, his power had diminished significantly, posing little threat to Mu Hong. Haha, let them bicker. You carry on your internal strife. I shall excuse myself from this debacle. Su Chi had not ventured far, finding refuge behind a massive rock in the night, easily evading the pursuit of the Mu and Bai families. Though he was now at a considerable distance, he could still hear their heated exchanges, as Su Chi had come to realize that this locale was fraught with peculiarities. Distinctly different from the authentic demon beast mountains, a looming threat persisted, and he had no intention of squandering his energy on the Mu and Bai families. If he had previously harbored doubts about the authenticity of this demon beast mountain, he could now ascertain that the realm he and the Mu and Bai families inhabited was indeed a facade. The earlier tumultuous battle involving the purple-eyed demon tiger had generated a cacophony of roars from surrounding demon beasts. Yet none had materialized, solidifying Su Chi's conviction that something was amiss. This lad shows promise. He has begun to question the reality of this world. How amusing! Li Qingyao, concealed within the intricate illusion, chuckled as she observed Su Chi scurrying through the realm. Chapter 17. Who are you? With a casual wave of her hand, Li Qingyao set into motion monumental transformations within the landscape of the illusory realm. The mountains shifted course, and the trees moved laterally out of course. She did not directly alter the surroundings of Su Chi and the Mu family. Now, this promises to be entertaining. Li Qingyao's playful nature was on full display. Su Chi scoured the demon beast mountains, yet abruptly halted, vigilance overtaking him as he scrutinized his surroundings. This direction feels wrong. I seem to be retracing my steps. Though the scenery was unfamiliar, a nagging intuition warned him of impending danger. Despite his confusion, he remained alert, firmly gripping his green light sword. He can sense that something is amiss. It appears he possesses some degree of strength. However, it is too late. Qingyao chuckled quietly as she observed Su Chi's cautious demeanor. You called me timid, yet I ventured into the depths of the demon beast mountains alone, pursuing that brat. Suddenly, Su Chi halted, hearing a commotion ahead. Mu Hong's voice. How curious. Why have I turned back again? A chill ran down Su Chi's spine, as if someone were manipulating events behind the scenes, an occurrence far too coincidental to be mere chance. Mu Hong, do not presume that your numbers grant you the right to bully the Bai family within the demon beast mountains. We can perish together if need be. Although Bai Xiao had lost his faithful beast and suffered grievously, the Bai family still had a condensation realm expert to back them. The Mu and Bai families were embroiled in a dogfight, and Su Chi found amusement in their internal conflict. However, a more significant danger loomed. He needed to escape first. Yet, after meandering for a while longer, Su Chi encountered Mu and Bai families once again. This time head-on. Point 2, unexpected encounters could not simply be attributed to coincidence. You brat, let us see where you can run. Bai Xiao, red-faced from his argument with Mu Hong, shouted as he spotted Su Chi. Anger surged within Su Chi, but he turned and fled. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. He. Su Chi's frantic escape provided endless amusement for Li Qingyao, concealed within the illusory realm. Pursue him! We must eliminate him! At this moment, Bai Xiao was exceedingly weak, forced to remain at the rear, urging the others onward. Observing Bai Xiao's blustering demeanor, Su Chi felt a surge of anger, propelling him to hasten his pace and devise a plan. The terrain of the demon beast mountain range was exceptionally intricate, and with little effort, Su Chi managed to elude the group. However, in their frantic pursuit of him, the expert from the Mu and Bai families moved with great speed. While Bai Xiao, weakened to the core, lagged behind, left in the dust, Su Chi circled back to the previous location, only to find Bai Xiao slowly advancing alone, following the direction taken by the Bai family's masters. After targeting me time and again, today marks your demise. Had Bai Xiao's soul beast still been alive, Su Chi would never have dared to launch a surprise attack. Yet, times have changed. Not only had his soul beast been slain, but he himself had also lost half his life, making him vulnerable. An opportune moment to strike in Su Chi's hand, the low-grade Xian tier Qingguang sword glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Though merely at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, Su Chi possessed an abundance of extraordinary attributes compared to the average person, that he seemed to embody immense strength, concealed within the darkness, skillfully hidden. Su Chi was the assassin of the night, fixated on his prey ahead. Poised for a lethal strike at the perfect moment. Swish! A flash of cold light pierced through Bai Xiao's back, emerging from his chest, staring in shock at the sword that had suddenly protruded from his own bleeding chest. Bai Xiao's eyes filled with disbelief, Yet the ebbing of his life force made it clear that this was indeed reality, irrevocable and unchangeable. Thud. Bai Xiao fell to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. And until his last breath, he remained unaware of the identity of the one who had dealt him the fatal blow. Su Qi withdrew the sword and vanished once more into the cloak of night. This young man possesses remarkable qualities, courage and intellect, but who, amidst their rivalry, truly embodies the villain? Whom should I assist? Hidden within the exquisite illusion, Li Qingyao found herself in a quandary, still unable to discern whether Su Qi was a hero or a foe. As Li Qingyao wrestled with her doubts, Su Qi began to contemplate how to unearth the hidden individual orchestrating events from the shadows. This shadowy figure had repeatedly meddled, deliberately drawing him towards the Mu and Bai families. Had he not been swift, he could have faced grave danger. Regardless of who was manipulating events from the dark, if he could unmask them and prove victorious, he would not show them mercy. Su Qi grew increasingly certain that he was no longer within the Demon Beast Mountain range. If his instincts were correct, he had entered an illusion, with the surrounding scenery merely a fade. He also entertained the possibility that a rare, highly intelligent beast within the mountain range was adept at creating such illusions. Given the remoteness of Qingfeng City, Su Qi hesitated to imagine the presence of an illusionist nearby. As for spiritual treasures capable of conjuring illusions, their existence seemed even more improbable. While such treasures may not hold much offensive or defensive power, their crafting was notoriously challenging. This was precisely why Su Qi, despite his low cultivation level, found it easy to perceive the illusion if he could merely regain a fraction of his former prowess, effortlessly dispelling it without expending so much effort. The sky appeared to harbor some mystery. Su Qi looked up, realizing that the Demon Beast Mountain range was densely shrouded in ancient trees, ample enough to obscure the entire starry sky, a fact he was well aware of. Yet, though the sky above was sparse of stars, a few scattered points of starlight still twinkled. Oh, there it is. Having confirmed this was indeed an illusion, Su Qi drew upon his extensive battle experience from his previous life, finding it relatively simple to dismantle such rudimentary illusions and quickly identify potential solutions. The sky was enveloped in darkness, yet the faint glow of the Big Dipper remained visible to Su Qi's keen eyes. Naturally, he understood that this so-called Big Dipper was also a mere figment, an illusion within the greater illusion. However, several stars at the handle of the Dipper shone brightly, and without hesitation, he followed their direction, proceeding through the illusion. Chapter 18. Nirvana Flame Phoenix in his past life. Su Qi was the strongest among demon refiners. Though not particularly skilled in formations or artifact crafting, this was only in relation to his achievements in demon refinement. As for the low-level formations currently before him, Su Qi found it a trivial task to see through them. The true key to dismantling Li Qingyao's exquisite illusion lay in locating her true form and launching a direct attack. Furthermore, since Li Qingyao had to focus entirely on controlling the illusion, she could hardly engage in combat. Thus, whether it was Su Qi or another body refiner, even one of the same realm, they could easily launch an assault on Li Qingyao. As a second-level condensation realm cultivator, Li Qingyao would have to forsake her control over the illusion to defend against attackers, resulting in its inevitable collapse. Has he discovered something? He is heading straight for me. Li Qingyao felt no trepidation, only curiosity and intrigue. Not only did she remain oblivious to whether Su Qi had truly seen through the illusion, but even if he had, what of it? A fifth-level body refiner could hardly contend with her. With a flick of her consciousness, the landscape within the illusion shifted, trees repositioned, and Li Qingyao manipulated every element to thwart Su Qi's advance towards her. Humph. I knew there was something amiss, this time. Su Qi witnessed the massive boulders ahead shift position before him, forcibly redirecting him. You want me to turn back? I refuse to comply. Now, Su Qi was firmly convinced that the surrounding scenery was being manipulated by someone hidden in the shadows or a highly intelligent beast. And he was certain his judgment regarding the focal point of the illusion was accurate. Otherwise, the hidden individual would not be so anxious, brazenly compelling him to change direction. The more they pressed, The more determined Su Qi became to follow the original path. Purple-eyed demon tiger, arise! With a powerful roar, the late-stage, third-level purple-eyed demon tiger materialized, and Su Qi leaped into the air, securing his position upon the tiger's back. Roar! With a thunderous roar that resonated through the mountains, Su Qi charged forward, undeterred by the towering boulders ahead, which seemed as mere obstacles before the might of the purple-eyed demon tiger present. Su Qi was only at the 5th level of body refinement, making it evident that in this environment he could not match the speed of the purple-eyed demon tiger. This young lad truly seems to have uncovered my intentions. Li Qingyao was acutely aware of every movement within the exquisite illusion. Seeing Su Qi stubbornly insist on pursuing this direction indicated he had indeed seen, through her ruse, you, a mere 5th-level body refiner, dare to provoke me, relying solely on your late-stage, 3rd-level soul beast. How Navi? Li Qingyao felt a flicker of anger. With a thought, she altered the landscape, reshaping the surroundings of the Mu and by families, trapping them within the outermost region of the exquisite illusion, preventing their escape for the time being. In doing so, Li Qingyao could devote her full attention to the imminent confrontation with Su Qi. With a clear sense of direction, the purple-eyed demon tiger raced forward, closing in on Li Qingyao's position in less than a quarter of an hour. Come forth, who goes there? Lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Su Qi halted, confronted by a massive light barrier. Though it was a thin layer and the light was faint, it was still visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Su Qi was certain he had discovered the key to breaking the formation. Though he remained uncertain whether the one manipulating the illusion was human or beast. You've managed to uncover this. A light, ethereal voice echoed from above the barrier, and Li Qingyao's figure slowly materialized, draped in flowing azure garments, descending before Su Qi. Who are you? We have no grievances in the past, nor enmity in the present. Why would you ensnare me? Despite the alluring beauty and graceful stature of the woman before him, Su Qi could not suppress a flicker of anger. Had it not been for the presence of the purple-eyed demon tiger, today could have been perilous for him. And you dare speak. I am merely a safeguard against demon-beast incursions. Yet you barged in, leading a group of people, and now you come to accuse me of wrongdoing. Humph, you are no virtuous character. At merely 20 years of age, 2 years younger than Su Qi, Li Qingyao had grown up within the palace, accustomed to the adoration and respect of others, still retaining the demeanor of a young lady. Regardless, release me at once. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I cannot afford any delays. Su Qi, in his previous life, was the foremost alchemist of demon beasts, having encountered a myriad of individuals. Upon hearing Li Qingyao speak, he could discern that she did not possess the demeanor of a malevolent person. Moreover, Su Qi found himself lacking the leisure to engage in disputes, as his father, Su Changfeng, had gone missing, leaving his fate uncertain. You think you can come and go as you please in my presence? If I don't show you a thing or two, you might truly believe that this young lady is easy to bully. Little Phoenix, come forth, Li Qingyao exclaimed, and a diminutive demon beast materialized behind her. Hovering in the air, resembling a chicken, yet exhibiting the nascent features of the legendary phoenix. This young woman's destined companion was extraordinary, not only possessing remarkable innate talent, but also boldly claiming the name of a phoenix, indicating her formidable background. Drawing upon his past experiences, Su Qi immediately recognized that Li Qingyao's fated beast was exceptional. Indeed, Li Qingyao's companion was known as the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, a demon beast that had been captured with immense effort by the elite of the Tianfeng Empire, capable of evolving and upgrading alongside its master. Such rare creatures typically boasted far superior strength compared to others of the same tier, often allowing them to engage in battles across different ranks. Thus, although Li Qingyao was merely at the 2nd level of the condensation realm, her Nirvana Flame Phoenix had only reached the late 2nd tier. However, based on past combat experiences, Li Qingyao was confident that her late 2nd tier Nirvana Flame Phoenix could contend with a late 3rd tier purple-eyed demon tiger. Furthermore, even if she were to falter in battle, Li Qingyao had an array of spiritual treasures for self-preservation, which gave her the audacity to confront Su Qi. Humph, You think you can manipulate the array and challenge me? Then come at me. Su Qi was acutely aware that the power of one who controlled an array would be significantly diminished in combat. Thus, he faced Li Qingyao of the Condensation Realm without trepidation. The purple-eyed demon fox let out a furious roar, preparing to launch an attack on Li Qingyao's Nirvana Flame Phoenix. Blazing fire! Li Qingyao shouted, and her petite figure, akin to that of a pet, propelled the Nirvana Flame Phoenix forward, unleashing torrents of raging flames towards the purple-eyed demon tiger. Faced with the searing inferno, the purple-eyed demon tiger had no choice but to leap back hastily, barely evading the flames in a rather undignified manner. Although it sensed the extraordinary prowess of the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, it was infuriated to be targeted by a creature of a lower tier. Roar! The furious roar of the tiger echoed through the forest, sending shockwaves that momentarily repelled the flames. Typically, a demon beast could learn and practice the martial skills of its master. However, those of overly complex techniques were beyond their comprehension due to their inferior wisdom and capacity for understanding compared to humans. The blazing fire technique was one of Li Qingyao's martial skills, capable of transforming her internal spiritual energy into a raging inferno that wreaked widespread destruction. What troubled Su Qi was that he had yet to master a usable martial skill, leaving him to rely solely on his instincts and innate talent in battle against the purple-eyed demon tiger and other demon beasts. And Su Qi was not much better off, employing only rudimentary martial arts based on his understanding of combat. It is high time I sought out suitable martial skills for my cultivation. Otherwise, it will be a challenge to defeat Su Long at the Alchemical Beast Conference. Su Qi felt the gravity of the situation weighing down on him. At that moment, the purple-eyed demon tiger, incited by the presence of the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, began to unleash a flurry of attacks, charging left and right. Although the Nirvana Flame Phoenix managed to evade danger each time, it found itself in dire straits, having been struck once by the tiger's claws. "Humph! How dare you harm my little phoenix? Just wait," Li Qingyao exclaimed, flicking her sleeve, causing her azure robe to seemingly elongate infinitely as it lunged towards Su Qi. Bang! Su Qi's thoughts were interrupted as he swiftly turned to evade the oncoming attack, meeting her azure light sword head-on. Yet Li Qingyao remained unfazed, tightly wrapping her sleeve around the azure sword, then pulling it with a force that not only failed to sever her sleeve, but also threatened to disarm Su Qi. It must be at least an earth-ranked spiritual artifact, Su Qi lamented, recognizing that despite the azure sword being a low-grade mystical artifact, it was ineffective against her, as he saw the azure sword being yanked away. Su Qi, with immense strength, could have reclaimed it. However, a sudden idea struck him that he leaped forward, hurling the sword away. Li Qingyao gasped as the azure sword, propelled by her own pull, shot towards her at remarkable speed. How can you do this?" The azure sword brushed perilously close to Li Qingyao's flowing hair, a narrow escape. "Humph! In battle, there's no room for idle chatter," though the azure sword was wrenched from his grasp. Su Qi remained calm, knowing that Li Qingyao was still ensnared within the Linglong illusion, her combat prowess significantly diminished. Despite being only at the 5th level of body refinement, he was undaunted. Indeed, Li Qingyao's intention was for her Nirvana Flame Phoenix to dispatch both the purple-eyed demon tiger and Su Qi simultaneously to teach them a lesson. However, she had not anticipated that while the Nirvana Flame Phoenix was exceedingly rare, the purple-eyed demon tiger could not only withstand its assault, but also retaliate. Moreover, Su Qi's combat abilities were far from ordinary for someone at the 5th level of body refinement. From the moment he hurled the azure sword, Li Qingyao sensed that his strength surpassed that of many alchemists within her realm. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" As Su Qi charged toward her, Li Qingyao hurriedly called for a halt. Su Qi frowned but complied. "What trickery are you up to now?" he questioned, suspicion evident in his tone. "Look, this is all a misunderstanding. It's easy to make enemies but hard to resolve them. I shall let you go now. You have urgent matters, and so do I. Therefore, let us part ways here," Li Qingyao stated, her demeanor unflinching. After speaking, she summoned a finely embroidered handkerchief, which seemed to create a bubble around Su Qi that dissipated, rendering his senses clear. "Brother, we can leave now. Indeed, it appears we were ensnared in an illusion. We are finally freed, As Li Qingyao retracted the Linglong illusion, the members of the Mu and Bai clans were also liberated from their prior confinement. What about Elder Bai? Yes, where has Bai Xiao gone? Trapped in a secluded hollow within the illusion, the group had been unable to reunite with Bai Xiao and were now filled with concern. Thus, they began to search for Bai Xiao's whereabouts in the real Beast Mountain range, unaware that Bai Xiao had perished beneath Su Qi's azure sword. Meanwhile, even with the Linglong illusion dispelled, Su Qi remained relentless. I have urgent business. I am here in the Beast Mountain range searching for my father. What brings you here? The Beast Mountain range was notoriously perilous, especially in its depths, not to mention Qingfeng City. Even neighboring towns dared not venture in. Yet this woman stood alone in such treacherous territory, evidently not a local of Qingfeng City. What brings me here? My affairs are of great consequence that I can only tell you that I am on my way to a place called Qingfeng City to deliver a message. By the way, do you know the way to Qingfeng City? Indeed, Li Qingyao's mission was of utmost importance. She was being pursued by enemies and had fled into the Beast Mountain range, where the terrain was exceedingly complex. Allowing her pursuers to lose track of her, as she traversed the Beast Mountain range from the direction of the capital, she encountered a middle-aged man trapped in a dilapidated killing array, struggling for survival. Initially, Li Qingyao was reluctant to intervene, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, the man's desperate cries stirred her compassion. Approaching the edge of the killing array, she exhausted every means to break the trap, but ultimately failed. In a moment of desperation, the middle-aged man tore his clothing, bit his finger, and penned a blood letter outlining arrangements for his family, insisting that Li Qingyao deliver it to the Su family in Qingfeng City, specifically to Su Wen Yuan. Indeed, the middle-aged man trapped within the killing array was none other than Su Qi's father, Su Changfeng. Upon hearing this unfamiliar woman mention Qingfeng City, Su Qi's interest was piqued. May I inquire, miss, to whom is your message being delivered in Qingfeng City? I sincerely apologize for any offense earlier. I am from Qingfeng City and can guide you to Su Qi fixed his scorching gaze intently upon Li Qingyao, hoping to glean some information regarding his father, Su Changfeng. Chapter 20. Elimination of Pursuers. Why has the situation shifted so abruptly? There must be something amiss. Speak. Do you know the individual trapped within the formation? Despite her pampered upbringing, Li Qingyao, as a princess of the Tianfeng Empire, had received extensive education from numerous tutors and could comprehend the complexities of the matter at hand. Miss, I must confess, that individual is indeed my father. I am acutely aware of my own inadequacies and strength, yet I am deeply concerned for my father's safety. Thus, I ventured into the perilous depths of the monster Beast Mountains, hoping you might offer guidance. Upon finishing his statement, Su Qi lifted his long robe and knelt on one knee, demonstrating utmost sincerity. He held a firm belief in Li Qingyao's words, as it would be implausible for her to fabricate such a tale. Moreover, Li Qingyao had previously demonstrated her willingness to go to great lengths to dismantle the killing formation to rescue his father, Su Changfeng, despite her lack of capability, and had even journeyed far to deliver a blood letter to Qingfeng City. Hence, Su Qi earnestly implored Li Qingyao to reveal his father's whereabouts, even resorting to kneeling in supplication. Please rise. There is no need for such formality. Can we not discuss this matter calmly? Observing Su Qi's genuine demeanor, Li Qingyao was convinced that the middle-aged man she encountered deep within the monster Beast Mountains, named Su Changfeng, must unquestionably be Su Qi's father. Furthermore, she was moved by Su Qi's courageous spirit and reflected that had her father been by her side, she would not have found herself in the dire predicament of being pursued by enemies and fleeing into the monster Beast Mountains in panic. This realization deepened her sympathy for Su Qi's plight. You say that man is your father. Do you know his name? Li Qingyao saw confirmation that my father's name is Su Changfeng, the head of the Su family in Qingfeng City. I am Su Qi, the eldest son of the Su family, Su Qi declared resolutely. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss? He continued. You may call me Xiao Qingyao, she replied, having nearly revealed her true name. Although Qingfeng City was remote and sparsely populated, she preferred to exercise caution and conceal her identity from Su Qi. Miss Qingyao, could you kindly inform me where my father is ensnared? I do recall that location, but it is surrounded by a sand town, which I could not break through, and you would find it even more challenging. However, rest assured, your father is currently safe. The dilapidated killing formation poses little threat, and he has discovered a blind spot in the formation's attack. He is merely trapped, but there is no danger. Noticing Su Qi's evident concern, Li Qingyao hastily reassured him. Please, Miss Qingyao, describe the characteristics of that killing formation in detail so that I may contemplate how to dismantle it. Although he understood that, given his current abilities, it would be quite difficult to dismantle the formation, Su Qi still wished to try and would not relinquish any glimmer of hope. After all, Li Qingyao had mentioned that it was merely a dilapidated killing formation, undoubtedly rife with vulnerabilities. Very well, I shall take you there at once. But before we depart, we must address the group pursuing us. She stated that it was obvious to Su Qi that, besides himself and Li Qingyao, only the two factions of the Mu family and the Bai family, who were hunting him, remained in the monster beast mountains. That I will not rest until I find that brat. I shall tear him limb from limb. The voices of the Mu and Bai families echoed through the quiet of the night in the monster beast mountains, their tone low yet resonant. Miss Qingyao, do you believe me when I say they are villains pursuing my life? Despite knowing that the members of the Mu and Bai families were not far from them, Su Qi asked calmly, "Of course I believe you. And please, do not refer to me as Miss Qingyao. Simply call me Xiao Qingyao," she replied, having been touched by Su Chongfeng's spirit during their encounter in the depths of the monster beast mountains, which led to her feeling an innate affinity for Su Qi. Su Qi nodded with a smile, then turned serious as he summoned the purple-eyed demon tiger. Today, they must eliminate the members of the Mu and Bai families. Leaving them alive would only spell endless trouble. Among the group, Su Qi's greatest concern lay with the 4 individuals in the condensation realm. Yet with Bai Xiao now deceased, only 3 remained. Xiao Qingyao herself was also in the condensation realm, and her innate demon beast was quite formidable. Combined with the purple-eyed demon tiger, Su Qi felt confident in confronting the Mu and Bai families. Even if they were outmatched, escape would be manageable. He even harbored the belief that Li Qingyao possessed treasures capable of altering the course of the battle, given that she was a wielder of the Linglong illusion realm, indicating her extraordinary lineage. It seems we have gained an unexpected ally in this desolate wilderness, a lone man and woman. Who would have thought the esteemed eldest son of the Su family would engage in such clandestine affairs? With a fiery tone, Mu Hong's brash words trailed off as Li Qingyao commanded the Nirvana Flame Phoenix to unleash a blazing inferno that illuminated the surrounding sky. Not bad for some skill. Hong Wenmeng, attack. With Mu Hong's command, the other 2 condensation realm experts released their innate demon beasts, launching an assault alongside him. The other disciples of the 2 families did not summon their innate beasts. Having faced the formidable purple-eyed demon tiger, a powerful 3rd-tier beast, they lacked the desire to fight against it. A fierce battle erupted in the night within the monster beast mountains, with the purple-eyed demon tiger joining forces with a Nirvana Flame Phoenix to engage Mu Hong and the 2 2nd-tier demon beasts in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, the Mu and Bai families, relying on their numbers, charged towards Su Qi and Li Qingyao, intent on swiftly eliminating the 2 of them. Do not act recklessly. Just watch me, Li Qingyao commanded as she waved her long sleeves, conjuring a magnificent water barrier that stood firm against the oncoming tide of attackers. The members of the Mu and Bai families could not breach this barrier, relentlessly striking with their weapons and occasionally unleashing low-tier martial techniques. All to no avail against the water barrier. You possess quite an array of spiritual treasures. Although Su Qi had been a demon refining master in his previous life, he had dabbled in artifact crafting and recognized the water barrier as an extraordinary treasure. What is this? These are merely my playthings. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Li Qingyao quickly shifted the topic. Chapter 21. Cloud Dispelling Palm. Observing the resolute Li Qingyao, Su Qi approached the barrier with a mix of skepticism and determination. The Mu and Bai family's members were relentlessly attacking the water barrier, yet it remained impervious to their onslaught. What are you standing there for? Make your move. Just be cautious not to get too close. Use ranged techniques to wear them down, she urged. However, Su Qi hesitated at a distance from the water barrier, unsure of how to proceed. Miss, I do not possess any ranged techniques. Ultimately, he turned, shrugging his shoulders in defeat. "What? Are you jesting?" Li Qingyao's mouth fell agape in disbelief. A princess, she had never lacked for exquisite martial techniques. It was merely a matter of her interest in practicing them. Everyone put in more effort. It appears that the little girl possesses quite a few valuable treasures. After Bai Zhao's demise, the martial artists of the Mu and Bai families rallied around Mu Hong, whose words ignited their fighting spirit. In this desolate wilderness, with the little girl merely in the condensation realm, while they had 3 experts of the same realm and more, subduing her should pose no challenge, provided they could break through the water barrier. How pitiful. "Here, take this." Unfazed by the onslaught, Li Qingyao effortlessly retrieved a small booklet from her storage bag and tossed it to Su Qi to cloud-dispelling palm. Su Qi caught it and examined it closely, realizing it was a high-grade remote martial technique. "Use this as a makeshift solution. Although it may be difficult for you to master, it is the lowest grade technique I possess," Li Qingyao said with a hint of apology. "Do not worry, Xiao Qingyao. This high-grade technique will not pose a challenge for me," Su Qi replied with an awkward smile, realizing that he had been underestimated by Xiao Qingyao. Indeed, undertaking the cultivation of high-grade martial techniques at the 5th level of body refinement is a formidable challenge. However, Su Qi is an exception. Casually flipping through this small booklet, he attentively scrutinizes every intricate detail and critical point of analysis, for it is tailored for the cultivation of the princess of the Tianfeng Empire, enriched with the wisdom of many esteemed predecessors. After a brief moment, Su Qi closes the booklet and tosses it back to Li Qingyao. "Zaikanjaya, I am grateful for your assistance in martial arts. Now, allow me to take charge." Present. Su Qi has scarcely practiced the so-called cloud-dispelling hand, yet he has thoroughly internalized all its complexities in his mind. As for practical application, he intends to unleash it in real combat. Turning back, he gazes at the Mu family and by family members still assaulting the water barrier, a ghostly smile gracing his lips. Channeling the spiritual energy within him, he follows the various pathways described in the cloud-dispelling hand, ultimately directing it to his palm and pushing forcefully forward. Boom! A visible wave of spiritual energy surged forth at great speed, piercing through Li Qingyao's water barrier and striking Mu Hong directly. The force of the cloud-dispelling hand, unleashed by Su Qi, who is at the 5th level of body refinement, is immensely powerful, catching Mu Hong completely off guard, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. Following this successful strike, Su Qi does not relent, but instead relentlessly launches further assaults. With Li Qingyao's water barrier in place, he need not worry about counterattack from Mu Hong and others, allowing him to attack with ease. This exemplifies the marvel of spiritual treasures. While both spiritual treasures and spiritual instruments are painstakingly crafted by skilled artificers, they exhibit significant differences. Spiritual energy typically refers to weapons used for offense or defense, enhanced by artificers through various formidable means to amplify their power. In contrast, spiritual treasures are rarer, necessitating the infusion of precious materials and fortuitous circumstances, alongside exceptionally advanced forging techniques. Spiritual treasures possess greater might, but tend to serve a more singular purpose. For example, Li Qingyao's handkerchief can only conjure illusions, while the current water barrier resembles a plump orb. Thus, spiritual treasures are exceptionally precious, as the effort and materials expended greatly outweigh the benefits received. In the Tianfeng Empire, it is rare for anyone without a distinguished lineage or formidable power to possess a spiritual treasure. Yet now, Li Qingyao not only possesses the high-tier spiritual treasure, Linglong Illusion, but her water barrier also appears extraordinary, leading Su Qi to conclude that she is no ordinary individual. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, Su Qi continues to execute the cloud-dispelling hand through the water barrier, growing increasingly adept and swift. It is important to note that this is a high-grade martial technique among the absolute elite in Qingfeng City. Coupled with Su Qi's bloodline of the demon ancestor and his previous life as the foremost beast refining master, his mastery of these techniques is unparalleled. Consequently, with the majority of his spiritual energy consumed, Mu Hong and the numerous disciples of the Bai family are unable to withstand Su Qi's cloud-dispelling hand. After half of the family disciples are injured, They begin to retreat. Su Chi, let us launch an assault and eradicate this band of thieves. Although surprised by Su Chi's proficiency with the cloud dispelling hand, the battle leaves no room for Li Qingyao to ponder further. As the water barrier dissipates, she and Su Chi pursue their foes. This is intolerable. Do not panic. We outnumber them, as more than a dozen individuals are pursued and struck by Su Chi and Li Qingyao. Mu Hong's composure begins to falter. Suddenly, Mu Hong spews forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling and his aura weakening, as if half his life has been drained away. Two more anguished cries follow. As the remaining two experts of the condensation realm collapse, their energies depleted. Red striped python. Mu Hong bellows, his eyes bloodshot with fury, yet helpless. Earlier, while Su Chi employed the cloud dispelling hand through the water barrier to launch an attack, the purple-pupiled demon tiger and the Nirvana flame phoenix had united to confront three second-tier demon beasts from the Mu and Bai families. The battle among the demon beasts was fierce and brutal, having escalated to another location, and it is now evident that the Nirvana flame phoenix and purple-pupiled demon tiger have vanquished their opponents. Well done, little phoenix. Sure enough, the Nirvana flame phoenix swiftly returns to Li Qingyao's side. Just as Su Chi worries about the purple-pupiled demon tiger, a sudden roar echoes from the path of Mu Hong's fleeing group, followed by the appearance of the purple-pupiled demon tiger, blocking their escape. After being pursued for so long, I must commend you. Today, we shall settle the score. Su Chi scoffs coldly, the cloud dispelling hand striking without mercy. As for Mu Hong and his companions, they are in dire straits, having lost their cherished demon beasts and now weakened, making them no match for Su Chi and Li Qingyao. Chapter 22, Blood Condensation Array. What follows is a one-sided massacre. Initially, the three experts of the condensation realm, including Mu Hong, were the main force attacking Su Chi and Li Qingyao. Yet now, they're even inferior to practitioners at the pinnacle of body refinement. How could the remaining body refinement cultivators withstand the onslaught of the purple-pupiled demon tiger and the Nirvana flame phoenix? Thus, within the quiet night, the echoing cries of despair resonate through the demon beast mountains, as nearly 20 members of the Mu and Bai families meet their end without a single survivor. Zayak and Jaya, lead me to that array. Although, with Li Qingyao's cooperation, they have eliminated the pursuing foes, Su Chi feels no exhilaration. His sole purpose for venturing into the Demon Beast Mountains is to uncover the whereabouts of his father, Su Changfeng, and his urgency has only intensified. All right, I will guide you to IT is not far from here. We will reach it shortly. Sensing Su Chi's anxiety, Li Qingyao promptly complies, turning back towards the Demon Beast Mountains. Having long lost her pursuers, however, Li Qingyao worries that if she retraces her steps to the palace, she may encounter ambushes from those seeking revenge. Su Chi and Li Qingyao move swiftly, reaching the location where Li Qingyao last saw Su Changfeng in under an hour. Wait, the air is thick with blood energy. It is perilous. Suddenly, Su Chi, who is leading the way, halts, watching his surroundings with vigilance. That's so. I cannot sense anything. Li Qingyao responds, equally perplexed, as everything around them appears no different from other areas within the Demon Beast Mountains. No, trust me. It is undoubtedly here, and the blood energy is exceptionally dense. Su Chi's expression grows grave, his mind racing, but he believes that Li Qingyao would not deceive him, yet he distinctly perceives the overwhelming blood energy. Even finding it somewhat acrid, in an instant, Su Chi recalls that perhaps due to his demon ancestor bloodline, he is particularly sensitive to blood energy. Typical blood energy would not resonate with the bloodline of a demon ancestor, indicating the presence of something extraordinary nearby. Noticing Su Chi's earnest demeanor, which does not suggest deception, Li Qingyao cautiously follows behind him. With Su Chi by her side, she feels an inexplicable sense of security, even forgetting that Su Chi is but at the 5th level of body refinement, while she is a master of the condensation realm. Beyond that mountain lies the place where your father is imprisoned. Li Qingyao whispers, nestled behind Su Chi. Indeed, it truly is there. The direction of that mountain had already captured Su Chi's attention, even before Li Qingyao pointed it out, as the full manifestation of his demon ancestor bloodline awakens. Su Qi senses that the source of the surrounding bloodthirsty aura emanates from the mountain directly ahead. The stench of blood becomes increasingly potent, yet Li Qingyao remains oblivious to Su Qi. However, is acutely aware and even begins to acclimate to and appreciate the thickening blood scent. If I am not mistaken, the array that confines my father must possess the ability to absorb blood energy. After a thorough deduction, Su Qi arrived at this conclusion. The truth of the matter aligns closely with Su Qi's speculations. The formation that ensnared Su Changfeng is known as the Blood-Killing Formation, a remarkable amalgamation of the peculiar terrain of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, crafted long ago. This formation was devised by a master of formations who, amidst the encirclement of numerous formidable beasts, ingeniously utilized the unique topography to establish the Blood-Killing Formation. Centuries have elapsed since then. Although its former might has waned, the formation has persistently operated on a diminished scale. A testament to the creator's profound understanding of the art of formation, to sustain the immense energy consumption required by the blood-killing formation. The master cleverly harnessed the blood essence of the beasts as the source to activate it. Whenever a beast perished within the formation, its lifeblood would invigorate the formation anew. It was through this ingenious mechanism that the formation master managed to escape unscathed, leaving a trail of devastation among the beasts of the mountain range, rendering it a forbidden zone. Any beast possessing a modicum of intelligence would circumvent this place, daunted by the overwhelming power it once wielded, as long as there was an infinite supply of blood essence. The formation's might could be boundless. However, as time passed, with high-tier beasts no longer daring to approach and lower-tier beasts deterred by the lingering scent of blood, the formation has not received adequate sustenance, leading to its current diminished power, on the verge of dissipating. Otherwise, given Su Changfeng's cultivation level, it would have been impossible for him to endure within the blood-killing formation until now. This explains why, after diverting the Qi Lian serpent, Su Changfeng found himself unable to advance, lingering hesitantly at the threshold. You have any spiritual treasures hidden on you? Su Qi inquired solemnly, halting his steps towards Li Qingyao. He was convinced that a presence saturated with the stench of blood lay ahead, though its exact nature eluded him. This pungent scent was remarkably intense. Had Su Qi not possessed the bloodline of a demon ancestor, his current cultivation would scarcely have allowed him to venture this far. Yet Li Qingyao, despite her evident tension, appeared utterly unfazed, completely oblivious to the sanguine atmosphere, which caused Su Qi great concern. What? I have no idea, she replied, before recalling something and tugging at a corner of her garment. Is this what you mean? That is, golden silk armor. Su Qi discerned clearly. The exquisite armor adorning Li Qingyao not only provided substantial protection against blade and sword wounds, but also shielded her mental fortitude effectively. This golden silk armor likely belonged to the earth rank of spiritual treasures, despite having yet to regain his former prowess as the foremost demon refiner in his past life. Su Qi's discerning eye remained intact. It's nothing. Let us proceed. Observing Li Qingyao, who was enveloped in an array of protective treasures, both offensive and defensive, left Su Qi feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In stark contrast, he possessed merely a low-grade, profound tier Qingguang sword, which he had seized, along with the Danyun hand that Li Qingyao had recently gifted him. The once illustrious first demon refiner now found himself in such a lamentable state. Chapter 23. Breaking the formation. At this point, Su Qi found himself more accepting of Li Qingyao's various reactions. Father, how are you? As Su Qi and Li Qingyao rounded a bend, they beheld Su Changfeng curled up in a cranny amidst the rocks. His complexion pale, hair disheveled, and radiating weakness. Surrounding him were tendrils of blood-red lightning, tightly encircling half the mountain peak, with Su Changfeng trapped within. These blood-red bolts were remnants of the now severely weakened blood-killing formation. Despite centuries of wear and tear, the formation still retained formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, Su Changfeng would have long since succumbed to the beasts of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, reduced to mere bones. Yet the residual force of the blood-killing formation remained formidable, complicating Su Qi and Li Qingyao's efforts to rescue Su Changfeng. Child, what brings you here? As if sensing movement nearby, Su Changfeng forced his eyes open, initially expecting an assault from powerful beasts, only to find Suchi before him. "Father, how are you? Are you all right? Don't worry. I will rescue you." Witnessing his typically imposing father in such a disheveled and frail state tugged at Suchi's heartstrings. "Do not, my child. The depths of the monster beast mountain range are perilous, a veritable land of death. Listen to me. Leave, quickly." Anxiously, Su Changfeng took a few steps forward, only to halt just before triggering the blood-red lightning. Fully aware of the lethal danger they posed, a lesson he had learned over the past days. "Rest assured, Father, I will surely bring you out," as he felt the overwhelming aura of blood surrounding him and gazed at the blood-red lightning. Suchi experienced an inexplicable sense of affinity at that moment. His demon ancestor bloodline surged within him. Disregarding his conscious will, Suchi felt as if he had entered a paradise, where everything was within his control. A sensation of unprecedented ease. "Suchi, what is happening to you?" Li Qingyao exclaimed, stepping back in alarm as she observed Suchi engulfed in blood-red flames. Yet, in his fervor, Suchi was oblivious to her voice, his entire being akin to a figure ablaze with crimson fire. His consciousness began to blur, overwhelmed by the heat coursing through his veins, as if he were on the verge of combustion. Child, how could this be? Young lady, can you save him?" Trapped within the blood-killing formation, Su Changfeng watched Suchi's unsettling transformation with growing trepidation. The only hope for Suchi's salvation now rested with Li Qingyao, as Yu Changfeng recognized Li Qingyao's extraordinary background and clung to the belief that she might possess a means to rescue Suchi, thus pleading for her assistance. I truly have no way." Li Qingyao retreated a few steps further, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the blood-red flames emanating from Suchi, which threatened to incinerate the very air around them. The golden silk armor she wore could fend off the intense blood essence emitted by the blood-killing formation, yet it faltered against the overwhelming power of Suchi's blood-red flames. Both Su Changfeng and Li Qingyao were in a state of urgency, but none felt the anxiety more acutely than Suchi himself. Initially, the blood-red flames had invigorated him, amplifying his strength, but suddenly his consciousness had plunged into confusion, leaving him disoriented as a flicker of lucidity returned. A wave of dread washed over him, and cold sweat broke out across his back. "This cannot continue. I must not allow the demon ancestor bloodline to spiral out of control." Suchi recognized the peril of the situation. The demon ancestor bloodline was immensely potent, and the blood-killing formation had undoubtedly awakened this dormant power within him. Upon witnessing the blood-red lightning, his bloodline surged with excitement. If he could absorb all this power, it would significantly enhance his strength. Of that, Suchi was utterly convinced. However, as a mere fifth-tier body refiner, he could not withstand such an influx of power. If this continued, he would surely perish. With this thought, Suchi forced himself to regain control, desperately attempting to quell the raging demon ancestor bloodline. Yet his efforts proved futile. In the face of such overwhelming power, his fifth-tier body refinement was akin to that of a helpless child. His strength trivial and negligible. Swish, Li Qingyao, observing the increasingly unsettling and perilous demeanor of Suchi, felt a growing sense of urgency. Although he possessed an array of spiritual treasures and artifacts, he had never witnessed Suchi in such a dire state. Leaving him at a loss for how to assist, concerned that his actions might inadvertently cause Suchi further distress, he hesitated. However, upon witnessing Suchi's previously impassive countenance contort into a mask of agony, he thrust the jade bracelet upon his wrist forward. Instantly, the bracelet expanded to an immense size, enveloping Suchi from above. A small layer of ice materialized, encasing Suchi at its center. With Li Qingyao's aid, Suchi's consciousness sharpened, yet he remained unable to fully quell the tumultuous surge of the bloodline of the Ancestor of Demons. A resounding thud echoed as the jade bracelet shattered, and the ice barrier surrounding Suchi disintegrated in an instant. Indeed, nothing in this world could impede the raging bloodline of the Ancestor of Demons. "Stop this at once." Suchi roared internally, now fully aware of the perilous situation he faced. Suddenly, A piercing scream escaped him as multiple veins within his body ruptured. At that moment, he collapsed to the ground, the inferno of the ancestor's blood forced to abate, for with his veins severed, the flow of blood was severely obstructed. This drastic measure had been a desperate gamble taken by Su Qi himself. Under those circumstances, it was the only viable solution to halt the relentless burning of the ancestor's bloodline. The excruciating pain and grave injuries plunged Su Qi into a precarious state, without external intervention. He risked meeting a tragic end in the wilderness. My child, Su Changfeng, already weakened, watched helplessly as Su Qi endured such immense suffering. Countless times he attempted to break free from the blood-red lightning array, only to be met with devastating blows. This is beyond my control. This bracelet was my most formidable protective artifact. And yet, how could he, at merely the 5th level of body refinement, shatter it? Li Qingyao, flustered, gazed at the bloodied Su Qi sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. Could it be that fate truly seeks to obliterate the Su family? Trapped within the blood coagulation array, Su Changfeng could not advance a single step. Witnessing Su Qi's collapse with a heart heavy with sorrow, crying out to the heavens in despair that I refuse to accept this, I will not yield. In utter desolation, Su Changfeng, disheveled and haggard, was a far cry from his former self as the head of the family, now frantically assaulting the array of blood-red lightning. Uncle, please calm down. Li Qingyao, the sole person remaining composed amid the chaos, implored the increasingly injured Su Changfeng. However, having been pampered her entire life, she was at a loss for what to do. In her anxiety, Li Qingyao rifled through her storage pouch, desperately seeking various spiritual treasures, producing a heap of them, yet none were of any use in this dire moment. Amidst the turmoil, Su Qi's mind remained remarkably clear. Though he was rendered immobile and mute due to the ruptured veins, such injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ag. This juncture, an inexplicable force began to subtly operate within him, the bloodline of the Ancestor of Demons. Although this bloodline was immensely powerful, harboring countless treasures, it ultimately constituted merely a form of bloodline energy. Otherwise, it would not have recklessly absorbed the energy from the blood coagulation array without first gauging Su Qi's current physical resilience. However, every potent bloodline possesses the innate ability to mend the host's wounds in critical moments, and the bloodline of the Ancestor of Demons was no exception. Present. A portion of this blood began to flow from Su Qi, in response to the rupture of his veins, towards the blood coagulation array, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. This blood of the ancestor flowed like a delicate thread, connecting the two entities. The ensuing spectacle left Li Qingyao utterly astounded. She had never encountered such a miraculous phenomenon. The thin red thread linking Su Qi and the blood coagulation array trembled incessantly, and the visible power of the array gradually diminished, its brilliance fading. The strength of the blood coagulation array waned. While Su Qi's injuries rapidly healed, the severed veins gradually knitting together until they were restored to their original state. Though Su Qi retained a lucid consciousness, he remained motionless, wary of disrupting this favorable turn of events. While his injuries had fully mended, the red thread connecting him to the blood coagulation array continued to quiver, energy continuously streaming towards him. 6th level of body refinement, 7th level, 8th level. Although Su Qi remained still, he could distinctly sense his cultivation level ascending at an extraordinary pace. Fortunately, the ascent halted at the 8th level. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to worry that the blood of the ancestor would disregard his capacity and forcefully elevate his realm, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. The red thread linking Su Qi to the blood coagulation array continued to tremble, yet the energy transmitted did not directly propel Su Qi's realm higher. Instead, it nourished the entirety of his veins like gentle streams, enriching them. This blood of the ancestor is truly remarkable. With a clear mind and newfound mobility, Su Qi chose to remain still, willingly accepting the influx of energy, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Having once been the foremost refiner of demons in his past life, Su Qi possessed considerable insights into the elevation of cultivation, but he understood that advancement could not be rushed. lest one bequeath numerous hidden perils. Yet now, he could keenly perceive that the blood of the ancestor was meticulously refining his essence, solidifying his foundation. Thus, he could fortify his 8th level of body refinement within a brief span, free from concerns of a shaky foundation. It begins anew. As Su Chi pondered, he suddenly felt waves of potent spiritual energy surging within him, accompanied by a torrent of blood energy akin to crashing waves, one after another. 9th level of body refinement. Upon reaching this level, Su Chi realized that the first of the shackles within his body was on the verge of being shattered. With a crack, the sound of a minuscule shackle breaking echoed within him, audible only to Su Chi, as his cultivation level ascended to the 1st level of the condensation realm. The red thread connecting him to the blood coagulation array showed no signs of abating. However, this time, the energy did not flow into Su Chi's body. Instead, it began to coalesce before him into a small crimson sphere, pulsating with boundless power, growing larger by the moment, while the might of the blood coagulation array diminished to almost nothing, on the brink of vanishing. After all, a formation that had endured for centuries was now in tatters, and the energy it provided Su Chi was already considerable. My child, Su Changfeng, relentlessly assaulting the blood coagulation array, paid no heed to his own injuries, his existence sustained solely by sheer will. Now that the blood of the ancestor had reduced the array's potency to its minimum, he finally managed to break free. With a crash, Su Changfeng lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground, his arm inadvertently brushing against the thin red thread of the ancestor's blood. Qing Yao hurried to help him up, while Su Chi, sensing the cessation of energy flow from the bloodline, quickly rose to his feet. After breaking through to the condensation realm, Su Chi experienced a tremendous surge in strength, but there was no time to revel in it. As he rushed to Su Changfeng's side, Father, wake up! You're all right, you must be. Gazing at Su Changfeng, Su Chi felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Though he was no longer the same person as Su Changfeng's son, he found himself deeply moved. Quickly, give uncle this. This medicine will alleviate his injuries. Qing Yao produced a small white pill from her storage pouch, handing it to Su Chi. There was no time for Su Chi to deliberate. He swiftly placed the pill into Su Changfeng's mouth. Quickly, we must return to Qingfeng City. Currently, Su Changfeng's pulse and breathing are exceedingly weak. That it is imperative that we hasten our departure from the Demon Beast Mountains. The overwhelming stench of blood lingers in the air. When Su Changfeng initially endured this ordeal, he sustained severe injuries, and we can no longer afford to delay. Roar! The purple-eyed demon tiger has been summoned by Su Chi, lying before the 3 of them. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty aura here has nearly dissipated. Otherwise, even a late-stage, 3rd-tier purple-eyed demon tiger would struggle to withstand this moment. Dawn is breaking, and the purple-eyed demon tiger carries the 3 of them swiftly toward the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountains. Heading straight for Qingfeng City. To be cautious, we shall enter from that side. Before them lies Qingfeng City. Yet Su Chi, bearing Su Changfeng on his back and accompanied by Qing Yao, maneuvers through the side mountains. Although Qingfeng City appears as tranquil and serene as ever, the presence of Su Chi would instantly incite chaos, as Su Chi has nearly offended every prominent family within the city, except for the Su family and the city lord's residence, creating irreconcilable enmities. Passing through these mountains will lead directly to the back courtyard of the Su family, rendering it the safest option at present. Su Chi, why don't we enter through the city gate? Qing Yao, still unaware of the underlying circumstances, inquired as she observed Su Changfeng's critical condition. Qing Yao, it's a long story. Let us first head to the Su family. Additionally, I am grateful for that pill you provided. It has extended my father's life. Su Chi, in a state of urgency, hastens his pace. The purple-eyed demon tiger cannot be summoned any longer, as it draws too much attention in the brightening light of day. Maid, who had risen particularly early to prepare breakfast, happened upon Su Chi carrying Su Changfeng along with Qing Yao. Quiet. Su Chi swiftly gestured for silence. Even within the Su family, he did not feel secure, considering the openly hostile relationship with the family elder, Su Tianling. Should Su Lentian learn of Su Changfeng's dire state, unconscious and gravely injured. He might seize the opportunity to rally the internal factions and usurp the position of family head. Among those in the family whom he could trust and who possessed the strength to confront Su Lin, only his third uncle, Su Wenyuan, remained. Thus, while the majority of the Su family members are still asleep, Su Qi navigates the seldom-traveled paths, carrying Su Changfeng directly to his third uncle's quarters. I say, Su Qi, are you truly the eldest young master of the Su family? Observing Su Qi's cautious demeanor within his own family, Li Qingyao could not help but question, for as a princess of the Tianfeng Empire, she strode through the palace with unrestrained confidence, unlike Su Qi's current furtive caution. Shoo! Little Qingyao, please check ahead to see if anyone is present. Su Qi instructed, pointing toward a cluster of houses, the territory of the elder Su Lin. Although it appeared quiet, he was uncertain whether they had awakened. Oh, very well, as a princess. Li Qingyao felt no fear toward the relatively small Su family in Qingfeng City, as her numerous spiritual treasures ensured her safety. Father, do not worry. Our Su family will remain unscathed. As Li Qingyao ventured ahead to scout, Su Qi softly reassured Su Changfeng, who remained in a deep slumber. Who is this girl, and why has she come to my Su family? As anticipated, Su Qi's concerns materialized when a voice emerged from ahead. He recognized it immediately. Not Su Lin himself, but his grandson. Su Hu. The elder Su Lin has two grandsons, Su Long and Su Hu Long. Exceptionally gifted in demon refinement, currently trains within the divine sect and enjoys its favor. He was the one who, alongside others, incapacitated Su Qi in the last secret realm, seizing the Xianbird demon beast. Moreover, in just over 20 days, he would return for the demon refinement competition to challenge Su Qi directly. In contrast, the elder's second grandson, Su Hu, while lacking the talent and strength of Su Long, is still one of the many young rascals in Qingfeng City, who possesses a cultivation level of the 8th tier of body refinement, making him a formidable figure within the Su family, and his presence now poses a significant threat. Cloud Dispersion Palm. Su Qi swiftly emerged from the side, still carrying Su Changfeng, yet managing to execute this high-tier martial technique. The Cloud Dispersion Palm, bang! Su Hu, upon spotting Su Qi, had no time to react before being knocked unconscious by a powerful blow. Su Qi's strike was indeed severe, and no longer merely a 5th-tier body refiner. He had ascended to the 1st tier of the Path Condensation realm, positioning him among the foremost demon refiners in Qingfeng City. In this city, the heads of numerous families and their second-in-command primarily reside within the 2nd and 1st tiers of the Path Condensation realm. Quickly, let us flee. Li Qingyao, unaware of Su Qi's motive for attacking, found herself being pulled along as they raced towards Su Wenyuan's room. Third uncle, please open the door. I have returned. Su Qi knocked rapidly and softly at Su Wenyuan's door. Su Qi? Su Wenyuan, having just risen, donned a robe and hurried to open the door upon hearing Su Qi's voice. Brother, upon opening the door, he beheld Su Changfeng slumped on Su Qi's back. Come in. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Su Wenyuan quickly assisted in bringing Su Changfeng into his chamber. What transpired? Su Qi, you ventured deep into the demon beast mountains to rescue your father? Su Wenyuan inquired, checking Su Changfeng's pulse. There is no grave danger. He merely requires a prolonged period of rest to recuperate. And this young lady is... Third uncle, you may call her Qingyao. Had it not been for her, I would not have managed to rescue my father. Su Qi responded hastily, Oh, not at all. All credit goes to Su Qi. I merely accompanied him. Third uncle, on our way back, we encountered Su Hu. The elder may take action. We must prepare in advance. This was the source of Su Qi's anxiety. After speaking, he swiftly dashed back toward where he had encountered Su Hu. Although he had knocked Su Hu unconscious, he had not had the opportunity to hide him, and it was essential to address the situation. For Su Hu had witnessed everything that if he were to inform the elder, the Su family would face internal strife. However, the question remained, how long could they delay? Oh no! Upon arriving, Su Qi discovered that Su Hu had vanished without a trace, and he inwardly lamented. Chapter 26. Tensions rise. Third uncle, Su Hu is missing. Our position has likely been compromised. Su Qi hurried back to inform Su Wenyuan, as matters of the family required the guidance of these esteemed elders. Having reached the path condensation realm, Su Qi felt confident that few within the Su family could rival him. However, the family's prosperity within Qingfeng City relied heavily on the numerous shops and businesses scattered throughout the city. Thus, relying solely on martial force would not resolve the internal discord, but would instead severely damage the family's foundational interests, risking the Su family's decline at the hands of rival families. Do not panic. The family head has returned. I doubt Su Lintian can stir up much trouble, Su Wenyuan reassured. Humph, Su Qi, come out. As if on cue, Su Lintian stormed to Su Wenyuan's doorstep, flanked by a group of individuals. Humph, Su Lintian, what uproar is this so early in the morning? Su Wenyuan, having anticipated this confrontation, felt no need to be intimidated by Su Lintian. I have not come seeking trouble, but rather to demand justice for my Su Hu. Su Qi has injured my grandson without cause. This situation demands a reasonable explanation. Su Lintian's tone was aggressive, clearly unwilling to relent without a confrontation. Elder, there is no need to fret. I am right here. Su Qi interjected, fully aware that the situation had escalated swiftly. It was clear that resolution would not come easily today. Though combat would not fundamentally resolve the family's issues, it seemed the best course of action for the day. Very well, bold enough to take responsibility. You are indeed the eldest young master of the Su family. However, regardless of your status today, you must provide an explanation, or we shall see the consequences at this moment. Su Hu stood behind Su Lin Tian, supported by two servants, with traces of blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, a testament to the formidable power of Su Qi's Di Yingwai in hand. The esteemed elder, Su Lin Tian, had but one son, who tragically passed away at a young age, leaving behind two beloved grandsons whom Su Lin Tian cherished deeply. Humph, to strike out at a junior. How low can one stoop? Su Qi's uncle, Su Wenyuan, bellowed fiercely, stepping forward to confront the elder Su Lin Tian head-on. Currently within the Su family, aside from the head of the family, Su Changfeng, who had reached the second level of the condensation pulse realm, Su Wenyuan had recently ascended to the second level of the condensation Dao realm. Coupled with his innate beast, the Crimson Flame Lion, his strength was on par with Su Changfeng. Meanwhile, the elder Su Lin Tian remained at the first level of the condensation Dao realm, should Su Wenyuan truly engage in a fierce confrontation. Su Lin Tian would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Su Wenyuan was notoriously protective of his own, showing immense affection for Su Qi. Humph, do you still intend to shield him at this juncture? If this continues, it will spell disaster for our entire Su family. He has offended every family in the entire Qingfeng City. If we fail to provide those families with an explanation, all of Su family's businesses will be jeopardized, and ultimately, our entire clan could fall due to his actions. Moreover, my second son, Su, who has no grievances with him, having encountered him for the first time this morning without even a moment to exchange pleasantries before being injured by him. Surely he bears the brunt of the fault. Do you mean to absolve him of evenness? Su Lin Tian's impassioned questioning left Su Wenyuan at a loss for words. Indeed, in light of these circumstances, Su Qi was undeniably at fault and deserved his punishment. The commotion early in the morning quickly drew the attention of the entire Su family, rousing all from their slumber, who were oblivious to the truth and hastily began to cast blame upon Su Qi. However, I believe the eldest master would not act so recklessly. Let us retreat indoors to discuss this matter further. After uttering these words, Su Lin Tian casually strode towards Su Wenyuan's room, a seemingly natural movement that instantly set Su Qi, Su Wenyuan, and Li Qingyao on edge. Wait, you cannot enter. As Su Lin Tian approached, Su Qi reached out and forcefully pushed him back. Bang! Enraged, Su Lin Tian, as the elder of the Su family, had always been granted a measure of respect even in the presence of Su Changfeng. No one had ever dared to obstruct him publicly, especially when he merely intended to sit down for a discussion. Thus, Su Lin Tian discreetly gathered his energy, preparing to overturn Su Qi with a sweeping gesture. Although he was aware that Su Qi had significantly enhanced his strength since his departure from the Su family, even besting Su Yu in combat, Su Lin Tian believed that Su Qi relied solely on the ferocity of the purple-eyed demon tiger, considering him merely a practitioner of the body refinement realm. In truth, Su Qi now possessed the bloodline of a demon ancestor, allowing him to obscure his true strength, currently manifesting only as the third level of the body refinement realm. Meanwhile, Li Qingyao, as a princess of the Tianfeng Empire, was endowed with an abundance of spiritual treasures capable of concealing her true realm, should she choose to do so. Aware that the practitioners in Qingfeng City predominantly resided within the body refinement realm, she too had concealed her cultivation to the fourth level of the body refinement realm, just a notch above Su Q T present. All eyes were fixed upon Su Lin Tian, Su Wen Yuan, and Su Qi, with little attention paid to the suddenly appearing woman. Bang! As Su Lin Tian brushed aside Su Qi's right hand, Su Qi's left hand surged with ample spiritual energy, launching a powerful strike forward. This was the Diying Y in hand. Su Qi understood that Su Lin Tian's nonchalant desire to enter Su Wen Yuan's room was likely informed by news from Su who regarding Su Chongfeng's return, gravely injured, in such circumstances. It was imperative that the news of Su Chongfeng's critical condition remained concealed from the rest of the Su family and other clans in Qingfeng City. Otherwise, the elder Su Lin Tian would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to vie for the position of head of the family. Despite the apparent harmony among the various families in Qingfeng City, underlying currents of intrigue and rivalry had persisted for many years. Should the Su family face this crisis, they would surely take the opportunity to strike. Thus, the only viable strategy was to demonstrate overwhelming strength, thoroughly subduing Su Lin Tian and his allies. For these reasons, Su Qi unleashed the Diying Y in hand with all his might. Holding nothing back, thud, 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 the venerable elder Su Lin Tian was unexpectedly sent flying by a single palm strike from Su Qi, landing several steps away, collapsing into a group of Su family attendants. A mouthful of blood surged from his throat, yet he forcefully swallowed it back down. Chapter 27. The Might of a Single Strike. Now, Su Qi had become a formidable warrior of the Condensation Dao realm, and with the bloodline of a demon ancestor coursing through him, his every level of cultivation was exceptionally solid, nearly double that of an ordinary person. His internal spiritual energy surpassed that of his fellow practitioners of the same realm, rendering his combat prowess significantly stronger than that of his peers. Su Lin Tian, being older than Su Chongfeng, commanded great respect within the Su family. Su Qi, what do you intend to do? To strike against the elder? Are you seeking to rebel? The elder held considerable power within the Su family, which was the only aspect that instilled caution in Su Wen Yuan at this moment. The family steward stepped forward to chastise Su Qi. Eldest master, do you comprehend the magnitude of trouble you have brought upon our Su family? The clan has borne the brunt for you. Yet you now turn your fists against the elder, leaving us deeply disheartened. A steward known as Lin Bo emerged, unreservedly siding with Su Lin Tian. Since Su Chongfeng's disappearance in the Demon Beast Mountains, Lin Bo had become increasingly subservient to the elder, almost treating him as the next head of the Su family. Though you are the eldest master, you have brought such turmoil upon the family and shown no signs of remorse. Acting with such arrogance here, you are nothing less than a sinner of our Su family. After Su Lin Tian was struck back, the steward's accusations incited surrounding members of the Su family to point fingers at Su Qi. Su Lin Tian, your intentions may be known to you, but do not think to deceive me. Ignoring the scornful glances of others, Su Qi focused solely on subduing Su Lin Tian, thus averting any turmoil within the family. Indeed, even during Su Chongfeng's tenure, many family businesses have been entrusted to Su Lin Tian for management. Therefore, if Su Lin Tian was not subdued today, given time, he could potentially unite with the heads of various shops established in Qingfeng City and threaten the family. Su Qi firmly believed that the elder Su Lin Tian could indeed attempt to usurp the position of head of the family. Moreover, with the mask of animosity now torn, Su Qi could not allow anyone, especially the elder, to witness the current state of Su Chongfeng, for it would not only incite internal danger, but also invite other families of Qingfeng City to take action against the Su family. Everyone, Su Qi, alone shall bear the consequences of my actions. In the future, I will personally visit the other families to address the initial grievances, ensuring that the family remains unscathed in the process. Truthfully, Su Qi's earlier strike against Su Lin Tian was a last resort, but now he resolved to leverage his immense strength to instill fear within the entire Su family. This would buy time for Su Changfeng. And once he regained consciousness, the elder Su Lin Tian would struggle to pose any real threat. Puff! Ultimately, the elder Su Lin Tian could not contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Although Su Qi's realm was on par with Su Lin Tian's, his true combat strength vastly exceeded that of the elder. Elder, are you all right? Initially, onlookers believed that Su Lin Tian had merely been caught off guard, but soon became evident that the situation was far more serious. The elder, a master of the condensation Dao realm, had sustained internal injuries from a single strike by Su Qi. Just how powerful must Su Qi be? Instantly, the perspective of all members of the Su family shifted towards Su Qi, including Su Wenyuan. In the absence of the head, I, as the young master of the Su family, must step in to temporarily uphold the family's operation. Should anyone defy my authority, do not blame me for being heartless. After declaring this, Su Qi turned and strode towards Su Wenyuan's room, not once glancing back, leaving the assembled onlookers in stunned silence. He has returned. He has indeed returned. This moment, the esteemed elder Su Lin Tian, supported by Su Hu and the steward Lin Bo, murmured to himself, his complexion tinged with a hint of trepidation. Once, Su Qi was a prodigy of terrifying talent, renowned as the foremost genius of Qingfeng City, blessed with a heavenly spiritual root and an extraordinary cultivation speed. However, he was later brought low by the cunning machinations of Su Lin Tian's son, Su Long. Observing the current state of affairs, it appeared that Su Qi's condition had improved. The Su family, both great and small, retained a certain understanding of past events, leading each individual to form their own conjectures, while the speculations varied widely. One certainty remained. Su Qi could no longer be regarded as a mere waste. Failure to recognize this could lead to dire consequences for Su Lin Tian, who was at the congealing path realm. Su Wenyuan and Li Qingyao, however, were privy to the truth of the situation. The reason Su Qi refrained from taking action against the elder was twofold. First, it was not yet time to eliminate him. The presence of Su Changfeng was essential for the act to be deemed just, ensuring that the Su family would not fall into turmoil. Secondly, and perhaps more crucially, Su Changfeng was currently in a perilous state of unconsciousness, leaving Su Qi no time to engage in a confrontation with Su Lin Tian. Thus, upon returning to his chamber, Su Qi firmly locked the door, anxious that others might discover Su Changfeng's presence within. Brother, you've awakened." The faint voice of Su Changfeng echoed as soon as the door was shut. Su Wenyuan, elated, rushed to the bedside, grasping Su Changfeng's hand and whispering excitedly, "The Yuan pill, once consumed, could stabilize the injured condition at an accelerated pace, perhaps even improve it. However, in the following 12 hours, a considerable quantity of Lingyuan pills would be necessary to sustain the medicinal effects." Li Qingyao spoke softly, aware that Su Qi understood the implications of her words. The blood congealing killing array within the Beast Mountain range. Su Changfeng had been on the brink of death, and it was Li Qingyao who had handed Su Qi a pill in that critical moment, ultimately saving his life. Lingyuan pills? We have plenty in the Su family, but all are in Steward Lin Bo's possession. How many do we require? If it is a substantial number, it will surely raise suspicions. Su Wenyuan, though somewhat oblivious to the details, understood that for Su Changfeng to survive, Lingyuan pills were imperative. At least 100 are needed to nourish his body from the outside in, rather than merely replenishing his vitality directly. Li Qingyao responded, revealing her awareness of the Su family circumstances. Lingyuan pills were the most common type of vitality replenishing pill, typically carried by individuals from smaller towns. Therefore, even as a princess, Li Qingyao found herself without any on her person at this moment. Chapter 28. The Seizure of Lingyuan Pills. I have some here. Use these for now. With that, Su Wenyuan produced 12 Lingyuan pills and handed them to Li Qingyao. "Qingyao, take these 12 for now. I will seek more." With his words, Su Qi departed. Su Qi, Su Qi, be cautious, Su Wen Yuan urged anxiously, but Su Qi had already exited. Having grown up in the Su family, Su Qi knew precisely where the Ling Yuan pills were stored. He turned left upon exiting, heading directly toward the southwestern corner of the Su family estate, where a pavilion housed the family's vital possessions. He would also pass by the steward Lin Bo's usual quarters. Hoping to find the key there, if Lin Bo were astute, he would willingly hand over the key, allowing Su Qi to retrieve the Ling Yuan pills to save Su Changfeng's life. Should the steward resist or speak harshly, Su Qi believed that the presence of Lin Bo in the Su family was inconsequential. What brings you here? Lin Bo exclaimed in surprise at Su Qi's sudden appearance. Instinctively taking a few steps back, regarding Su Qi as one might a harbinger of misfortune. Since Su Qi's fall from grace, the entirety of the Su family had dismissed him, including steward Lin Bo. However, this morning, after witnessing Su Qi's powerful counter against the elder Su Lin Tian, Lin Bo had begun to reconsider his stance, filled with apprehension. Lin Bo, I require some Ling Yuan pills for my cultivation. I hope you can lend me the key to the pavilion. Su Qi spoke calmly to Lin Bo. Young master, it's not that I refuse, but the key is unfortunately not with me. Lin Bo stammered, a man in his 50s whose hair had turned gray but was meticulously groomed, projecting an image of efficiency. Yet, in the face of Su Qi, he exhibited a noticeable timidity. You are the chief steward of the Su family. If the key is not with you, then who possesses it? Su Qi furrowed his brow, questioning Lin Bo sternly. Please, young master, do not be angry. The key to the pavilion was taken by the elder some time ago. Lin Bo's repeated references to Su Qi as young master were a stark contrast to his previous indifference, a clear sign of the shift in dynamics. The key belongs to the Su family, and the pavilion is ours. Everything within it is our property. You must retrieve it from me, as it was taken. Upon learning that the elder had seized the key, Su Qi's anger flared, and he relentlessly pressed Lin Bo for answers that way. Yes, young master, I wouldn't dare. In that moment, Lin Bo's voice trembled. Since Su Qi's downfall, he had never witnessed such assertiveness from him. Su Qi stepped forward, his presence imposing. Please, young master, I'll go at once. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Bo understood that his cultivation was no match for the elder Su Lin Tian. If Su Qi unleashed his strength, it could spell disaster for him. Make haste, Su Qi commanded, urging Lin Bo to move swiftly. Time was of the essence, as Su Changfeng awaited the Ling Yuan pills for survival. Thus, steward Lin Bo hurried ahead, moving cautiously, while Su Qi followed closely behind, embodying the master-servant dynamic that had once been his norm in days past. When Su Qi was universally regarded as a waste, he would not have received such treatment. As they traversed the estate, Su Qi and Lin Bo attracted the attention of the Su family members, who cast furtive glances. However, they dared not provoke Su Qi, for they were all acutely aware that he was no longer the waste they once dismissed. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet they collectively recognized that the once celebrated genius of Qingfeng City had returned, perhaps even stronger than before. In no time, they arrived at the elder's door, but at that moment, Lin Bo hesitated, unwilling to enter. Bang! Su Qi, following closely, kicked Lin Bo, propelling him forward, causing him to crash through the door of Su Lin Tian's room. Lin Bo, what manner of behavior is this? Do you not know to knock? The elder lay in bed, nursing his injuries, having already suffered the indignity of being confronted by Su Qi in front of the entire Su family. The sight of steward Lin Bo's rudeness only added to his embarrassment. No, elder, please do not be angry. It's just that. Lin Bo, fully aware of Su Qi's presence just outside, attempted to signal the elder, but Su Lin Tian remained oblivious to the situation. Does that insolent child dare to confront me? And you would follow suit? Infuriated, the elder, despite his injuries, retained his formidable presence, his congealing path prowess, not easily dismissed. Elder, just this morning you dismissed me. Are you already reminiscing? Su Qi entered with a carefree demeanor, exuding confidence and ease. Su Qi. The elder's face blanched in terror upon recognizing Su Qi. hastily rising and preparing to defend himself, fully aware that while Su Chi was of the congealing path realm, he too possessed considerable strength. Not be alarmed. Elder, I come with matters of a different nature. Su Chi understood that it was not yet the time to settle scores with Su Lin Tian. What matters? The elder remained on guard, questioning Su Chi. Lin Bo, Su Chi replied, addressing the steward. Lin Bo, catching on, bowed and stammered, Elder, the key to the pavilion that you borrowed previously is now requested by the young master. As time passes, age brings cunningness to man and agility to horse. Lin Bo, after all, has spent countless years navigating the intricacies of the Su family, honing his ability to read situations and discern intentions. He understands that he cannot afford to offend either side at this moment. Thus, he merely elevates Su Chi in status. Su Lin Tian, on the other hand, is quite agreeable. He is well aware that he is no match for Su Chi at present. Engaging in a full-blown confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction, which is hardly worth the trouble. Once it is confirmed that the family patriarch, Su Changfeng, has passed, he must preserve his own life to assume the role of the Su family head. Therefore, it is unwise to clash with such a junior as Su Chi. Instead, he plans to unite the various families of Qingfeng City and await the return of his son, Su Long, to deal with Su Chi appropriately. Upon acquiring the key, Su Chi does not linger. He turns and departs, with Lin Bo trailing behind. Chapter 29. A violent confrontation. Lin Bo can sense the aura emanating from Su Chi, which has transformed completely compared to before. A servant must maintain a servant-esque demeanor, and throughout the journey, he bows his head and bends his back, making it abundantly clear who the master is and who the servant is. Open it. Upon arriving at the attic where the family supplies are stored, Su Chi instructs Lin Bo to unlock the door. Lin Bo adeptly opens the door, stepping back while bowing to allow Su Chi to enter first. As is customary, inside the attic, various commonly used spiritual herbs, elixirs, and other family supplies are displayed. However, Su Chi pays them no heed and confidently strides toward the far left end. There, a shelf should contain all of the Su family's Ling Yuan Dan. As Su Chi approaches with determined strides, he notices that the shelf ahead is completely empty, devoid of even a single Ling Yuan Dan initially. Su Chi suspects he has misremembered the location, prompting him to search other areas of the attic thoroughly. After about half a stick of incense worth of time has passed, he has nearly scoured the entire attic, yet there is no sign of the Ling Yuan Dan. Lin Bo, realizing something is amiss. Su Chi quickly calls for Lin Bo. Young master, I'm coming. Lin Bo hurries through the attic to find Su Chi. Where are our family's Ling Yuan Dan stored? Su Chi refrains from directly blaming Lin Bo, knowing that with Lin Bo's character, he would not dare to privately relocate the Su family's possessions. Any distribution of supplies must be reported to the family head and the eldest elder. What is going on? The Ling Yuan Dan has always been kept here. Lin Bo skillfully approaches the shelf where Su Chi entered, gazing at the vacant space with a puzzled expression. Eldest young master, you must believe me. I would never dare to misappropriate any of the family's assets. I would stake my life on it. You have to trust me. As Lin Bo turns to see Su Chi's displeased expression, he is instantly alarmed, kneeling and crying out in desperation. Su Chi looks down at Lin Bo, who is fervently bowing, but he does not respond, his mind racing with thoughts. Su Lin Tian, you have truly overstepped this time. It's all right. This is not your fault. Rise. Su Chi gently states before turning to leave, while Lin Bo, feeling as though he has escaped death, hurriedly gets up, shaken to the core. Su Chi is growing anxious. Time is running short. Since returning from the Beast Mountain Range, nearly 7 or 8 hours have passed, and the 12-hour deadline is fast approaching that if he cannot find enough Ling Yuan Dan soon, his father, Su Changfeng, is in grave danger. Su Chi is confident that Lin Bo has not secretly taken any Ling Yuan Dan. The key is singular, previously in Su Lin Tian's possession, making him the sole individual capable of misappropriating the Ling Yuan Dan. With swift strides, Su Chi hastens to the door of the eldest elder, Su Lin Tian. Despite the rage boiling within him, Su Chi gently pushes the door open. What brings you here again? Su Lin Tian, upon seeing Su Chi enter suddenly, grows particularly tense. Su-Chi's displayed realm may only be the third layer of body refinement. Yet a single strike from him can topple a master in the condensation realm, which raises suspicion in Su Lin Tian. Surely, the Ling Yuan Dan of the Su family is in your possession. At this moment, Su-Chi lacks the patience to continue sparring words with Su Lin Tian. He is in a hurry. What nonsense are you spouting? The Ling Yuan Dan belongs to the family and could not possibly be with me. Bang! Su Lin Tian is loath to admit it. However, Su-Chi does not waste time. With a swift motion, he unleashes the cloud-dispersing palm, striking Su Lin Tian's chest with full force and no mercy. Since Su-Chi's arrival, Su Lin Tian has remained on high alert, so he manages to brace himself somewhat against this palm strike, yet he still spits blood, having already been injured. Are you truly rebelling against me? Su Lin Tian turns, flicking his sleeve to reveal a long sword. Thrusting it towards Su-Chi, undeterred, has already gripped the Qingguang sword tightly in his hand. He parries the sword to the left and then lunges forward, delivering another strike to Su Lin Tian's neck. Each blow is delivered with great force, leaving half of Su Lin Tian's body numb and unable to move. Seizing the advantage, Su-Chi steps forward once more, delivering the cloud-dispersing palm once again to the same injured spot on Su Lin Tian. Bang! Su Lin Tian is sent crashing backward, colliding with the wall before falling to the ground. Neither party summons their respective beasts, as they wish to avoid causing too much commotion. For Su Lin Tian, being forced to call forth his beast by someone at the third layer of body refinement would be a humiliation. Should he win, it may be acceptable, but should he lose, he would lose the support of the Su family, pushing the position of family head further from his grasp. Meanwhile, Su-Chi intends to wait until his father, Su Changfeng, awakens to oversee family matters, at which point he can settle accounts with Su Lin Tian. The time has not yet come for that. You are not even at the body refinement stage. Finally, Su Lin Tian can no longer contain himself, and speaks to Su-Q. Not concern yourself with that. Hand over the Ling Yuan Dan, and I may spare your life for the time being. When your inept son, Su Long, returns, I shall defeat him openly. Su-Chi has always wished to defeat Su Long in a fair battle to avenge past grievances from the secret realm. Humph. My son is a genius of the divine sect. You think you can defeat him? Such a dreamer you are. Bang! Su-Chi delivers another cloud-dispersing palm to Su Lin Tian. Hand over the Ling Yuan Dan. Once more, Su Lin Tian coughs up blood. Once my son returns, you and your father will meet the same fate. Bang! Another cloud-dispersing palm lands. Bring me the Ling Yuan Dan. Su-Chi remains unfazed, commanding from his elevated position ITS in the box at the door. You may retrieve it yourself. AT last. Su Lin Tian is subdued by Su-Chi's overwhelming demeanor, that he fears that if he does not relinquish the Ling Yuan Dan, he may very well be beaten to death in this room today. You have indeed been pilfering the Ling Yuan Dan. Su-Chi strides to the entrance, where he finds a large, unlatched box. Upon opening it, he discovers it brimming with countless Ling Yuan Dan, numbering nearly 700 in total. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Chi closes the box, seizes it, and heads toward his uncle, Su Yuan's room. Chapter 30. Su Changfeng awakens, though Su Changfeng is now conscious and assured of his safety. He remains in urgent need of these Ling Yuan D and as Su-Chi makes his way. He grows increasingly resentful of the despicable actions of the eldest elder, Su Lin Tian, yet he continues to exercise restraint. Su Lin Tian currently oversees nearly all of the Su family's shops and businesses in Qingfeng City. Abruptly killing him would not be difficult, but it would only leave the Su family in disarray and vulnerable to invasion from other families in Qingfeng City. The business world is akin to a battlefield, rife with hidden dangers. Su-Chi does not wish for the death of a single elder, Su Lin Tian, to destabilize the Su family's foundation in Qingfeng City. Xiao Qingyao, how is my father? Is he well? Here are the Ling Yuan Dan. They should suffice. Su-Chi quickly pushes open the door and enters, unveiling the box. Rest assured, Su-Chi, Uncle Su possesses a mysterious force within him. Although its nature remains unknown, it is entirely beneficial to him. Even without these Ling Yuan Dan, he will be just fine at this moment, Xiao Qingyao was delicately utilizing some Lingyuan pills provided by Shu Wenyuan, gradually helping Su Changfeng to disseminate the medicinal potency of the Yuan pill. Now, Su Changfeng was able to sit up on his own and was capable of speaking, his complexion rosy and significantly improved compared to when Su Qi had just left. Xiao Qingyao's palm exuded spiritual energy. As Su Changfeng sat cross-legged, the pure spiritual essence contained within the Lingyuan pills emanating from Li Qingyao's hand, enveloping Su Changfeng entirely in a visible aura of light. Ah, this is splendid, truly splendid. Su Qi sighed in relief upon hearing Li Qingyao's words and witnessing Su Changfeng's current condition, finally free from worry. However, the use of additional Lingyuan pills could expedite Uncle Su's complete awakening and even help solidify his realm. Li Qingyao indicated for Su Qi to pass her the Lingyuan pills he had just brought back. Very well, all of these are for you. Use as many as you need, do not hold back. Su Qi pushed an entire large box of Lingyuan pills towards her, as if Su Changfeng not only regained consciousness, but also experienced a significant enhancement in strength. It would be nothing short of perfect for the Su family, which was on the brink of impending turmoil. Observing the abundance of Lingyuan pills, Li Qingyao hastened her actions. Su Qi, these Lingyuan pills must account for at least half of our family stock. Wouldn't you agree? Su Wenyuan quietly awaited Su Changfeng's awakening while conversing with Su Qi. Third uncle, it's a long story. Su Qi initially intended to refrain from revealing the disgraceful deeds of the Grand Elder Su Lintian at this moment. But now that Su Wenyuan had brought it up, he felt no desire to conceal it any longer. Third uncle, may we speak privately? Su Qi hesitated slightly, not wishing for the recovering Su Changfeng to be burdened with the family's troubling matters. Child, speak freely. Su Changfeng, who had been recuperating, interjected as Su Wenyuan was about to step outside with Su Q. Su Qi glanced back at his father, whose recovery was nearing completion, and deemed it safe to proceed. He then recounted all his experiences since meeting the steward. Everyone listened with growing indignation. Particularly, Su Qi's third uncle Su Wenyuan was incensed as he exclaimed, "How audacious! Our Su family has treated him well over the years. Does he not recognize who the true master of the Su family is? Humph! I had suspected him long ago. It has finally come to light." Having completed his healing, Su Changfeng stood tall, brimming with vitality. Thanks to Li Qingyao's healing and the inadvertent contact with a trace of demonic ancestral bloodline before the blood condensation killing array, Su Changfeng exhibited no signs of injury, instead feeling his strength solidified, as if a mysterious power had surged within him, offering boundless benefits. Su Qi understood that now that his father Su Changfeng had awakened, the Grand Elder could no longer continue his reckless behavior. Subsequently, a group of them stormed out in anger. Under the blazing sun, the Su family's courtyard appeared as tranquil as ever, with servants diligently attending to their tasks. Greetings. Master Point 3 capable servants clad in blue garments and headscarves bowed respectfully. Although they were unaware of Su Changfeng's return, they still showed great deference upon encountering him. Su Changfeng nodded slightly. As the relationships within the Su family were still remarkably harmonious, he bore no airs of a family head. Being approachable, perhaps this very disposition had led the Grand Elder to harbor rebellious thoughts. Su Changfeng took the lead, with Su Qi and Li Qingyao closely following, as for third uncle Su Wenyuan. He could only fret anxiously. With Su Changfeng's return, the entire Su family seemed to have found its backbone, relieving Su Wenyuan of the burden of carrying the banner alone. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in Su Qi's heart. The Grand Elder was exceedingly cunning. Having faced his oppression multiple times, he was unlikely to endure in silence indefinitely. Particularly concerning the recent matter of the Lingyuan pills, it almost openly revealed the Grand Elder's treacherous intentions. Furthermore, there were undoubtedly spies of the Grand Elder within the family, so it was highly probable that news had already reached him. "Father, I shall proceed ahead," Su Qi declared, striding forward briskly, with Li Qingyao following closely. Traversing the small path ahead led directly to the Grand Elder's residence, when suddenly, a figure darted swiftly past the end of the path. "Just as I suspected. You wish to escape?" Su Qi immediately gave chase. Knowing that while the Grand Elder was also a cultivator of the condensation realm, He was no match for Su Q. As Su Chi's figure drew ever closer, the Grand Elder became increasingly anxious. Spotting a low wall ahead of the Su family courtyard, he decided to seize the opportunity to leap over it. Once outside, he had plans in mind. Xiao Qingyao, wait here for my father and the others. I will pursue the Grand Elder, Su Qi instructed Li Qingyao. All right, but do take care. The bustling street was filled with people, the cries of vendors ringing in the air, as the intense chase between the two drew the attention of passers-by, who quickly sidestepped. If you have the ability, come and chase me. The Grand Elder abruptly halted and turned to Su Q. Su Chi looked up in surprise that, oh, isn't this the Ma family courtyard? How do we end up here? Su Chi's heart sank. The Grand Elder's audacity to brazenly leap into the Ma family courtyard implied that it was a safe haven for him, suggesting a prior collusion between the Ma family and Grand Elder Su Lintian. Su Chi, Li Qingyao's voice called from behind. Having taken the lead and leaped over the wall to pursue Su Lintian, Su Chi had left Li Qingyao behind at the Su family courtyard, awaiting Su Chanfeng and Su Wenyuan, and now the three of them had arrived. Father, this Ma family. Su Chi expressed his indignation. Humph, the Ma family truly believes that with Su Chanfeng absent, they can act with impunity. The Su family requires a thorough reorganization, and the Ma family must also be dealt with. Before Su Chi could finish his words, Su Chanfeng had already grasped the situation, after Su Chi and Li Qingyao had departed. Su Chanfeng and Su Wenyuan had rushed to the Grand Elder's quarters only to find him gone. Chapter 31. Diligent cultivation. At this juncture, upon hearing Li Qingyao shout, they had finally crossed the wall and arrived at the Ma family's entrance. Humph, return with me. Gather the family guards. Su Changfeng's heart brimmed with murderous intent. The group fell silent, understanding that Su Changfeng had his own strategies. The Su family was on the brink of collapse. And if the Grand Elder were to gain power, the Su family would truly face a change in leadership. In less than 20 days, the Demon Refining Conference would commence, and the Grand Elder's favored grandson Su Long would be returning from the Divine Sect. If action were to be taken against the Grand Elder at that time, it would be increasingly difficult. Now, Su Chanfeng had assembled nearly 100 family guards, but at that moment, a group of extravagantly dressed wealthy individuals entered the Su family courtyard. Master, the Grand Elder holds significant influence in our Su family. If there are any conflicts, let us resolve them amicably without resorting to violence. Indeed, Master, with a talent like Su Long among us, we should rise at the Demon Refining Conference. Expanding our family's business, it would be unwise to act against the Grand Elder at this juncture. Suddenly, a dozen individuals appeared in the Su family courtyard, all urging Su Changfeng to reconsider his course of action. Su Chi seethed with anger at the sight, but with his father, Su Changfeng, presiding over the situation, he knew it was best to remain silent. Although Su Chi did not recognize all these individuals, he was aware that they were the leaders of all the shops and businesses of the Su family in Qingfeng City. The vast enterprise of the Su family relied on their direct involvement. It was precisely for this reason that Su Changfeng's expression now bore a look of difficulty. Even Su Wenyuan, who was usually hot-tempered, had calmed down. These individuals were the true backbone of the Su family, and he had not anticipated that they would all stand up to defend the Grand Elder. The severity of the situation had escalated dramatically, necessitating a fundamental shift in the current dynamic. While handling the Grand Elder was not overly problematic, should he be executed, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the Su family, as the Grand Elder's influence was deeply entrenched. Master, we are all of a certain age. The future belongs to the younger generation. Among the younger members of the Su family, only the eldest and Su Long are noteworthy. With the Demon Refining Conference approaching, it will be prudent to wait for them to compete before making a final decision regarding the Grand Elder. At this moment, a figure overseeing the Su family's jewelry shop in Qingfeng City spoke up. Everyone referred to him as Manager Liu, who had remarkably expanded the jewelry business in Qingfeng City to its zenith, nearly monopolizing the market. And over the years, he had significantly contributed to the Su family's profits. It was precisely for this reason that his position within the Su family was of paramount importance. However, Liu's recent remarks clearly favored the Grand Elder and Su Long. That it was well known that Su Long possessed extraordinary talent and was currently cultivating within the divine sect, earning the admiration of the elders of the sect. In contrast, Su Qi, once hailed as the greatest prodigy of Qingfeng City, had now fallen from grace. The prospect of a duel between them at the Monster Refining Conference was merely a pretext, implying that the future leadership of the Su family would still belong to the Grand Elder's lineage. Both Su Wenyuan, known for his fiery temperament, and Su Changfeng, characterized by his composure and steadiness, felt an overwhelming anger within, yet could not unleash it. Humph, Su Long, is that truly you? We shall see at the Monster Refining Conference. Su Qi stood silently to the side, but resolutely vowed to defeat Su Long honorably at the upcoming event. Brother Changfeng, please remain calm. Just a moment, came a hearty laugh, as the crowd parted to make way for a robust, middle-aged man with graying hair, yet a vigorous demeanor. Ruyun. Your Ma family truly conceals its strength to have come to this point, Su Changfeng remarked coldly. This man was Ma Ruyun, the head of the Ma family, the largest force allied with the Grand Elder in secret dealings. Within Qingfeng City, numerous familial powers were intricately intertwined, and the Ma family was a formidable rival to the Su family, often competing fiercely in various business ventures, albeit usually at a disadvantage. Despite this, the Su family would need to exert considerable effort should they wish to undermine the Ma family. It was precisely for this reason that Ma Ruyun felt emboldened to openly shield the Grand Elder. Brother Changfeng, your worries are unfounded. I am here to assist you. Look at this. After speaking, Ma Ruyun produced a letter from his sleeve. This is news from your family's prodigy, Su Long, relayed from the divine sect. Su Long has already broken through to the first level of the condensation realm. He will attend the Monster Refining Conference as scheduled, and perhaps even accompanied by sect elders. Your Su family will certainly bask in glory. As Ma Ruyun spoke, he unfurled the letter, clearly demonstrating its authenticity with the divine sect's official seal. Upon hearing this, the heads of the various shops within the Su family courtyard erupted in commotion, their faith in the Grand Elder only solidifying. The Grand Elder, Su Lin Tian, had just fled to the Ma family and instructed that the heads of the shops in Qingfeng City be summoned to plead for him, buying time for himself, hence the current scene. Smash. So long is it? I look forward to our encounter at the Monster Refining Conference. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Qi surged forward, snatching the letter from Ma Ruyun's grasp. He then tore it to shreds, scattering the remains across the ground. Su Qi, do you realize this is a letter from the divine sect? Your actions are a grave disrespect. Ma Ruyun shouted in anger, knowing that if the divine sect were to take offense, he too would be implicated. If you all wish to determine matters during the Monster Refining Conference, then let us await the event, Su Qi declared, observing the so-called backbone of the Su family before him, their hearts having long since shifted. Even if Su Qi could stabilize the Su family in the future, he would advise his father, Su Changfeng, to replace all the core members of the family. However, this was a protracted endeavor, and for the time being, he truly needed to rely on them. All of you return. I am the one who tore this letter. Tell Su Long to come find me at the Monster Refining Conference. Fueled by righteous indignation, Su Qi felt an urge to confront the rotund man before him. In this moment, these individuals were neither to be struck nor slain. He could only wait for the Monster Refining Conference to settle the score with Su Long. Chapter 32. Second level of the condensation realm. Normally, matters within these families were overseen by the elders, and Su Qi preferred to remain uninvolved, enduring in silence. However, this time, both Ma Ruyun and the business leaders of the Su family had dragged him and Su Long into the fray. They seemed to believe that Su Qi would undoubtedly lose to Su Long at the Monster Refining Conference, thus exerting pressure on Su Changfeng through this incident. Why are you all standing there in silence? Let it be known that my intentions are clear. The truth will be revealed at the Monster Refining Conference. After much deliberation, Su Changfeng bellowed at the crowd, then turned on his heel and departed, leaving everyone, including Ma Ruyun, in stunned silence. You all must bear witness. This letter from the divine sect was snatched by that little brat Su Qi. I had no part in it. Ma Ruyun expressed his lingering anxiety, aware that it involved the divine sect. Child, How confident are you about the Monster Refining Conference? Upon returning, Su Changfeng inquired with concern. While Su Long indeed possessed remarkable talent and formidable strength, Su Qi's astonishing performance in the Demon Beast Mountain Range had led Su Changfeng to believe that the prodigy of Qingfeng City had seemingly returned, though he remained uncertain. Uncle Su. Rest assured, Su Qi is formidable. Even if Su Long has merely reached the first level of the condensation realm, he would not be a challenge, not even if he were at the second or third level. Since witnessing Su Qi's extraordinary capabilities before the blood condensation killing array in the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Li Qingyao held no doubts about Su Qi's strength. Having encountered various events, Li Qingyao had gained a fair understanding of the current situation within the Su family and held no goodwill towards the unfamiliar Su Long. Thus she spoke up first. "Oh, is what this young lady says true?" Su Changfeng was initially taken aback. Then he struggled to believe it. "Father, you need not worry that I will surely slay that Su Long at the Monster Refining Conference," Su Qi replied with a slight smile. "Excellent, excellent. My son brings me pride." After receiving Su Qi's affirmative response, Su Changfeng repeated his praises thrice. For now, his only concern lay with Su Long of the Divine Sect. If Su Qi could openly defeat Su Long at the Monster Refining Conference, then the Su family's affairs would return to normal, and he would feel vindicated. "Su Qi, all the resources of the Su family are at your and this young lady's disposal, with a Monster Refining Conference imminent." Su Long would undoubtedly be fervently preparing within the Divine Sect. Although the resources of the Su family paled in comparison to those of the Divine Sect, they still had some to offer. "Very well, Father. Let us return," Su Qi responded, taking his leave with Li Qingyao. With the Monster Refining Conference approaching, Su Qi indeed needed to prepare thoroughly. "Li Qingyao, we have known each other for several days now. Yet I am unaware of your origins. How did you come to be in the Demon Beast Mountain Range?" This question had troubled Su Qi for quite some time, but upon returning to Qingfeng City, he had been swamped with matters and had no time to inquire until now. "I come from a very distant place, merely out here for a bit of fun. Once I am done playing, I shall return." Naturally, Li Qingyao could not reveal her royal identity. "Very well, judging by your attire and your lavish demeanor, you must hail from a prominent place. Do you have any techniques or martial skills that might suit me? I must prepare for the Monster Refining Conference." Su Qi shifted the conversation, seeking to acquire something from Li Qingyao. Although he possessed the bloodline of the demon ancestor, which contained countless treasures, his current realm was far too low to unearth these treasures. Thus, during this challenging period, Su Qi intended to rely on Li Qingyao to help him through. "Well, I do have quite a few martial arts manuals, but you may not be able to utilize them," Li Qingyao remarked, observing Su Qi, so young yet shouldering the weight of his family's responsibilities, which made her feel a pang of admiration for him. Thus, Li Qingyao was inclined to assist Su Qi, especially after being thoroughly impressed by his performance in the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Throughout their journey together, she began to feel that as long as Su Qi was by her side, she would feel safe and at ease, a sensation she had never experienced even within the palace, where numerous experts protected her. "It's all right. If you have any powerful techniques or martial skills, I would appreciate the opportunity to borrow them," Su Qi urged. Su Qi, undeterred, continued with a bold demeanor, expressing that he harbored no concerns regarding the advanced level of martial arts techniques mentioned by Li Qingyao, fearing he might be unable to master them. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Li Qingyao's lineage was certainly not ordinary, and he intended solely to practice these techniques, with no intention of disseminating them. "Here, take this," Li Qingyao said, retrieving a tome of martial arts and 2 manuals from her storage pouch. The inner and outer profound arts not only significantly augment the capacity of one's internal spiritual energy, purifying it in the process, but also accelerate its circulation within the body. This system is divided into 3 tiers, each further categorized into early, mid, and late stages. The inner and outer profound arts is a rare martial discipline even within the imperial capital of the Tianfeng Empire, classified as low-grade earth tier, which is already considered top tier in Qingfeng City. With this profound technique, Su Qi could navigate the challenging early stages of cultivation with ease, and even directly awaken the latent treasures concealed within his ancestral demon bloodline. The Tiger Might technique is specifically designed for demon beasts, particularly those of the feline variety, enhancing their ferocity and combat prowess. This is exceptionally suitable for the purple-eyed demon tiger, which has already begun to awaken its ancestral bloodline. With the enhancement of Tiger Might, coupled with Su Qi's demon bloodline invigorating the combat strength of the purple-eyed demon tiger, a late-stage purple-eyed demon tiger would indeed become an unstoppable force within Qingfeng City. The Extreme Shadow Step, also a low-grade Earth-tier martial technique, is among the rarest forms of movement arts. It is in fact a combat skill built upon agility. Classifying it as low-grade Earth-tier may be somewhat of an underestimation. But due to the extreme difficulty in transitioning its agility into offensive capabilities during later stages, something nearly no one has ever accomplished, it has drawn skepticism, resulting in its lower classification. Presently, Su Qi found himself well-equipped. Although he had yet to commence training on the 3 techniques recently acquired, he was confident that he would achieve a measure of success before the alchemy competition. Chapter 33. The Crimson Sphere, Xiao, Qingyao. I trust you have some understanding of my family situation. I must now devote myself to rigorous training, for otherwise I shall find it challenging to face the alchemy competition. You have shown me kindness, but I cannot extend the hospitality of a host, Su Qi said gravely, tinged with a hint of regret. Oh, it is nothing. I have found these past few days to be fulfilling and joyous. It has been quite some time since I seriously practiced. Let us seclude ourselves together, Li Qingyao replied, typically averse to the notion of seclusion for arduous training. In fact, it was often her insatiable greed that led her into trouble, resulting in her father punishing her with such confinement. Yet, this marked her first voluntary request for such an experience. To her surprise, she felt an inexplicable anticipation at the thought of sharing this journey with Su Qi, an experience she had never encountered before. Very well, let us not delay further. We shall proceed to the secluded chamber on the back mountain, she declared. This secluded chamber was a tranquil sanctuary established by the Su family for diligent disciples to cultivate their skills without disturbance. Admittedly, given the small size of the city and the family, it lacked the abundant resources and spiritual energy found in the training halls of larger sections. Nonetheless, such conditions were still commendable. Is this the place? She inquired, observing the 5 modest cottages nestled among the mountains, exuding a serene elegance. Despite the absence of concentrated spiritual energy, Li Qingyao felt an unexplainable fondness for the locale. Indeed, this is the spot. The conditions may be rudimentary, but we must endure, Su Qi affirmed. The sole advantage of this location was its profound tranquility, free from any interruptions. Furthermore, the expansive grounds behind the mountain provided ample space for practice if inspiration struck within the chamber. With time pressing, Su Qi and Li Qingyao chose adjacent chambers and commenced their respective rigorous training. This time, Li Qingyao was resolute in her determination to elevate her cultivation level. Currently, she was stagnating at the late stage of the first level of the path of condensation, merely a catalyst away from advancing to the second level, which would enable her to assist Su Qi further. With the acquisition of the inner and outer profound arts, Su Qi was finally able to meticulously refine the spiritual energy coursing through him. Following the intricate pathways outlined in the manual, he felt the velocity of his internal spiritual energies circulation more than double, and his absorption rate of the surrounding spiritual energy significantly increased. Truly, this was a low-grade, earth-tier technique, Su Qi mused, recognizing that at the stage of condensation, the primary competition lay in the purity and quantity of one's spiritual energy, an area where the inner and outer profound arts excelled. Moreover, he sensed that this technique could potentially activate a crimson sphere nestled within him, a sphere that bore significant memories. Previously, during his rescue of his father, Su Changfeng, from the Beast Mountain, he had encountered the blood condensation killing array. Although he had been overwhelmed by the surge of his awakened demon bloodline, his consciousness remained lucid. Subsequently, through the forceful intervention of his demon bloodline, he had nearly refined the remnants of the blood condensation killing array. Yet his current low cultivation level rendered him incapable of withstanding its might. Consequently, All the energy and blood essence from the array had coalesced into a crimson sphere, now floating within his spiritual sea. In his past life as the foremost alchemist, Su Qi had lost his powers but retained his vast knowledge and experience. Familiar with the so-called low-grade earth tier technique, he quickly grasped the first tier of the inner and outer profound arts without much effort. While maintaining the operation of the technique, he directed his focus toward the crimson sphere within his spiritual sea. He vividly recalled that his leap from the fifth level of body refinement directly to the first level of the path of condensation was facilitated by the power derived from the blood condensation killing array, guided by his demon bloodline. Even after surpassing several realms, his foundation remained remarkably solid, unwavering, but if he could once again absorb some of the power from the crimson sphere, it would undoubtedly propel him forward significantly. As the date of the alchemy competition approached, Su Qi felt a sense of urgency. The only means to enhance his combat abilities and cultivation level in such a short time was through this crimson sphere. However, he pondered how to unlock it. Additionally, he harbored concerns that his previous leap from the fifth level of body refinement to the first level of the path of condensation had only involved a fraction of the array's power. Most of the array's energy remained sealed within this crimson sphere, and should he attempt to unleash it, he might face a recurrence of his past predicament. His current cultivation level was far too low to endure such an influx of energy, and his demon bloodline might not come to his rescue a second time. Despite the inherent risks, fortune often favors the bold, Su Qi, determined to triumph over Su Long, who had returned from the divine sect at the alchemy competition, and to stabilize the Su family's position, began to channel his internal spiritual energy slowly toward the crimson sphere. Odd. Why is there no response at all? Fully concentrated, Su Qi enveloped the sphere, only to find it felt like a mere ordinary bead. Somewhat cool to the touch, devoid of the tremendous power he had anticipated. Subsequently, he pressed on, attempting to gradually refine the outermost layer of the crimson sphere. As minutes turned into hours, the time slipped away unnoticed. And soon an entire hour had passed with no progress in refining the crimson sphere. It felt as though it were simply a cold, lifeless bead. Frustrated, Su Qi made multiple attempts but remained at a loss regarding how to refine the crimson sphere. Feeling increasingly despondent. Alas, perhaps I should set this aside for now and venture outside to see how the extreme shadow step truly functions. Su Qi obtained 3 manuals of martial arts techniques from Li Qingyao. With the first layer of internal and external profound skills firmly established, it was natural for him to examine the extreme shadow step in actual combat, if one can adeptly utilize their agility. It truly can lead to unexpected victories, particularly since this is a technique of the earthly tier. As he pushed open the door to the quiet chamber, the serene environment of the back mountain unfolded before him. Picturesque and tranquil, with the occasional mountain breeze invigorating his spirit. Glancing to his left, he noted that the room there was Li Qingyao's retreat, silent and undisturbed. She was likely still engrossed in her cultivation. So Su Qi refrained from intruding further and made his way to a clearing at the foot of the back mountain. Chapter 34. Return to the Beast Mountain Range. Having perused the incantation of the extreme shadow step numerous times within the quiet chamber, the understanding and subconscious insights regarding combat contained within his ancestral bloodline had sufficiently equipped Su Qi with a comprehensive grasp of this technique. Now, the only thing he lacked was the practical application of the extreme shadow step. In this clearing, Su Qi began to practice the extreme shadow step's incantation, gradually taking steps as his figure danced amidst the mountain winds, appearing erratic and unpredictable, sometimes veering left, sometimes right, alternating between speed and slowness, leaving observers bewildered by its apparent lack of pattern. As the sun rose and set, a night had passed, yet Su Qi's exploration of the extreme shadow step did not cease for a moment. At last, he had transcended the first threshold of the technique, achieving a speed that allowed for the manifestation of overlapping shadows. The essence of the extreme shadow step lies in its offensive capabilities rather than mere agility. It ingeniously transforms the multiple overlapping shadows into tangible entities capable of striking, thereby exponentially enhancing combat effectiveness. Thus, the ability to produce overlapping phantoms with his extreme shadow step was paramount, determining the future potential to unlock the technique's true essence. One solitary phantom was simply insufficient. Observing the results of his overnight diligence, he found only a faint phantom trailing behind him, wholly inadequate to deceive a master, rendering it of little significance in actual combat, leaving Su Qi quite dissatisfied. Subsequently, in the desolate back mountain, he embarked on yet another round of exploration, but the second phantom remained elusive, although the first had grown considerably denser, almost resembling something genuine. Currently, Su Qi focused all his thoughts on uncovering the myriad intricacies of the extreme shadow step's agility. After all, he was acutely aware that achieving the ability for his phantoms to possess substantial offensive power was no small feat. It was unlikely to be realized before the upcoming Demon Refinement Conference. However, with meticulous study, he might secure an absolute advantage in agility, thus enabling him to engage Su Long with greater ease, whether in offense or defense. Another day and night passed, and Su Qi finally manifested a second faint phantom. Yet at times it appeared too insubstantial to be discernible. This was quite natural, and Su Qi remained unperturbed. Both the internal and external profound skills and the extreme shadow step had their merits. But he was particularly eager to discover the efficacy of the Tiger Might technique. Having experienced the internal and external profound skills and the extreme shadow step, Su Qi held high expectations for Tiger Might. For as a demon refiner, the might of demon beasts constituted their most formidable combat strength. Moreover, his innate demon beast was a late-stage, third-tier purple-eyed demon tiger, which, apart from Li Qingyao's Nirvana Flame Phoenix, was unparalleled in talent. That it could be said that within Qingfeng City, no one possessed a demon beast capable of rivaling the purple-eyed demon tiger. His ancestral bloodline significantly aided the purple-eyed demon tiger. And with the addition of the Tiger Might technique, although it might not break through its tier in the short term, its combat power would certainly see a substantial enhancement, far exceeding that of an ordinary late-stage, third-tier demon beast. Furthermore, aside from the purple-eyed demon tiger, Su Qi had another dormant beast, Sin, whose rank remained unclear to him. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse before it succumbed to slumber. Time had elapsed, and Xiao Yuan should soon awaken. Based on his past experiences with demon beasts, Su Qi was certain Xiao Yuan possessed extraordinary talent, and he looked forward to the strength and realm Xiao Yuan would exhibit upon awakening. I must not allow the purple-eyed demon tiger to reveal its strength prematurely. It is my sole trump card for now. Just as Su Qi prepared to summon the purple-eyed demon tiger to test the Tiger Might technique, he suddenly halted his actions. Although the Su family's back mountain was devoid of inhabitants and seldom visited, the imposing presence of the purple-eyed demon tiger, a third-tier beast, would undoubtedly instigate unease among lower-tier demon beasts within Qingfeng City. This could arouse suspicion, and if word reached Su Long with adequate preparation, his only trump card would be significantly diminished in efficacy. It would be better to venture into the Beast Mountain range, where numerous dangers awaited, providing an ideal opportunity to test his extreme shadow step. Whether in his past life, as the foremost demon refiner, or in his current incarnation as Su Qi, his understanding of combat was clear. Only through real battle could one attain true strength, and only by teetering on the brink of life and death could one achieve breakthroughs. Now, with a myriad ferocious demon beasts within the Beast Mountain range, he could not only hone his skills, but also allow the purple-eyed demon tiger to acclimate to the power of Tiger Might. After all, Su Long would undoubtedly be relentlessly honing his skills within the divine sect, enjoying numerous inherent advantages. Indeed, a sect is crucial for a demon refiner. Su Qi was acutely aware that a powerful sect could cultivate an individual with remarkable prowess, regardless of their innate talent, especially when Su Long's talent was indeed formidable. Thus, despite feeling confident about the upcoming Demon Refinement Conference, Su Qi remained vigilant, never daring to let his guard down. Cultivation was an unceasing endeavor. Now, with the moonlight gently illuminating the night, Su Qi departed from the Su family's back mountain, making his way towards the Beast Mountain range. Few dare to enter the Beast Mountain range at night due to its inherent dangers, allowing Su Qi to slip in unnoticed. Purple-eyed demon tiger, arise. With a thought, a towering figure materialized before him. The purple-eyed demon tiger. With an unrestrained roar that resonated deeply, the purple-eyed demon tiger, having been cooped up for too long, was eager to stretch its limbs. The Beast Mountain Range was indeed the realm it longed for. That you've been pent up for too long. Let's go practice. Suchi and the purple-eyed demon tiger shared a telepathic bond. As he departed from his Sioux family's back mountain, he had already memorized the intricacies of the tiger might technique. Under Suchi's deliberate guidance, the purple-eyed demon tiger channeled its internal energy, repeatedly practicing as directed, thus learning the tiger might technique tailored specifically for tiger-type demon beasts. Chapter 35. Significant progress. They were now at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Even as some demon beasts were present, they posed little threat to Suchi and the purple-eyed demon tiger, making it a perfect opportunity for the latter to hone its skills. Tiger might was not a direct offensive technique. Rather, it served as a potent enhancement, akin to Suchi's ancestral bloodline, significantly augmenting the purple-eyed demon tiger's prowess. In his past life, as the foremost demon refiner, Suchi possessed unparalleled knowledge of demon beasts, allowing him to communicate effortlessly with the purple-eyed demon tiger. In no time, the purple-eyed demon tiger fully mastered the tiger might technique, with Suchi's ancestral bloodline bolstering its might and the awakening of a trace of ancestral blood. Combined with the tiger might technique, the late-stage, third-tier purple-eyed demon tiger now rivaled some early-stage, fourth-tier demon beasts in strength. Now go and test your skills. The Demon Refinement Conference depends on you. After witnessing the purple-eyed demon tiger adeptly utilizing tiger might and effortlessly dispatching several second-tier demon beasts, Suchi sent it forth into the depths of the Beast Mountain Range. Demon beasts possess unique combat styles that the purple-eyed demon tiger needed to explore and master on its own. While Suchi began his own practice of the extreme shadow step within the confines of the Beast Mountain Range. This place is quite suitable. Suchi was relatively familiar with the environment at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Following his memories, he arrived at a dense thicket within the mountains, where the trees differed strikingly from those elsewhere. Here, towering rocks were scarce, replaced by an abundance of lush foliage. Even if dozens were hidden amidst the leaves, they would be nearly impossible to detect, as the thick branches could obscure all visibility. Swoosh! Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, prompting Suchi to instinctively evade. The gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling his body to swiftly shift to the left. Such a brief movement was sufficient to conjure two ethereal shadows behind him. Indeed, without a keen eye, one might not even discern the second faint apparition. Armed with the memories of his past life and the profound insights into martial arts embedded within the bloodline of the demon ancestor, Suchi's mastery over martial techniques was far beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. It was precisely due to this that, in that fleeting moment of urgency, he was able to execute the extreme shadow step, resulting in the emergence of two layers of shadows. Truly, he was worthy of being compared to the swiftest of second-tier demon beasts, the wind bird. Renowned for its speed, many human warriors and demon tamers at the condensing Dao stage expressed their disdain when discussing the wind bird, often reluctant to engage in battle with it. Though the wind bird possessed low defensive capabilities and could be gravely injured or even killed upon receiving an attack, its incredible speed and gregarious nature, often appearing in flocks of hundreds, made it a formidable foe. Each individual wind bird, among second-tier demon beasts, could reign supreme solely based on its velocity. The rapid wind birds, coupled with their sharp and elongated beaks, could inflict severe injuries upon human demon tamers or warriors with their swift strikes. Suchi's reason for venturing alone into this terrain favorable to the wind birds was not to slay them, but rather to hone his extreme shadow step through the very presence of these swift creatures that he firmly believed that only through real combat could martial skills be fully realized. Thus he came. Whoosh, whoosh. As a social species, the wind birds, possessing individual strengths that were quite feeble, typically acted collectively whether hunting or responding to threats. Thus, Suchi's intrusion had stirred the entire wind bird clan into a frenzy. One after another, the wind birds darted out from the dense foliage at astonishing speeds, their angles unpredictable, making every direction a potential point of attack. At this moment, Suchi was wholly concentrated, channeling all his energy into dodging the onslaught of the wind birds. Unbeknownst to him, two substantial dark shadows had already formed behind him, born from his remarkable speed. Initially, the second shadow was merely an afterimage, but now, in each moment of peril, Su Chi continually sought to unravel the true essence of the extreme shadow step. Each assault from the wind birds was narrowly avoided, a mere hair's breadth separating him from danger. The relentless failures of their attacks seemed to incite the entire wind bird clan, prompting even more to join the fray. Now, in Su Chi's world, all else faded into obscurity, falling into a profound silence. With every wind bird attacking, he found himself responding instinctively, scarcely having time to react. Eventually, Su Chi gently closed his eyes, relying on his ears and intuition to sense the angles of the wind birds' assaults. As more and more wind birds joined the offensive, he acutely sensed that evading based solely on sight had become perilous. What the eyes perceived was not always reality, and it could, to some extent, hinder his reactions and judgments. The entirety of the extreme shadow steps incantations were engraved in Su Chi's mind, and he was now continuously validating their practical application. Roar, on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Having penetrated a short distance inward, chaos reigned. Two massive ironback monkeys lay sprawled on the ground, their forms a gruesome sight, while a purple-eyed demon tiger let out a long howl before vanishing into the moonlit expanse of the mountain range. These two ironback monkeys were mid-tier, second-tier demon beasts, yet their combined presence still posed a challenge for the purple-eyed demon tiger to dispatch. It was amidst these life-threatening battles that the tiger's prowess had become even more refined than before. Driven by a murderous intent, the purple-eyed demon tiger advanced deeper into the Demon Beast Mountain range, for ongoing combat only heightened its excitement. Fatigue being an alien concept, and its strength continually consolidated and enhanced through conflict. Meanwhile, faced with the increasing number of wind birds, Su Chi refrained from launching any attacks. He solely relied on the extreme shadow step to frantically evade, to the point that even listening for the sounds of their approach left him with little time to react. However, some secrets of the extreme shadow step began to reveal themselves. A third shadow had now formed behind him, substantial and dense. As Su Chi moved, 3 layers of shadows followed him, overlapping in a dance of illusion, causing the wind birds' assaults to collide directly with his shadows on numerous occasions. Consequently, despite the surge of wind birds joining the fray, Su Chi's pressure diminished rather than intensified. This was, in fact, a fortunate outcome of a previous minor misstep. With so many wind birds launching attacks, the ensuing evasive maneuvers inevitably fatigued Su Chi's mind, leading to unavoidable lapses in concentration. Chapter 36. Time stands still in the mountains, however. He never anticipated that the moment he had immersed himself in contemplation would yield little reward. This seemingly minor oversight unexpectedly opened another door. Su Chi discovered that when his speed slowed, the shadows behind him also decelerated, gradually retracting into oblivion. The crux of the matter lay in controlling the rate at which these shadows returned to him. In an unintentional moment, Su Chi had altered the speed of his 3 shadows from rapid to slow in an effort to evade a lateral attack from a flying bird, causing many wind birds to misjudge the situation and crash into his 3 shadows. If struck by an unexpected revelation, Su Chi felt a surge of exhilaration after hours of exploration into controlling the retraction of his shadows. He had finally stumbled upon a potential breakthrough. Thus, upon reflection, it seemed as though Su Chi's physical form was not as swift as before, yet he evaded the wind bird's assaults with newfound ease and grace. He was experimenting with slowing the speed of his 3 shadows, creating an effect that blurred the line between illusion and reality, leading the majority of the wind birds to collide with the intangible shadows instead of their intended target. As time stretched on, Su Chi continued without pause, his stamina nearing its limits. Fueled by sheer will, he persisted, yet his physical speed began to wane. Nevertheless, the 3 shadows remained effective in their deception, although Su Chi appeared to be moving slowly. Almost confined to a small circle, he deftly alternated between his own form and the 3 shadows behind him, successfully preventing the wind birds from landing a blow. This scene appeared utterly surreal. Had anyone observed, they would likely conclude that Su Chi was a millennia-old demon beast, transformed into human form, engaging in some unfathomable endeavor. Gasping for breath, Su Qi withdrew from the region where the wind birds had congregated. The ancient trees of the demon beast mountain loomed tall, casting shadows that obscured the sun, rendering the passage of time imperceptible. After summoning back the purple-eyed demon tiger, Su Qi made his way toward the mountain's outskirts, where the trees grew shorter and the daylight began to filter through as the sun descended. It dawned upon him that he had dedicated an entire day and night to the study of the extreme shadow step. "It seems you have made significant progress as well, purple-eyed demon tiger," Su Qi remarked, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the tiger, which had grown even stronger since their departure. Notably, the current vigor of the purple-eyed demon tiger was solely based on its own strength, independent of Su Qi's infusion of the demon ancestor's bloodline. Now, Su Qi held every reason to believe that when the demon refinement tournament commenced, the appearance of the purple copper demon fox would astonish all of Qingfeng City. Roar! The low growl of the purple-eyed demon tiger concealed its excitement. It resonated with Su Qi's expectations. "Let us return," Su Qi declared, and with that, the purple-eyed demon tiger transformed into a dark light, reappearing as a mark upon Su Qi's arm. "Wait! Something is amiss." Just as Su Qi prepared to depart the demon beast mountain, the crimson orb within his spiritual sea began to tremble incessantly, as though something was beckoning to him. This crimson orb represented the bloodline of the demon ancestor, which had been instinctively subdued and condensed within him, as the bloodline flowed ceaselessly through his veins. Su Qi found himself inexplicably attuned to it, as if he could grasp a fragment of its essence. "Over there, isn't that the direction of the blood condensation killing formation?" Sensing the direction indicated by the crimson orb, Su Qi lifted his gaze. "Then I shall venture there once more. After all, the demon refinement tournament is still some days away." After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Qi executed the shadow step and once more ventured into the depths of the demon beast mountain range. Behind him, 3 dense shadows materialized naturally, moving with remarkable speed. Had Li Qingyao witnessed the 3 shadows appearing behind Su Qi at that moment, she would undoubtedly have been left astounded, for in the capital of the Tianfeng Empire, there exists a plethora of formidable warriors and beast-refining masters. Although the shadow step is a terrestrial-level martial technique and exceedingly difficult to master, it cannot quell the yearning of many exceptionally gifted individuals for its mastery. Among the numerous adept practitioners of the shadow step, one stands out in particular: a skilled master from the imperial palace of the Tianfeng Empire, who happens to be Li Qingyao's imperial uncle and holds her in great affection. This uncle, the most accomplished practitioner of the shadow step that Li Qingyao has encountered, harbors an almost obsessive devotion to the art of movement, dedicating decades to the rigorous study of the shadow step. Yet he has only managed to manifest 3 phantoms that, in contrast, Su Qi, having only recently begun his acquaintance with the shadow step, has already formed 3 distinct shadows and can manipulate their speed with ease. Meanwhile, Li Qingyao's uncle, still oblivious to the fact that the phantom's speed can be adjusted, remains unaware of this disparity. Such is the nature of difference. Some individuals are destined to remain inconspicuous for eternity. Thanks to the enhancement of the shadow step, Su Qi swiftly arrived at the very location where the blood condensation killing array had once been set up. Now, there was not a trace of the array's remnants. And faintly, the sounds of beastly roars could still be discerned in the vicinity. These indications were sufficient to confirm that the blood condensation killing array had vanished without a trace. Was it possible that some hidden secret still lingered here? Having reached the site of the blood condensation killing array, Su Qi observed that the crimson orb in the depths of his spiritual sea continued to tremble with even greater fervor than before. With a resounding roar, Su Qi summoned the purple-eyed demon tiger, recognizing the unusual nature of the situation and bracing himself with utmost vigilance. I shall see what else resides here. Unwilling to succumb to superstition, Su Qi carefully circled the area with the purple-eyed demon tiger, executing the shadow step at a deliberately slow pace, while the 3 phantoms mirrored his movements, albeit at a similarly cautious speed. Yet, should an unexpected attack occur, the 3 phantoms would suffice to save his life. Could it be that the crimson orb-esque guidance is flawed, Su Chi had already traversed this area twice without making any new discoveries. Thus, he began to question the genuine reason behind the orb's tremors. Chapter 37. The innate array. After much contemplation, Su Chi remained puzzled. Just as he prepared to turn back, he suddenly glanced at the mountain ahead. And memories of past events flooded his mind. In his previous life, as the foremost beast refining master, his expertise lay predominantly within the realm of beast refinement. However, he also possessed knowledge in alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, and various physical and chi cultivation techniques. Now, as Su Chi turned his gaze towards the mountain that had once been shrouded in the blood condensation killing array, he discerned its extraordinary nature. While others may overlook it, Su Chi could perceive its hidden significance. Though the mountain appeared unremarkable at first glance, upon removing several prominent protrusions, one would find that its overall shape resembled that of a bloodbat with its wings folded. The bloodbat is a notoriously vicious and bloodthirsty creature, possessing an innate sensitivity to blood. Realizing this, Su Chi activated the shadow step and sprinted toward the mountain's protruding features. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 prominent elevations, clearly the result of human intervention. It was evident that these had been placed there by a powerful array master who had been trapped within the Demon Beast Mountain range, intending to conceal their presence. The last time he had visited this place, driven by a desperate need to rescue his father and unfamiliar with the depths of the Demon Beast Mountain range, he had lacked the patience to explore the mountain's mysteries. Now, standing atop the mountain that strikingly resembled a bloodbat, Su Chi gazed outward and noticed several low-lying mounds encircling the bloodbat mountain. They were too diminutive to be considered true mountains, resembling rather elevated earth mounds. However, the consecutive appearance of 8 mounds of similar size raised suspicions. While Su Chi was not the most proficient in the art of formations, he could still discern these clues that the eye of the bloodbat, beneath the very stones he stood upon, lay 2 elevated protrusions, these being the eyes of the bloodbat, likely the focal point of the entire blood condensation killing array and thus of utmost importance. When the array was at its zenith of power, the eyes of the bloodbat must have been the locus of the most concentrated blood energy, with the 8 surrounding earth mounds and the entire bloodbat mountain serving to converge all energy here. Given that this was an innate array with its focal point below, Su Chi felt a surge of excitement. He promptly leaped to the eye of the bloodbat, the critical point of the array. Forcing himself to remain calm, he directed his intent along with his spiritual energy, gradually enveloping the crimson orb in the depths of his spiritual sea, attempting to absorb and refine it. With his eyes tightly shut, Su Chi was unable to perceive his surroundings, yet he could sense an inexplicable force from the cosmos converging upon him, flowing steadily to it worked. Su Chi's heart raced with exhilaration as he found that he had indeed managed to dissolve the thin layer of the crimson orb using his spiritual energy. Moreover, it required little effort, a stark contrast to his earlier experiences in the tranquil chamber of the Su family's rear mountain. Although he had only dissolved the outermost thin layer, the crimson spiritual energy released was sufficient for Su Chi to spend a couple of hours digesting. Clearly, this innate array held genuine value. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chi swiftly refined the crimson spiritual energy he had just extracted, realizing that perhaps due to his lineage of the demon ancestor, his ability to refine and absorb the crimson spiritual energy was remarkably swift and effortless. What was expected to take 2 hours was completed in nearly 1. Furthermore, Su Chi could distinctly feel his cultivation level progressing from the initial stage of the condensation realm to the late stage of the same realm. Though merely 2 minor realms had been crossed, it was a source of significant exhilaration for Su Chi, as reaching the condensation realm marked a pivotal entry into the path of cultivation, where every subsequent advancement would be exceedingly arduous. In order to solidify his foundation and progress steadily, now was not the time for a breakthrough. If Su Chi wished to continue refining and absorbing the crimson orb, he could do so with ease. Moreover, should he manage to refine more of the power contained within the orb, he could undoubtedly advance to the second level of the condensation realm. However, his previous life as cultivation experience warned him that he must forcibly halt his progress. Resisting the allure of rapid advancement in realm, for a shaky foundation would directly impact his future potential. Reluctantly casting one last glance at the Bloodbat Mountain, Su Qi activated the Shadow Step and vanished within the confines of the Demon Beast Mountain range. 4 days had elapsed since he departed from the Su family's rear mountain, and in 9 days, the Beast Refining Conference would commence. Before that, Su Qi wished to further consolidate the techniques and martial skills he had acquired in the tranquil chamber of the Su family's rear mountain. For his performance at the Beast Refining Conference would determine the future trajectory of the entire Su family. This time, Su Qi chose not to enter through the gates of Qingfeng City, as he had indeed offended too many individuals there, particularly after the last encounter with the Mu and Bai families, who had relentlessly pursued him but were ultimately met with his counterattack in the Demon Beast Mountain range. Time had passed since then. The Mu and Bai families have indeed given rise to certain speculations, albeit without any substantial evidence. Naturally, the Mu and Bai families do not occupy much of Su Qi's thoughts. However, it is worth noting that almost every family in Qingfeng City has incurred Su Qi's displeasure at one time or another, particularly following the brutal incident in the beast fighting arena. Unbeknownst to Su Qi, after his appearance in the Su family, word of his presence spread throughout Qingfeng City, prompting nearly all the families to personally visit Su Changfeng in search of retribution. Furthermore, the deep-seated conflicts between the elder of the Su family and Su Changfeng are well known among the high-ranking members of many families in Qingfeng City. Were it not for Su Changfeng's restoration of strength, having even ascended a minor realm, and the arrival of Su Wenyuan's second-tier beast, the Su family would not fear the prospect of inter-family warfare. Additionally, the elder Su Lintian harbors no desire to see the Su family become a fragmented entity, especially since he aspires to take the helm of the family in the future. Moreover, the city's lord, Li Tsang, has repeatedly urged reconciliation, citing the impending beast tournament, thus averting the Su family from falling into a precarious situation besieged by many. It can be said that Su Qi's performance in the beast tournament is pivotal to the Su family's continued existence in Qingfeng City. Chapter 38. Lu Yu, of course. Su Qi remains oblivious to all this, having secluded himself in a quiet chamber on the back mountain of the Su family for rigorous cultivation, only to later stealthily venture into the Beast Mountain range. Upon entering the secluded chamber, Su Qi diligently delves into the study of internal and external mystical arts, recognizing that such techniques form the very foundation of one's cultivation. Should he manage to advance his internal and external mystical arts to the second level before the commencement of the Beast Tournament, the reservoir of spiritual energy within him would significantly increase, thus bolstering his confidence in confronting Su Long during the tournament. With the Beast Tournament fast approaching, Su Qi is determined to refine his techniques and martial arts further, striving to enhance his abilities to ensure triumph in the impending contest. Consequently, after a night of cultivating internal and external mystical arts, Su Qi emerges from the chamber to practice the Shadow Step in the open area of the back mountain. He then returns to the quiet chamber to continue his training, alternating between the two activities. Meanwhile, Li Qingyao appears to be utterly engrossed in her own cultivation, having yet to emerge from the chamber since entering. Were it not for their attainment of the condensed path realm, being able to endure 10 days or even half a month without sustenance would not pose any issue. Who are you? What brings you here? I have been here for several days. Are you not aware that disturbing others during their cultivation is an act of great unkindness? How dare you speak to me like that? As Su Qi is deeply engrossed in his practice of internal and external mystical arts, he is momentarily distracted by the commotion outside, prompting him to set aside his training. Upon closer inspection, he distinctly recognizes Li Qingyao's voice among the clamor. Slap. Little Qingyao, what is the matter? Su Qi hastily awakens from his meditative state and flings the door open to inquire. Initially, upon hearing the noise, Su Qi's first thought is that someone from the Su family is in conflict with Li Qingyao. Stepping outside, he indeed finds this to be the case. Before him stand a woman clad in yellow garb, possessing an appealing figure and a strikingly beautiful face, yet her haughty and frosty demeanor conveys an unmistakable air of no entry for strangers. You must be Su Qi. The woman in yellow directs her attention toward him upon his appearance. And you are? What business do you have in the Su family? This is a secluded chamber, not a place for just anyone to enter. Su Chi's irritation begins to surface, yet he maintains his composure enough to ask. It is well known that the secluded chambers on the back mountain of the Su family are designated for the cultivation of family disciples. While these chambers may not provide the abundant spiritual energy found in other sects, they represent the best conditions the Su family can currently offer. Consequently, any individual wishing to access the back mountain must inform the family head, as the head of the Su family. Su Changfeng cannot possibly be unaware of Li Qingyao's presence, especially since she once saved his life. Thus, it is inconceivable that he would permit such a headstrong girl to enter the back mountain. What ulterior motive do you have in sneaking into the back mountain of the Su family? With these thoughts, Su Chi's anger flares, causing his voice to rise. Humph, if I were not here to deliver a message, do you think I would care for your dilapidated back mountain? This thatch hut is hardly worthy of being called a training chamber. The woman speaks with utmost arrogance. Humph, remember this. I am Lu Yu, a disciple of the divine sect, here to deliver a message on behalf of my senior brother. This Lu Yu, identify herself as a female disciple of the divine sect, beams with pride and self-importance as she mentions her senior brother, casually handing over a letter. The mere mention of her affiliation with the divine sect, a sect renowned as the most powerful within several hundred miles, carries significant weight, even causing the lords of Qingfeng City and neighboring realms to tread carefully around the sect's leader. Unfazed by her proclamation of status, Su Chi accepts the letter without immediately opening it, instead posing a question that, if I am not mistaken, your so-called senior brother must be Su Long, correct? Having made this connection, a sense of relief washes over Su Chi, and he smiles faintly. With merely 3 days remaining until the Beast Tournament, Lord Li Cong has already arranged the venues and logistics, eagerly anticipating the grand event in Qingfeng City. If Su Long intends to participate in the tournament, he should be returning from the divine sect in these last few days. Given Su Long's exceptional talent, it is not surprising that he is regarded as a prominent disciple within the divine sect, likely accompanied by a few admiring junior sisters. Humph, be silent. The illustrious name of my senior brother is not one you can utter. Lu Yu retorts, her voice brimming with arrogance. She feels emboldened by Su Long's ambiguous affection for her, while also reveling in the prestige that comes with being a disciple of the divine sect, an identity that commands respect not only in Qingfeng City, but also in several other cities. Just a mere disciple of the divine sect. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Li Qingyao can no longer contain her frustration, nearly summoning her Nirvana Phoenix to confront Lu Yu. In truth, this situation has a lengthy backstory. Su Long has indeed returned to Qingfeng City to participate in the Beast Tournament, accompanied not only by Lu Yu, but also by an intersect elder of the divine sect. Su Long, having reached the late stage of the condensed path realm at such a young age, stands on par with the heads of many families in Qingfeng City, brimming with potential and boundless possibilities for the future. Upon returning to Qingfeng City, he anticipated a warm reception from the city's distinguished figures, even expecting Su Changfeng to bow to him in deference. However, he was utterly blindsided to discover that Su Lintian had been expelled from the Su family and was now at the Ma family. Awaiting the return of his grandson, Su Long in a fit of anger, Su Long penned a letter to instruct Lu Yu to deliver it to Su Chi. Although Su Changfeng was initially reluctant to allow Lu Yu entry, he ultimately acquiesced, considering her status as a disciple of the divine sect and her assurance that she was merely delivering a message, harboring no ulterior motives. After much deliberation, he permitted Lu Yu to enter the Su family. Upon her arrival at the back mountain, finding no one present, she encountered several quiet chambers and began to knock on doors, fortuitously landing at Li Qingyao's room first, thus awakening her from her meditative state. Li Qingyao, having finally entered a state of cultivation, is naturally irritable. Being a royal princess with a stubborn disposition, she cannot simply swallow her indignation. However, upon realizing that those present must be individuals of the Su family, she decides against a full-blown confrontation for Su Chi's sake, yet struggles to suppress her anger. This, coupled with Lu Yu's brazen attitude, leads to a heated exchange that ultimately draws Su Chi's attention, culminating in the scene that transpired. Chapter 39. Lu Yu. Humph. I truly cannot fathom how one so blind to their own limitations exists. Prepare to meet your doom at the beast tournament. Observing that Su Qi has taken the letter, yet refrained from opening it, Lu Yu once again scoffs with contempt. Then it follows that you are not a member of the Su family, but rather a disciple of that so-called divine sect. Before Su Qi could respond, Li Qingyao seizes upon this critical point, inquiring, how could such a dilapidated family ever compare to my identity as a disciple of the divine sect? Spare me your attempts to tarnish my reputation. Lu Yu's demeanor remains haughty and disdainful. Though her countenance is striking, it is rendered utterly unlikable by her arrogance. Slap, slap. Suddenly, two crisp slaps echoed through the back mountain of the Su family, resonating with a clear and prolonged sound. Qingyao struck with remarkable speed and force, delivering two resounding blows to both sides of Lu Yu's face. Though Lu Yu possessed a passable appearance, her cheeks were now marked with 5 crimson handprints. Qingyao had finally gleaned the truth. Since Lu Yu was not a member of the Su family, there was no need for her to consider Su Qi's feelings any longer. As for the so-called disciples of the divine sect mentioned by the woman in yellow, Li Qingyao was utterly unconcerned. No matter how grand the sect, could it possibly overshadow the royal family of the Heavenly Wind Empire? Within the palace, Li Qingyao was truly the center of adoration, and thus, she would not be intimidated by Lu Yu, the woman in yellow, and consequently took action. You wretched being, dare to lay your hands on me. Lu Yu seemed utterly unprepared for Li Qingyao's proactive assault, standing frozen in place for a moment before finally reacting. Nirvana Phoenix, blazing fire. Lu Yu, overly reliant on her identity as a disciple of the divine sect, was momentarily dazed by Li Qingyao's attack. She could hardly fathom how someone who appeared to be merely at the 5th level of body refinement could dare to strike her, while she herself was at the 9th level. Lu Yu had deliberately concealed her own cultivation level. Since arriving in Qingfeng City, Su Qi had always presented himself as being at the 4th level of body refinement, while Li Qingyao had consistently been at the 5th level. This had led Lu Yu to mistakenly believe that as a 9th level body refinement practitioner, she could easily overpower both individuals before her. When out and about, one should temper their words. Do not bring the divine sect into this. Observing Lu Yu, now charred and disheveled from the flames of the Nirvana Phoenix, her once delicate beauty was now obscured by soot and disgrace. Li Qingyao taunted the fallen figure on the ground. Wait and see. This time, an elder from the inner sect, Elder Wu, has also come to Qingfeng City. Your end is nigh. Although Lu Yu is not the most outstanding female disciple within the divine sect, her considerable talent, 9th level body refinement, and fair appearance had garnered her some admiration and protection from male disciples. Now, having suffered such a profound humiliation within a mere small family in Qingfeng City, Lu Yu could hardly accept it, her voice nearly a scream. I shall ensure that your fate is sealed. At that moment, Lu Yu had no intention of retaliating against Li Qingyao upon witnessing the manifestation of the Nirvana Phoenix. She understood she had indeed kicked a steel plate today. Yet, unwilling to diminish the reputation of the divine sect, she glared fiercely at Su Qi before departing. This what you meant. Su Qi let out a cold laugh, leisurely tearing apart the unopened envelope in his hand. You truly go too far. Just wait. Watching Su Qi and Li Qingyao dismiss the significance of the divine sect, as well as Su Long and herself, the woman in yellow could no longer endure this passive situation. Rising to her feet, clad in a robe now blackened by the flames, she stormed out. Just moments ago, Lu Yu had entered through the Su family's grand gates with an air of arrogance. Now, as she exited in a disheveled state, the disparity was painfully clear to her alone. Xiao Qingyao, I am truly sorry for your entanglement in this matter, Su Qi expressed with remorse as Lu Yu departed. It's quite all right. That woman was utterly insufferable. Teaching her a lesson will surely make her remember. As for Su Long, I believe you will undoubtedly defeat him at the Beast Refining Conference. Whenever Su Qi was around, Li Qingyao inexplicably felt a surge of excitement and joy. The dark cloud brought by Lu Yu having dissipated. By the way, Su Qi, how have you progressed with those martial techniques? The extreme shadow step appears to be an excellent skill. You must delve deeply into it. Li Qingyao, having spent considerable time in seclusion, was unaware that Su Qi had already left Qingfeng City, ventured into the Beast Mountain range, and returned. I assure you, I have not been idle. The extreme shadow step is indeed remarkable, but I'm uncertain of the areas where I might be lacking. Could you assist me? When it came to the extreme shadow step, Su Qi felt a mix of enthusiasm and urgency. Acutely aware of the powerful benefits it conferred, and he yearned to master the 7th level, which would allow him to create 7 shadows. Which shadow are you currently at? Li Qingyao inquired with curiosity. Come, you will see for yourself, Su Qi replied with a mysterious smile, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed down from the mountainside towards the foot of the hill, trailing 3 distinct and dense shadows behind him. Ah! Li Qingyao was left dumbfounded, genuinely astonished, considering her uncle's decades-long obsession with practicing the extreme shadow step in the capital of the Heavenly Wind Empire. Having only achieved the 3rd shadow, Su Qi's rapid progress in such a short time was almost unbelievable. Moreover, Li Qingyao had witnessed her uncle showcase the extreme shadow step, and while he too had 3 shadows, they paled in comparison to the ones trailing behind Su Qi. Xiao Qingyao, what do you think? Su Qi called out from the foot of the mountain, looking up at Li Qingyao on the mountainside. Li Qingyao was so astounded that she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Do you have any breakthroughs? Let me see more. Li Qingyao felt that Su Qi had yet to fully reveal the depths of his mastery of the extreme shadow step. All right, watch closely. Su Qi chuckled softly. Preparing to demonstrate the full extent of the extreme shadow step. Chapter 40. Hierarchical order. With that, Su Qi casually moved about the open space on the back mountain of the Su family, his 3 shadows flickering in and out, his speed varying from swift to slow. Even when Su Qi was not maintaining high velocity, the shadows behind him appeared both real and illusory, creating a captivating spectacle. This left Li Qingyao utterly astonished. How did you achieve this? Su Qi, returning from his dazzling display, smiled at the astonished Li Qingyao. That it's quite simple for me. There's nothing difficult about it. Su Qi began to explain when he suddenly noticed Su Changfeng approaching the back mountain. Child, how has your training been these past few days? The Beast Refining Conference is just around the corner, and today we must go meet the city lord at the training grounds. From Su Changfeng's voice, Su Qi could sense his father's lingering concern, especially after having witnessed the divine sect's elder and Su Long, along with the family patriarch, Su Lin Tian, who had been avoiding him since his last visit to the Ma family estate. To be honest, while Su Changfeng was also at the 2nd level of the refinement realm, he was acutely aware that the elder from the divine sect, Wu Huazi, who had returned with Su Long, was already on the verge of entering the transformation realm. Such a formidable figure could easily be regarded as a core member in many sections with a near demigod present in Qingfeng City. Both Su Changfeng and even the city lord, Li Tsang, would need to exercise greater caution. Father, do not worry. I will handle everything with confidence, Su Qi replied with a gentle smile, descending from the mountain. With Li Qingyao following closely behind, equally cheerful. Child, do not be reckless. Even if the Su family departs from Qingfeng City, there are ways to ensure our survival, Su Changfeng cautioned, concerned that Su Qi might resort to desperate measures during the Beast Refining Conference to secure the safety of the Su family. First, we are going to training grounds to establish our hierarchical order that, in the past, our Su family consistently ranked among the top 3 in Qingfeng City, but given the unusual circumstances this time, I am uncertain where the city lord will place us, Su Changfeng explained as they walked together, joined by Su Wenyuan, the primary figures of the Su family now being limited to just them. Father, does this hierarchical order have any impact on the Beast Refining Conference? Su Qi asked, puzzled. While he had participated in the conference before, it had typically been determined by a lottery system. He was bewildered by the sudden change in rules. The families ranked at the top will be the first to compete and will subsequently take turns accepting challenges from other families until they are exhausted or defeated by a stronger opponent. Su Changfeng elucidated to Su Qi. Understood. Regardless of the competition rules, I will manage just fine. You can rest assured, Father. Su Qi pondered deeply, yet in an effort to alleviate Su Changfeng's concerns, he repeatedly reassured him. In truth, the alterations to the rules of the Alchemy Conference were decreed by the city lord. whose original intention was to maintain the status quo among the various family factions in Qingfeng City, preventing further unrest and friction. Moreover, through this alchemy conference, he aimed to slightly diminish the power of the top-ranking families in Qingfeng City while simultaneously invigorating the less influential families. The ultimate goal was to achieve a considerable balance among the myriad family factions, ensuring the long-term stability of Qingfeng City, thus allowing the city lord to govern for an extended period with greater ease and comfort. The streets of Qingfeng City remained extraordinarily vibrant, and with the alchemy conference approaching, the populace was filled with excitement, for the family factions within the city touched the lives of nearly everyone. Hence, the citizens rallied in support of their respective families. After meandering through the crowd, Su Qi and Li Qingyao followed Su Changfeng and Su Wenyuan to the training grounds of Qingfeng City. Typically, significant events in Qingfeng City are held in this expansive venue, which is well-equipped and, with minimal adornment, could readily serve as the site for the upcoming alchemy conference. Ahead, the air was abuzz with chatter, as numerous families had already arrived early. Although throngs of people gathered, most were merely spectators, while the true heads and key figures of the families were scattered throughout the grounds, encircling a solitary figure at the center. This individual was none other than the city lord of Qingfeng, Li Tsang, a robust middle-aged man in his 40s, rumored to be on the brink of achieving the transformation into the divine realm. The head of the Su family. Long time no see, it seems your family is set to take the lead this time. Truly a moment of pride. Upon entering the training grounds, Su Changfeng was greeted by an old acquaintance, the head of the Li family in Qingfeng City. Though the Li family's strength slightly surpassed that of the Su family, the fiery temperaments of Su Changfeng and Su Wenyuan had led many in Qingfeng City to avoid confrontation with the Su family, whether in business or other matters. Oh, brotherly, your words are indeed an exaggeration. How could our Su family possibly rank among the top? Su Changfeng replied with a hearty laugh. As the elders exchanged pleasantries, Su Qi refrained from interjecting, knowing that in the alchemy conference, strength would reign supreme. He would showcase his abilities when the time came. Let us take a look. The city lord has already made his arrangements over there. After the head of the Li family spoke, he departed, and Su Changfeng, slightly anxious, made his way toward the city lord, with Su Qi and Li Qingyao closely in tow. Brother Changfeng, congratulations. This time your Su family has indeed secured the top position upon their arrival near the city lord. Before they could even glimpse him through the throng, Ma Riyun, the head of the Ma family, feigned congratulations towards Su Changfeng. Alas, how could we possibly be in the lead? Su Changfeng sighed in response. Oh, do not be so ungrateful. The only reason the city lord has placed your Su family at the forefront is out of respect for Su Long Didi. Oh, you truly believe your strength is sufficient to claim the title of the first family? At that moment, the Su family's elder, Su Lintian, who had long been absent, interjected. Since the last incident, Su Lintian had severed ties with Su Changfeng, seizing the opportunity to assert himself verbally. Humph, the wretched dog of the Su family dares to boast here. Upon seeing Su Lintian, Su Changfeng's fury erupted, and he chastised loudly. Let us see who dares to act so brazenly. Suddenly, a youthful voice interjected. Chapter 41. Provocation from below, as Su Lintian proudly stepped aside. Su Long appeared, confronting Su Changfeng directly. Presently, Su Long exuded an air of arrogance. Strikingly handsome and confident due to his formidable strength, he felt emboldened to face Su Changfeng directly, as Su Changfeng was at the initial stage of the second layer of the Tao condensation realm, while Su Long had already reached the late stage of the first layer. Only a minor realm separated them, and Su Long had diligently trained within the divine sect, giving him an edge in practical combat power over Su Changfeng. Moreover, behind Su Long stood a formidable elder, Wu Huazi, who was on the verge of entering the divine realm himself. Humph, you little brat. Do you truly wish to defy me as the head of the family? Su Changfeng managed to maintain his composure, but Su Wenyuan, known for his explosive temper, was quick to retaliate against Su Long. As he struck, a faint rumble of thunder echoed, revealing the Su family's high-grade martial skill. The thunderclap palmed a mere parlor trick, utterly embarrassing. Su Long scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly countering Su Wenyuan's attack. Bang! With a resounding clash, Su Wenyuan was forced to stagger backward several steps, while Su Long merely took a small step back. His complexion slightly flushed, but quickly returning to normal. For one so young, being able to contend with Su Wenyuan and gain the upper hand was indeed remarkable. Bang! Suddenly, Su Qi unleashed the cloud-dispersing palm from a distance, striking Su Long squarely in the abdomen. Though Su Long sensed the impending attack, he was unable to defend in time, sent flying backward, albeit quickly recovering, albeit somewhat disheveled. Launching a sneak attack from the shadows. This child is truly despicable. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my elder. Seeing his apprentice Su Long being bullied, Wu Huazi roared in anger, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to retaliate. Everyone halt! Just then, a powerful shout from City Lord Li Tsang echoed through the air as he leaped forward, effortlessly neutralizing Wu Huazi's attack, and standing firmly before Su Q. It was not that City Lord Li Tsang particularly favored the Su family or Su Qi, but rather, as the Lord of Qingfeng City, he held dominion over this territory and would not allow any outsiders to run rampant, not even the divine sect. We are here for the alchemy conference. Let the disputes among peers be resolved among themselves. The IT must be said. City Lord Li Tsang possessed considerable skill. His strength was formidable, and his ability to easily counter Wu Huazi's palm indicated that. Despite being on the brink of the divine realm, he had evidently advanced further than Wu Huazi. Furthermore, his statement carried multiple implications. First, Wu Huazi could not use his status as an elder to attack Su Qi, and it also served as a warning to Su Wenyuan, advising him not to strike Su Long as a senior. Thank you, City Lord, we have indeed overstepped as the head of the Su family. Su Changfeng was able to maintain his composure. This year's alchemy conference adopted new rules, and the Su family had indeed secured the top position. Thus, the Su family's disciples must be well prepared for the challenges ahead, as each family would be in a similar situation. City Lord, I have high hopes for your Su family, Li Tsang said, turning to Su Changfeng with a warm smile. Thank you for your kind words. City Lord, the Su family will not disappoint you. With the City Lord's personal endorsement, Su Changfeng felt compelled to rise to the occasion. As for Wu Huazi, who had just attempted to strike Su Qi and was now glaring at Li Tsang with resentment. He found himself powerless, for prior to departing from the divine sect, he had been warned not to provoke trouble abroad. Moreover, Wu Huazi believed that had Su Qi not launched a sneak attack, Su Long would not have appeared so disheveled. During the alchemy conference, Su Long would surely find a way to redeem himself and teach Su Qi a lesson, since the City Lord has stated that disputes among peers should be resolved among themselves. Then Su Qi, I challenge you. As soon as the City Lord departed, Su Long pointed directly at Su Qi to, such boldness, I accept your challenge. Though taken aback, Su Qi remained unflustered and readily accepted the so-called challenge. Child, Su Changfeng quietly called out to Su Qi, tugging at his sleeve, but Su Qi paid him no heed. With the alchemy conference approaching, you should conserve your energy for the event. Su Changfeng believed that Su Qi had been provoked, prompting him to take such a perilous risk by confronting Su Long before the alchemy tournament commenced. Thus, he stepped in to mediate the situation. After all, such clandestine skirmishes among peers could easily escalate into lethal confrontations. Fueled by youthful exuberance at such a juncture, it was imperative for the elders of both parties to intervene and de-escalate the tension. However, upon closer inspection, Su Long was backed by a senior elder from the divine sect's inner circle. Wu Huazi, who was on the verge of entering the transformation realm. In contrast, the only ones on Su Qi's side were himself and Su Wenyuan, both merely at the second level of the condensation realm, which paled in comparison to Wu Huazi's prowess. Presently, the only individual in Qingfeng City capable of directly contending with Wu Huazi was the City Lord, Li Tsang. There can only be one representative of the Su family on the stage of the alchemy tournament, and that person shall be me. It seemed that Su Long was incensed by Su Qi's earlier sneak attack, as his tone was now exceedingly aggressive. You traitor, how could you possibly compare to Su Qi, the esteemed young master of our Su family? Su Wenyuan, already furious from his previous failed strike, was further incensed by Su Long's remarks that, Who truly is the young master of the Su family will soon be determined once this alchemy tournament concludes. Su Long remarked with a relaxed chuckle, his words laden with implication. Enough of this idle chatter. I accept your challenge. Let us meet on the training grounds. Su Chi could no longer endure the taunts. Su Long's arrogance demanded a lesson to temper his haughtiness. Since Su Long was so eager to prove himself before the tournament's commencement, Su Chi decided to grant him that opportunity. Very well. Let us proceed. Su Long had been anticipating Su Chi's agreement. Various families gathered in Qingfeng City to prepare for the training grounds. Many prominent figures rushed over upon witnessing the discord within the Su family. Coupled with the crowd outside the training grounds, a considerable number of spectators had gathered to witness this impending clash. Chapter 42. A display of power, child. Be cautious. We can always refrain from engaging with them. Su Long's strength was hardly inferior to Su Changfeng's, perhaps even surpassing Su Wenyuan's. Thus, upon seeing Su Chi prepare to duel Su Long, Su Changfeng was filled with concern. Uncle Su, fret not. Watch as Su Chi teaches that arrogant brat a lesson. Li Qingyao remarked, fully aware of Su Chi's true abilities and feeling no trepidation, only eagerness for the spectacle. Though Su Wenyuan had been humiliated by Su Long, he remained closely behind Su Changfeng, ready to act without hesitation should Su Chi find himself in peril. Dou intend to back out? Wu Huazi, the formidable expert who had returned alongside Su Long from the divine sect, remarked with a mocking tone, his white hair contrasting with his hunched figure. Humph, I've never seen anyone so desperate to meet their demise. Are you even prepared for the alchemy tournament? Su Chi, with a cold smirk, stepped into the center of the training grounds, unwavering in his gaze fixed upon Su Long. Humph, I shall grant you 3 strikes. Su Long, clad in white, stood as if descended from the heavens, his garments billowing without wind, arrogantly addressing Su Chi. If Lu Yu were present, she would undoubtedly gasp in awe, for this was the very image of Su Long she had envisioned. However, with Li Qingyao's imprint still fresh upon Lu Yu's face, she lacked the courage to face anyone at this moment. You shall pay dearly for this. Without hesitation, Su Chi lunged forward, delivering a straightforward punch aimed at Su Long's face. Humph! Such crude technique. Su Long assessed Su Chi's cultivation level, noting he was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, and thus expected only these rudimentary martial arts. He could hardly fathom what audacity Su Chi possessed to challenge a late-stage expert of the condensation realm. Bang! As anticipated, Su Chi's probing strike was firmly blocked by Su Long, for it was merely a test, and Su Chi had not utilized his full strength. Crack! Su Chi's knee struck Su Long's abdomen. Yet this attack, too, was executed without drawing upon his internal energy, relying solely on basic martial skills. This second strike was likewise thwarted by Su Long, being a late-stage expert of the condensation realm. On the verge of breaking into the 2nd level, if this is your true strength, I advise you to kneel and confess. I may yet spare your life. Initially, Su Long had harbored some caution toward Su Chi, but now, perceiving the ineptitude of Su Chi's assaults, he was inclined to mock him. There remains one last strike. Brace yourself. The onlookers, particularly Su Changfeng and Su Wenyuan, felt their hearts tighten as they witnessed Su Chi's 2 failed attempts at offense. Cloud dispelling palm. This time, Su Chi summoned all his internal energy, concentrating in his arm, and unleashed a powerful palm strike at such close range. The cloud dispelling palm struck Su Long squarely in the chest. Ah! A loud cry erupted. Although Su Chi had previously launched a sneak attack, this time he executed the same technique, and Su Long still failed to defend against it. Huh? How does that feel? Su Chi inquired, observing Su Long stagger back several steps, his expression pained. You brat, your 3 strikes have passed. I shall not show you mercy now. Prepare to meet your end, Su Long said through gritted teeth, forcibly suppressing his rising anger. Child, be cautious. Sensing Su Long's newfound seriousness and the ferocity in his demeanor, Su Changfeng urgently warned Su Chi. Buzz! Su Long drew a slender long sword from his storage bag, its form resembling that of a serpent. Flying swallow! With a shout, Su Long's sword moved with remarkable agility, akin to a swallow, continuously adjusting its angle, making it difficult for Su Chi to discern its trajectory as it lunged towards him. Su Long's assault drew gasps from the gathered crowd. Many, including the patriarchs of various families, questioned if they could withstand such a strike if Su Long were their opponent. Indeed, Flying Swallow was a sword technique Su Long had mastered in the Divine Sect. And this particular maneuver was the most challenging of the set. He had only recently perfected it, and this was his first practical application in combat. Su Long believed that while Su Qi's strength was insufficient to warrant using Flying Swallow, this duel in Qingfeng City would dictate the future of the Su family. That if he could decisively crush or even eliminate Su Qi before the alchemy tournament began, it would stabilize the Su family's position. As Su Long's sword approached, Su Qi remained unfazed, merely shifting his feet, allowing a shadowy figure to manifest behind him, alternating between the two. That if Su Long had previously sought to confuse Su Qi, now it was Su Qi who had turned the tables, bewildering Su Long instead. In that moment, Su Long could hardly discern which was the true form of Su Qi. This boy possesses remarkable agility. Wu Huazi, who had been observing the fight, was astonished. As someone on the cusp of the transformation realm, he had always considered himself adept in agility, yet witnessing Su Qi made him realize the vast chasm between their skills. Swish! Indeed, Su Long's sword struck nothing but air, causing him to lurch slightly forward, while Su Qi seized the opportunity of Su Long's momentary lapse. The cloud-dispelling palm struck Su Long's chest once more, landing in the same spot that had already endured 3 assaults. Were this any ordinary individual, they would have sustained severe injuries, and while Su Long might not be gravely harmed, he certainly felt the effects. "What's the matter? Your expression appears quite poor. Stand up. Let us continue." That Su Qi taunted, observing Su Long, who lay on the ground, struggling to rise. Humph, mere trifles. Though Su Long felt the tumult of blood and energy within him, he remained defiant, convinced that as a prodigious disciple of the Divine Sect, he could never be defeated by a perceived waste of talent from Qingfeng City. This was utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, Wu Huazi, who had been watching intently, was equally shocked. From the moment Su Qi had ambushed Su Long, he had sensed that Su Qi's cultivation level was a facade. Even as a semi-expert in the transformation realm, he could not discern Su Qi's true capabilities. Yet, regardless of his disbelief, he could not fathom that Su Qi could surpass Su Long's strength. Chapter 43. Wu Huazi takes action. You have provoked my ire. Your demise is imminent. After Su Long finished speaking, he forcibly rose to his feet. Once clad in snow-white garments, he was now covered in dirt, his appearance disheveled and unkempt. "Emerald White Fox, come forth," he bellowed. "No, you mustn't." Wu Huazi, who had been silently observing the battle, swiftly intervened to prevent him from summoning his innate beast, the Emerald White Fox. This was Su Long's trump card, and it was not yet the time to reveal it. However, Su Long, consumed by rage, momentarily lost control. He had initially believed that upon arriving in Qingfeng City to participate in the Beast Refining Conference, he would effortlessly dominate the competition. Little did he expect to be thwarted by Su Qi and suffer such a significant setback. Let today's duel end here. A mere exchange of skills suffices. We shall meet on the arena tomorrow. Wu Huazi swiftly pulled the frenzied Su Long away. Humph, you can start and stop as you please. Do you take me for a fool? Su Qi was exceedingly infuriated. He recalled Wu Huazi's insistence that outsiders must not interfere in his duel with Su Long. Yet here he was, dragging Su Long away himself. In an instant, Su Qi unleashed the Shadow Step, 3 shadows overlapping behind him, moving with remarkable speed. The cloud-sweeping palm was already poised, quickly closing the distance to strike at Wu Huazi's back. Humph, you seek death. Wu Huazi, on the verge of transcending, was not someone Su Qi could ambush successfully. He casually waved his sleeve, unleashing a powerful gust that sent Su Qi hurtling backward. "Su Qi," Li Qingyao exclaimed, rushing forward to catch him. As she looked toward the retreating figures of Wu Huazi and Su Long, Su Qi's eyes brimmed with reluctance. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Wu Huazi, yet he had merely wanted to gauge Wu Huazi's true strength. Now, he finally grasped the reality of the situation. "Child, are you unharmed?" Wu Huazi had blatantly violated the rules of the duel, but due to his formidable power, no one dared to confront him. They could only watch helplessly. "Do not worry, father. I am fine. I will have my chance to confront him again at tomorrow's beast refining conference. Indeed, Wu Huazi had merely waved his sleeve to halt Su Qi's pursuit without inflicting any serious harm, leaving Su Qi almost unscathed. As an inner elder of the divine sect, Wu Huazi's status was highly esteemed in the small town surrounding the sect. Therefore, his disregard for the duel's rules left him somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly departed. Moreover, had he truly unleashed his full power, he could have severely injured Su Qi, but the lord of Qingfeng City, Li Tsang, would not have let him off easily. As long as you are well. As long as you are well. Tomorrow's beast refining conference requires prudence. Do not act recklessly. Su Changfeng sighed, fully aware of the underlying tensions and reasons at play. Su Qi was equally cognizant that the Su family had been positioned as the first family for tomorrow's conference. He would be the first to step onto the stage, and with a series of battles ahead, how could he hope to prevail against 7 opponents in succession? The elder's grandson, Su Long, while also representing the Su family, was slated to appear much later in the order if Wu Huazi hadn't intervened. Su Qi found it hard to believe. After all, the other family's disciples were spaced just 2 or 3 apart, whereas he and Su Long were separated by a full 7. This meant that Su Qi would need to win 7 consecutive battles before facing Su Long, leaving him exhausted and at a disadvantage. Alas, I wonder what the lord of the city is truly planning. He must be aware of the Su family's current predicament. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Changfeng sighed deeply. The lord of Qingfeng City, Li Tsang, placing the Su family at the forefront was not a decision based on merit. At the very least, 2 other families possessed strength comparable to the Su family. If both Su Qi and Su Long could shine brightly at the beast refining conference, the title of first family would be solidified, elevating the Su family as the leading clan in Qingfeng City, distancing them from the others and establishing themselves as the most powerful family. Father, do not worry. Tomorrow, I will undoubtedly defeat Su Long. Observing his father's troubled expression, Su Qi felt a pang of sympathy and offered words of comfort. Child, do not feel pressured. If need be, our Su family can always leave Qingfeng City. The thought of departing Qingfeng City served as a contingency plan for Su Changfeng. Over the years, the Su family had encountered numerous competitors in the business realm of Qingfeng City, and to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he had made some arrangements in nearby cities. As night fell, Su Qi and Li Qingyao headed to the secluded chamber in the back mountain to continue their intensive training. Tomorrow would bring the great battle, and Su Qi needed to maintain clarity of mind. Li Qingyao, having previously offended Lu Yu, might also face renewed conflict at the conference. While neither feared their respective adversaries, they were most apprehensive about Wu Huazi, who was on the verge of transcending. Should he choose to attack them, the consequences would be dire. That if Wu Huazi truly decided to make a move against them, they could only hope that Lord Li Tsang would intervene on their behalf. However, both Su Qi and Li Qingyao were not the sort to rely on others for their safety. Su Qi still had his most potent trump card concealed, his late-stage purple-eyed demon tiger. Even against Su Long today, he had concealed his abilities exceptionally well. As a beast refiner who had not summoned his innate beast was a rarity indeed. In this world, beast refiners held a unique status. Distinct from chi cultivators and body refiners, those at lower levels possessed minimal combat strength and struggled to tame powerful beasts, making victory against chi and body cultivators exceedingly difficult until reaching the transcendent phase. Consequently, very few pure beast refiners existed under the divine realm, as they often supplemented their skills with body and chi cultivation. Chapter 44, Nighttime Ambush, including the divine sect, when cultivating disciples with remarkable beast refining talent. They would also receive assistance in chi and body cultivation to navigate the early stages of their training. In his past life, Su Qi was the foremost beast refiner. He understood the advantages and shortcomings of beast refiners. Once he reached the 3rd level of the Dao consolidation stage, he would be able to harness some of the advantages inherent to beast refiners. The Dao consolidation stage represented a pivotal turning point for all. The 1st and 2nd levels were relatively inconsequential, but the 3rd level was crucial. At this stage, everyone would coalesce their spiritual roots, and the quality of the spiritual root they formed would largely determine their potential for the rest of their lives. Before his downfall, Su Qi had formed a heavenly grade spiritual root, a rarity in Qingfeng City. Suddenly, a deafening explosion interrupted Su Qi's contemplation. A gaping hole was blasted into the ceiling of the chamber, and a figure clad in black, exuding a fierce palm wind, struck towards Su Qi. Seated in meditation, Su Qi had no time to think. He rolled aside, conjuring 3 illusory shadows behind him. By sheer coincidence, the assailant's palm struck one of the shadows, leaving Su Qi unscathed. However, the futon he had been sitting on and the surrounding furnishings could not escape the brunt of the attack, shattering under the force of the palm wind. Unfazed by the failure of his initial strike, the black-clad man swiftly launched another assault with lightning speed. Cloud-sweeping palm. Su Qi called out, meeting the attack head-on. Unaware of his opponent's capabilities, he poured forth all his strength. The power of the late stage of the Dao consolidation level surged forth, and fearing he might not defeat his enemy immediately, he forcibly tapped into his ancestral bloodline. The spiritual energy Su Qi unleashed was markedly different from others. While others emitted colorless and transparent energy, Su Qi's was thick with blood-red hues and a pungent scent. Bang! What a clever lad! You indeed had a hidden trump card yesterday. After a fierce clash of palms with the figure clad in black before him, both Su Qi and his opponent found themselves reeling from the encounter, particularly Su Qi, whose throat tinged with sweetness as he nearly expelled a mouthful of blood. Upon hearing this sound, Su Qi was certain that the man before him was none other than Wu Huazi, the formidable expert from the divine sect he had encountered the previous day. Given his current realm, Su Qi felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to exchange blows with Wu Huazi, who was on the brink of entering the transformation realm. With a thunderous roar, the purple-eyed demon tiger appeared before Su Qi, since Wu Huazi had shamelessly cast aside his identity to launch a surprise attack. Su Qi knew that if he were to fail in this confrontation, Wu Huazi would not relent easily. Hence, Su Qi found himself in a precarious situation, no longer able to conceal his true strength. As the third-tier late-stage, purple-eyed demon tiger materialized, it resonated with Su Qi's intentions, fully aware of the dire circumstances, and unleashed its might, coupled with Su Qi's complete activation of the demonic ancestor bloodline. The aura of the third-tier late-stage purple-eyed demon tiger surged, nearly rivaling that of a fourth-tier beast. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced through the air from the nearby, quiet chamber, and a blazing inferno surged forth towards Wu Huazi. The earlier clash between Su Qi and Wu Huazi had disturbed Li Qingyao, who was in the midst of her cultivation. The Nirvana Flame Phoenix had also been summoned, and both Su Qi and Li Qingyao felt a lingering trepidation in the face of Wu Huazi. To their astonishment, 2 rare demon beasts had appeared in this small town of Qingfeng, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. Having failed in his surprise attack, Wu Huazi no longer concealed his identity. Removing the black mask from his face, purple-eyed demon tiger, attack, Su Qi bellowed, immediately utilizing the shadow step technique, his shadows overlapping as he charged towards Wu Huazi. Tonight, the fate of both himself and Li Qingyao, and whether they could safely participate in the upcoming Demon Refining Conference, hung in the balance. Wu Huazi, confronted by Su Qi and Li Qingyao along with their 2 demon beasts, dared not underestimate them and treated the situation with utmost seriousness. As a Qi refining master, Wu Huazi did not possess a beast of his own. Qi refining masters focus intensely on the cultivation of spiritual energy, their inner reserves vast as the sea, seemingly inexhaustible at Wu Huazi's level. This was even more pronounced, and he had extensively researched various long-range techniques that required the manipulation of spiritual energy, often preventing enemies from closing in at that moment. Wu Huazi retreated, creating distance, and the desolate mountainside became the battleground for their confrontation. He continuously unleashed waves of potent spiritual energy towards Su Qi and Li Qingyao, each wave powerful, given Wu Huazi's formidable realm. Consequently, neither the purple-eyed demon tiger nor the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, nor Su Qi or Li Qingyao, could breach Wu Huazi's defenses, forcing them into a frantic dance of evasion. During this evasive maneuvering, Su Qi pushed his shadow step to its utmost pinnacle. Only through actual combat could he be driven to the brink, and the power unleashed in such dire straits was unimaginable. This time, Su Qi felt an acute urgency. The large form of the purple-eyed demon tiger became the primary target of Wu Huazi's relentless spiritual waves. Not due to its lack of agility, but because Wu Huazi's waves seemed to be limitless and striking at unimaginable speeds. Thus far, the spiritual energy Wu Huazi unleashed was equivalent to the total output of an ordinary first-level condensation realm warrior. Boom! At last, capitalizing on the bewildering effects of the shadow step, Su Qi maneuvered to Wu Huazi's side, too swift to execute the cloud's sweeping hand, and he charged headlong into Wu Huazi's form. Though Qi refining masters possess an abundance of spiritual energy and have an almost obsessive mastery over it, their one glaring weakness is their ineptitude in close-quarters combat. Now, having breached Wu Huazi's defenses, Su Qi found himself face-to-face with his opponent. Though their realms were vastly different, Wu Huazi was taken aback, retreating once more. This time, you won to escape, Su Qi growled, his shadow step closely trailing Wu Huazi as he attempted to flee. Despite Wu Huazi's repeated attempts to strike back, he only found purchase on Su Qi's phantoms. With Wu Huazi entangled, he could not continue his assault. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyao, the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, and the purple-eyed demon tiger all charged forward, surrounding Wu Huazi. Although Wu Huazi's realm was indeed superior to that of everyone present, if truly besieged, he would find it challenging to extract himself unscathed. Humph! A mere junior. Farewell, Wu Huazi, realizing he could not achieve his goal in the short term, resolved to leave. However, escaping would not be so simple. Su Qi harbored a deep disdain for ambushes. Had he not been betrayed at a crucial moment in his past life, he would not have found himself reincarnated, but instead would have ascended to a whole new realm, mending the broken path of his existence. His hands coalesced into claws akin to those of a tiger, impervious and formidable, as he struck at Wu Huazi's visage from an acute angle. At that moment, Li Qingyao, along with the purple-eyed demon tiger and the Nirvana Flame Phoenix, all launched their assaults against Wu Huazi, attacking from all sides. Swish! Su Qi infused the power of the demonic ancestor bloodline into his spiritual energy, amplifying its potency, and his claws tore through Wu Huazi's cheek. Wu Huazi winced in pain, but he understood he could not linger in battle. He had come merely to ambush. Having failed to do so, prolonging the conflict would lead to his exposure. Even if Qingfeng City could not contend with him, the Divine Sect would hold him accountable, as the Divine Sect ostensibly safeguarded the cities within several hundred miles. As an inner elder of the Divine Sect, if he were to strike against these individuals, there would be repercussions from within the sect. With one foot already in the transformation realm, Wu Huazi sought to make his escape, and Su Qi and his companions could not hope to detain him. Humph! It is truly unexpected that a master of the transformation realm possesses such despicable tactics. Wu Huazi's figure receded. Li Qingyao approached, indignant. If Su long relied solely on such underhanded methods, his demise at tomorrow's alchemy conference was all but assured. Though Su Qi's expression remained impassive, he had already resolved to reclaim his honor at the alchemy conference. Despite the necessity of overcoming 7 opponents before confronting Su Long, he was undeterred. As the foremost demon refiner in his previous life, he had faced countless battles, and these 7 were of little consequence. Furthermore, Su Qi's disdain for Su Long's treacherous conduct grew ever stronger, and he had already devised a plan to tackle the upcoming battles. Night fell. Maintaining a calm disposition before the impending clash was a fundamental quality of a strong warrior, one that Su Qi had come to master. Little Qingyao, let us depart. At dawn the next day, as the first light began to break, Su Qi awakened from his meditative state, for a great battle awaited him. Understood that in truth, Li Qingyao awoke even earlier than Su Qi. Although today was primarily Su Qi's day to engage in battle, Li Qingyao was filled with an overwhelming anxiety, as if the stakes were higher than if she were to ascend the platform herself. Exiting the secluded chamber in the back mountains, she made her way to the Su family estate, where Su Changfeng and Su Wenyuan had already prepared themselves. Thus, the group set forth, under the shroud of the misty morning. The various families of Qingfeng City also made their way to the arena, marking today as a day destined to be etched in memory. Though Su Qi and his companions had arrived quite early, the arena was already bustling with a throng of spectators, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand festival in Qingfeng City. The last time they were here, the seating arrangements had already been established. Following his father, Su Changfeng, Su Qi quietly settled into the front row. From the corner of his eye, he spotted Su Long and Wu Huazi, who had arrived alongside the Ma family. Today, Wu Huazi bore a distinctive appearance. His face concealed beneath a layer of gray veil. While others regarded this with surprise, Su Qi understood that Wu Huazi was concealing the scars left from the sneak attack on him the previous night. The Ma family had secured the 7th position, yet they now boasted a considerable number of supporters, primarily due to the backing of the Grand Elder. Su Lintian stood closely behind Ma Rian, followed by Wu Huazi and Su Long, with Su Yu and Liu Yu trailing behind. A glance at Su Long and then at Su Yu, whose intentions were exceedingly insidious, reminded Su Qi of her treachery that had nearly rendered him incapacitated during the last Secret Realm expedition. Now, she brazenly stood alongside Su Long. The corners of Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. In his past life as the foremost beast refiner, he had suffered betrayal and ambush, leading to his ultimate downfall. To his astonishment, he found himself in a similar predicament once more. Given Su Long's alliance with so many, intent on overthrowing the Su family and reshuffling their ranks, it was indeed an opportune moment for Su Qi to leverage the Beast Refining Conference to solidify the Su family status as the foremost family in Qingfeng City. Esteemed guests, the hour is upon us. Let the Beast Refining Conference commence. The Lord of Qingfeng City, Li Tsang, presided over the event, and the significance of the conference needed no further elaboration, prompting Li Tsang to proceed directly. Su Qi of the Su family, I welcome your guidance. Yes, Su Qi prepared to seize this opportunity to affirm the Su family supremacy. He understood that he must display an imposing demeanor, no longer concealing his prowess. Ho Yong of the Ho family. The Ho family had recently secured the 2nd position in the rankings, their strength rivaling that of the Su family. Ho Yong, the heir apparent, was currently at the 9th stage of body refinement, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the condensation realm, though still lacking that final edge. Both his commercial acumen and personal strength rendered him a unique presence within his family. After exchanging names, the battle commenced in earnest, with neither side intending to hold back, representing their respective families. Jungle Windwolf, arise. In the spirit of the conference, Ho Yong summoned his spirit beast without reservation. As soon as his words fell, a robust windwolf, reminiscent of a mighty bull, materialized before him. The wind wolf charged alongside Ho Yong toward Su Qi, who remained motionless, gathering his energy for the cloud-dispersing palm. Boom! Upon witnessing Ho Yong's spirit beast, Su Qi activated his beast ancestor bloodline, instinctively exerting a pressure over the wind wolf. He thrust forward with the cloud-dispersing palm, and Ho Yong attempted to withstand the force. Su Qi unleashed his full strength without hesitation. How could someone at the 9th stage of body refinement withstand a strike from him? Ho Yong was sent reeling backward, although the wind wolf was Ho Yong's spirit beast. It now appeared hesitant, fearfully fixating on Su Qi, reluctant to advance. Despite Su Qi's relatively low cultivation level, he could not fully harness the tremendous power harbored within his bloodline, yet even a mere hint of his aura was sufficient to intimidate these first-tier spirit beasts. Jungle Windwolf, attack, struck hard by Su Qi's cloud-dispersing palm. Ho Yong found it difficult to continue fighting, desperately urging his spirit beast. Chapter 46. A series of victories. Su Qi, however, would not grant him the luxury of time. With a nimble leap, he effortlessly closed the distance to Ho Yong, gripping his collar tightly before casting him aside. Ho Yong tumbled off the platform, and according to the rules of the Beast Refining Conference, he had lost. Ho Yong's defeat signified that the Ho family had thus lost a round in the initial clash. I concede. Su Qi regarded the injured Ho Yong being assisted by his clan members and offered a slight bow. He harbored no significant animosity toward the Ho family. His true target was Su Long, and thus he had not struck Ho Yong with excessive force. The first contest of the Beast Refining Conference concluded swiftly, catching everyone off guard. Although Su Qi showcased his cultivation at the 4th stage of body refinement, all present recognized that his displayed power was far from reliable. Niu Hong of the Niu family. I await your guidance. Following this, Niu Hong, the young master of the Niu family, ascended the stage, a robust figure. He lacked extraordinary talent in beast refining, but was fervently dedicated to body refinement techniques, making him considerably stronger in close combat than his peers. Please. As Su Qi's words fell, Niu Hong, without summoning his spirit beast, charged toward him with great strides, his fists enveloped in a crimson glow, exuding immense strength. Su Qi, be cautious. Niu Hong should not be underestimated. Su Changfeng, seated in the front row, expressed his concern as he observed the battle unfold. Meanwhile, the head of the Niu family clenched his fists tightly, seemingly rallying for Niu Hong. Our Su family is unworthy of the title of the foremost family in Qingfeng City. Crush that waste. The head of the Niu family was brimming with confidence in Niu Hong's abilities. Despite Su Qi's earlier display of strength vastly exceeding his apparent cultivation level, the Niu family head believed Niu Hong could manage. Bang! The battle raged on with fervor, intensifying as Su Qi skillfully controlled his extreme shadow step, not revealing his full power. Nevertheless, he made Niu Hong miss with a powerful punch. Even now, Su Qi had yet to summon his spirit beast, the purple-eyed demon tiger, which remained his trump card, reserved for his confrontation with Su Long to achieve an unexpected effect. Humph! If all you can do is evade, then your Su family truly does not deserve the title of the foremost family. The relentless barrage of attacks on Su Qi met with nothing but air, leaving Niu Hong with a bitter taste of frustration. Niu Hong was more accurately regarded as a body refiner, excelling in close combat, a pursuit he relished. Although he had captured a spirit beast under his family's insistence, his confidence in his own formidable physique led him to refrain from deploying it. Su Qi dismissed Niu Hong's provocations with disdain. In battle, the victor claimed the title, and there was no room for superfluous rules. Ultimately, after exhausting himself through consecutive bursts of power, Niu Hong fell prey to Su Qi's calculated strike with the cloud-dispersing palm, landing him beneath the platform in yet another effortless victory for Su Qi. Humph! What kind of master merely dodges? I truly hope he can endure until the 7th round. They could see this moment, standing behind Su Long were the two women, Su Yu and Lu Yu, both of whom harbored equal admiration for him. However, the distinction lay in Lu Yu's considerable superiority in strength compared to Su Yu, and it was precisely this disparity in prowess that fueled Su Yu's indignation, as she feared that Su Long's affections might be swayed by Lu Yu. Consequently, she took the initiative to speak up, seemingly voicing her grievances on Su Long's behalf. The Alchemy Conference operated in this manner. After each contest determined a victor, the next family would dispatch their disciples to challenge the previous winner. Currently, Su Qi had triumphed in several battles, gaining an advantage each time, and was now engaged in the 7th match, should he emerge victorious once more. The subsequent bout would see him pitted against Su Long gradually. As Su Qi accrued victories, the spectators below began to reassess their opinions of him. Initially, they speculated that Su Qi was merely concealing his true strength as a ruse to bewilder his opponents, believing his actual capabilities to be rather modest. Yet as the battles progressed, this notion was dispelled, including in the mind of City Lord Li Tsong. After all, as an alchemist, Su Qi had not summoned his own contract beast and yet had achieved 7 consecutive victories, all while appearing to endure minimal exhaustion, fully capable of continuing to fight. This moment, Su Long could scarcely contain his mounting frustration. His heart ablaze with anger, he resolved to avoid arrogance and to strive for a swift conclusion. Wu Huazi, an inner sect elder of the divine sect, discerned the current predicament and addressed Su Long. He was well aware of Su Long's character. Witnessing Su Qi's glory would undoubtedly incite Su Long's desire to humiliate and belittle him, ultimately seeking to trample him underfoot and bask in his own triumph. However, Su Long overlooked a crucial reality. Despite Su Qi having fought so many rounds, he still appeared capable of further combat. Should Su Long take the stage and effortlessly defeat Su Qi, it would lead the numerous families and townsfolk below to believe that Su Qi had simply succumbed to fatigue, allowing Su Long to seize an easy victory. In truth, this scenario was preferable. Wu Huazi's greatest concern was that Su Long might engage in a protracted struggle with Su Qi, failing to gain the upper hand in such a case. regardless of whether Su Qi ultimately triumphed or fell. He would earn the recognition of many families within Qingfeng City, while Su Long's performance would inevitably falter. "Come forth. Let us engage in battle. I have awaited your arrival." After effortlessly dispatching his current opponent, Su Qi beckoned to Su Long from the platform. Speaking softly, Su Long uttered not a word, his gaze fixed intently on Su Qi and the arena, while Lu Yu and Su Yu, sensing the depth of Su Long's ire, remained silent, afraid to speak to their astonishment. The wheel battle that Wu Huazi had orchestrated with such effort had now become a hindrance for Su Long, elder brother. Su Long is coming up. Should we not replace Su Qi, given that he has fought so many rounds? Meanwhile, the other families and the surrounding spectators erupted in cheers. Su Qi's appearance rekindled memories of his former glory as Qingfeng City's greatest talent. Yet the Su family held a different perspective. Chapter 47. A surreptitious assault to have arrived at this juncture. I must concede, you have indeed impressed me, but if this is all the strength you possess, it would be wise to surrender promptly. Su Long ascended the stage with a composed demeanor, exuding an air of assured victory. He addressed Su Qi. Furthermore, Su Long unabashedly revealed his formidable realm, which was the early second stage of the condensing Tao realm. The spiritual energy surged forth like layers of oppressive force, advancing towards Su Qi. Although the battle had yet to commence, the pressure was already palpable. Just yesterday, during their private skirmish, Su Long had only reached the late stage of the first condensing Tao realm, yet now he had apparently achieved a breakthrough. Unless Wu Huazi possessed some extraordinary means, it indicated that Su Long was indeed extraordinarily gifted, capable of breaking through in the heat of battle. Su Qi harbored no concerns regarding this, even if Su Long could achieve a breakthrough amidst combat. Su Qi held the confidence to subdue him, as Su Long sought to impose his momentum upon him. Su Qi found it utterly laughable, considering his past life as the foremost alchemist, having faced countless battles. Moreover, he had yet to awaken the bloodline of the demon ancestor. Should he suddenly unleash his power during the fight, it would provide Su Long with ample challenge to contend with, filling Su Qi with anticipation. With a sword in hand, Su Long stealthily lunged at Su Qi, his figure flickering with remarkable speed. It appeared that it held back somewhat during their previous encounter, as this elusive movement had not been displayed then. However, this was of little consequence. Su Qi had not revealed his ultimate state of the shadow steps yesterday, and now 3 shadowy figures emerged behind him, leaving Su Long bewildered as to which was real and which was an illusion, resulting in a futile thrust. Although Su Qi effortlessly evaded the attack, he held no intention of showing mercy to Su Long. He countered with a sweeping motion of his hand, sensing the imminent threat from behind. Su Long rolled away, his movements somewhat clumsy yet effective. Bronze Demon Fox, arise! With a thought, a bright light flickered on the stage, and a small fox materialized, no larger than an ordinary creature, yet it radiated an indescribable glow. Marking its uniqueness, its snowy white fur and diminutive frame allowed it to nimbly leap across the arena, leaving a trail of white shadows in its wake. These phantoms did not dissipate, but rather remained fixed in place. Purple-eyed Demon Tiger. Observing Su Long finally summon his contract beast, Su Qi summoned his own purple-eyed Demon Tiger, and at last the true battle commenced. With a roar, the purple-eyed Demon Tiger unleashed its might, its aura radiating from the small arena and permeating the entirety of Qingfeng City's training grounds. What? This? Su Qi possesses a third-tier demon beast. How is this possible? Look, Su Long's demon beast seems to be at least mid to late second tier. Suddenly, his strength has surged. The audience below was thoroughly startled by Su Qi and Su Long's innate demon beasts, leading to a flurry of discussions. Even the city lord, Li Tsong, showed signs of being moved. Wu Huazi could scarcely believe that Su Qi had been holding back his innate demon beast, merely waiting for Su Long now. The tables had turned. The mid-second tier bronze demon fox, initially a trump card for Su Long, had now become a pawn in Su Qi's strategy. The small arena could no longer accommodate both individuals and their beasts, prompting the purple-eyed demon tiger to drive the bronze demon fox down from the stage, their battle spilling into the ample grounds of the training field. The purple-eyed demon tiger had endured numerous formidable battles in the Demon Beast Mountain range and had vanquished many adversaries in the beast arena. Following Su Qi, it had gained the ferocity of tiger, maintaining an unwavering momentum. The bronze demon fox, on the other hand, did not rely on ferocity or might, but instead on its agility and the powerful illusions conjured by its spiritual energy. Moreover, with its cultivation level suppressed by the purple-eyed demon tiger, it stood no chance against its opponent. As such, the bronze demon fox was left fleeing in a state of utter disarray, rendering Su Long's initial plan of victory through his innate demon beast futile. The outcome of the demon-beast clash seemed increasingly evident, with no unexpected turns in sight. The confrontation between Su Qi and Su Long had devolved into an unimaginable one-sided affair. Su Long's swordsmanship was indeed exceptional. A skill honed not only through his training in the Divine Sect, but also significantly inspired by the innate agility of the bronze demon fox itself. One of the advantages of a beastmaster was the ability to forge contracts with various demon beasts, allowing them to become their innate companions. This bond enabled the beastmaster to absorb and learn from the unique traits of these beasts, thereby enhancing their own capabilities as a beastmaster advanced in rank. They could directly harness the attributes of lower-tier demon beasts, which meant that as they progressed, their power grew ever more formidable and intricate. However, neither Su Qi nor Su Long, despite being beastmasters, could yet claim true strength. While Su Qi's insights and combat instincts far surpassed his current level, it was his cultivation that formed the foundation for everything. The Fian sword technique in Su Long's hands was unpredictable, with sharp angles and various intricacies. However, most of his attacks were deftly evaded by Su Qi, who utilized a shadow step to outmaneuver him. Seizing the openings, Su Qi executed the cloud-pushing palm, leaving Su Long utterly helpless against him. Though the outcome of this battle was not yet finalized, the overall situation seemed to have been decided. Should Su Long fail to discover a means to counteract the shadow step, he would remain a mere plaything in Su Qi's hands, ultimately exhausting his spiritual energy and being unceremoniously kicked off the stage in a most undignified defeat. In this moment, Su Long could only lament his inadequate cultivation. If only he had reached the third level of the Tao condensation realm, he would have solidified his spiritual root, marking the moment when all practitioners would truly witness the extent of his power. The third level of the Tao condensation realm served as a watershed for all cultivators. Achieving a well-formed spiritual root here would enable rapid advancement in their cultivation journey, leading to boundless potential in the future. Conversely, for those of mediocre talent, the spiritual root they formed would lag significantly behind others, making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Although diligence could compensate for deficiencies, the scope for improvement would remain painfully limited. Even within sects, the selection of inner disciples required a profound spiritual root. Possessing an earth-tier spiritual root was already considered a mark of genius. Hiding and dodging. What kind of hero is that? Come face me directly. After being toyed with for so long, Su Long was utterly incensed. Chapter 48. The return of the possessor with a sharp cry piercing through the arena. A radiant light shot forth from Su Long's body, stirring up a cloud of dust around the stage. As the audience regained their focus, they beheld a pair of chestnut-colored wings flapping atop the stage. A bird-headed creature adorned with a green crown, gazing imperiously at everyone present. The Xian bird. It was indeed the Xian bird demon beast. Someone in the crowd seemed to recognize the creature and shouted excitedly. Indeed, this was the Xian bird demon beast that the Grand Elder had once orchestrated to aid Su Long in his endeavors against Su Qi. The Xian bird, possessing the bloodline of the phoenix, was inherently proud and aloof, seemingly dismissive even of Su Long standing beside Su Qi. You have forced my hand at Oh, you remember this beast? Is the first demon I used in battle. Consider it an honor to witness it. Su Long burst into raucous laughter. Su Qi, upon seeing the Xian bird, felt memories flood his mind that It was this very creature that had been the instrument of his betrayal at the hands of the man before him. Now, having returned, Su Qi vowed to exact vengeance for the grievances of the past. The Xian bird emitted a cry that seemed tinged with reluctance. The once great beast master, Su Qi, immediately sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, a demon beast would exhibit an unbreakable bond with its master, so such behavior was unusual. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Xian bird was still a Tier 3 demon beast, coupled with Su Long's swordsmanship. Su Qi's situation was far from favorable. Oh no, Su Long still has yet to unleash the Xian bird. This could spell danger for Su Qi, Su Wenyuan remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Noticing the Xian bird merely standing idly, without making a move, Su Long's expression darkened. He struck the air with a forceful palm, causing the Xian bird to recoil in pain, unable to retaliate against its master. Instead, it glared fiercely at Su Qi before launching itself toward him with a rapid flap of its wings. Such speed and ferocity in its assault forced Su Qi's shadow step into disarray. Alas, my cultivation is still too low. The speed of my movement technique is significantly hindered by the gale created by the Xian bird's wings. How can I withstand Su Long's Fian sword technique at this rate? Su Qi pondered while evading with the shadow step. Fian. With a roar, Su Long unleashed his Fian technique, only to be met with a thunderous growl from the side. The purple-eyed demon tiger came charging in, its massive form blocking him, a claw swiping toward Su Long. The might of the tiger. The purple-eyed demon tiger had arrived just in time, having already inflicted numerous claw marks upon the bronze demon fox. Despite the fox's agility, it was no match for the purple-eyed demon tiger, which was a full tier above in cultivation. Frustrated, Su Long's gaze began to reveal a hint of insanity, a mixture of fear and hatred swirling in the depths of his countenance. As a murderous intent enveloped his features, suddenly he turned his gaze towards the ground below and shouted to the Xian bird, "Xian bird, summon the winds." Upon receiving the command, the Xian bird flapped its wings even faster. Circling the arena, the surrounding dust was caught in a whirlwind, obscuring the view of the battle within. Su Qi frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, and suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. This 7-elemental poison. How could it flare up at this moment? Su Long's final remnants of fear in the face of Su Qi dissipated, mirroring the circumstances of years past. What is happening inside? The Xian bird is deliberately obstructing our view, Su Wenyuan exclaimed, concern etched on his face. Wait. Li Qingyao noticed that Su Yu was seemingly sprinkling something from her hand. She caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance in the air. Cloud-pushing palm. Without warning, Li Qingyao struck toward Su Yu with a palm. In the Beastmaster Convention, no one had ever dared to act against the City Lord, leaving everyone present unable to intervene in time. You crazy woman. What are you doing? Su Yu exclaimed as she was unexpectedly struck, her hair disheveled, and the Qinquan bottle she held fell to the ground. Fuming. Impudence. Who do you think you are to act so brazenly before the City Lord? Indeed, as the Grand Elder's words echoed, the City Lord's brow furrowed. It had been years since anyone had dared to act so recklessly in his presence. You dare to use poison. Li Qingyao was quick-witted, disregarding the Grand Elder's ire, swiftly seizing the Qinquan bottle from the ground and sniffing the fragrant emanation from its opening. What? The onlookers gasped in shock, realizing that someone had attempted to poison the arena during the Beastmaster Convention, an unprecedented occurrence. With the evidence in hand, Su Yu had no chance to defend herself, and the City Lord's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, atop the stage, Su Qi clutched his chest, realizing that the whirlwind not only obscured their vision, but also carried the intoxicating scent of the 7-elemental flower, hastening the onset of the 7-elemental poison. Truly despicable. No wonder Su Qi was ensnared by their plot. I should have taken this poison more seriously. Even a simple antidote would have mitigated the effects. Yet even so, how could they hope to bring down one with the bloodline of the demon ancestor? Little Yuan, draw blood. With that command, a force comparable to a Tier 3 demon beast erupted forth. It was Little Yuan awakening at this critical moment. Moreover, the true growth has manifested in the form of a 3rd-tier pinnacle demon beast. One can distinctly sense that the power of its bloodline has been significantly enhanced. It remains uncertain whether this is a result of the transformation brought about by the blood of the demon race. The Little Yuan now surpasses the purple-eyed demon tiger in strength. With a single claw, it pierced through the wing of the Xian bird, which was entirely unprepared to resist. The blood of the demon emperor suppresses all demons. The blood-red orb within the soul trembled once more, unleashing an immense aura that caused the Xian bird to quiver violently, prostrating itself on the ground. Paralyzed by fear, Su Qi slowly approached, taking a few drops of the Xian bird's essence blood into his mouth. A torrent of heat surged down his throat, reaching his chest, the scalding sensation causing him to shudder slightly. And then his own aura erupted forth that he chuckled. Su Long, had I remained the old Su Qi, I would have indeed fallen prey to your schemes. You, who I despise the most, embody the very essence of a despicable scoundrel. Now, return everything from the past. The two third-tier demon beasts glared hungrily, while the Xian bird lay submissively on the ground, unresponsive to his commands. Panic surged within Su Long, feeling his innate spiritual root uncontrollably detached from his body. Su Long's struggles proved utterly futile. The heavenly grade spiritual root rightfully returns to its owner. Amidst the chaos both inside and outside the arena, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged upon the platform like a spring, causing all present to feel their pores open wide, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Has someone achieved a breakthrough during the competition? The anomaly of the heavenly spiritual energy stirred a significant uproar. In the duels of demon refiners, no one had ever achieved a breakthrough before. Obscured by swirling sands from the outside world, Su Qi remained oblivious to the external circumstances, as he was now at a critical juncture of merging with the heavenly grade spiritual root. Sensing the increasingly dense spiritual energy, Su Qi could only passively allow it to flow into him, colliding within his body with an unstoppable force, gradually converging at a single point. Tao root, heavenly grade Tao root, condensing at the third tier of the Tao realm. Advancing to the fourth tier, a slight smile graced Su Qi's lips. After solidifying the Tao root, the rate of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth improved exponentially. Not to mention the supreme heavenly grade Tao root, the former Su Qi has returned. Chapter 49. Offending the city lord. As the dust settled, the arena gradually became clear, and the spectators collectively held their breath. Their gazes were fixed upon the platform, where Su Long lay on the ground, while another figure and a tiger remained. As Su Qi slowly rose, nonchalantly descending from the stage, he lost. He truly lost. Su Long was defeated. Silence enveloped the onlookers as they beheld the unconscious Su Long. Su Changfeng and Su Wenyuan exchanged a glance, surprise evident in their eyes. Everyone was taken aback by Su Long's failure to overcome Su Qi. Even after summoning the Xian bird, yet none noticed the bird's disappearance. The Grand Elder's expression darkened further as he gazed upon his unconscious grandson, his fists clenched tightly. He thought to himself, "This child cannot be spared." I knew you would undoubtedly win. By the way, have you been poisoned?" "I just caught this vile woman using poison," Li Qingyao remarked, pointing at Su Yu with evident disgust. Su Qi turned his gaze to Su Yu, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He truly should not have let her go. The poisoner outside the arena severely disrupted the proceedings of the Demon Refiner tournament. "Seize her and take her away." After announcing the results of the match, the city lord's voice, tinged with anger, rang out, sending a tremor through the crowd. The city lord was furious, yet remained unclear how he would deal with this woman from the divine sect. "Wait!" A voice inappropriate for the moment suddenly called out loudly. The city lord raised an eyebrow, casting a glance. "May I deal with this personally?" "Su Qi, you are being outrageous." "What is your status?" The Grand Elder, witnessing the city lord's displeasure, hastily reprimanded. The city lord neither rejected nor accepted the proposal, appearing as if he had not heard it at all. Su's connections to the divine sect made her a complicated case to handle. While the city lord was not afraid of the divine sect, he also did not wish to create enmity. Su Qi regarded Su Yu, whose powers had been sealed and was being restrained, with a cold smile. "Su Yu, have you ever considered that this day would come?" Su Qi, I advise you not to touch me. Otherwise, when the divine sect sends someone in a few days, you'll regret it." Su Qi shook his head. Her obstinacy was remarkable. This moment, she still dared to threaten him. It was hard to tell whether to consider her clever or foolish. With a series of swift movements, he finally pressed a finger onto her dantian, eliciting a piercing scream from her. All your cultivation is now wasted. From this day forth, you will be rendered a cripple. Su Qi refrained from delivering a fatal blow, providing the city lord with a semblance of justification. Looking at Su Yu's pitiful state, Su Qi shook his head, inwardly reflecting, Su Qi, I have avenged you. The Grand Elder, observing Su Yu's plight, turned pale. He wondered if their initial scheme had been exposed. Yet, witnessing Su Yu's fate stirred a deeper fear within him. The once great genius had risen once more, and his current strength left even the Grand Elder apprehensive, causing him great concern. Su Qi, you are lawless. With the city lord present, how dare you take action? Moreover, the girl you brought, how could she act so freely during the Demon Refiner tournament, placing the city lord in such a position? The Grand Elder's words sent a shock through the hearts of all present. This matter could have concluded here, but his remarks elevated everything to a matter of the city lord's face. The already grim-faced city lord turned his cold gaze toward the Grand Elder of the Su family, who couldn't help but shudder. All the major families relished the unfolding events, for Su Qi's rise was unwelcome to every family. They all echoed the sentiment of dealing with those who acted rashly. Su Changfeng sensed the shift in the atmosphere, and his expression changed drastically as he glared at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder murmured an explanation. Patriarch, it was never my intention. The city lord has already vented his anger on our Su family. If we do not sever ties with that woman, it may jeopardize our family's standing. With no other option, Su Changfeng's expression grew grave as he turned to Su Q at Li Qingyao, aware of the family's stance. Felt the pressure of the surrounding families targeting her. Anger flickered across her face as she prepared to resist. Suddenly, Su Qi stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Qingyao, his fourth-tier cultivation radiating outward as he declared loudly, She is my friend. Today, no one shall lay a finger on her. Li Qingyao felt the pressure targeting her dissipate, replaced by a sense of security that brought a smile to her face. Her father had once protected her in the same manner, refusing to allow her to suffer even a hint of injustice. The peculiar sensation blossomed within her heart, seeing his son's resolute stance. Su Changfeng sighed and spoke gravely. Is it not necessary to halt poisoning during a competition? All the esteemed families are present. Do you not see someone has resorted to poison? My son has faced near death in this match. Had it not been for his fortitude, he would have perished from the treachery. Should not such despicable individuals be held accountable to the Su family? Su Changfeng's words left the gathered family speechless. Yet they indirectly defied the city lord by protecting Li Qingyao. The city lord glanced at Su Changfeng but remained silent, leaving his intentions unclear as the Demon Refiner tournament continued. The Grand Elder, seeing that the situation had not escalated, discreetly retreated from the Su family's vicinity, disappearing without a trace. The remainder of the Demon Refiner tournament turned into a one-sided affair. Without Su Long, none could match Su Qi's prowess. Any family members who had previously allied against him were inevitably injured and forced to withdraw. The patriarchs and elders of the families gritted their teeth in frustration, yet dared not disturb the proceedings under the watchful gaze of the city lord. As night fell, the city lord declared the Su family the champions of this Demon Refiner tournament, marking a conclusion to the event. The Su family's victory resonated widely, subtly establishing them as the foremost family, with elders and disciples alike praising Su Qi. Once deemed a waste, Su Qi had risen again, overshadowing Su Long's former glory. With the patriarch's return and Su Qi's triumph, the dynamics within the Su family had subtly transformed. Su Qi exerted considerable effort to slip out of the crowd's sight. Summoning a streak of light from within, he revealed the Xian bird demon beast that had vanished during the competition. Was it true that a master beast could not change its owner? The prerequisite was that it was a master beast, and Su Qi realized that the Xian bird had been coerced into a contract with Su Long due to the Grand Elder and others. Later, Su Long had treated the beast as mere livestock, hence the estrangement. Now, with a heavenly grade spiritual root restored to its rightful owner, the contract with the Xian bird had been nullified, naturally leading it to submit to the bloodline of the demon race. Meanwhile, the little Yuan had transformed dramatically from its previous state. Now, it resembled a phoenix emerging from the ashes, adorned with violet wings and a crimson crest, while its abdomen remained covered in soft white feathers. It exuded an imposing presence, and more importantly, its strength had experienced a remarkable leap. Chapter 50. Retribution choosing to follow me is indeed your wisest decision. Alas, despite its sizable form, its strength appears somewhat lacking. It still requires a higher-grade beast source pill. Perhaps I should also contemplate the path of alchemy. Had I possessed a detoxification pill during the day, such incidents would not have occurred, as Yuchi murmured to the Shin bird, his mind seemingly already contemplating how to commence alchemy. As the foremost beast-refining master, he had dabbled in the art of pill-making. For even demon beasts, upon reaching a bottleneck in their cultivation, required certain elixirs to purify their bloodlines and elevate their realms. Thus, it was common for beast-refining masters to possess at least a modicum of knowledge in alchemy. However, lacking both medicinal herbs and a cauldron, how could he possibly refine pills? His entire family boasted no high-level alchemists. The last time he had encountered one was when a representative from the divine sect visited, just as he was preparing to borrow an alchemical cauldron from Li Qingyao with a mindset of giving it a try. He unexpectedly spotted several figures in black robes entering the inn, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed elder of the Su family. The Su family's triumph should have been cause for celebration. Yet this elder was clandestinely meeting with others, behaving most suspiciously. How could Su Qi resist the urge to investigate? Elder Su, you summoned us here at such a late hour. Is there something of great importance? Brother Zhao, isn't that a question with an obvious answer? All of you hail from reputable families within the city, and today, my family's waste of a disciple resorted to such vile tactics during the competition. I'm here to extend my sincerest apologies. No sooner had the elder spoken than a certain elder Neo erupted from his seat, eyes wide and fierce as brass bells, exclaiming, "What? Are you here to humiliate us? Now, let's not be hasty. I truly wish to convey my apologies. Alas, it is indeed a misfortune for my Su family to have produced such a disciple, one who practices dark arts and commits wrongdoing. I deeply regret this on behalf of my family." Upon finishing, the elder's eyes brimmed with sorrow, to such an extent that Su Qi nearly felt compelled to bow before him in admiration of his performance. Such acting was indeed commendable for an elder of the Su family. What brings you to utter such words, Elder Su? We are all aware of the situation concerning Su Qi. It is said that his spiritual root has been rendered useless, making cultivation impossible. Is it possible that he has resorted to practicing dark arts? At this juncture, the other family heads grasped the implications, merely following the elder's lead in this charade. This was likely the manner of operation for these aristocratic families. While they may perpetrate malevolence, they would ensure it was cloaked in a facade of nobility. Su Qi snorted in disdain, uninterested in hearing more. He departed from the inn and returned to the residence where his family was staying. Knock, knock. Li Qingyao, have you gone to bed? I am not yet asleep. Please wait a moment. After a considerable time, Li Qingyao emerged from her room, her cheeks flushed, looking at Su Qi with curiosity. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire if you have an alchemical cauldron I could borrow. Noticing that Li Qingyao had seemingly dressed with care for this occasion, Su Qi realized she must have been resting prior to his arrival. Despite his usual audacity, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since their acquaintance, he had consistently accepted others' techniques and elixirs, and now he was asking to borrow a cauldron. Li Qingyao appeared taken aback for a moment, her expression tinged with disappointment, before breaking into a smile. I do have one, though it is not anything precious, merely something I use for fun. Can you refine pills as well? As she handed over a cauldron, Su Qi discerned that although he had little experience with such items, this particular one was certainly not a mundane object. It felt substantial in his hands, and the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted from within, revealing the true capabilities of a prominent family. This may be somewhat valuable. I only wish to experiment and see if I possess any talent. I shall return it to you in a few days once I procure my own cauldron. The path of alchemy cannot merely be understood through personal study. Without a master to guide you, do not expect to become an alchemist in this lifetime. Li Qingyao chuckled as she explained, unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. If you wish to learn, I can teach you gradually. Very well, then let us venture into the city tomorrow morning to seek out some materials suitable for practice. Su Qi himself was unsure why he agreed. The notion of the world's greatest beast-refining master learning alchemy from a young girl struck him as somewhat absurd. However, upon seeing Li Qingyao nod in affirmation, he prepared to leave and rest, for his current body was utterly fatigued after a day's exertion. "You, Su Qi, did you come here so late just for this?" Li Qingyao stamped her foot in playful reproach. "Indeed, it is late, and I must rest. You should retire early as well." With that, Su Qi focused his attention on the cauldron. Su Qi. "Thank you." Li Qingyao's soft words went unheard as he became entranced by the cauldron. Upon returning to his room, he increasingly felt that the cauldron was no ordinary object. 9 intricately carved 5-clawed golden dragons adorned the sides of the cauldron, each dragon displaying a unique expression. The purple-gold hue imparting an almost regal aura. As he placed it in his room, the scent of herbs immediately filled the air, leading him to contemplate how he might properly express his gratitude to Li Qingyao in the future. The following morning, Li Qingyao roused Su Qi from his slumber. Due to the Beast Refining Master Conference, they were to remain in the city for a few days awaiting the Lord's rewards, affording Su Qi the opportunity to venture out. Having previously inquired where herbs could be procured, they made their way directly to the bustling East Market. Before long, they spotted myriad stalls lining the streets. Su Qi, do not rush in your quest for potion making. The herbs you have purchased, while decent, are unsuitable for a novice. Instead, consider this Niu Huang grass, a grade 1 herb that can be used to attempt detoxification pills. What do you think? Li Qingyao picked up several yellow herbs, which, despite being grade 1, radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Both of you appear to be signs of noble families that, I assure you, this young lady speaks true. If you are just beginning your journey, I have plenty of grade 1 herbs available here. Might I accompany you to Tong's apothecary to procure some herbs? There are also some rare herbs that seldom see interest. Perhaps the young master would like to peruse them? Li Qingyao nodded in agreement. Following the young attendant, Li Qingyao, I have long been curious. How does your family allow you to venture out alone for training? Su Qi shook his head, smiling as he asked, his peripheral vision scanning their surroundings. Why should they be concerned? I've already reached the spirit condensation stage and possess magical artifacts, Li Qingyao replied, hesitating briefly before raising her chin confidently as they conversed. They followed the attendant deeper into the alley, where they found no other pedestrians. Why would a shop open in such a secluded location? It is no wonder they need to sell their wares in the East Market. Indeed, what kind of establishment would set up in such a place? It is a pity that you have realized this too late. How adorably foolish. Suddenly, the attendant stopped, unleashing the full power of a first-tier spirit condensation practitioner. Squinting at Li Qingyao with a sinister grin. You truly are gullible. That it is fortunate that Elder Su was so cautious at Su Qi. Today I shall make you regret opposing the Niu family. Chapter 51. Su family reinforcements. With that, the attendant lunged at Su Qi, fully aware that Su Qi had attained the 4th tier of the spirit condensation stage, thus unleashing his full strength. Bang! The spiritual energies collided in the air. The attendant staggered back, realizing he had failed to land a blow, and retreated. Let them all come out. They must be tired of hiding. Su Qi called out into the empty alley, having already discerned the attendant's steady footing and keen senses, recognizing him as a trained martial artist. This lad is quite perceptive, but alas, it is too late. You Su family brat, today marks your demise. Several middle-aged men in black robes emerged from the alley, all exuding the aura of spirit condensation practitioners. Elder Su, do not hide any longer. Do you wish to remain uninvolved? Humph, with you old fools present, do you truly think I fear dealing with this child? As the words fell, the elder of the Su family slowly approached from behind Su Qi and Li Qingyao, effectively blocking their escape route. Su Qi, your practice of dark arts has sullied our family name. Today, you shall not escape. I shall lead the family head to cleanse the Su family of your presence. Though he spoke with bravado, facing the champion of the Beast Refining Master Conference, who possessed the 4th tier of the spirit condensation stage, the elder was not one to underestimate. He summoned his 2nd-tier demon beast, the Shadow Ghost Leopard, adjusting its power and preparing for the strike. How bold to practice dark arts! On that day, you conspired with Su Long and others to strip me of my spiritual root, ruining my foundation. Today you conspire with the other families to ambush me. Elder, you are truly intent on eliminating me." Su Chi scoffed, a flash of light coursing within him as the massive form of the purple-eyed demon tiger materialized, its imposing presence overwhelming the Elder's shadow ghost leopard. "This lad possesses some strength. Everyone, let us strike together." An elder of the Shur clan discerned that the Grand Elder was being suppressed, and with growing concern about the shifting situation, he hastily followed suit, summoning the second-tier demon beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, to charge forth. This iron-armored rhinoceros was already renowned for its formidable defense, and under the Elder's command, its protective capabilities seemed even more enhanced. Exuding a palpable sense of weightiness upon closer inspection, the Shur Elder took action. The others could not remain passive spectators. They swiftly summoned their own innate demon beasts. Li Qingyao furrowed her delicate brows, her aura rivaling that of Su Chi, as a fiery crimson phoenix, radiating intense heat, materialized beside him. The Nirvana Flame Phoenix, ablaze with fervent fire, was evidently more potent in offensive capabilities. Several elders who had initially attacked Su Chi changed countenance, retreating in haste. Another one at the condensing path stage? "Humph, despicable scoundrel. You must flee, Su Chi. I shall hold them off." Li Qingyao's voice conveyed urgency, although she momentarily repelled the crowd with her cultivation at the condensing path. She knew that her strength was insufficient against the elite experts from numerous clans. Su Chi paused, taken aback by her words. "What will you do if I leave?" Shaking his head, he summoned his own demon beast. From within him, 3 beasts emerged, with the Xian Phoenix revealing itself as well, its wings sweeping toward the elder from the Mu clan. "The Xian Phoenix? Su Chi, you have stolen my grandson, Xian Phoenix?" The Grand Elder exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "The Xian Phoenix chooses its master. There is no question of theft here. If anyone has been robbed, it is indeed you who have taken my opportunity." "Nonsense! I shall first slay you today, and then go to the Su family to capture your father, so that you two may reunite in the underworld." While Su Chi handled the Grand Elder with relative ease, the onslaught from the various clans grew fiercer, forcing him to employ the extreme shadow step, his figure shifting rapidly, alternating between fast and slow movements. Fortunately, he had 2 third-tier demon beasts, whose prowess surpassed that of the others, allowing him to hold his ground for the moment. With the cloud-dispersing palm being unleashed continuously, Su Chi felt a notable increase in his absorption of spiritual energy, replenishing faster after executing the palm technique. However, it was evident that 2 fists could not match 4 hands. The elders of the various families were not inept, particularly with the Jiang clans offering now taking action, boasting a cultivation level at the 5th tier of the condensing path, surpassing Su Chi's own. "Little Qingyao, let us take down the Grand Elder together and depart immediately," Su Chi whispered. With a commanding roar, tiger might, blazing flames, the demon beast suddenly surged toward the Grand Elder, whose expression shifted dramatically. Su Chi seized Li Qingyao's hand and dashed toward the alley's exit, thinking of escaping. "Do you believe you can?" The Jiang clan's offering seemed to have anticipated this move, swiftly positioning himself in front of Su Chi. Although it was merely a brief obstruction, in such a tense situation, a moment was sufficient for the elders of the various clans to catch up to the pair. "Be careful." Li Qingyao hurled a pearl, summoning a curtain of water that encased the elders outside its borders. After its previous use, the spiritual treasure could now only hold for a limited time. Li Qingyao's left hand clutched a jade talisman tightly, her hesitation palpable. We truly have to confront them. Su Chi, Li Qingyao seemed to be wrestling with her thoughts, her already pale fingers growing even more ashen from strain. "Do not panic, nephew. Your third uncle is here." The familiar voice echoed as a crimson light surged from behind the Grand Elder, the claws of the crimson flame lion glistening with sharpness. The shadow ghost leopard promptly leapt into action to protect its master. Engaging the crimson flame lion in a fierce struggle, as the water curtain descended, another figure blocked their path. The second elder of the Su family had arrived as well. Su Chi's heart soared with joy. With his third uncle's assistance, he directed the purple-eyed demon tiger to charge at the others. The presence of a third-tier demon beast was still of great significance on this battlefield. under the might of the tiger. Even second-tier demon beasts would feel a twinge of fear. All elders of the Su family, heed my command. The Grand Elder has allied with our enemies, betraying our clan. We shall cleanse our ranks. Yes, just as Su Qi felt the situation reach a stalemate, a more astonishing development unfolded. Su Changfeng, accompanied by the high-ranking members of the Su family, had arrived. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's betrayal, the elders' resolve solidified behind their clan leader. They understood that the family's strength had been built on unity, and any betrayal and collusion with other clans would not be tolerated, with the entire Su family joining the fray. Coupled with the presence of 3 third-tier demon beasts, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The clans that had previously besieged a single individual, despite their numbers, now found themselves facing the united might of the Su family. And no one wished to be the first to fall. Su Changfeng. This is a misunderstanding. Quickly cease hostilities. The Jiang clan's offering, recognizing the futility of slaying Su Qi today, called out urgently that, "Oh, what misunderstanding could there be? What I see is your clans attacking the core disciple of the Su family, my own son. Had I not arrived in time, you would surely have succeeded." Su Changfeng's voice was cold. "It was your Grand Elder who claimed Su Qi practiced dark arts. Advancing to the 4th tier of the condensing path in mere months. As practitioners of righteousness, we cannot stand idly by." The Jiang clan's offering explained, "Dark arts, you say? Who does not know of my son's extraordinary talent? Since you have come to besiege my Su family today, you must be prepared for our retaliation." The authority of the Su family head was unmistakable. Though he was not typically aggressive, the sight of his son being attacked by the clan's adversaries ignited his fury. "Very well, Su family head. Let us first halt the conflict. We will come bearing gifts to apologize at a later date." The Jiang clan's offering felt the pressure mounting, as many of their own elders had been severely injured by Su Wenyuan. Without Su Changfeng's intervention, they had no hope of victory. Su Qi noted his father's wrath and sensed there would be no ceasefire, so he stepped forward to address the others. "Are you all also victims of misunderstanding? Regardless of the truth, if you wish to apologize, then sincerity is paramount. Indeed, this matter is a misunderstanding. We shall bring ample gifts to apologize on another day." Su Qi glanced at Su Changfeng and murmured, "Father, perhaps we should let this matter rest. I appear to be unscathed." After a moment of contemplation, Su Changfeng nodded. "The various clans may take their leave. The Su family now requires time to address internal matters. And we hope you will not interfere." As soon as he spoke, the clans hastily departed. How laughable it was. They shared no familial ties with the Su family's Grand Elder. Had it not been for the opportunity to slay Su Qi and eradicate the Su family, they would never have come. The Grand Elder, witnessing the tide turn against him, felt a tumult of emotions. Yet, thoughts of his grandson reignited his murderous intent. "Su Changfeng, you are weak and inept. You are unworthy of being clan leader. Had I been in your position, the Su family would have long been the foremost clan in Qingfeng City. And as for Su Qi, I shall avenge my grandson's death. Mark my words." With that, the Su family elder lunged at Su Changfeng with his sword drawn, but the surrounding elders swiftly intervened, and the Grand Elder was pierced through by a flying sword, leaving him defenseless as the chaos subsided. Su Changfeng cast a long, contemplative gaze at Li Qingyao. "Your cultivation is not at the 4th tier of body refinement, with the condensing path and the Nirvana Flame Phoenix as your innate demon beast. Such talent is rare indeed." "Yes, uncle, I am unable to disclose my identity. I apologize," Li Qingyao replied, lowering her head. "And why, son? You have grown." Su Changfeng nodded, turning his attention to Su Qi. He recognized that Su Qi's decision to let the various clans depart was for the sake of the Su family. Though the Su family may have been the nominal first clan, they were still the target of envy from various factions. Had they made enemies today, provoking a siege from the clans, the Su family would not have the capacity to withstand such an onslaught. "Father, how did you come to know I was here?" Su Qi finally inquired, a question that had been on his mind. "Do you truly believe your father is an incompetent clan leader when the Grand Elder departed yesterday to conspire with the other clan heads? I was already informed that I simply did not expect you 2 little rascals to sneak out. We nearly arrived too late." Su Wenyuan chuckled as he approached. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyao stuck out her tongue, recalling that it was she who had called Su Qi that very morning. After exchanging a few more words with Su Qi, Su Changfeng took his leave, reminding him that he would be attending an invitation from the city lord later that evening. Once Su Changfeng departed, Li Qingyao finally exhaled, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "What is it? Is my father truly that terrifying? I did not see you so tense when we were besieged earlier," she remarked. Su Qi could not help but tease Li Qingyao upon witnessing her demeanor, only to be met with a dismissive roll of her eyes in response. After spending the better part of the day wandering through the Eastern market, they finally procured a plethora of necessary medicinal herbs, predominantly of the first and second grade. Yet, even the lesser quality herbs were still classified as spiritual herbs, each demanding a price of 1 gold coin. And when Su Qi's own coins ran low, Li Qingyao generously supplemented the difference. Upon returning to their residence, Su Qi was impatient to commence his alchemical endeavors. He ignited the fire and prepared the furnace. He suddenly realized that his previous skills in alchemy were now futile. His current cultivation level was insufficient to wield spiritual energy to manipulate the herbs. This revelation halted Su Qi mid-action. So you've only figured out how to start a fire." Li Qingyao chuckled, propping her chin on her hand, clearly entertained. "This is quite different from what I imagined. My cultivation does not permit me to control the flames with spiritual energy." Su Qi scratched his head, having borrowed the alchemical cauldron and purchased the herbs, only to discover that he lacked the requisite cultivation to concoct elixirs, which was all the more embarrassing in front of little Qingyao. "Controlling flames with spiritual energy, do you truly consider yourself a master? If that were the case, few would be capable of refining elixirs. Even the alchemists of the divine sect have not yet attained the god transformation realm." "Have they?" Li Qingyao remarked, tossing a manual to Su Qi. The booklet was modest in size, with 3 bold characters on the first page: Fire Control Technique. This technique could be cultivated at the spirit condensation realm, allowing one to harness spiritual energy into the fire, regulating its intensity. For those at the Great Ascension level, they could wield the might of flames to scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. Scorching the heavens and obliterating the earth. Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Upon examining the fire control technique, he quickly comprehended that it merely involved employing hand seals to project spiritual energy, thus controlling the size and direction of the flames. A method reminiscent of the distant techniques like the cloud riding palm. It was perfectly suited for alchemical practice. Yet in combat, it required not only spiritual energy, but also flames of sufficient potency to command. As Su Qi perused the manual, familiarizing himself with the hand seals and the flow of spiritual energy, he found the technique exceedingly straightforward, given his experience with more complex methods. Before long, he finished the fire control technique and mentally rehearsed it. Once more, he ignited the fire and warmed the furnace, then began to deftly manipulate his hands, casting a series of hand seals, channeling spiritual energy into the flames, which suddenly surged upward. "What? You've already mastered it." Yuvi only glanced at it once. Li Qingyao exclaimed incredulously as she watched Su Qi deftly separate the flames and toss the herbs into the cauldron. Wait. The herbs must be enveloped in flames to be roasted. These are no ordinary herbs. If you throw them directly into the cauldron, they won't be refined. Li Qingyao interjected urgently, realizing that Su Qi was carelessly tossing the herbs into the furnace. Although first-grade herbs were considered common, it was essential to incinerate the spiritual energy membrane on their surface before placing them in the cauldron. This was a lesson imparted by Li Qingyao as former master. And higher-grade elixirs required even more specialized methods. The more advanced the alchemy, the more intricate the techniques. Su Qi's method of tossing the entire spiritual herb into the cauldron was unprecedented, leaving her uncertain about whether he had truly studied the art of alchemy. As Li Qingyao rushed to the cauldron, she was astonished to see that, through the flames, the spiritual energy membrane of the herbs had already been burned away, and the fragrant aroma of the herbs permeated the entire chamber. To her astonishment, the flames beneath the cauldron began to swirl around it, coiling upward as if imbued with sentience, resembling 2 fire dragons warming the cauldron. This spectacle left Li Qingyao in awe. While she had witnessed many practicing the fire control technique, she had never seen it executed at such a level. With the elixirs successfully refined, the fragrant smoke wafted through the air as Su Qi clapped his hands. 3 round pills landing neatly in his palm. While it's merely a detoxification pill, a first-grade elixir, I've already said I've studied it. Is it really that surprising? Su Qi remarked, bemused by Li Qingyao's wide-eyed astonishment. But is this truly your first time refining an elixir? When I witnessed others on their first attempts, even if they weren't duds, they certainly didn't appear this perfect, judging by the color. It seems to retain about 80% of its medicinal properties. Li Qingyao scrutinized the detoxification pill, examining it from every angle while providing her critique. Young Master Su, the master requests your presence at the city lord's manor. A servant announced from outside the door. Su Qi glanced at the sky. He had indeed spent considerable time and should make his way to the city lord's manor for the banquet. Though he wondered if it would be a trap, Su Changfeng's expression was equally grave, as he too seemed concerned. After all, during the recent alchemist conference, the Su family had openly confronted the city lord. And although the city lord had said little at the time, his demeanor had been far from pleasant. Son, should the city lord take issue, remember to remain composed. The position of city lord is not one our family can challenge lightly. As they approached the gates of the city lord's manor, Su Changfeng reiterated his warning. Understood. Father, you've already cautioned me. Rest assured, I will not act rashly, Su Qi replied, somewhat exasperated. Had it been in the past, a mere city lord would have been met with Su Qi's grand welcome. After all, the foremost alchemist would have been revered even in the imperial city. Before the city lord's manor, 2 stone lions stood sentinel. With white jade pillars and azure stone bricks lining the path, as father and son entered, the manor exuded an impressive grandeur. Seated at the banquet table, they awaited the city lord, who soon emerged from behind a screen clad in an embroidered robe. Su Changfeng, Su Qi pays respects to the city lord, Su family head. No need for such formality. Your son possesses extraordinary talent, having reached the 4th rank of the spirit path at such a young age. His future prospects are indeed limitless, the city lord remarked, casting a glance at Su Qi. Indeed, I have presided over the alchemist conference for several years, yet I have never encountered talent such as this. He continued, a hint of admiration in his tone. Here it comes. Su Changfeng was startled. He had feared the city lord would harbor resentment regarding the conference, yet the directness of his words took him by surprise. He turned to see Su Qi standing there, unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips. This young man, so blissfully unaware of the danger he faced, young talents like Su Qi, if given sufficient time to mature, could indeed become extraordinary figures, the city lord mused. If given time to mature? Su Changfeng, relieved for a moment, felt a new wave of anxiety wash over him. Was the city lord intent on stifling the Su family's growth in its infancy? If so, Su Qi was in peril. Regarding the alchemist conference, a member of my Su family acted inappropriately, causing a spectacle that I hope the city lord will show leniency. Su Changfeng quickly interjected. That is of no consequence. However, one of your family members, Su Long, was gravely injured and has yet to recover. Some wish to inquire about his condition, the city lord replied, shaking his head. Just then, 2 middle-aged men dressed in white entered the hall. Their demeanor haughty, without a word of greeting, they approached Su Qi directly. You are Su Qi? Indeed. You are the one who injured our divine sect disciple, the elder declared, stating that they were taken back to the divine sect for judgment. Demanding to know what had transpired with Su Long and why he remained in such a state of injury. The city lord furrowed his brow. These men clearly disregarded his authority, entering with an air of arrogance. Questioning him in the hall, the alchemist conference. Casualties were inevitable. Does your divine sect intend to monopolize the proceedings? Simply because he is a disciple of the divine sect, does that grant you the right to prevent others from acting? Su Qi, having encountered many from the divine sect, Lu Yuan, Lu Yu, Su Long, and that inner sect elder, had grown weary of their despicable acts, fostering a deep-seated disdain for the divine sect. Indeed, disciples of the divine sect, you are unworthy opponents. Come now, accompany us back, the 2 men declared, forming seals with their hands, ready to see Su Q. Su Changyun gasped. unleashing his cultivation to stand protectively in front of Su Qi, declaring fiercely, "Not so." The alchemist conference allowed for no casualties. "You have no grounds to take him. Begone. The divine sect will not be obstructed." The white-clad man struck with a seemingly casual palm, yet it contained explosive spiritual power, sending Su Changfeng, who had just recently advanced to the third tier of the spirit path, flying into a banquet table. The city lord's expression darkened. This was no mere lack of respect. It was a blatant disruption. Fury ignited within Su Qi. These two from the divine sect possessed half-step incarnation realm power, akin to that of the previous elder, Wu Huazi. Seeing Su Changyun trembling as he rose to protect him once more, Su Qi felt warmth in his heart. Throughout this life, he had always been shielded by his father and third uncle. "Father, allow me to handle this." Yet some matters he knew, he must confront himself. "No, you must flee. Go find your third uncle and gather the strength of the Su family to assist your escape. We have underestimated the power of the divine sect." Su Changyun urged urgently, the purple-eyed demon tiger. "Xiao Yuan, Xin Feng, come forth." 3 streaks of light appeared, and 3 formidable beasts materialized, positioning themselves before him and his father. 3 beasts. Tier 3 beasts? No wonder you managed to defeat Su Long. You truly possess some skill. Nevertheless, today, you must return with us to the divine sect. Both individuals stood at the threshold of the half-step guardian realm, possessing the formidable techniques of the divine sect, more than capable of dealing with a third-tier demonic beast. As for Su Qi, the disparity in cultivation between him and Su Changyun was insurmountable. He was utterly no match for these two, and advancing would be a fruitless endeavor. Alas, my intention for today's banquet was to dissolve our entanglements. Yet you both have shown me a profound lack of respect as the city lord. Since when did Qingfeng City become a domain dictated by your divine sect? Depart at once. The city lord rose with a thundering authority that emanated from his very being. From a moment the 2 disciples of the divine sect crossed the threshold, the city lord had endured in silence, but his fury finally erupted. Chapter 54. Elder of the divine sect. Though they were both at the same half-step transformation realm, the city lord unleashed a palm strike imbued with a strength of spiritual energy that far surpassed that of the 2 middle-aged men in white. Perhaps it was due to the city lord's anger. But one of the white-clad men hastily countered, only to be struck by the palm's force, causing him to cough up blood and stagger back. "City lord, what is your intent? Do you truly wish to make an enemy of our divine sect?" The other white-clad man retorted angrily. The city lord scoffed lightly. "With your mere presence, do you believe you can represent the divine sect? Furthermore, who granted you the audacity to wreak havoc in my Qingfeng City? Do you truly think the imperial court is non-existent? Let it be known, even the sect master of the divine sect would not dare to lay a finger on me within Qingfeng City. I had intended to host a banquet to transform conflict into harmony, yet you have spurned my hospitality. Now, I command you both to leave Qingfeng City at once." With a flick of his sleeve, the city lord delivered a scathing reprimand, showing no consideration for the divine sect's dignity. Such dominance. Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These two had indeed kicked a hard stone. They could have coexisted peacefully. Yet they chose to disregard the city lord, believing themselves untouchable due to their affiliation with the divine sect. "City lord, the order to apprehend this individual comes directly from our sect master. Do you intend to defy the divine sect to protect this brat?" The young man in white, sensing the precariousness of their situation, stood his ground and questioned. "Summon the attendants. Escort our guests out. You, Li Tsong, do not presume that just because you are now the city lord, you have the backing of anyone. The foundation of the divine sect is not something a mere city lord like you can challenge." Sensing the city lord's imminent action, the 2 men retreated hastily, leaving the city lord's residence while simultaneously issuing threats. These 2, mere guardians of the divine sect, dare to flaunt their authority before me. Young man, it is said that the disciple in question possesses a heavenly grade spirit root, a rarity that appears but once in a century. What scheme have you devised to incite the sect master to order your capture?" The city lord inquired, observing the 2 men as fearful retreat before turning his attention to Su Qi. "Am I to confess that I seized his heavenly grade spirit root and his mysterious bird demonic beast? Su Qi mused, contemplating that such a revelation might prompt the city lord to expel him immediately. I merely reclaimed what rightfully belonged to me, since the divine sect has issued a decree. I must take my leave. I am grateful for the city lord's assistance, and in the future, the Su family may require your continued support, he resolved, addressing the city lord with newfound determination. Young man, are you truly planning to leave Qingfeng City? The divine sect is resolute in their desire to take you away, and while I cannot prevent it, at least within Qingfeng City, they will still afford me some respect. Should you leave now, the odds of survival may not be in your favor. The city lord regarded Su Qi with increasing intrigue. Such fortitude at a tender age is indeed commendable. Fear not. I have my own means of departure. Father, there is no need for your counsel. If I remain with the Su family, it is likely that they will suffer repercussions. Su Qi spoke earnestly to his father. He had resolved that the Su family could not withstand the divine sect's retaliation. Better to venture forth alone. After all, he was once the continent's foremost beast tamer. What challenges had he not faced? Once his cultivation was restored to a third or fourth of its former glory, he would return to confront the divine sect. Very well, young man, I have faith in you. I shall compose a letter. Take this missive with you. If you reach the 100-Spirit Valley, you will find safety there. The valley's master was an old friend of mine. Present him with this letter, and you may train there in peace. Until your cultivation reaches the Yuanfu realm, do not entertain thoughts of seeking vengeance. The divine sect is not as simple as it appears, the city lord concluded, procuring paper and ink, inscribing a letter, and sealing it with a unique spiritual energy mark. Though Su Qi had never heard of the 100-Spirit Valley, he could discern from the city lord's demeanor that it was likely a sect of considerable strength, rivaling that of the divine sect. Accepting the city lord's goodwill, Su Qi took the letter and expressed his gratitude once more before departing the city lord's residence with his father. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Qi wasted no time, bidding farewell to each member of the family. Despite the heartfelt pleas from his third uncle and others, he resolutely left the Su family, but not alone. He was accompanied by Li Qingyao. Little Qingyao, to be frank, it would be safer for you to remain in the city for now. The divine sect's people may still be lingering. Accompanying me outside the city could pose a danger, as my strength is insufficient to protect you. Su Qi said helplessly. He had reiterated this several times along the way, yet Li Qingyao remained steadfast, insisting on following him, declaring that friends should stand by one another in times of trouble. Leaving Su Qi at a loss. Had his cultivation still been intact, he would have preferred not to part ways, having grown accustomed to training, jesting, and living alongside her. Oh, stop your nagging. Have you forgotten about my magical artifact? It is quite possible that I shall end up protecting you instead. Li Qingyao replied with a smile. If you refuse to leave, then let us both remain. A commanding voice echoed from outside the city gate. Su Qi and Li Qingyao exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that the formidable figures of the divine sect were lying in wait just beyond the city gate. Halt! Is the divine sect not being overly tyrannical? In a contest, injuries are unavoidable. Why must you press so aggressively? Fear not, nephew. Your third uncle has arrived. Su Changfeng and Su Wenyan galloped forth on their respective demonic beasts, positioning themselves protectively beside Su Qi. Su Qi felt a mix of emotions, touched, amused, and worried, all at once, and turned to the three men, saying, "Do not interfere in this matter. This is my grievance with Su Long if it cannot be resolved. That is only to be expected. Rest assured, nephew. With your third uncle here, anyone who wishes to take you today must first step over my corpse." Su Wenyan's fierce gaze burned with indignation as he shouted at the divine sect's visitors. Indeed, how splendid that elders of the divine sect have graced Qingfeng City with their presence. The city lord arrived just in time. There were 7 formidable figures from the divine sect, 3 elders, 2 guardians, and 2 inner disciples, including the previously encountered Wu Huazi. The foremost among them was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, presenting the greatest pressure Su Qi had ever felt since his reincarnation. If his cultivation had been intact, he would have sensed this individual probing his mind with formidable mental energy. "City Lord, we from the divine sect are merely executing our orders. I hope you will not continue to obstruct us. Young man, it appears you have indeed stolen my disciple's heavenly grade spirit root. Come with us to the divine sect to face the consequences. The elder spoke in a calm, yet uncompromising tone. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one knew what had transpired on the arena, but the elder's direct accusation suggested undeniable truth, explaining the divine sect's relentless pursuit. Indeed, I did take the heavenly grade spirit root, but it rightfully belonged to me. Several years ago, the grand elder of the Su family conspired with a group of disciples against me. I merely reclaimed what was mine. Did I that truly a crime? After all, this is Qingfeng City. Would it not be better for the elder to discuss matters at the city lord's residence? Chapter 55. Envoys from the imperial city Li Song. Do not think for a moment that the divine sect is incapable of dealing with you. Today, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall meet their demise. The elder unleashed his cultivation, an overwhelming force that rendered Su Changfeng and Su Wenyin powerless to resist, their bodies trembling as if caught in a tempest, struggling to remain upright. This power is terrifying, a flicker of despair igniting in Su Changfeng's eyes. Su Qi understood the grim implications of being taken away. Yet what could he do against an elder of such caliber? Even the city lord might find silence the only viable option in the face of such strength. Qin Yao bit her silver teeth, fiercely crushing the jade talisman she had been holding tightly in her hand. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, shattering the elder's invisible pressure and radiating an aura of supreme authority. Su Qi, in the end, it appears I am still the one protecting you. Li Qingyao cast a reproachful glance at Su Qi. The golden light shimmered in the air, and within mere moments, the previously arrogant elder of the divine sect gazed in terror at the city gate. Descending from the sky were 5 golden-armored griffins, accompanied by a cadre of similarly clad golden-armored guards. They landed gracefully beside Su Qi and Li Qingyao, their movements precise, indicating extensive training. The guards approached Su Qi and Li Qingyao, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, you all go and drive away those old men who have been bullying me. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Li Qingyao delicately pointed at the elder of the Shun Zone. Several golden-armored guards simultaneously rose, their bodies radiating a magnificent golden light, for the golden armor served as a defensive treasure. Subsequently, the cultivation of these individuals erupted, and the oppressive aura surrounding them intensified. Were it not for the city lord standing protectively in front of Su Changfeng and the others, they might have collapsed entirely by now. That I am the elder Lu Songming of the Shun Zone. Unaware of the princess's identity, I humbly ask for forgiveness. We shall take our leave at once. The elder, shedding the imposing demeanor of the Shun Zone, summoned his innate beast and fled without a backward glance. The other members of the Shun Zone, bereft of courage, hastily followed suit. Princess, please accompany us back to the palace. This, Xiao Qingyao, is it true? You are a princess? Yes, I apologize for not revealing this sooner. I am indeed the princess of the Tianfeng Empire. But what does it matter? I must leave now. That I am truly grateful to have had you by my side. Su Q, Li Qingyao lowered her head, her tearful expression evoking deep sympathy. She shook her head vigorously, forced a smile, and continued, I shall return to the palace, and if fate permits, I will seek you out again. She tossed a small box to Su Qi as a gift and mounted one of the griffins. Departing with the guards, the crowd remained stunned for quite some time, watching as Su Qi stood rooted in place, shaking their heads in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Li Qingyao, a figure of such noble birth, was in fact a princess. They had merely assumed she was a disciple from a prominent family on an excursion. It was no wonder she possessed so many treasures, nor that she remained unfazed by danger. Indeed, her assertion that she could protect herself now made perfect sense to Su Qi. However, a tempest of emotions stirred within him as he pondered how a mere acquaintance in the Tianfeng mountain range had transformed into an imperial princess, while he remained behind, and she was taken away. Even a seasoned individual like Su Qi found it difficult to process this sudden turn of events. He recalled Li Qingyao's aggrieved expression as she departed. Suspecting it was because of him that she was summoned back to the palace, his heart grew heavy with complexity. He longed to regain his former cultivation, to fly after Li Qingyao and inquire whether she wished to return or continue her journey with him. Yet, returning to reality, he realized his cultivation was merely that of the fourth tier of the condensing path. Even against a single golden griffin, he would stand no chance, let alone against the guards and the pressure from the imperial court. "Ah, child, do not linger. You are not of the same world," sighed Su Chongfeng, gazing skyward. From the moment he had rescued them, he had observed every interaction between Li Qingyao and Su Qi. He had grown fond of the young girl, believing that despite her fourth-tier cultivation, she was a perfect match for his son. After witnessing her burst of power, he had surmised that she hailed from a prominent family, feeling a sense of pride for his son's fortune in befriending her. How fortunate for the Su family, secluded as they were, that his son had managed to connect with a lady of such stature. It was reminiscent of his own past charm. "Indeed, nephew. How did you come to know the princess? Why did you not inform your third uncle sooner? I have been worried for you all this time," chided his uncle, Su Wenyuan, as he clapped Su Qi on the shoulder in a jovial manner. "I only just learned of it myself," Su Qi replied, his gaze fixed on the sky, contemplating power, the Shenzong, and the imperial palace. However, the Shenzong had merely retreated temporarily. The princess had departed, but the Shenzong would undoubtedly return. "Use this time wisely to reach the 100 Spirits Valley," the city lord advised. Su Wenyuan nodded, reaching for the brocade box that Li Qingyao had tossed to Su Qi, muttering, "What treasures has this young girl left for you?" "You ought to take a look." Su Qi, startled, quickly evaded, chuckling, "Ah, third uncle, this is merely a pill she returned to me. I'd lent her an antidote before." With that, he tucked the box in his bosom. Su Wenyuan shrugged, choosing not to press the matter further, deeming it a child's affair best left to them. After bidding farewell to the elders and receiving a letter of recommendation from the city lord, he departed from Qingfeng City. The territory of the Tianfeng Empire was vast, and Qingfeng City was but a small corner of it. The region was lagging in cultivation, with thin spiritual energy that was not conducive to practice. As for the Shenzong, it was merely one of the hundreds of sects within the empire. The culture of the Tianfeng Empire was martial, with nearly everyone practicing cultivation, and families and sects were numerous. The primary distinction lay in the fact that most families fell under imperial jurisdiction, while sects often operated independently. Without the resources of family and sect, independent cultivators faced an uphill battle in their quest for advancement. The alchemist was but one of many paths to cultivation. As a former top alchemist of the continent, Su Qi believed he did not require the insights of family or sect teachings. He merely needed time to re-practice the techniques from his past life. His reasoning was sound, which is why he had no intention of heading to the 100 Spirits Valley. The life of a sect was not what he desired. And with the threat of a Shenzong looming, it was unlikely any sect would dare to accept him. Moreover, Su Qi harbored his own reasons for avoiding sects. He wished to seek out the princess. Li Qingyao, Chapter 56. Konggu City. On the third day after leaving Qingfeng City, Su Qi finally arrived at his intended destination, Konggu City. If Qingfeng City was a grand city, Konggu City could be likened to a mere hamlet, unremarkable in appearance. The area within its walls was quite small, surrounded by thick fortifications and encircled by dense forests and mountains, with only the north and south facing official roads for passage. Unlike the peaceful tranquility of Qingfeng City, Konggu City was steeped in an atmosphere of war and smoke, as if it had just endured a fierce battle. The common folk were nearly absent, having sought refuge, and the city lacked the orderly buildings of Qingfeng City, instead featuring sprawling mansions adorned with various insignias. While markets were abundant, most traded in healing elixirs and the furs and cores of magical beasts. With some even selling juvenile beasts, the passers-by were predominantly rugged men, though occasionally a scholarly figure could be seen, exuding the aura of a sect member. Their cultivation levels were generally high, suggesting they were disciples undergoing training. Taverns and inns dotted the city, seemingly catering to travelers. Upon entering a tavern, Su Qi learned that Konggu City itself had few original inhabitants. Most were merchants and wandering cultivators traversing between the two cities. The reason for this was the perilous terrain surrounding Konggu City, rife with mountains and forests, where magical beasts roamed freely, leading to frequent conflicts between humans and beasts. For countless years, This situation had persisted, causing the low-rank commoners to abandon their homes. The city had remained unregulated, transforming into a prime location for cultivating courage and honing skills in beast hunting. Brother, you must be new here. Why not join our mercenary group? We're not the best, but we are incredibly united, and we've recently formed with immense potential. Once you're part of the mercenary group, we are brothers. We'll share our meals, drink together, and face challenges as one. The speaker was Yu, a member of the Bone Fire mercenary group whom Su Qi had just met. That he was a robust figure, seemingly strong, though his cultivation appeared to be lacking at just the first tier of the condensing path. However, given that he appeared to be of similar age to Su Qi and had not received significant training from a sect, his innate talent seemed commendable. After 3 days of travel, Su Qi had realized he left the Su family without sufficient resources for cultivation. Relying on the thin spiritual energy of this place, even his heavenly-grade Dao root would struggle to advance swiftly. Perhaps engaging in battle would sharpen his physical potential more rapidly, and he would need to seek out his own resources for cultivation. Su Qi ultimately found himself persuaded by the affable, robust man, following Yu to their Bone Fire mercenary corps. With the absence of residents in the Hollow Bone City, the vacant edifices had naturally been transformed into a gathering place for mercenaries or a favored auction site for merchants. Observing the tiger bones suspended from the beams, with phosphorescent flames perpetually flickering upon them, there was indeed an air of solemnity. Trailing behind Yu, Su Qi was rendered momentarily speechless upon the grand entrance, towering to the height of 3 men. For behind this magnificent door, there was not a throng of burly mercenaries, nor the welcoming reception one might expect from a guild. Rather, the Bone Fire mercenary corps appeared to consist solely of a council chamber and a few side rooms. Instead of a gathering of fearsome experts typical of other mercenary groups, there were merely 3 individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation. The leader of the mercenary corps, clad in white, exuded an air of scholarly refinement, suggesting he was likely a disciple from some sect, recently arrived for training. However, the presence of 2 women beside him perplexed Su Qi, one dressed in fiery red, possessing an alluring figure, while the other, a young girl significantly younger than Su Qi, seemed almost a naive little sprite untouched by the world. The only individual in the mercenary corps resembling a true mercenary was the very Yu who had brought Su Qi here. The others bore no semblance to resolute warriors or fierce hunters. What struck Su Qi as particularly unreliable about the Bone Fire mercenary corps was the stark reality that there were only 4 of them. With Su Qi being the 5th, that is your name truly not Yu? Su Qi asked incredulously that is this what you call a mercenary corps? In Hollow Bone City, one must possess strength and camaraderie to establish a foothold. For its populace largely comprises solitary cultivators with scant resources, surviving through plunder and hunting. Thus, Hollow Bone City could be deemed the most chaotic locale in the vicinity. Prior to entering the city, Su Qi had dealt with 2 groups attempting to rob him, which also contributed to his decision to remain here. Such a tumultuous environment would provide a better refuge from the pursuit of the divine sect. As the greater the chaos, the easier it would be to obscure his movements. "Are you the newcomer?" inquired the youngest girl, addressing Su Qi. "Our Bone Fire mercenary corps has no use for the inept." "Yes, my name is Su Qi," he replied, desiring merely a place to quietly restore his cultivation. This seemingly inconspicuous mercenary corps might be just what he needed, as Su Qi was pragmatic. Presently, he lacked the strength to confront the divine sect's pursuit. Any individual who had arrived that day could have easily extinguished him. So until his powers were bolstered, he deemed it prudent to remain anonymous and evade the divine sect's wrath, especially given the peculiar stirrings of the demon ancestor bloodline within him. Rest assured, little one, Su Qi is someone I've taken a liking to. I witnessed him single-handedly vanquish 2 small mercenary groups outside the city. Yu chuckled. "Hey brother, do not underestimate our mercenary corps. Our strength and potential are indeed among the very best." So he had been present all along. No wonder he had approached Su Qi at the tavern to recruit him. After Yu introduced everyone, the white-clad youth, Lei Ming, finally spoke. In Hollow Bone City, to survive, one must continuously enhance their cultivation. That a weak mercenary corps must pay tribute and resources to those more powerful, such as beast essence. spirit stones, and medicinal herbs. This is our purpose here. The surrounding areas of Hollowbone City are rich in resources, but obtaining them comes at a cost. Thus, danger and opportunity coexist. What we seek in the Bonefire Mercenary Corps is ample opportunity and resources. To be frank, although we have only recently become mercenaries, our goals align to enhance our strength. Therefore, Su Chi, everyone present here is your companion. We will strive to survive in Hollowbone City. Lei Ming proceeded to elaborate on the rules governing this city. To the right of Hollowbone City lies Hollowbone Mountain, teeming with communal beasts and minerals, while to the left, Hollowbone Forest harbors formidable solitary beasts and abundant medicinal herbs, despite the inherent dangers. Countless solitary cultivators are drawn to this place. All right, Su Chi, my brother, tomorrow morning, we will venture in a Hollowbone Forest. Prepare yourself well, Lei Ming declared before departing the hall. Chapter 57. Disturbance of the bloodline. Su Chi noted that the four individuals exhibited no idle demeanor typical of mercenaries. Like him, they spent the majority of their time in cultivation. That Su Chi was assigned a room adjacent to Hu Yu and Lei Ming, which had been tidily arranged. The accommodations were quite simple. But this mattered little to Su Chi. He sat cross-legged beside his bed, his expression grave, as he continuously gathered spiritual energy, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, were it any ordinary individual. Such an endeavor would have ruptured their meridians long ago. Yet Su Chi remained unfazed. From the moment he entered Hollowbone City, he sensed the red orb within him pulsating incessantly, as if something was summoning him, compelling him to draw in the spiritual energy to attain a semblance of satisfaction. The last time the demon ancestor bloodline erupted was within the blood coagulation array of the Beast Ancestor Mountains. Could it be that Hollowbone City harbors a similar array that entices the bloodline? Or is there something in this city that piques the interest of the demon ancestor bloodline? Continuing down this path was untenable. Prolonged, forceful absorption of spiritual energy was causing his meridians to feel as if they were on the verge of bursting. Su Chi sensed that after his meridians had been repaired by the demon ancestor bloodline, they had become even more resilient. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside the door. It was Su Yin, the girl who had remained silent, inquiring if Su Chi required any assistance. That no, it's fine. I'm just cultivating. Su Chi grit his teeth. Enduring the pain from the spiritual energy's impact on his meridians, Su Yin returned to the hall, exchanging glances with Hu Yu and Lei Ming. They had all been cultivating in their respective rooms when they suddenly sensed the uncontrolled gathering of spiritual energy and felt compelled to investigate. Is this fellow cultivating recklessly, drawing in spiritual energy like that? Does he not fear shattering his body? Hu Yu remarked with a click of his tongue. Perhaps brother Su Chi has his own struggles, prompting him to push himself so hard. Lei Ming sighed, empathizing with what he imagined to be Su Chi's plight. They are still searching in Hollowbone Mountain. It is likely they have yet to find anything. Hu Yu replied that, don't worry, boss. With Kuer here, we won't go astray. The beast is surely in the forest, not in the mountains. Su Chi cultivated diligently throughout the night, and the demon ancestor bloodline within him seemed to tire. Finally, settling down, this allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He did not immediately let down his guard, but instead turned his focus inward to inspect his meridians for any abnormalities. The crimson orb within him lay quietly in his spiritual sea, no longer causing any disturbances. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Su Chi retrieved a brocade box from his robe, pondering over it. He had kept this box hidden on his person, yet despite his efforts over the past 3 days, he could not open it. Though small, the box contained intricate mechanisms that confounded him. Had the girl not claimed it was a gift for him? Why could he not unlock it? It was until voices approached from outside that he returned the brocade box to his robe, resolving to seek a way to open it later. The 4 members of the Bonefire Mercenary Corps did not alter their attire for their expedition in a Hollowbone Forest. However, aside from Hu Yu, the others seemed to have concealed their cultivation levels by some secret means, leaving Su Chi unable to discern their powers. Upon entering Hollowbone Forest, Su Chi quickly understood why so many solitary cultivators congregated here. The periphery of Hollowbone Forest was enveloped in a gathering spirit array, explaining the abundance of beasts and the proliferation of spiritual herbs. The scale of this array was not something an ordinary person could establish. It was unclear whose handiwork it was. Not long after entering the forest, their peculiar group caught the attention of others. "Hey, you bunch of kids, halt!" A burly man approached them. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 robust individuals. Bare-chested, and the leader bore a deep scar across his chest. Noticing Su Chi's change in demeanor, Hu Yu urged, "Do not panic, Brother Su Chi. They are likely newcomers who have not heard of our Bonefire Mercenary Corps reputation." The little girl beside them scoffed at Su Chi's expression, and the other two frowned, assuming he was intimidated by the hulking men. However, since they were brought by Hu Yu, they held their tongues. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chi's countenance shifted due to the red orb within him beginning to tremble once more. Though it was but a slight quiver, it was far from a good omen. "Which corps are you from? Are you unaware of the rules?" "1 spirit stone. Toll for passage," the scar man declared. "When was this rule established and by whom?" Lei Ming retorted coldly that we are from the Withered Fire Mercenary Corps. "If you know what's good for you, hand over a spirit stone, or don't blame us for getting rough. It's been days since we've seen a woman enter Hollowbone Forest." The burly man cast his gaze upon Su Yin, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light, and he grinned at her. It's evident that you are a young master or lady from a noble family. Boss, why don't we just search them directly instead of asking what they want?" Another man leered at Su Yin with an unmistakable lasciviousness. Hu shook his head, letting out a sigh, and remarked to Su Chi, "These fellows have clearly bitten off more than they can chew. If they were up against me earlier, it might have been a different story, but now..." Before he could finish, Su Yin brandished a vibrant red iron whip, the sound of slicing through the air resounding sharply as it danced above her. With a series of crisp cracks, the men bore visible blood streaks across their bodies, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, merely a demonstration of her whip technique. It was evident that several of them were left battered and bruised without even having the chance to summon their spiritual energy. Su Chi couldn't help but glance at Su Yin again. The speed at which she wielded that whip was astonishing. Had he not reached the 4th rank of the condensation realm, he might not have been able to discern its movements. In that moment, Su Yin appeared to him far more formidable than Hu Yu. "Gentlemen, if you hand over the spirit stones you've been deceived into possessing, you may depart unscathed," Lei Ming said, showing no signs of surprise, as if such encounters were commonplace. "Fine, we admit our defeat this time," one of the men grumbled, producing 3 luminous stones imbued with spiritual energy to give to Lei Ming. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over everything, or you won't be leaving," Lei Ming added, pocketing the spirit stones. "Brother, let us leave a way out for each other. We're all just trying to get by in this hollow bone city," one man said, attempting to retreat but was halted by Lei Ming, his face darkening. Seeing Lei Ming's unyielding demeanor, the man's expression soured further. He swallowed a red pill, and his aura surged, revealing a cultivation level at the 3rd rank of the condensation realm. Chapter 58. Su Yin takes action, however. His cultivation appeared less stable than Hu Yu's. Channeling his remaining spiritual energy into his palm, he struck towards Su Yin with a powerful blow, gathering spirit palm. In the man's eyes, Su Yin posed a greater threat than the others. Hence he was determined to incapacitate her in one decisive blow, even at the cost of exhausting his energy. Unaware of Su Yin's true capabilities, Su Chi hastily gathered his own spiritual energy, condensing it in his palm, and executed a cloud-dispelling palm in retaliation. Following his 4th rank in the condensation realm, the technique began to reveal its potency. When their palms collided, the man was sent flying backward, his eyes wide in shock as he gazed at Su Chi. "Who on earth are you?" "I'm part of the Withering Fire Mercenary Group. You should consider the repercussions of offending us in this hollow-bone city," he warned, now fully aware he had bitten off more than he could chew. "What is the Withering Fire Mercenary Group?" Su Chi, new to Hollowbone City, was unfamiliar with its factions. Hu explained, "The Withering Fire Mercenary Group has established its reputation by challenging the famous Fierce Tiger Group with their brute strength, making them the overlords of the western Hollowbone Mountains. However, they are not affiliated with the Withering Fire Mercenary Group." Sensing Su Chi's curiosity, Hu Yu whispered, "Because the leader of the Withering Fire Mercenary Group is our boss." "Hu Yu!" Lei Ming shot a glare at Hu Yu, then unleashed a simple yet devastating thunder palm, rendering the men unconscious. That he instructed Hu Yu to gather their spoils before they moved on. Suchi noticed Hu's sheepish smile as he obediently collected the loot, pondering that this mercenary group must have connections with the Withering Fire mercenary group. Thank you. I underestimated you. I thought your expression stemmed from fear, Su Yan remarked, realizing that with Suchi's strength, the men posed no threat. It's nothing, Suchi replied, unfazed by her perception of him, smiling and shaking his head. Following this incident, Su Yan seemed increasingly intrigued by Suchi, engaging him in conversation. Suchi had little to conceal and recounted his situation in detail, omitting only the fact that he possessed the bloodline of a demon ancestor. Upon hearing his tale, Su Yan interpreted his fervent training as a quest to reclaim his lost beloved, appreciating his dedication and consequently forming a better impression of him as they journeyed together. Suchi couldn't discern whether it was Su Yan's presence or the nature of their group that drew the attention of bandit groups, which seemed to outnumber the beasts they encountered. Yu often dealt with these threats, while a few unfortunate ones who irritated Su Yan ended up fleeing in a pitiful state. Suchi noted Su Yan's strength, estimating her to be around the 7th rank of the condensation realm. 3 levels above his OWNS, they neared the depths of the forest, where the beasts were predominantly above the 3rd rank. Yu cautioned, if we encounter any, we should avoid them whenever possible. And if avoidance is not an option, we will join forces to eliminate them. Hu and Suchi will take the rear, while Su Yan and I lead the way. Remember, if we find ourselves outmatched, do not hesitate to flee. The absence of Ningku in the arrangements was due to her unique role within the group. She had never fought, but was widely trusted for her judgment. Along the way, Suchi had heard that the depths of the forest were considered forbidden territory, where ordinary cultivators seldom ventured, and those below the condensation realm rarely returned. Roar! It's the iron-spined giant bear. A peak 3rd-rank beast loomed before them as they entered the forest. The bear was massive, its skin as tough as steel, impervious to ordinary blades. Keep moving. Ningku, the little girl, remained in the center of the group, primarily guiding them with minimal speech. Their entire mercenary group seemed to move with purpose, and the spiritual herbs and stones they collected would be ample for Suchi's training. He received his fair share, and thus he refrained from questioning their path, seeing all experiences as opportunities for growth, provided there were resources available. Hu ensure the little one's safety. Lei Ming shouted to the back that he then stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air, grasping a spear infused with lightning, aimed at the giant bear. This spear was no ordinary weapon. It was the Thunder Spear, which Lei Ming rarely wielded, surpassing Suchi's mid-grade weapon. The Azure Light Sword in quality. Didn't we just agree to avoid 3rd-rank beasts? Suchi thought, observing the iron-spined giant bear. While its defenses were formidable, its speed was lacking. If they chose to flee, the bear would likely be unable to pursue them. However, seeing Su Yan and Lei Ming already charging forward, he felt compelled to join in, especially after receiving valuable training resources along the way. Drawing his Azure Light Sword, Suchi understood that ordinary spiritual energy would be ineffective against such a beast. Only the advantage of weaponry could breach its defenses. His martial skills were not suited for his current cultivation level, so he relied on his spiritual energy to enhance the sword's power, albeit with minimal effect. Meanwhile, Lei Ming's spear struck like a dragon, every thrust seemingly infused with thunderous force, likely achievable only through high-level techniques. Each strike creating gaping wounds that seared the bear's flesh. With the combined efforts of whip and sword, the iron-spined giant bear soon found itself overwhelmed and began to retreat. Its already sluggish pace faltered further as it sustained injuries. Suddenly, the bear halted, its eyes wide with terror at a sight only it could perceive, its colossal frame trembling and gradually shrinking. When the group caught up, they could only witness half of the bear's body, struggling in vain. It's a swamp? Everyone, watch your step. This place is perilous, Lei Ming warned, quickly realizing the danger. What a pity for that bear. It could have fetched a hefty price from the merchants, who lamented, I in a land rife with beasts. No one dared to tread carelessly into the swamp. A misstep could lead to dire consequences if they were besieged by monsters. Akati should be just ahead. A youthful voice emerged from Ningko, who had been silent, as she pointed towards the swamp with unwavering certainty. Chapter 59. Laying Beast. Upon hearing her, Lei Ming's spirits lifted, though he eyed the swamp with concern. Wait here. I'll be back shortly. No, you can't handle it alone. I'll accompany you, Su Yin insisted, grabbing Lei Ming's arm with a worried gaze. What exactly is it that you've been searching for all this way? Su Yin inquired. Su Qi could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, as it seemed that throughout this journey, everyone's objective revolved around this entity. Even the spirit stones and beast cores had not garnered much of their attention. After contemplating for a moment, Lei Ming addressed Su Qi, saying, to elaborate on this matter would take considerable time. My brother Su Q, to be candid. Our purpose for coming here is to acquire the laying beast. I wonder if you might be willing to part with it. Upon our return, I shall compensate you with an increased amount of spirit stones. The laying beast, resplendent in its crystalline form, yet as unyielding as rock, is born from the amalgamation of the forces of nature's thunder and lightning. Classifying it as a type of demonic beast, that it possesses intelligence from the moment of its birth, and should one successfully refine the laying beast into a companion beast, it would immensely accelerate the absorption of the thunder attribute spiritual energy present in the world. As a practitioner of thunder, Lei Ming's cultivation techniques are deeply intertwined with the thunder attribute, making his interest in the laying beast quite understandable. In that case, I shall accompany you, Brother Lei, across this marshland. You all may wait here, Su Qi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment. Su Qi discerned their thoughts. Such an arrangement would indeed ease their concerns of Su Yin, who would protect Ningku, was undoubtedly a more reliable choice than Su Qi, a newcomer. Furthermore, with Su Qi accompanying Lei Ming, it would provide an additional strength to confront the laying beast. However, this arrangement would inevitably place Su Qi in a precarious situation. Brother Su Qi, you need not accompany me into danger. The laying beast is at the very least a peak-level, third-tier demonic beast. Should it grow to become a fourth-tier beast, it would be impossible to contend with without the strength of the transformation stage. Lei Ming hesitated before shaking his head in protest. Fear not. I shall not engage in futile self-sacrifice. My abilities suffice for my own protection, Su Qi replied with a grin. This was not mere boasting. Throughout the journey, he had yet to unleash his demonic beasts. Otherwise, the combined might of 2 third-tier and 1 second-tier beasts would likely rival that of Lei Ming and Su Yin. Very well. If that is your decision, you all shall remain here, while my brother Su Qi and I return shortly, Lei Ming concluded, and thus Su Qi accompanied him toward the marsh in search of the laying beast. With Lei Ming's high cultivation, he initially believed he would outpace Su Qi, but as he took a step into the marsh, he found a fleeting shadow Su Qi had already perched upon a nearby rock. Brother Su Qi, you possess remarkable agility. Be cautious ahead. It appears this is not merely a marsh but a thunder marsh, where the accumulated thunderbolts of the heavens weave through the mire, Lei Ming warned as he caught up with Su Qi. Glancing apprehensively at the marsh before them, in this thunder marsh, the laying beast power would undoubtedly be amplified, potentially rivaling that of fourth-tier beast. That Su Qi too felt the thunderous energy coursing through the mire. With every step he took, even the slightest pressure would send jolts of lightning coursing through him, causing his extreme shadow step to falter. Suddenly, a sharp crack drew his attention. He turned to see Lei Ming thrusting his thunder spear into the thunder marsh, revealing a crocodilian head the size of a human. Snapping toward him, it turned out that beneath the thunder marsh lurked other demonic beasts. Captivated by the sound, Su Qi's extreme shadow step faltered slightly, and he sensed something amiss beneath him. Thunder marsh crocodiles dwell here. Each possesses the strength of a second-tier demonic beast. Be cautious, Brother Su, he warned, hastily resuming his movements. The presence of thunder marsh crocodiles implied they were close to the laying beast, which preyed upon other beasts, suggesting they would encounter it soon. Suddenly, a crystalline object whizzed past them. Indeed, there it is, Su Qi exclaimed, spotting the laying beast darting past and stopping not far away. Its entire body exuded transparency, with crackling lightning entwined around it, a sight to behold. Its small head cocked curiously at Lei Ming, seemingly puzzled by this strange creature it had never encountered in the thunder marsh. I have finally found it, Lei Ming exclaimed with joy. This was still a juvenile laying beast, merely a third-tier demonic beast. The next step would be to weaken it sufficiently for refinement. Though in this thunder marsh, its strength would likely equate to that of a fourth-tier beast. Su Chi furrowed his brow. In this thunder marsh, his own demonic beasts would likely be significantly weakened. Even if he released them, it would likely be futile. It would be wiser for him to seek an opportunity for a surprise attack, allowing Lei Ming to engage directly while he remained unnoticed. Lei Ming shared the same sentiment. Seeing Su Chi concealed in the shadows, he felt elated. With a flick of his thunder spear, he summoned a cacophony of thunderous blasts, unhindered by the environment. He thrived within the thunder marsh. A powerful strike, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, gathered the surrounding lightning at the spear's tip and thrust toward the laying beast. Having likely prepared extensively for this encounter, Lei Ming knew precisely where the laying beast was vulnerable, directing his attacks with precision. The laying beast screeched in frustration, gathering surrounding lightning to retaliate, but its efforts yielded little effect. The power of the lightning merely momentarily incapacitated Lei Ming, who quickly readjusted his aim. The struggle between man and beast ensued, growing increasingly arduous as time elapsed and the ambient thunder energy intensified. Both laying beast and Lei Ming began to show signs of fatigue. After enduring the laying beast's lightning strikes, Lei Ming trembled. His clothes had been shredded, his hair singed, and he appeared quite battered. Conversely, the laying beast was not faring much better. Standing in the mire, the lightning that had once surged around it began to dissipate, its anger mounting as it struggled to subdue this relentless human. It had never before encountered an opponent in the thunder marsh, always having been the one to chase away other beasts. Yet this two-legged creature had managed to exhaust it. Just as the laying beast contemplated a brief respite, it sensed a disturbance in the air behind it, a powerful force bearing down upon it. Cloud-dispersing palm. Su Chi launched a surprise attack from behind, recognizing that the thunder marsh had accumulated excessive lightning energy. Charging in recklessly could potentially inflict significant damage to the laying beast, but it would also risk detection. Thus, he opted to channel all his spiritual energy into a single cloud-dispersing palm. Even a minor injury would make subsequent combat considerably easier. Chapter 60. Spirit of Thunder. Su Chi silently expressed gratitude for the technique bestowed upon him by Li Qingyao, which always proved invaluable at critical moments. Although merely an earth-level martial skill, its effectiveness was amplified when executed at the right time. Splendid. Leave the rest to me. The force of his cloud-dispersing palm struck the laying beast's vulnerability, causing it to cry out in pain. Lei Ming quickly followed up, bringing his thunder spear down with all his might, delivering the final blow that brought the laying beast to its knees. Utterly drained of strength, however, at that moment, Lei Ming suddenly realized something, casting a nervous glance at Su Chi. Throughout the battle, Lei Ming had exerted himself to the utmost, while Su Chi had merely awaited the opportune moment. If Su Chi were to turn against him now, all of his efforts would be in vain. After all, Su Chi had only recently joined the mercenary group. Despite their brotherly bond, who could resist the temptation posed by such a high-quality, demonic beast? Refine it. Once the contract is signed, it shall be your beast, and I will provide protection. Su Chi, having lived long enough, understood Lei Ming's thoughts well, smiling reassuringly. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming let out a sigh of relief. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Brother Su Chi. From this day forth, we are brothers. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to ask." With that, Lei Ming began the process of refining the laying beast and establishing the contract. Yet unexpectedly, a blinding red flash erupted from the woods beyond the thunder marsh. This crimson light shot into the sky, rekindling memories of the signal that Li Qingyao had once emitted. This is not good. It seems Su Yin and the others are in danger. We must hurry back. Brother Su Chi, let us make haste. Upon witnessing the crimson glow, Lei Ming's expression drastically altered. It was evident that the outside world was aware of his attempts to subdue the laying beast, and the signals being emitted at this moment indicated that he was embroiled in a perilous situation. Without a moment's hesitation to finalize the contract, Lei Ming seized the laying beast and dashed towards the exit of the lay marsh. Having regained his composure, Su Qi activated the extreme shadow step, propelling himself forward with utmost speed, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. Unscathed and possessing a swifter technique than Lei Ming, Su Qi emerged from the Lei Marsh first. Not far ahead, he beheld Su Yin, Ning Ku, and Hu Yu, who had been captured, their vital channels sealed, bound tightly, and seated by a tree. With Hu Yu vociferously cursing, upon witnessing such a scene, Su Qi could hardly be oblivious to the unfolding events. However, upon sensing the man wielding a menacing smile, brandishing a blade, whose cultivation was not inferior to a half-step to the transformation god realm, Su Qi was compelled to conceal himself and reconsider his options. Hearing Hu Yu's tirade, he recognized the man as Lei Tian, the leader of the Ku Hua mercenary group, possessing a cultivation at the half-step transformation god realm. Previously, it had been rumored that he had ties to Lei Ming. Thus, it was likely that he possessed formidable techniques and weapons. Recklessly confronting him would not only jeopardize Su Yin and the others, but might also implicate them further. As he pondered, Lei Ming emerged from the Lei Marsh. His eyes reddened upon spotting Su Yin and the others. Lei Tian, what do you mean by this? He thundered, with Laying Beast in his left hand and the Guan Lei spear in his right. His attire reduced to mere strips of fabric. Lei Tian erupted into laughter, saying, Lei Ming, after just a few days apart, how have you managed to reduce yourself to this sorry state? Have you been struck by lightning while attempting to steal a chicken? Lei Ming, boss, silence them, Lei Tian commanded, frowning as he instructed two others to silence Su Yin and the others. He then chuckled, gesturing towards them, and addressed Lei Ming. I have heard you found a Laying Beast. Lei Ming was not blind to Lei Tian's intentions. Glancing at the Laying Beast he had been striving to subdue, and then at Su Yin and the others, he coldly retorted, do you not find your actions despicable? We agreed to a fair duel, half for each of us, one mount into your forest. Now, what does it signify that you are capturing my friends in the Kongu forest? Fairness? What is fairness? You bring this young girl and speak to me of fairness. Do you truly believe I am ignorant of everything? Lei Tian, incensed, pointed at Ning Ku. The crowd's expressions shifted to safeguard Ning Ku better. None aside from Lei Ming were privy to her abilities. How could Lei Tian have known? It dawned on them that the moment Lei Ming had entered the Lei Marsh, Lei Tian had closely followed. Having likely received word in advance and set a trap here, Lei Tian, I can give you the Laying Beast, but you must release them. Lei Ming, contemplating the stakes, cast a sorrowful glance at the bound individuals. I will throw the Laying Beast on the ground, he declared. Good. Lei Ming, I admire your spirit. You are quite loyal, Lei Tian replied, though his intentions to release the captives were far from genuine. However, Lei Ming, it seems you lack the leverage to negotiate. Am I mistaken, or have you and the Laying Beast both sustained injuries? What abilities does this girl possess? Is it foresight? With her, do I need to fear finding the Laying Beast? You are talking nonsense, Lei Tian. If you do not release them today, I, Lei Ming, will ensure that you suffer the same fate, even if it means our mutual destruction. Do you still remember Master S. Heavenly Thunder Explosion technique? Upon uttering this, a strange array of lightning materialized around Lei Ming, whose body, once on the brink of collapse, now appeared to be surrounded by countless arcs of lightning. Though the lightning lacked grandeur, it gathered the electric energy from the surrounding Lei Marsh, emanating an aura of danger. Seeing the lightning, Lei Tian's countenance changed instantly. Anyone could discern that Lei Ming was invoking a secret technique at the cost of his life. Have you lost your mind, Lei Ming? It is merely a beast. Hand it over, and I shall return the others to you. Lei Tian roared in fury, while he cared little for Su Yin and the others' lives. He dared not push Lei Ming to the brink, for Lei Ming was one of the most cherished disciples of that old man. That technique, known solely to him, would leave no escape for anyone present once unleashed. Lei Ming scoffed and laughed mockingly, subsequently throwing the Laying Beast to a distance, signaling for the captive's release. Lei Tian, unconcerned about the Laying Beast being cast away, realized that Lei Ming's current state posed no threat, merely a fish trapped in a barrel. Quickly, retreat into the Lei Marsh, Lei Ming commanded, releasing the vital channels of the three captives. He knew that only within the Ley Marsh could his heavenly thunder explosion technique be unleashed instantaneously, rendering it the safest haven for them at present. As Lei Ming and the others re-entered the Ley Marsh, one of Lei Tian's men expressed confusion. "Boss, why not keep them here?" Lei Tian cast a knowing glance at the Ley Marsh, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. "Master has passed that technique on to him, that if we press too hard, it may lead to mutual destruction, that it is better to lie in wait. For from the looks of Lei Ming, he will likely not recover in the short term. Why rush? Besides, if we capture them once, we can certainly do so again." Chapter 61. The might of bloodlines contemplating the prospect of Lei Ming being brought out to him soon. Lei Tian burst into laughter. However, his expression turned to rage when he noticed the absence of the laying beast. How had everyone been so focused on Lei Ming that none had noticed when the laying beast vanished? Furious, Lei Tian commanded his men to pursue into the Ley Marsh. Yet Lei Ming had already plunged deep into its depths, familiar with the terrain. "Boss, are you all right?" Hu Yu and Su Yin surrounded Lei Ming. Inquiring, "Lei Tian will not spare us. We must hide to avoid detection. But how did he know I would find the laying beast?" Lei Ming's gaze swept over the group coldly. The three fell silent. At this juncture, they could hardly deny that someone among them had betrayed them. "That I've figured it out, boss. It was that kid, Su Chi. It must be him. It's all my fault for bringing him along. I thought he was a decent fellow, but he's been scheming with Lei Tian, causing you to lose the laying beast." Hu Yu suddenly exclaimed, his face a mask of regret. "Is it truly him?" "But where has he gone?" Lei Ming murmured, already plotting in his mind. Without hesitation, he instructed the others to stand guard, knowing that his only recourse now was to recuperate his cultivation with the aid of the Ley Marsh. Sigh. "I never expected Su Chi to be such a person. I always considered him a friend. Hu. Do not blame yourself. None of us anticipated this outcome." Su Yin consoled Hu Yu gently as she approached him. Ning Ke glanced at Hu Yu, her lips parting slightly, yet she suppressed her words. Within the Ley Marsh, the intensity of the lightning grew fiercer, compelling Su Yin to muster her spiritual energy to shield Ning Ke from the surrounding electric forces. Although they were temporarily safe within the Ley Marsh, it was still a forbidden area fraught with danger, and Su Yin found her resistance increasingly taxing. Meanwhile, Su Chi, clutching the laying beast, propelled himself at full speed deeper into the Ley Marsh using the extreme shadow step. Why the urgency? Because the laying beast had been stealthily retrieved amidst the chaos, and behind him trailed a group of enemies wielding half-step transformation God realm cultivation. Though Su Chi could have easily escaped amidst the turmoil, unnecessary entanglement was not his intention. Yet in the days of camaraderie forged, he had felt warmth he had not experienced in his previous life, consumed solely by cultivation. As a member of the Bonefire mercenary group, he felt compelled to rescue his companions. Uncertain whether the adversaries possessed any techniques or martial skills, Su Chi ran at full speed until the encroaching lightning forced him to coalesce his spiritual energy in defense, gradually slowing his pace. Why was the lightning becoming increasingly dense? Had Lei Ming and the others started fighting? Su Chi pondered, observing the lightning converging toward a specific direction, that if it truly was Lei Ming, he feared he might already be too late. Any attempt to intervene now would likely yield disastrous results. As Su Chi contemplated whether to advance, a tumult surged within his spiritual sea, as if the red orb within was urging him to hasten. The mutation of the demon clan's bloodline compelled Su Chi to move, as he struggled to calm the tumult within and made his way deeper into the Ley Marsh, having passed the location where he encountered the laying beast. The path ahead was increasingly saturated with Ley attributes, the visible lightning clashing with thunderous roars. Yet, retreating a step resulted in nothing but silence, as if hidden by an intricate formation. No wonder I have not encountered such phenomena along my journey. Su Chi had no time to study the formations. Guided by the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, he strode purposefully towards the heart of the most concentrated lightning. The area around him was already saturated with bolts of lightning, the originally blue and white hues merging into a vibrant purple due to the overwhelming density of energy in this space. Dark clouds of thunder surged through Su Chi's body, causing it to convulse uncontrollably. The bloodline of the demon ancestor seemed to respond to this electric force, releasing a potent aura that expelled the lightning from within Su Qi, before the lightning could be entirely purged. A brilliant light ascended from the ground, followed by a series of thunderous booms, as if all the thunder from the heavens converged in one place. A radiant sphere of lightning flickered before Su Qi. It was the spirit of lightning, born of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the celestial electric energies, thus gaining sentience that it could summon and consume the lightning from the skies above, occasionally releasing its power, which enveloped the entire marsh, forming a lightning swamp. Su Qi felt as though his eyes had been scorched by this light. All he could see was a blinding whiteness that he had to rely on his spiritual awareness to perceive the changes within himself and around him. He could not comprehend why the crimson sphere within him was undergoing such a transformation, but he knew that the bloodline of the demon ancestor was undoubtedly connected to that spirit of lightning. The bloodline seemed to demand greater intensity from the lightning, compelling Su Qi to open the spiritual meridians within him. Just as before, unsealing the closed valves, the spiritual energy of the world poured into Su Qi's body like a torrential flood. But this was no ordinary energy. It was imbued with the might of thunder. Su Qi felt as though his body was about to burst. His hands clawed desperately at his skin, leaving trails of blood from his nails. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. In that moment, he felt no pain, only a sensation of swelling that threatened to rupture his body. He could see nothing before him, and his consciousness began to fade. The deafening sounds of clashing thunder diminished, as he forgot his intent to rescue others, forgot that someone was pursuing him, and only knew that he could not endure in this state for much longer. The meridians within Su Qi were being relentlessly washed by waves of lightning-infused spiritual energy. Each time his meridians threatened to rupture, a rich essence of blood surged forth to mend them, defiantly resisting the invasion of a lightning force. Finally, the spirit of lightning hovering in mid-air was provoked, and a luminous sphere brimming with tremendous energy plunged directly into Su Qi's body. The surrounding lightning, upon entering Su Qi, seemed to lose its way, crashing chaotically about, ultimately converging upon his form as Su Qi unleashed the full power of his fourth realm of spiritual cultivation. A surge of crimson energy burst forth, enveloping him in an aura of overwhelming might, rendering him impervious to the relentless assaults of the lightning. The bloodline of the demon ancestor, a royal legacy, revered across the realms, the might of the myriad demon bloodlines. An ancient aura permeated the air as the bloodline of the demon ancestor began to be absorbed by Su Qi bit by bit. Had Su Qi been conscious, he would have noted that the luminous sphere, which had only moments ago stood defiantly against him, was now cowering in a corner of his spiritual sea, seemingly trembling with fear. Chapter 62. Surge in power, such is the might of the demon ancestor. As the crimson sphere dissolved layer by layer, Su Qi's aura escalated continually, from the fifth realm of cultivation to the sixth, and eventually reaching the ninth realm. It was only upon attaining the ninth realm that it gradually stabilized, as the blood essence continually nourished Su Qi's body, solidifying his newfound power and aiding him in fortifying his foundation to rise through 5 realms in succession, with a foundation more stable than that of an average individual, would surely draw the attention of ancient beings wishing to study him. Boss, why don't we venture outside? The concentration of lightning is increasing, and remaining here in this lightning swamp is not a viable option. Who you suggested that it because someone is waiting for you outside? You are concerned that if the thunder continues to recover, unforeseen complications may arise. Ning Ku, who was usually reticent, replied skeptically. What? Su Yan's expression shifted. Astonished as she gazed at Hu Yu, she had never considered the possibility of betrayal from her own people, not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather due to her inherent nature. Ningku, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if Lei Tian and the others are blocking us outside, with our combined strength, it is not impossible to break through if we continue to linger here. Whether the boss recovers is uncertain, but Su Yan may not be able to hold out much longer. Hu Yu's face stiffened as he forced a smile in defense. Ning cast a worried glance at Su Yan. Indeed, the lightning within the swamp had inexplicably surged, and even Su Yin, with her seventh realm cultivation, was beginning to feel the strain. Chirp, chirp! Thunderclap also found who used reasoning sound. Just as he stood up, he spotted a small beast, as translucent as jade, scurrying towards him, calling out several times. The laying beast? Thunderclap stared in disbelief at the creature, and one had anticipated that after Su Chi took the laying beast away, it too had received nourishment from the spirit of lightning and had awakened, showing signs of potentially breaking through to a fourth-level demon beast. Before anyone could process this revelation, the bond between Thunderclap and the laying beast was already established. Thunderclap had battled the laying beast extensively, leading it to acknowledge his strength, and since Su Chi had rejected its claim of allegiance, it had sought Thunderclap instead. Feeling the connection to the laying beast, Thunderclap was overjoyed. How is this possible? Yu and the others stared incredulously at Thunderclap and the laying beast, who was now seated on the ground. A glimmer of something unusual passed through Yu's eyes, and he quickly exclaimed, "Congratulations, boss! With the laying beast by our side, we need not fear any longer." Su Yin and the others were equally overjoyed, just when they thought they would be trapped in the lightning swamp. Hope finally appeared. The laying beast says that Lei Tian has already entered the lightning swamp, that it can sense the energies within. We should follow it to evade Lei Tian and hastily leave this place. Thunderclap spoke gravely. Only he understood that the situation was not optimistic, for the laying beast had only just awakened, possessing strength comparable to his own, and had yet to fully recover. If Lei Tian found them, they would still be unable to escape. Leaving is possible, but we must ensure that no one reveals our whereabouts again, Ning stated coolly. Thunderclap furrowed his brow. Looking at the others, "Can I trust you all?" "Of course, boss. We have fought through so much together. Do you truly believe the traitor could be one of us?" Yu declared loudly. Seeing that Thunderclap had nothing more to say, Ning fell silent as well. At present, Thunderclap had only a fraction of his spiritual power remaining, and Su Yin had been resisting the lightning for so long that she had yet to recover from the previous battle. The only one left with significant power was Yu. Without Yu, the group would likely struggle to escape not only the lightning swamp, but also the surrounding empty bone forest. Especially with Su Yin in their midst, drawing the attention of countless mercenary groups. The group could only choose to trust Yu, yet his gaze was complex, as if he were grappling with inner turmoil. Under the guidance of the laying beast, the group successfully navigated out of the lightning swamp and towards the empty bone forest. Shortly after their departure, the energy of lightning in the entire swamp began to dissipate, and a figure shot out from the depths of the swamp, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. This figure was Su Chi. Upon awakening, he briefly sensed his own cultivation level, and after experiencing a surge of delight, he quickly sought out the energies of the laying beast and Thunderclap. That he soon discovered that the laying beast seemed to be leaving the lightning swamp. That Su Chi thought that as long as he found the laying beast, he would surely locate Thunderclap, and thus he followed closely behind using the shadow step technique. As Su Chi's figure descended, he was astonished to find that the laying beast was already close to Thunderclap's energy, meaning that Thunderclap had successfully tamed the beast. "Congratulations, Brother Lei, on taming the laying beast." Su Chi approached with a smile. "Stop right there. Su Chi, how are you still alive?" Yu glared fiercely at him. While others may not have understood Yu's thoughts, he realized that if Su Chi had not appeared, he could have continued to act as though nothing had happened, remaining by Thunderclap's side and shifting all blame onto Su Chi. Initially, he had thought that Su Chi had likely fled, but now that Su Chi had returned to their midst, he felt an unsettling anxiety. "Why would I die? What is this hostility towards me after just a few days apart? Have I disrupted your plans?" Su Chi replied with a smile. "Su Chi, did you betray us and inform Lei Tian of our whereabouts? Why would you do such a thing? I considered you a friend." Su Yin quickly stood, brandishing her red-bone whip, ready for combat. Su Chi shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his expression as he looked at them. "Do you truly believe it was me? How do you explain my absence all this time? When we encountered danger, I clearly left the lightning swamp before Thunderclap. Why was I not seen? After we escaped into the Thunder Marsh, why did I not see you again?" Su Yin inquired, her voice turning cold, her eyes glistening with tears. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she was genuinely distressed, and Su Qi shook his head, not holding it against her in his heart. Su Qi noted that upon his return, although Lei Ming and Ning did not react as strongly as Su Yin, they too maintained a certain distance from him that Hu, believing Su Qi to be isolated. Secretly delighted, asked sternly, Su Qi, do you have anything left to say? The laying beast has already been subdued by the boss. What else do you intend to do? Very well, if that is the case. I shall take my leave at... Su Qi waved his hand, prepared to depart. Brother Su Qi, I trust you are not the informant, yet I am equally vexed by your prolonged absence. Though we truly have no chance against Lei Tian, we practitioners of the way uphold a sense of righteousness. I regard you as a brother and wish to hear your explanation, Lei Ming said after a moment of contemplation, speaking in a grave tone. Chapter 63. The Pursuit of Lei Tian. Su Qi, taken aback, noticed that Ning Ku also bore a look of discontent towards him, and he finally understood. They were all aware of the situation and simply dissatisfied with his sudden retreat. A faint smile graced his lips as he began to explain, I did not abandon you. Rather, I remained close by, intending to rescue you when the moment was right. However, I did not anticipate that Brother Lei's methods would compel Lei Tian to release the hostages. Thus, I refrained from intervening and instead ensured the laying beast's escape as you departed. Given the circumstances, would my mere presence have guaranteed the safety of the hostages? What if Lei Tian had used them as leverage? The group fell silent, exchanging glances. Had Su Qi truly intervened, Lei Tian, unaware of Su Qi's capabilities, would likely have taken Su Yin and the others as hostages, further complicating the situation. Understanding this, Su Yin and Ning Ku's expression softened. Lei Tian approached with a hearty laugh, dragging his weary body closer, and placed an arm around Su Qi's shoulder, saying, Brother Su Qi, I have always known you were here. The laying beast has formed a bond with me and has conveyed everything to me. It was you who fought valiantly to save the laying beast and returned it to the Thunder Marsh. Had I mentioned this earlier, I might not have been able to persuade everyone. But now, do we all understand? Su Yin opened her mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Lei Ming, who added, We five are a team. Since we have joined the Bonefire Mercenary Corps, we are brothers bound by loyalty. Let the previous matters be laid to rest. We must not harbor distrust among one another. We remain the Bonefire Mercenary Corps. That said, I hope such occurrences do not repeat. I have known Lei Tian for over a decade and understand his nature. He is not one to show mercy. Once we conclude our business here, we must depart. Hu, I expect you, as a man, to protect them. Lei Ming spoke with a serious expression, addressing Hu Yu, but also reminding everyone in the group. Do I need him to protect me? His cultivation has just reached the first level of the condensing Dao realm. He should focus on his training. That I will safeguard you all, Su Yin retorted playfully. Standing tall, Hu, embarrassed and speechless, lowered his head and moved aside to meditate quietly. What is wrong? This is not like Hu Yu at all. He usually jumps to argue whenever I say something like this. Have I perhaps been too harsh this time? Su Yin glanced at Lei Ming and Ning Ku, her brows furrowing slightly, regretting whether her words have been too severe. It is not your fault. Do not concern yourself with him. Brother Lei, I have some matters to discuss with you. May we speak privately? Su Qi shook his head, indicating that Su Yin need not worry, and then walked alongside Lei Ming to a secluded spot. I know what you wish to say, but Hu Yu is my brother. Since my arrival here, he has followed me relentlessly. Even if he has made some mistakes, he deserves a chance to make amends. Lei Ming interjected before Su Qi could pose his question. Indeed, Lei Ming had long since recognized the situation, but was reluctant to confront it directly. I am not here to force you into a decision. I merely wish to remind you that while you have saved the hostages this time, fortune may not favor you in the future, Su Qi remarked before returning to the group, taking a seat beside them. With Lei Ming having already spoken, he felt it inappropriate to add further. In his past life, he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, only to fall due to betrayal, which had instilled in Su Qi a profound hatred for such treachery. Ha ha, so you have come here. You truly made me search high and low, Lei Ming. The group had not rested long when suddenly, laughter erupted from the woods. Lei Tian and his entourage had arrived before them, waving at Hu Yu with a grin, saying, "Well done, Hu Yu. If it weren't for you, they might have escaped. Boss, I am sorry. I have wronged you all." Hu Yu, realizing he could no longer hide, approached Lei Tian with a face full of remorse. Indeed, he was the spy Lei Tian had placed beside Lei Ming. From the very beginning, locating Su Qi had been part of his scheme. By introducing an outsider, he intended to shift suspicion away from himself. He had thought that by merely revealing the location of the laying beast, Lei Tian would retrieve it and depart. He never anticipated that his actions would lead to Su Yan's abduction and nearly cost Lei Ming his life. One misstep led to another, and now Hu Yu felt he would never be forgiven. He believed he could not turn back. Hu, is it truly you? How could you do such a thing? Su Yan stared incredulously at Hu Yu. Lei Ming and Su Qi exchanged glances, sighing deeply. Even knowing of Hu Yu's betrayal, Lei Ming still wanted to offer him a chance. However, it now appeared that he should have heeded Su Qi's counsel, for he had endangered the others in their group. Lei Ming surveyed his surroundings. His strength had not yet fully returned, and he feared he would not be able to contend with Lei Tian. Preparing himself for the worst, "Brother Su Qi, I will trouble you to escort them out of this empty bone forest. I will do my utmost to hold them off," Lei Ming whispered, then turned to face Lei Tian. Unleashing the power of his half-step transformation realm cultivation, Lei Tian, the laying beast has now formed a contract with me. "Do you still believe you can contend with me?" Lei Ming declared, summoning a bolt of lightning as the laying beast prepared for battle. Crackling with electrical energy, Lei Tian glared fiercely at Hu Yu, astonished that the laying beast had acknowledged a new master. His countenance darkened, for he had orchestrated everything for the sake of the laying beast, and now it had been claimed by Lei Ming. How could he not harbor resentment, as a murderous intent began to rise within him? "Lei Ming, I had no desire to take your life, yet you have forced my hand. If I can keep you all here, the laying beast shall still belong to me. I am certain that my master would remain oblivious to this." Wouldn't he? Despite Lei Ming's imposing presence, Lei Tian remained unfazed. Hu had already informed him that Lei Ming had not yet fully recovered, and seeing Lei Ming's unsteady footing and weak aura confirmed this. Lei Ming was nothing more than a paper tiger. In his prime, they might have had a chance to clash, but now, Lei Ming lacked the strength to challenge him. With both hands pressed together, Lei Tian summoned currents of lightning that coiled around his arms, gathering power. Unlike Lei Ming's techniques, the lightning he conjured lacked the forceful clashing sound, but emanated a profoundly dangerous aura. Thunder Convergence Finger. He thrust a finger forward, and the power of lightning surged forth like a massive serpent, lunging towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming grasped his lightning spear, channeling every ounce of remaining energy into it. Pointing it forward, that a colossal thunderstorm converged into a lightning dragon, clashing with the serpent. Their lightning-based techniques, while similar, were fundamentally different. Lei Ming's lightning was fierce and unyielding, while Lei Tian's was subtle and treacherous. The two energies collided, releasing an immense wave of spiritual force. With a resounding thud, Lei Ming could not contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling involuntarily. Chapter 64. Repelling Lei Tian with his power still not fully restored. Lei Ming could not withstand the force of the Thunder Convergence Finger. The residual energy struck him, and the insidious lightning surged into his body, wreaking havoc within his meridians, inflicting grievous injuries. "I warned you long ago that such a person is not worthy of your trust." Su Qi stepped forward from behind Lei Ming, casting a scornful glance at Hu Yu. "Who are you, kid?" Lei Tian finally took notice of Su Qi, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and hostility. "He is a rogue cultivator. Merely at the 4th level of the condensing Dao realm. It is his meddling that allowed the Lei Ing beast to fall into Lei Ming's hands." Hu Yu hastily interjected, knowing that without the Lei Ing beast, Lei Tian would undoubtedly shift the blame onto him. Having spoken, Hu Yu's face bore no trace of remorse. Instead, he looked triumphantly at Su Qi, causing the last remnants of camaraderie in Su Yin and the others to dissipate entirely. Merely at the 4th level of the condensing Dao realm. Are you? Kid, did you steal my laying beast? Upon hearing Hu Yu's words, Lei Tian immediately felt a sense of relief. After all, a cultivator at the fourth rank of the Tao condensation realm could easily be dealt with by even his subordinates. However, upon hearing this, Lei Ming's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to urgently shout for Su Qi to leave with the others, fully aware of Lei Tian's temperament. There was no chance he would spare Su Qi. Yet, by the time he voiced his warning, it was already too late. Lei Tian had unleashed a formidable surge of lightning power, more intense and imbued with palpable hatred than before, striking directly at Su Qi in an instant. Su Qi seemed utterly unfazed, standing still with a radiant smile as the lightning struck her. The moment the lightning coursed through her body, her skin emitted a strange oscillation, absorbing and dissipating the energy. Aside from stumbling back a couple of steps from the impact, she suffered no harm whatsoever. How could this be possible? This thought echoed in the minds of all present. Lei Ming, a half-step into the divine transformation realm and a master of lightning techniques, had been severely injured by a mere gesture from Lei Tian, while Su Qi, devoid of any visible spiritual energy fluctuations, had managed to withstand Lei Tian's attack with nothing but her physical body. "Is this all you can do?" Su Qi provocatively inquired. In the face of numerous formidable opponents, she chose not to flee nor remain hidden, but to confront them directly. "Young one, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Lei Tian, incensed by Su Qi's taunt, sneered and brandished a floating thunder staff. Indeed, Lei Tian possessed remarkable martial skills and a potent spiritual weapon. The quality of his floating thunderstaff rivaled that of Lei Ming's lightning-piercing spear. As it appeared, it began to attract the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy. With the infusion of half-step divine transformation realm spiritual energy, Lei Tian leaped into the air, his weapon poised to draw lightning into his body. "Be cautious, his weapon can channel lightning," Lei Ming warned urgently. Should an ordinary individual be struck by his floating thunderstaff, even with a weapon to block, the lightning would penetrate through, causing severe burns or potentially traversing the body's meridians. Yet upon hearing this, Su Qi, intending to evade with her shadow step, decided against it and stood her ground, brandishing her azure sword. Lei Tian, skilled in employing subtle force to paralyze his opponents with lightning, saw Su Qi's refusal to retreat as a challenge. He poured all his spiritual energy into the strike, intent on piercing through Su Qi's meridians. However, once his energy merged with Su Qi's body, he sensed something was amiss. You possess a heavenly thunder physique? Impossible! How could you have such a physique?" Lei Tian exclaimed, forcing himself to reverse his spiritual energy and retreat, struggling against the tumult within his meridians as he pointed at Su Qi. Su Qi was unfamiliar with the concept of the heavenly thunder physique. However, after enduring the lightning in the thunder marsh, which destroyed and continuously reforged her, she discovered a sphere of lightning essence coalescing within her. And her body not only embraced the lightning, but seemed eager to absorb it. Just moments ago, Lei Tian's lightning-attributed spiritual energy had been absorbed into that sphere, which was now exuding joy from the depths of her spiritual sea. Could this be what he referred to as the heavenly thunder physique? Regardless, after her experimentation, Su Qi realized her body indeed possessed an immunity to lightning. Filling her with elation, her demonic ancestor's bloodline continually surprised her. Lei Ming could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed this spectacle. The heavenly thunder physique was something even the most accomplished cultivators in the myriad manifestations realm struggled to attain. The pain of channeling lightning into one's body was unbearable for most, often leading to death. It was a perilous constitution, but if mastered, it allowed for accelerated cultivation of lightning attributes and a natural advantage over other lightning cultivators. A cultivator at the Tao condensation realm like Lei Tian could inflict no damage with lightning on someone with the heavenly thunder physique. Only those in the Yuan Fu realm could begin to pose a threat, which explained Lei Tian's incredulity at Su Qi's condition to know there must be some kind of treasure. A heavenly thunder physique shouldn't be attainable in the Tao condensation realm. "You lot, what are you staring at? Charge at her!" Lei Tian bellowed frantically at the few behind him. Having never faced defeat, Lei Tian had yet to encounter anyone of his age with greater talent than Lei Ming, who he regarded as his greatest rival. Upon his command, the members of the Withered Fire mercenary group, all at the Tao condensation realm, snapped to attention, raising their weapons to strike at Su-Chi. Purple-eyed demon tiger, mysterious bird, little kite, I entrust you with this task. A flash of light coursed through Su-Chi's body as 3 demon beasts materialized. Following the eruption of her demonic ancestor's bloodline in the Thunder Marsh, the 3 great demon beasts within her had also benefited, absorbing a trace of the ancestral energy. The bloodline power of the purple-eyed demon tiger was notably stronger, its return form more pronounced. The mysterious bird had also broken through to become a Tier 3 demon beast, while the already peak Tier 3 little kite had now firmly stepped into the realm of a Tier 4 beast. As the 3 demon beasts emerged, the surrounding forest creatures that had been stealthily observing scattered, their presence alone emanating an aura of intimidation. Those rushing towards Lei Tian were met with the formidable presence of the little kite, causing them to recoil in fear. The purple-eyed demon tiger, having not been unleashed for quite some time, now faced adversaries, its eyes shimmering with fierce light. As its tiger ferocity surged forth, its fur bristled, and a massive paw swiped towards Hu Yu, who sought to assert himself. Hu Yu, merely at the first rank of the Dao Condensation realm, stood no chance against a peak Tier 3 demon beast, and was sent flying by the sheer force of the strike, nearly having his organs shaken loose as he lay on the ground, coughing blood. Among the withered fire mercenary group, aside from Lei Tian, the strongest was a thin man at the 8th rank of the Dao Condensation realm. This man, agile as a monkey, evaded the purple-eyed demon tiger's claws with remarkable dexterity. Chapter 65. Parting observing the purple-eyed demon tiger's futile attempts to strike its target, the mysterious bird's eyes glinted with disdain. With a powerful flap of its wings, a gust of wind erupted, propelling the dodging figure straight into the path of the tiger's paw. The mysterious bird, having grown significantly after the infusion of the demonic ancestor's bloodline, now wielded formidable wind-attributed spiritual energy with each powerful wing beat. Bang! The thin man was struck squarely by the tiger's paw, suffering the same fate as Hu Yu. His body hurtled through the air, crashing into a nearby tree, causing it to sway perilously, nearly uprooted. Where did these demon beasts come from? A Tier 4 beast? No less. Could it be the overlord of the Konggu forest? Lei Tian felt overwhelmed. First, the lightning beast had recognized its master, then a peer of his age had attained the heavenly thunder physique. And now 3 powerful demon beasts had suddenly appeared. His gaze fell upon the smallest of the trio, the bird-like beast, which was now looking in his direction, emanating an aura that instilled fear within him. Retreat! We must leave at once, Lei Tian shouted. Unwilling to remain in the presence of a Tier 4 beast, even a divine transformation realm cultivator would think twice, for demon beasts were inherently more robust than humans, often outmatching them at the same level that Su-Chi. We must hurry. Su Yin snapped back to reality, grasping Su-Chi's wrist and pulling her backwards. What? Where are we going? Su-Chi's words were cut short as Su Yin urged her away. We need to get out of here. I know you're upset with me for wanting to flee, but do not joke with your life at this moment, perhaps due to the darkness of the night. No one realized the demon beasts were summoned by Su-Chi. They assumed they were merely the creatures of the forest. Return. The 3 demon beasts were swiftly called back in her body, and Su-Chi had no choice but to summon them back. As they vanished, Su Yin finally grasped the situation, her mouth agape as she stared at Su-Chi. These demon beasts belong to you? Oh, who exactly are you? Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Even Ning Ku and Lei Ming, who stood nearby, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 formidable demon beasts, each capable of rivaling a Dao Condensation realm cultivator, with one being a Tier 4 beast of the divine transformation realm. Their astonishment stemmed primarily from the fact that Su-Chi was an anomaly. Typically, disciples from large sects or families would only be allowed to contract demon beasts upon reaching the divine transformation realm. Once a contract was formed, the beast could not be replaced, and a powerful familiar signified a powerful master. The process of forming a contract was not as straightforward as Su-Chi's experience. The more powerful the beast, the greater the requirement for the master's strength and potential to match. Otherwise, most beasts would opt for destruction rather than submission. Su-Chi was an exception, endowed with the bloodline of a demonic ancestor. Thus, in the Tianfeng Empire, the majority of individuals sought their demon beasts only after reaching the divine transformation realm, as was the case with Lei Ming and Lei Tian, both of whom were at the half-step divine transformation stage. To make a long story short, I gained some opportunities in the Thunder Marsh, and these demon beasts just recently broke through. Su Qi found himself at a loss when it came to elucidating his ancestral lineage of demon blood, ultimately opting for vague responses that I end the realm of cultivation. Myriad opportunities abound, and each individual harbors certain secrets that must remain undisclosed. Consequently, Lei Ming and the others wisely refrained from further inquiries. However, upon Su Qi declaring that he had reached the 9th rank of the Tao condensation realm, he distinctly perceived that Su Yin, following this revelation, seemed less inclined to engage in conversation with him. As per the words of that little girl named Ku, it was due to her inability to reconcile this stark contrast. Su Qi could empathize. Had Hu Yu been within his family, his talents would have marked him as an exceptional individual. Su Yin, being both beautiful and exceptionally gifted, had undoubtedly always shown the brightest. Now, within their group, apart from the peculiar Ning Ku, who hardly practiced cultivation, Su Yin found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy, a reality that the proud Su Yin found difficult to accept. During the journey back to Konggu City, Su Yin appeared troubled, mercilessly confronting those lascivious rogue cultivators. With her crimson bone whip thrashing about, she sent them fleeing back to their mercenary group, barely clothed. Upon returning to Konggu City, Su Qi wore a grave expression. Throughout the journey, members of the divine sect incessantly interrogated him, uncertain as to who had leaked the news of the 3 major demon beast appearances, which had fortuitously reached the ears of the divine sect. Hu's departure had cast a melancholic atmosphere over the once vibrant Bone Fire mercenary group. Lei Ming convened in the main hall to announce the disbandment of the Bone Fire mercenary group, stating that with the acquisition of a laying beast, it was time to return to their sect and report. Su Yin also expressed her intention to leave, intending to return to her family to enhance her abilities. Only Ning Ke remained unfazed, and it was upon returning to this mercenary group that Su Qi first heard her story. Lei Ming had first arrived in Konggu City, coincidentally rescuing Ning Ke from a band of rogue mercenaries. A tale that Ning Ke recounted herself. Ning Ke's constitution was unique. She could not utilize her cultivation for combat, nor had her condition improved. Thus she had always been under the protection of Lei Ming and Su Yin. Nevertheless, Ning Ke's contributions were not to be underestimated. She was adept in the art of divination and possessed extraordinary sensory perception. In the perilous Konggu forest, she guided the group time and again, skillfully navigating through the depths inhabited by formidable demon beasts. For someone like Su Qi, the continent's foremost demon refining master, Ning Ke's abilities were unfamiliar, yet with his rebirth endowed by the ancestral blood of demons, he found it hardly astonishing. Su Qi, may I accompany you? Ning Ke suddenly inquired. Taken aback, Su Qi glanced at the other two and shook his head. No, my strength is insufficient to protect you. Following me would be perilous. Su Qi was truthful. He had been relentlessly pursued by the divine sect, and now, amidst Konggu City, he was preparing to seek out Li Qingyao in the imperial palace. He was uncertain of the strength of the Tianfeng Empire. But with his current abilities, attempting to abduct the princess would undoubtedly be akin to throwing a stone against an egg. Furthermore, it would be more convenient for Ning Ke to accompany Su Yin. Observing Ning Ke's downcast expression, Su Yin quickly reassured her. Ning Ke, you should return to my family with me. I will send someone to assist you in locating your master. Indeed, after I return to the sect, I will also embark on my own adventures. Perhaps we shall meet again, Lei Ming added hastily. However, Ning Ke shook her head and approached Su Qi, whispering, I know your secret. Chapter 66. Wind Chaser Horse. Su Qi laughed, wondering what secret he could possibly possess. While he was aware that Ning Ke had some abilities to foresee danger, it merely stemmed from her keen senses and observational skills. He did not believe she could truly divine the future. After all, if that were the case, how could he find himself in peril? Then pray tell, what secret do I possess? If you unveil it, I shall grant your request, Su Qi said casually. Those individuals clad in white from the sect are searching for you. Are they not? Ninka remarked with a mischievous smile. Indeed, we are adversaries, Suchi admitted openly, though he did not consider this a secret. With careful observation along the way, one could easily deduce that he was making every effort to conceal his appearance. However, that was hardly a secret. Well, I merely wish to convey that those individuals are not your match. They lack a transformation realm expert, so you need not fret over my safety. Ningku furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. As for secrets, well, you have one. The box you have been hiding in your bosom. Suchi was taken aback. He had kept this brocade box hidden close to his heart, and few had seen it. How did this girl know? Can you assist me in opening this box? Suchi inquired excitedly. Ningka smiled ambiguously and then addressed Su Yin and Lei Ming. All right, Suchi has agreed to take me along. Sister Su Yin, you may return to your family with ease. We shall meet again. Very well. I can agree to take you with me, but it is perilous to follow me. I cannot guarantee your safety at all times, and there must be a time limit, Suchi said with a resigned expression, contemplating for a moment before continuing that I just happen to be heading to the capital of the Tianfeng Empire. Just take me there, Ningka said with a smile. This little girl must have eavesdropped on his conversation with Su Yin, for she knew he intended to go to the capital of the Tianfeng Empire. And Suchi felt increasingly helpless. In order to open that box, Suchi reluctantly bid farewell to both Ningku and Lei Ming before departing from Konggu City. Given Ningku's special constitution, they could only travel long distances on Suchi's demon beast, the purple-eyed demon tiger. However, as the purple-eyed demon tiger was a pinnacle third-tier magical beast, most people chose to steer clear of them, and some even attempted to challenge Suchi, only to flee in terror when he unleashed another beast, the Xian bird. Along the journey, Suchi contemplated allowing Ningku to open the brocade box, as he was eager to discover its contents. Yet Ningku suddenly smiled cunningly. I never claimed I could open this box. I merely stated that the box you have is a secret, and you agreed to take me with you. You cannot go back on your word. Very well. It is not that I cannot open it. Just let me take a look, Ningka added. Suchi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by this little girl. However, having spent so many days together, he could not bring himself to abandon Ningku. Reluctantly, he continued on the journey with her, though he was acutely aware that their presence would attract attention. He worried that the divine sect would not allow a formidable rival to grow unchecked, fearing the emergence of a gifted adversary over one whose potential for growth was limited despite their profound cultivation. Gazing at the notice on the official road, Suchi noted that not far ahead lay one of the finest ranches in the Tianfeng Empire, the Meteor Ranch. The Tianfeng Empire's ranches typically raised a breed of gentle and easily tamed demon beasts, known as the Wind Chaser horse. Suchi mused that this was fortuitous, as he required a more discreet mount for his journey, and the Wind Chaser horse perfectly fit his needs. Upon arriving at the ranch, the staff greeted Suchi warmly, engaging him in conversation and escorting him to the stables for a personal selection. The Wind Chaser horse was a common breed within the Tianfeng Empire, largely similar in appearance, with minimal variation. Initially, Suchi anticipated choosing a Wind Chaser horse for transportation, but after inspecting over a dozen, he felt somewhat disillusioned. While the Wind Chaser horses were indeed magical beasts, their size was akin to that of ordinary horses, and their beast essence was scarce. They merely surpassed regular horses in speed and endurance, making them inadequate for the journey to the imperial city. Are there any superior magical beasts available? Suchi inquired, acknowledging that if none existed, he would have to ride the purple-eyed demon tiger, which, though conspicuous, was undoubtedly faster. Actually, there's a Wind Chaser horse that just turned 1 year old, though it appears to be of the same breed. This particular one is a variant, possessing the strength of a second-tier magical beast from birth. The other Wind Chaser horses fear it and dare not approach, explained the stable hand, glancing at Suchi's ordinary attire and tentatively adding, however, that horse is not easily sold. Our master has stated that its potential is significant, and it requires spiritual stones in exchange. Upon seeing the stable hand's demeanor, Suchi understood the implication. He retrieved 5 spiritual stones from his bag, held them up, and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" "Of course. Our master has instructed that only 2 spiritual stones are needed for the transaction. Please, this way," the stable hand replied, realizing that this guest was clearly not lacking in wealth. The stable hand led Su Chi to an exquisite stable. Upon their approach, the wind chaser horse within reared its front hooves, shattering the wooden door, and snorted disdainfully. This wind chaser horse was slightly smaller in stature, but boasted a glossy, slate-gray coat. Its hooves emanated a faint breeze attribute, marking it as a true wind chaser horse. Su Chi's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "This is the kind of wind chaser horse that deserves to accompany me. Here are 2 spiritual stones. Take them, and ensure is well fed before I set off. Alas, esteemed guest, I shall prepare it for you forthwith. However, this steed cannot embark on the journey just yet. Surely, you have noticed that this horse does not possess the gentle temperament of other swift steeds. In fact, its disposition is rather fierce that I advise you to tame it here in the pasture before setting out on your way, lest it prove troublesome." The servant hastily interjected, having received the spirit stones. With the bloodline of a demon ancestor, how could Su Chi possibly fret over taming a swift horse? Just as Su Chi was about to decline, a clear and melodious voice rang out from behind. "No, I shall have this horse." A strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by another man resembling a steward, strode purposefully toward the stable. Though her face was partially obscured by a red scarf, her extraordinary grace was undeniable. Su Chi was no stranger to beauty, whether it be the noble Princess Li Qingyao or the esteemed Su Yan from a prominent family. They all possessed a regal air akin to hers. Yet, in comparison, they seemed to lack a certain fierceness and haughtiness that she exuded. Even a beauty should not dare to seize another's horse. Su Chi furrowed his brow and glanced at the servant beside him. Chapter 67. The haughty woman Xiao Lu. "You may leave for now. I shall converse with this esteemed guest," the steward instructed the servant. Understanding the steward's intent, the servant promptly handed over the spirit stones and exited the stable. "Esteemed guest, these are your spirit stones. Would you consider relinquishing this swift horse to this young lady? I have other second-tier demon beasts here, gentle in nature and incomparable to those first-tier swift horses," the steward said with a respectful smile as he approached Su Chi. Those who could afford spirit stones were certainly not individuals a mere stable steward could offend. However, the swift horse this young lady coveted was not something he could sell to another, no matter the price offered. Hearing this, Su Chi raised an eyebrow and turned to regard the proud woman and read that if one opens a business, one must adhere to rules. "No, I've already paid for the horse. There is no rationale for returning it simply because another desires it. This feels akin to outright robbery." Su Chi retorted, displeased, "Esteemed guest, this horse is fierce and still young. It may not truly warrant these 2 spirit stones. Perhaps you could yield it to this young lady, and I shall offer you other demon beasts at a discounted rate," the steward urged quietly. Noticing Su Chi hesitating, the woman chuckled lightly. "I did not expect you to be the victim of a robbery as well." Her words only fueled Su Chi's irritation. He refused to accept the spirit stones and declared, "No, today I shall have this swift horse, come what may," though he had initially wished to avoid trouble. The thought of having the horse he had acquired snatched from him was intolerable. If Su Chi were to yield now, it would tarnish his reputation as the foremost demon refiner. The woman in red, evidently taken aback by Su Chi's obstinacy, remarked with a hint of displeasure, "I have taken quite a liking to this horse. Here are 2 spirit stones. Consider it compensation for your sacrifice," with a graceful flick of her delicate hand. She tossed the 2 spirit stones into the steward's palm and made to approach the swift horse. "Oh, I truly need your 2 spirit stones. Here are 5. This horse is mine, and none shall take it from me." Su Chi, thoroughly incensed by her dismissive demeanor, hurled 3 additional spirit stones into the mix. Having recently acquired a significant number of spirit stones from dealing with unruly row cultivators, he was determined to assert his claim. The steward's expression shifted to one of dismay. Those who could treat spirit stones so lightly were either engaging in sudden wealth or noble signs. As a mere stable steward, he could hardly afford to offend such individuals. As he stammered, the woman waved her hand, summoning a flash of red light that heated the very air of the stable. A fiery phoenix materialized among them, radiating the aura of a 4th-tier demon beast. The steward's face blanched in terror, and he scrambled out of the stable. A fourth-tier demon beast was far beyond his capabilities to confront, and he could only seek out the pasture's owner. Su Qi was equally astonished. The woman before him possessed a creature rivaling the power of a transformation-stage demon beast. Should a conflict arise, it would surely expose their presence. Yet to back down now would be to invite ridicule from Ningku. Summoning Xiao Yuan, Su Qi watched as she lazily stretched and took to the air, her fourth-tier demon beast aura rivaling that of the fiery phoenix, with her demon ancestor bloodline and 2 transformations. Xiao Yuan's gaze was sharper than ever. Facing the fiery phoenix, she exhibited no fear. Rather, her fighting spirit surged. The woman in red, surprised by the strength displayed before her, hesitated before exclaiming, "You, do not let this young lady encounter you again." With that, she turned and departed, passing by the pasture owner with a disdainful huff. The pasture owner, looking rather helpless, approached Su Qi and politely said, "I apologize, esteemed guest. It was my oversight. This swift horse rightfully belongs to you." Su Qi turned to the swift horse, which now exhibited a hint of trepidation, glancing toward Xiao Yuan and retreating on its hooves. This was fortuitous. He need not personally tame it. After reclaiming his surplus spirit stones, Su Qi rode off with Ningku atop the swift horse, leaving the pasture behind. The pasture owner sighed as he watched their receding figures, reflecting, "The youth of today far surpasses our own generation." As they rode the swift horse, Su Qi noted with delight that its speed rivaled that of a third-tier purple-eyed tiger. Ningku, observing his joyful expression, inquired, "I truly wonder how you managed to tame such powerful demon beasts. Did you not notice the trace of the Emperor Jiang's power within this swift horse's bloodline?" Emperor Jiang, the fastest demon beast? Su Qi questioned incredulously. Does this humble swift horse truly possess such a bloodline? Of course, it is merely a trace of the bloodline that it likely resulted from a combination with other demon beasts. Otherwise, how could such a modest swift horse wield the power of wind to enhance its speed at the second tier? Ningku analyzed, rolling her eyes at Su Q. "Oh, you not understand why you should contend with that woman. I was simply incensed. Is it not enough that I had already secured the horse? Should I relinquish it simply because she desires it? Besides, was it not you who fanned the flames?" Ningku giggled and stuck out her tongue, opting not to respond further, her hands gripping Su Qi tightly, as if fearing she might be thrown off by the swift horse's gallop. After a long day of travel, Su Qi noted the fatigue etched on Ningku's delicate face. Uncertain whether she was reluctant to disrupt his journey, she remained silent, with a resigned shake of his head. Su Qi led her to a nearby village to rest for the night. The villagers welcomed them warmly into their home, though they cautioned against venturing out after dark, for the area was known to harbor demon beasts. The village, modest in size, featured a bonfire at each doorstep, warding off the encroaching darkness. After escorting Su Qi and Ningku to the courtyard, the villager departed, explaining that the village often hosted travelers, as they were the sole settlement along that route. This spacious courtyard was designated for outsiders. It contained 4 or 5 rooms, though no one else was present that night. The villagers were indeed kind, having constructed a special courtyard for guests. "Ningku, I genuinely wish to reach the imperial city, but I must wait until my strength has increased. If you are weary, do not hesitate to speak up. We can rest before continuing our journey. Moreover, should any issues arise, do voice them. Since I have brought you along, I will not abandon you," Su Qi said, smiling as he sat in front of the bed. Understood." Ningku rubbed her slightly sore calves and replied, sweetly, with a smile. Chapter 68. The eerie formation throughout their journey. Those unaware assumed Su Qi was merely accompanied by a younger sister. Yet, only Su Qi recognized that this seemingly diminutive girl possessed a maturity beyond her years. Typically reserved and taciturn, she had shared little of herself during their time together, often taking the lead in navigation. After resting for a while, Su Qi retrieved a box from his robes and approached Ningku, smiling as he said, "Ningku, might you assist me in opening this box? Is that truly your aim?" This box requires a special method to unlock. In a few days, you shall be able to open it," Ningku replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "Why must I wait a few days? Very well. Rest for now. I will be in the adjacent room. Call for me if you need anything, Suchi said, casting her a curious look before rising to leave. This village felt rather peculiar. Whispering to himself, he was unsure if Suchi had heard him. Upon exiting the house, Suchi furrowed his brow slightly. As the continent's foremost beast refiner, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to demonic creatures, and he could distinctly sense the presence of a beast lurking outside the village, yet remained hesitant to approach. Having investigated the villagers, Suchi noted their cultivation levels were merely at the body refinement stage. Logically, for such a village to exist amidst the wilderness teeming with beasts, there must be formidable guardians present. Lost in thought, a sharp cry pierced the air, suggesting a commotion outside the village. Driven by curiosity and a sense of leisure, Suchi stepped out of his courtyard and made his way towards the village entrance. There, amidst the night, he beheld a fire phoenix, ablaze with brilliance, descending at the village's threshold. Beside it stood a woman clad in a red outfit, hands on her hips, confronting the villagers. Behind them loomed a burly man in simple garb. Clutching his arm as blood dripped from his fingers. What a band of ruffians in this remote locale. You country bumpkins are indeed all cut from the same cloth. Should anyone dare to hinder me today, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. The woman, evidently enraged, spat her words indiscriminately. Little girl, even if Ergo is at fault, surely he does not deserve death. Please, spare him this once. A villager stepped forward. A pained expression etched upon his face as he pleaded. As Suchi drew nearer, a surge of anger welled within him. The woman in red was none other than the headstrong individual he had encountered earlier that day. Just as it seemed she was about to strike, Suchi's voice boomed. Halt! Again, you? The woman glared at Suchi with a mixture of fury and surprise, before her expression shifted to one of realization. So you are one of the villagers. No wonder you are so despicable. I intend to kill that man, and it matters not who stands in my way. I am not from this village, yet I am aware that the villagers have treated me with utmost warmth since my arrival. They are certainly not villains. Your reckless threats disregard human life, and thus I must intervene on their behalf, Suchi replied, shaking his head. That man has wronged me. Does he not deserve death? I see you are merely in league with him. The woman retorted angrily. Upon hearing her words, Suchi turned to the burly man, who was shaking his head in panic. No, it's not like that. I saw her alone in the woods, and there were beasts. I wanted to save her. The man stammering only deepened the misunderstanding. Realizing there must be some confusion, Suchi addressed the villagers and the woman. I do not know the specifics of what transpired. But if this is indeed a misunderstanding, shall we not resolve it amicably? The villagers nodded in agreement, inviting the woman to rest in the village while sending the burly man home. Though the woman seemed poised to speak further, she swallowed her words, casting a glare at Suchi before following the villagers into his courtyard. You have extended your warm hospitality. It is only right that I assist you in dispelling this misunderstanding, Suchi stated, declining the villagers' gratitude. After everything had concluded, Suchi returned to his room. This village possesses a protective formation. A sudden voice startled him. He turned to see Ninka seated on his bed, her expression serious. What are you doing here? He inquired. I know it is a guardian formation, likely left by the ancestors of the villagers to protect them from being devoured by beasts in this desolate area. Suchi replied nonchalantly. Such occurrences were far too common in his previous life. Masters who reached certain cultivation levels often employed formations to safeguard their places of growth, ensuring future generations could thrive in safety. This is not a guardian formation. It is a blood sacrifice formation. Someone here is utilizing the spiritual energy of the protective formation to create this wicked array, Ningku exclaimed urgently. What? Suchi's brows knitted together as he closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. And oh wonder, he felt a subtle stirring within his demonic ancestor's bloodline upon arriving. He had initially thought it was due to the purity of the protective formation's energy, only to discover a hidden blood formation beneath. Evil sects had been eradicated by various sects in his previous life, yet it seemed there were still practitioners of such dark arts in this era. Suchi's expression darkened. The one who set the formation was likely concealed within the village. He recognized this formation, which required life as a sacrifice, gathering blood to summon spirits and elevate cultivation, an unerring method for wicked sects to rapidly increase their power. This blood sacrifice technique relied not only on human blood, but could also utilize the blood of beasts. And oh wonder the beasts lingered at the village's edge, too fearful to approach. It appears we cannot leave. Since we have encountered this, we must not allow such malevolent practices to harm the innocent, Suchi stated resolutely. Not only for the sake of humanity, but also for the beasts, as I possess the bloodline of the demonic ancestor. I must protect them from the encroachment of dark arts. Should these evil sects grow in strength, all beings would be subjected to their sacrificial rites. This is why, upon discovering members of such sects, even powerful beasts participate in their extermination. Whether it was the fatigue of the day or the reassurance from Suchi, Ninka soon drifted into a slumber. Suchi shook his head. There were ample rooms available, and he could easily switch to another. The following morning, upon stepping outside, Suchi noticed the door to the courtyard room had been left ajar. Ningku, having awoken, realized she was in Suchi's room and anxiously checked her clothing. Remembering the blood sacrifice incident, she frantically searched for him, an unusual sight for Ningku. What happened? Is everything all right? Suchi asked. As Ningku saw Suchi emerging from the room, her expression softened slightly. Last night, after I fell asleep. Where did you go? Me. You were in my room, so I simply switched to another, Suchi replied, looking at her in confusion. Seeing he was not lying, a faint blush crept onto Ningku's cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, Suchi muttered, Did she leave so early? Chapter 69. The red-dressed woman is captured following Suchi's gaze. Ningku looked towards the room she had just searched, its door wide open, with only a red scarf left on the table. The headstrong woman in red had stayed in that room. Suchi distinctly remembered, it is for the best that she has departed. Her temperament could certainly lead to further trouble. Why are you acting so oddly today? Are you worried I might be taken for a blood sacrifice? Suchi intended to jest with Ningku, but unexpectedly, a dull thud resonated from the wall. The sound of someone landing heavily on the ground. Suchi's expression shifted instantly as he exchanged glances with Ningku. She pointed in a direction, and Suchi swiftly pulled her close, executing the extreme shadow step. Maximizing his speed, he swiftly caught up to a youth in simple attire, who was frantically fleeing towards the village's outskirts without looking back. Suchi could discern that this youth was merely at the body refinement 8th level, yet he had been spying on their courtyard. Had Suchi not discovered the blood sacrifice formation the previous day, he might not have cared as much, but now, with the presence of dark arts, he could not afford to overlook any suspicious individuals. With Ningku by his side, Suchi felt no fear of the youth escaping. As he was about to close the distance, he deliberately slowed down, trailing behind him at a leisurely pace to ascertain his destination. Indeed, upon hearing the words blood sacrifice formation, the youth's expression turned frantic as he bolted towards the rear of the village, desperate to evade detection. With the early morning light, there were few villagers on the road, and thus no one noticed the youth's hurried demeanor. Once they reached the village outskirts, the youth finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Panting as he called out, Ergo, someone has discovered us. Hurry, run. Suchi, who had been following closely, focused intently. The person the youth was calling out to was none other than the individual who had been pursued by the headstrong woman the previous day, the very one the villagers had been protecting. To his astonishment, Suchi's eyes widened as he beheld a woman bound with hemp ropes, suspended from a tree. It was the red-dressed woman he had believed to have left. Her hands were tightly bound behind the tree, and she exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, indicating her powers had been sealed. Her red scarf was nowhere to be seen. Her delicate features bore a frost-like expression, her brows knitted tightly, and the exposed skin was smooth and radiant. Truly a stunning beauty. Weren't you quite arrogant before? You wanted to kill me. You even dared to say before the villagers that I was disrespectful to you. What if I truly was disrespectful? Ergo jeered at the woman, leaning in to pinch her chin with a lewd grin. The red-dressed woman glared at him with shock and anger, struggling against her bindings, yet without her spiritual energy, she could not escape. Thankfully, the youth arrived just in time, recounting the events of the morning, allowing the red-dressed woman a moment to breathe. What? Are you certain? Ergo asked in astonishment upon hearing the youth's words. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. We must escape quickly. If the villagers discover we were the ones who abducted her last night, we are finished. The youth glanced cautiously at the red-dressed woman as he spoke that, what bad luck. After all my efforts to capture this little girl, how could we be discovered? Fortunately, I had long since lost the desire to continue. That individual has been perpetually capricious. Never mind, I hope I haven't been followed. Let us swiftly deal with this little wench and depart at once. Ergo spat, cursing vehemently. The man, still in a state of panic, had failed to notice the beauty of the woman in red. However, upon seeing her unveiled visage now, he was utterly astonished, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Ergo, observing his reaction, seethed with rage and struck him sharply on the head. I haven't even had the chance to savor this moment. Yet here you are, staring. Hurry up. Yesterday's man possesses unfathomable prowess, no less formidable than this little wench. If he catches us, we may perish without ever knowing how. Ergo grumbled reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at the woman. Boss, since she's not aligned with them, she likely won't trace back to us. Why not simply deliver her to that man unceremoniously? The man, his eyes glinting with greed, suggested, although Ergo's cultivation was lacking. His prolonged concealment in the village had sharpened his wits. You seek death, do you? I order you to pack your things and follow me. That fellow is no benign character. He could easily silence us all with a single blow. Ergo kicked the man, who was nearly swayed by the suggestion, but the memory of nearly losing his life at that man's hands sent a shiver down his spine. Alas, such a pity. Let me send you on your way. The man raised his crude blade, preparing to strike. The woman in red closed her eyes in despair, a flicker of regret igniting within her heart. Just then, a violent tremor coursed through the air, as spiritual energy coalesced into a palm strike that landed squarely on the man's hand. With a sharp crack, he clutched his wrist, howling in agony, as he beheld a man and woman approaching in the distance. The DNYNSHU technique was becoming increasingly familiar to Su Chi. It was his sole long-range attack technique, modest in rank but remarkable for its ability to accumulate spiritual power and unleash it in an instant. Surprising foes, and its power only grew with greater cultivation. The man's wrist was broken by the spiritual force, yet Su Chi had held back. Otherwise, the man's life would have surely been forfeit. It's him, the man cried, rolling on the ground until he reached Ergo's side. Ergo's eyes narrowed, and he promptly fell to his knees, a mournful expression on his face. I apologize. I only brought her here out of frustration, unaware she was with you. Big brother, I was foolish. Spare my life. Enough with the pretense. Only someone with chi refinement capability could have captured her. Ordinary folk cannot do so. I heard everything you just said. Now, tell me, what connection do you have to the blood sacrifice formation? Su Chi said, patting the shoulder of the woman in red with a smile. Damn it, you lot. Hurry and let me go. As Su Chi's energy flowed into the woman's meridians, it shattered the blockages within her. Just as she regained her voice, she began to scream, for Su Chi's energy was insufficient to fully break through her channels. Are you not at the chi refinement stage? Su Chi, sensing his energy failing to breach even a chi refinement barrier, regarded Ergo, who had just been begging for mercy, with suspicion. Ergo staggered to his feet. Realizing he would not survive this day, but he shouted to the injured man, "This is what you forced me to do. Taiju, hurry and leave. Never return." After saying this, Ergo's throat moved as if he were swallowing something, and he began to lose focus in his eyes. Taiju, incredulous, looked at Ergo, and realizing he could not stop him, turned and fled into the mountains without a moment's hesitation. You think you can escape? Su Chi launched a DNYNSHU strike. Allowing a chi refinement cultivator to flee before him would be a source of ridicule. Yet, just as the strike was about to land, Ergo, having just risen, blocked it with his own body. Ergo, originally at the chi refinement stage, had undergone a dramatic transformation. His state resembled the effects of the blood fury pill, but far more intense. For he had broken through directly to the god transformation stage, his demeanor now resembling that of a demon, devoid of any human emotion. Could he be the malevolent cultivator hidden within the village? Su Chi was alarmed. Activating his 9th rank of the condensing Dao stage, not daring to hold back. He drew his azure sword, channeling spiritual energy into it, and struck. This technique was one Su Qi had spontaneously devised after mastering the Dingnshu. It mimics sword energy using spiritual force, allowing for long-range attacks. However, the gap between the God transformation and the condensing Dao stages was vast. Even with Su Qi's full power, he could not harm Ergo in the slightest. Su Qi seemed prepared for this, swiftly turning to save the woman in red, gently using his energy to propel her away. Xiao Yuan had already been summoned. Facing a God transformation cultivator, Su Qi had no choice but to call upon her. A flash of light shot forth, and Xiao Yuan's iron claws lunged at Ergo's fourth-tier demon beast. Bolstered by bloodline power, Xiao Yuan moved with incredible speed. Even Su Qi could merely perceive her trajectory through the air. Bang! Ergo, his mind clouded, moved on instinct alone. Despite his God transformation cultivation, he could not predict Xiao Yuan's assault. In an instant, he was clawed several times, 3 bloody holes piercing through his body. Blood pouring forth, yet he displayed no fear. Instead, he excitedly licked the blood from his fingers. Su Qi shook his head, recognizing that Ergo had completely succumbed to madness. He was beyond salvation, stepping forth with the extreme shadow step. Su Qi became a blur, his azure sword delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the other man had long since vanished, leaving Su Qi to return to Ning Ke's side. Now you comprehend the nature of the person you are protecting, do you not? Were it not for you, how could I have suffered such indignity? The woman in red, now restored to her strength, radiated with half-step God transformation energy, pointing her sword at Su Qi in fury. Su Qi was momentarily taken aback. Confronted with her question, he could only admit, "Yes, I was deceived by him, that all. I have been bound for so long. What do you have to say about that?" The woman fumed, venting her frustration upon Su Qi since her captor was now dead. Su Qi was at a loss for words, thinking how unreasonable this woman was. He had acted to save her, yet she turned her ire upon him. "Why do you stare at me? Why didn't you break my meridians and allow me to slay him yourself?" The woman in red felt uneasy under Su Qi's gaze, but also felt wronged. Continuing her tirade, "Help me. It's a miracle Haven Tea brought you trouble. How could a dignified half-step God transformation cultivator be captured by a mere Qi refinement stage? And this is how you treat your savior?" Su Qi couldn't help but retort, "Had it not been for you, I would have slain him yesterday. Why would I have allowed this scoundrel to poison me?" Su Qi chose not to engage further with this unreasonable individual. Turning to ask Ning Ke if there was any way to track down the fleeing M.A.N.T.O. Su Qi surprise, Ning Ke claimed there was indeed a method to trace him, prompting Su Qi to hastily rise and pursue. Knowing that such malevolent beings must not be spared, no one understood the terror of a malevolent cultivator's growth better than he. However, just as Su Qi set forth with the extreme shadow step, a fiery figure followed closely behind. "Sister, I have saved you, and I have slain your enemies. Why do you still follow me?" Su Qi inquired helplessly. "I am Li Qingwan. You may call me by my name. Having saved me, we are even now, and I intend to join you in vanquishing his accomplices." The woman in red contemplated before stating, "Your name hardly suits you." Su Qi scoffed, yet he could see that no matter what, Li Qingwan had resolved to stay with him. Since he possessed a 4th-tier demon beast, he did not linger, and under Ning Ke's guidance, he activated the extreme shadow step, following the trail until they arrived at the entrance of the cavern. The cave's mouth was small, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura of danger. The crimson orb within him pulsed slightly, seemingly urging Su Qi onward. He turned to Li Qingwan and Ning Ke, advising, "There is danger within. You both should wait for me here. Do you look down upon me, miss? Were it not for the ambush, do you truly think I would fear them?" Li Qingwan retorted, unwilling to comply. "I too wish to enter. Perhaps I can assist you." Ning Ke also earnestly objected. "Very well, but if danger arises, you must retreat at the first opportunity. The methods of malevolent cultivators are insidious and difficult to guard against. One misstep could lead to disaster." Su Qi pondered for a moment. Despite having employed his extreme shadow steps to their utmost, Li Qingwan was still able to maintain her composure and keep pace with him. It was likely that her agility surpassed his own, if not equal to it, and she might even possess the ability to foresee impending dangers. Perhaps traveling together would prove to be more advantageous. Without waiting for Li Qingwan to retort, he promptly advanced into the cave. The cavern was shrouded in inky darkness, with the external light struggling to penetrate its depths. Fortunately, Ning Ku was there to guide their way, as Yuchi couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how Ning Ku had managed to locate that individual. Turn left after 100 meters, Ning Ku stated in a flat tone, as though mechanically directing them. Each time they approached a turn, she would announce it beforehand, leaving the trailing Li Qingwan astonished. In truth, the pitch-black cave had caused Li Qingwan to regret her decision to enter. However, having already committed to the venture, she hesitated to retreat, fearing ridicule from that loathsome man. After much internal conflict, she steeled herself and followed closely behind Su Q. No demonic beasts lurked within the cave, nor any creatures at all. Only an increasingly pungent stench of blood accompanied their advance, indicating that their path was devoid of obstacles. Who would choose to reside in such a cave? And this odor, it was truly repulsive. Li Qingwan incessantly complained. "Shoo, be quiet," Su Qi scolded, frowning. Just as Li Qingwan was about to protest, Ning Ku suddenly lowered her voice and halted. "They are right ahead." The two were taken aback by her words and quickly subdued their footsteps, falling silent. In the darkness, several figures huddled together, illuminated by the faint glow of a few luminous pearls embedded in the cavern walls, accompanied by the sound of their conversation. "What did you say?" "He was killed." "Did you reveal my whereabouts?" A sharp voice pierced the air. "Why, yes. We did not disclose the matter to the master. Please, seek vengeance for my brother." It was the voice of Tai Zhu, and the three concealed in the shadows confirmed its source. "Well, since he is gone, you cannot be spared either." The sharp voice sighed. As the words fell, an even more intense odor of blood wafted toward them. And before Tai Zhu could utter another sound, he lay dead at the feet of that figure. Poor Tai Zhu died without ever understanding why Ergo had prohibited him from seeking out this man. As the man in black turned, they suddenly heard a shrill cry from behind. "Evil cultivator, at last, I have found you. None of you shall escape today." Caught off guard, Su Qi watched in shock as Li Qingwan leapt forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the man, summoning the fire phoenix, which illuminated the entire cave with its blazing flames. Su Qi's heart filled with anger. Had he known better, he would never have brought her here. The situation within the cave was uncertain, and the martial prowess of the man in black was unknown. Acting impulsively was tantamount to courting death. Any evil cultivator would naturally possess strength that surpassed hers. Their methods of cultivation were exceedingly cruel, much like Ergo, who, as an ordinary person in the Qi refinement stage, could swiftly attain the realm of divine transformation. Yet, no matter how furious Su Qi felt, he could not prevent Li Qingwan's actions. Why Master spoke of the emergence of the Ziwei star and the presence of the Yinghua star, foretelling the rise of demonic evils and peril for the royal family. "I never imagined such evil cultivators would manifest in our world," Li Qingwan declared, oblivious to the danger. "Ha ha ha. I never anticipated you would come to find me. Good, this saves me the trouble of searching for you." The man in black removed his hood, revealing a gaunt visage, resembling an emaciated old man on the brink of death. "Enough with the nonsense. Little Phoenix, incinerate this place," Li Qingwan commanded, frowning as she surveyed her surroundings. Through the flickering flames, they could see that the cave's floor was stained with blood, explaining the nauseating stench that assaulted their senses. They could only wonder how many innocent lives had been cruelly extinguished by this evil cultivator. Upon witnessing the fire phoenix unleash another torrent of flames, the man in black raised a withered hand, pointing at the creature, and a beam of crimson light shot forth. The confined space of the cave left the fire phoenix with no room to evade. Struck by the attack, it let out a mournful cry, and its flames weakened considerably. Does this woman not comprehend that avian beasts require space to unleash their true power? In such a cave, the fire phoenix is utterly incapable of showcasing its might. Su Qi exclaimed in fury, unleashing his own technique while simultaneously hurling the azure light sword at the man in black. He leapt towards Li Qingwan, wrapping an arm around her waist, and with Ning Ku in tow, they turned and fled toward the cave's entrance. There are reinforcements? The man in black allowed Su Qi's technique to strike him. But with a flick of his other hand, he effortlessly snapped the azure light sword, which was of subpar quality. Su Qi felt a jolt of panic. He had acted recklessly. The man in black's strength rendered him akin to a moth drawn to flame. There are people ahead. Turn left. Ning Ku continued to calmly guide their path. People. So this means the evil cultivators here are not solitary, but rather a multitude. Li Qingwan, feeling Su Qi's arm encircle her waist, quickly reacted and attempted to break free, her feet adopting an agile stance as she followed closely behind Su Qi. There are more ahead. We are surrounded. Once Ning Ku finished speaking, Su Qi abruptly clapped his hands together, sending a burly man flying backward that moment. The purple-eyed demon tiger and the little sparrow appeared simultaneously, clearing a path ahead. The sturdy form of the purple-eyed demon tiger colliding with an ordinary person was a sight to behold. The evil cultivators attempting to ensnare Su Qi were not particularly formidable. They were easily trampled by the 4th grade and 3rd grade beasts, sustaining significant injuries in the process. They charged toward the cave's mouth. But Su Qi was forced to halt. The haggard figure of the man in black stood before them, while a group of individuals emerged from within the cave, surrounding the trio. Su Qi then realized they wore matching garb, not simply black but adorned with dark red patterns, suggesting a unified structure among these evil cultivators. Li Qingwan's expression soured, and she reluctantly apologized. I'm sorry. It's my fault that you're in this predicament. What good is saying that now? I will hold them off. You two must leave quickly, Su Qi said, releasing Ning Ku and addressing Li Qingwan, before Li Qingwan and Ning Ku could voice their concerns. They were interrupted by the man in black. Brat, with your cultivation level, extinguishing you would be as effortless as crushing an ANTD. Oh, you really think you can stand against me? The man in black sneered at Su Qi, his grotesque smile widening that if you wish to save them, why not join my Xinming sect? With your talent, the sect master will surely grant you immense power, enabling you to command all and reshape the world. Soon, the entire Tianfeng Empire will be at your disposal. Su Qi chuckled, shaking his head as he regarded the man in black. If your sect master truly possessed such power, would he hide in the shadows? This cave perpetually shrouded in darkness. Is this your so-called sect? Furthermore, if gaining strength means becoming like you, I'd rather abstain. That I would prefer my parents to recognize me when I return home. The man in black's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Su Qi, his voice low and menacing. Brat, you have provoked my ire. I shall ask you one last time. Will you join us? I will not join. Su Qi enunciated each word deliberately. Yes, he did. The ground beneath him began to tremble. A mysterious force began to converge and compress around him, causing his body to emit cracking sounds. The lesser evil cultivators were driven to their knees by the overwhelming pressure. Demon Ancestor, today I shall rely on you. May my body withstand this. Su Qi silently prayed before settling into a meditative posture. His hands moved in intricate patterns, forming complex seals, and he cast aside all his spirit stones and treasures, which landed around him in seemingly random, yet precisely fixed positions that Su Qi, the continent's foremost beast-refining master, would never join a cult. Heaven and earth shall reverse, refining yin and yang. The might of my bloodline shall overturn the cosmos. Su Qi's bloodline surged with fervor, infusing his body with potent energy, burning the bloodline and refining the very fabric of existence. This technique was one that even the martial Dao Supreme would have never heard of. The power of the bloodline was an ultimate force discovered after Su Qi had transcended the limits of martial arts in his previous life. Thus, Su Qi had brought the bloodline of the demon ancestor into this life. Whether his body could withstand such a method remained uncertain, but there was no time for contemplation, as the man in black could strike at any moment. Chapter 72. The heavens shake in dismay as the forces of heaven and earth converged and compressed. Su Qi's body was subjected to an unrelenting tug-of-war from both internal and external powers, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. The spirit of thunder, sensing the peril posed by the bloodline of the demon ancestor, rapidly emerged from a corner of the spiritual sea. Trembling as it did so, it unleashed arcs of lightning to mend Su Chi's body, visibly diminishing in size as it expended its energy. The man in black could no longer maintain his composure. Involuntarily drawn into the chaos, he felt an unprecedented sense of threat as he gazed at Su Chi in horror, exclaiming, "Stop! Cease this at once!" "Who are you?" He was afraid. Such power was something he had never witnessed. Even in the presence of a leader, and an uncontrollable sense of dread surged within the cloaked figure at that moment. Li Qingwan had already taken Ning Ku to a distance, glancing back only to feel an overwhelming force from the heavens and earth, rendering her breathless. What on earth is he doing? What kind of power is this? Li Qingwan gazed in horror at Su Chi, and after speaking, she retreated several miles further. "It cannot be stopped. Die." Enduring the agony of his bloodline igniting, Su Chi bore the crisis of his body fracturing. Finally, the power of his bloodline coalesced, and a layer of blood mist erupted around him. The cultists, including the cloaked figure, found themselves enveloped in the blood mist, their anguished wails echoing from within. The crushing force of the heavens and earth obliterated the cloaked figure, and the temperature in this small space soared to an unimaginable degree, incinerating the bodies until naught remained. Refinement. Within a yard of Su Chi's body, everything dissipated into nothingness. After expending that technique, the spirit of lightning dwindled to a mere flicker. Curled up in a corner of the spiritual sea, while the fissures on Su Chi's body were enveloped by lightning, a layer of vitality continuously mending his form. Yu Chi's consciousness became hazy, plunging him into a peculiar state. The spatial power, which should not have been comprehended at the realm of solidifying Tao, surged into his mind, allowing him to enter a state of enlightenment, seemingly grasping the essence of spatial power, yet unable to fully perceive it. This enigmatic sensation ensnared him completely, while the spirit of lightning and the bloodline of the demon race incessantly repaired his body and meridians. Unbeknownst to him, time passed in the outside world, and a cacophony of voices reached his ears. "If you don't believe us, go search. Why should we be taken back?" Li Qingwan spoke sternly. "We of the Four Swords sect suspect you of colluding with the evil sect. Had you not been here to relay information, how could the evil sect's members have vanished?" A disciple of the Four Swords sect named Ling Xiao declared, advancing towards Ning Ku to apprehend her. "Absurd! The evil sect has already been eradicated by us, and my friend is healing. We shall discuss matters later." Li Qingwan pulled Ning Ku behind her, casting a cold gaze at Ling Xiao. She recognized that these individuals, claiming to be righteous, had come here without inquiry, intent on seizing them, and the lascivious glances from several male disciples betrayed their ulterior motives. Had she not been concerned about disturbing Su Chi's enlightenment, she would have summoned the Fire Phoenix to obliterate them long ago. Healing. I see nothing but an act. I fail to see any injuries. If the evil sect were truly as powerful as you claim, how could you delicate beauties be unscathed? Ling Xiao chuckled, then approached Su Chi. "Halt. What would it take for you to believe we have no ties to the evil sect?" Li Qingwan questioned, positioning herself in front of Su Chi. "It's simple. The two of you will accompany me back to the sect. As long as it is confirmed that you are not affiliated with the evil sect, we shall vindicate your names." "How about that?" Ling Xiao proposed, his gaze sweeping between Li Qingwan and Ning Ku. "Is your Four-Sword sect sending you to exterminate the evil sect or to meet your demise? At this rate, you might not even measure up to the weakest of the evil cultivators. Moreover, how could you discern the presence of evil cultivators here and send people to investigate? Why not alert other sects or dispatch stronger members? Is it possible that your Four-Sword sect is in league with the evil sect?" Su Chi's voice resonated from behind Li Qingwan, his piercing gaze fixed upon the disciples of the Four-Sword sect. Under his fierce glare, the disciples felt a tremor of fear, stammering out a retort of utter nonsense. They were at a loss for words, standing frozen in place. Upon hearing Su Chi's voice, Li Qingwan's heart leapt with joy. She turned around, smiling, and said, "You've awakened?" "Yes, I appreciate your efforts in guarding me." Su Qi expressed his gratitude, realizing that Li Qingwan's restraint from attacking was due to her concern about disturbing him, indicating that the earlier events had somewhat transformed this headstrong woman. From Ning Ku, he learned that he had been in a state of enlightenment for a full 3 days, had it not been for Li Qingwan hunting for food. Ning Ku would have starved in the mountains. Noticing Ning Ku's displeasure, Su Qi promised her a grand feast upon their arrival in the city. "You are being too excessive. Do you not hold my four-sword sect in any regard?" Ling Xiao glared at the two beauties fawning over Su Qi, a surge of jealousy igniting within him, as he angrily confronted Su Qi. Four-sword sect. "Why should I regard you at all?" Su Qi laughed, feigning ignorance of the four-sword sect, which was not an act. Having come from Qingfeng City, he truly had never heard of it. Afterwards, upon hearing Li Qingwan's explanation that the four-sword sect was merely a subsidiary of the Xinyuan sect, he understood that had it not been for the Xinyuan sect's renown, the four-sword sect would not dare act so arrogantly. Ling Zhao's face reddened with humiliation at Su Qi's dismissal, and he drew his sword, pointing it at Su Qi without uttering a word. Cloud-vanquishing palm. Ling Xiao was struck in the chest by a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sent flying and crashing to the ground. Incredulity and rage etched across his face. "What four-sword sect? You are weaker than the village fool." Su Qi scoffed. Ling Xiao, who was used to brazen behavior, had never endured such humiliation. He felt suffocated. His eyes fluttered shut, and he fainted. The remaining disciples of the four-sword sect drew their swords, warily eyeing Su Qi. Perhaps he feigned unconsciousness out of shame. My strike used minimal spiritual energy. Even a refinement realm cultivator could withstand it, Su Qi disdainfully remarked, casting a glance at Ling Xiao, and added a warning. "Should you continue to point your swords at me, do not blame me for being merciless." Su Qi spoke without courtesy, as during Ling Zhao's unconscious state, the disciples of the Four Swords sect attempted to take Li Qingwan and Ning Ku away, inciting his anger. Yet he refrained from making a scene, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention. Chapter 73. The arena. The disciples of the Four Swords sect exchanged glances, realizing that Su Qi's display of power was beyond their capacity to withstand, especially since even their senior brother Ling Xiao had been unable to endure it. Fear had already taken root in their hearts. They probed Ling Zhao's condition with their spiritual energy and sensed that he was indeed unharmed. One disciple, blushing with indignation, announced, "You wait, allowing the evil sect to escape and injuring my fellow disciples of the Four Swords sect will not be overlooked. We will find you, sooner or later," the disciple declared, and the group left in a dejected manner, carrying Ling Xiao away. "Huh, you truly are remarkable. You've managed to knock him out in a fit of rage," Li Qingwan chuckled, covering her mouth as she watched their retreating figures. With no one else around, Su Qi finally regarded Li Qingwan's beauty. No wonder so many people were drawn to her. Her appearance was indeed captivating. Even Su Qi, who had seen countless beauties, was momentarily taken aback. Under Su Qi's intense scrutiny, Li Qingwan's face flushed. Recalling previous events, she quickly adopted a serious tone. "I was wrong before and have implicated you all. However, what was that last move of yours? Its power was such that I had never witnessed anything like it, even by my master's side. Did you use some treasure? That's a secret. It's fortunate you realized your mistake. Had I not been lucky, I might have perished due to your actions." Su Qi recalled the harrowing experience of his attack, where he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for the spirit of lightning desperately protecting him, he would have been obliterated. Unable to contain himself, Su Qi admonished her. After Su Qi fell unconscious, Li Qingwan had pondered for a long time before mustering the courage to apologize, only to find Su Qi not only refusing to accept her apology, but also admonishing her. Unaccustomed to being chastised, she glared at him, ready to retaliate. However, Su Qi seemed to have anticipated her reaction. A sudden surge of aura erupted from him, revealing that he had reached the transformation realm. After being saved by the spirit of lightning, Su Qi's cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the first level of the transformation realm during his slumber. Upon awakening, he sensed a profound difference within himself. Not only had his mental fortitude increased due to his new realm, but his body had also become remarkably resilient. Had it not been for the weakness of the disciples from the Four Swords sect, he would have wished to test his newfound strength. Su Chi felt invigorated, his body imbued with explosive power akin to lightning. However, these disciples were far too weak to serve as sparring partners. While this woman before him seemed just right to test his skills, with Li Qingwan's half-step transformation realm cultivation combined with her profound martial skills, unleashing her fourth-level demon beast, the Fire Phoenix, would rival any transformation realm expert. Noticing the eager glint in Su Chi's eyes, Li Qingwan hesitated, her gaze shifting as she lowered her raised hand, asking, "Have you broken through?" "Yes. Don't you want to give it a try?" Su Chi inquired, somewhat disappointed that she was not preparing to engage. "You at the transformation realm? Bullying a mere girl at the solidifying Dao realm? Is that not shameful? Since you've awakened, let us leave. Upon reaching the nearby Wanjian city, we might just catch the Sword Comprehension Conference, and perhaps we'll have some luck." Li Qingwan feigned disdain as she spoke. Sword Comprehension Conference? What is that? Su Chi hailed from a modest family in Qingfeng City and possessed little knowledge of these matters. According to Li Qingwan, the Sword Comprehension Conference was a legacy left behind by a supreme master of the sword path, who perished while attempting to ascend to the sacred realm. This profound insight was inscribed upon a stone sword located at the very heart of Wanjian City. Every 4 years, celestial phenomena would manifest, granting young individuals under the age of 30 the opportunity to enter the stone sword and grasp the essence of sword intent. Yet, throughout the years, no one had successfully unraveled its mysteries. The true host of the Sword Comprehension Conference was not the Lord of Wanjian City, but rather the Four Swords sect, a sect primarily composed of sword cultivators. The Four Swords sect wielded considerable influence in the vicinity of Wanjian City, effectively monopolizing the secret realm. However, to avoid inciting public ire, the Four Swords sect would permit 10 individuals from within the city to enter and comprehend the sword intent alongside their disciples. Thus, the Sword Comprehension Conference came into being, which led to fierce competition among the scattered cultivators and families within the city for these 10 coveted spots, all vying to enter the comprehension realm with the disciples of the Four Swords sect. Another appearance by the Four Swords sect? Su Chi mused, casting a curious glance at Li Qingwan. Had she not mentioned that the Four Swords sect was merely a subsidiary sect and not a prestigious one? Indeed, the Four Swords sect was affiliated with the Xianming sect, yet its strength was still somewhat respectable in the vicinity of Wanjian City. However, when compared to the various sects and families surrounding the imperial city, the disparity in foundation was stark. Li Qingwan detected the skepticism in Su Chi's gaze and waved her hand dismissively, offering an explanation. The corners of Su Chi's mouth twitched. It seemed that even before entering the city, she had already attracted the attention of the domineering Four Swords sect. Having this woman around was indeed a source of constant trouble. Nevertheless, as for the Sword Comprehension Conference, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not intrigued. Despite her current body having reached the realm of spirit transformation, she lacked any martial skills at her disposal. Previously, when she carelessly tapped in her bloodline power, she nearly met her demise. If she could acquire the legacy left by the Supreme Swordmaster, it would perfectly complement her shortcomings. With an air of confidence, Su Chi and her companion strode into Wanjian City. With pressures from divine sects, heretical cults, and the imperial city, she hardly regarded offending a mere disciple of the Four Swords sect. Upon entering Wanjian City, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal sword piercing the heavens, a testament to the craftsmanship of the Swordmaster. Even from a distance, one could feel the piercing sword intent emanating from the stone sword. The streets were sparsely populated, as most individuals were gathered around the 10 arenas within the city, the very venue where the Sword Comprehension Conference would commence. "Shall we go? Let us vie for a spot and see what awaits us," Li Qingwan declared, her foot striking the ground with vigor, her crimson attire resembling the sun as she leapt onto the arena. The disciple originally occupying the arena, upon seeing a woman challenging him, immediately recognized her beauty and leered with a lewd grin, saying, "Beauty, have you taken a wrong turn? This is the arena for the Sword Comprehension Conference. If you're curious about what's inside, why not wait for your brother to come out and tell you? I will be taking this spot. You get lost." Li Qingwan's revulsion at his demeanor prompted her to deliver a powerful kick to his chest. The disciple, caught off guard, was sent tumbling off the arena, too stunned to react. Once he regained his senses, he clutched his aching chest and seethed, "You little wench, how dare you resort to treachery and ambush me?" Just as he was about to ascend the stage again, he noticed someone faster. The crowd was eager, for they recognized the unfamiliar woman and understood she was not among the previous champions of Wanjian City. Yet, no sooner had the disciple taken the stage than he was unceremoniously booted off. Chapter 74. Elder of the Four Swords Sect. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Qingwan instantly unleashed the aura of a half-step spirit transformation realm, causing the first disciple to break into a cold sweat as he furtively slipped away into the crowd. The previously boisterous spectators dispersed, for any with half a brain understood that with such power, they would have long since joined a sect. Individuals like them, scattered cultivators with limited resources and no innate talent, considered reaching the condensation realm a formidable achievement. Seeing Li Qingwan easily secure a spot with no challengers, Su Qi felt a sense of relief and chose an arena for herself, exerting her mental prowess. She perceived that her opponent was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yu Qi couldn't help but chuckle at the weakness of the scattered cultivators in Wanjian City. Before the disciple could utter a word, she summoned a surge of spiritual energy, sending him off the stage. Soon after, several more challengers, unaware of Su Qi's capabilities, ascended the stage, only to be dispatched with ease. The crowd recognized that another formidable contender had arrived, causing them to sigh and turn their hopes toward another arena. "Senior brother, that's him. He is the one who bullied our Four Swords Sect's disciples." Senior brother Ling Xiao, who had been injured by him, was pointed out by a few disciples as the Four Swords Sect members happened to pass by. Surrounded by several disciples, senior brother Wu Hong, an inner disciple of the Four Swords Sect, was incensed. With the Sword Comprehension Conference imminent, he had initially intended to flaunt his status as a disciple of the Four Swords Sect. However, upon hearing that one of their own had been bullied, especially the heir of the sect, Ling Xiao, he was filled with rage. The Four Swords Sect had grown accustomed to their tyrannical ways and had never encountered someone bold enough to lay hands on them. Let alone Ling Xiao. If he could capture this individual and present him to Ling Xiao, perhaps the sect leader would regard him with greater favor. With this thought in mind, Wu Hong swept his robe back and declared loudly, "Let us see who dares to provoke the Four Swords Sect." He forcefully shoved aside the disciple blocking his path, glaring coldly at the onlookers. Upon seeing the arrival of the Four Swords Sect, the crowd parted, whispering among themselves, "Why are the Four Swords Sect members here so early? They've truly become more arrogant. I wonder when someone will teach these bullies a lesson. Look, it seems they're headed straight for that individual. I heard he dares to challenge the Four Swords Sect. He must be a fool, and it appears he is in for a rough time." Su Qi also noticed the group approaching her with an air of arrogance. The leader, of similar age to herself, wore a white robe adorned with an embroidered sword. "I hear you've injured one of our Four Swords Sect disciples. You dare stand upon our arena? Boy, are you not too presumptuous?" Wu Hong strode confidently onto the arena, gazing down at Su Qi with disdain. "Why are the Four Swords Sect disciples even on the arena? Are they to participate in the challenges this year? If so, what chance do we have?" The onlookers, bewildered by Wu Hong's presence on the arena, gathered around, their curiosity piqued. "You two are a disciple of the Four Swords Sect? Are they allowed to compete in the arena?" Su Qi inquired, her gaze fixed on Wu Hong. "The arena. Do you think just because you stand on it I cannot trouble you? Allow me to clarify. This arena is merely a few spots granted by our Four Swords Sect. If we do not wish for you to participate, there will be no Sword Comprehension Conference. Understand?" Wu Hong proclaimed haughtily. His words elicited a chorus of discontent from the crowd, who criticized Wu Hong for his arrogance. The arena had been established by the Wanjian Sect and the City Lord. How could a mere disciple of the Four Swords Sect claim to cancel the Sword Comprehension Conference? As the crowd turned against him, Wu Hong's fury ignited. Spotting Su Qi suppressing a laugh, he realized he had fallen into her trap. This girl was deliberately provoking him, hoping to incite public outrage after he made such a declaration. But what of it? "Boy, if I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall never know the might of the Four Swords Sect." With a swift motion, Wu Hong unsheathed his sword, a gleaming blue light flashing as he gripped the hilt. The sword bore qualities akin to the Azure Light's sword, indicating it was of the low-grade, profound rank. The surrounding Four-Sword sect disciples were elated, exclaiming, "Senior Brother Wu Hong is finally making his move. That brat is in for it." As an inner disciple, Wu Hong's strength was significantly superior to theirs, boasting a cultivation level of 5th rank in the condensation realm, placing him among the elite within the sect. However, Su Qi barely acknowledged him. Had they met earlier, he might have posed a challenge, but now, if Su Qi were to take this seriously, he would have no opportunity to strike. Fallen Leaves sword sweep. Wu Hong, incensed by Su Qi's nonchalance, swung his sword with fury, infusing it with spiritual energy. Su Qi executed a light step backward, then spun around, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Wu Hong's sword sliced through empty air, shock coursing through him as he turned to stab at Su Qi's chest. Yet before he could relish his apparent success, the afterimage vanished, and Su Qi's voice echoed from behind him. "Is it too much to ask for the Four-Sword sect to send some capable disciples to challenge me?" A chill ran down Wu Hong's spine. Before he could react, Su Qi delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending him crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. The crowd erupted in fervor. For years, scattered cultivators have been oppressed by the Four-Sword sect, yet here was their first instance of striking back against their arrogance in such a public setting. "Boy, do not be so cocky." Suddenly, the entire arena trembled as the energies of heaven and earth surged forth, an overwhelming force descending from the skies. Su Qi's expression shifted. Endowed with the ability of soul perception, he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him in advance. Channeling the energy within his body through the Ding-Yin technique, he struck back with a powerful palm. With a resounding crash, the clash of energies echoed, yet Su Qi stood resolute as a mountain. Having undergone the tempering of his body twice, he was unaware that his physique had undergone a profound transformation, rendering his physical resilience tenfold stronger than that of an average person. After absorbing the impact of the strike, he turned to face the elderly man atop the crane, his eyes brimming with battle intent. "Da-da. This young lad possesses some skill, but having offended me, an elder of the Four-Sword sect, today not only will you pay the price, but all you scattered cultivators shall not set foot within the secret realm," the elder declared imperiously. The previous strike had only utilized a fraction of his power, and he did not consider it remarkable that the young man had managed to withstand it. This elder was a gatekeeper of the Four-Sword sect, having brought his disciples to await the opening of the secret realm to comprehend the sword. Upon hearing the elder's domineering words, the scattered cultivators in the city erupted in an uproar. They had anticipated the Sword Comprehension Conference for 4 long years, and now a single decree from the Four-Sword sect barred them from participation, leaving them understandably indignant. Chapter 75. Entering the secret realm. Duan Wu, you have passed. A commanding voice resonated from the city lord's mansion, echoing throughout the skies of Wanjian City. Your actions against the juniors are not my concern for now. Is it within your purview to decide my agreement with Ling Zhongzhu? This was the city lord of Wanjian City, as a lord bestowed by the imperial court and under royal protection. He was not afraid of the Four-Sword sect, yet he felt powerless to counter the sect's tyranny within his city. Alone, he could not stand against the might of the entire Four-Sword sect. However, the authority of the city lord was not to be trampled upon. Over the years, as the Four-Sword sect expanded, they seemed to have forgotten his existence. Haha, is indeed the city lord. The Four-Sword sect has an agreement with you, old man, but I am unaware of it. In that case, let the conference proceed as usual. The elder's expression shifted, dark and uncertain, as he glared at Su Qi. Being merely an outer elder, he dared not confront the city lord directly. The disciples of the Four-Sword sect had arrived, and the victor of the arena had been determined. 10 individuals represented the families of the city and the scattered cultivators, joining the disciples of the Four-Sword sect at the foot of the colossal sword. Brother, look at that old man's expression. He looks as though he wishes to consume you. Perhaps you should reconsider entering. Indeed, brother, once we enter the secret realm, our scattered cultivators are at a disadvantage. They may not let us off easily. Those from prominent families, well aware of the Four-Sword sect's nature, could not help but advise Su Qi against proceeding. They had long been oppressed by the Four-Sword sect, forced to offer resources and endure humiliation when encountering their disciples. It seemed that the notorious reputation of the Four-Sword sect had incited the ire of various families within Wanjian City. Su Qi smiled faintly. If all the disciples of the Four-Sword sect are like that one just now, they collectively do not stand a chance against me. I am curious to see how they intend to deal with me. Seeing that their persuasion had fallen on deaf ears, they chose to refrain from further discussion, for there was no need to invite the ire of the Four-Sword sect. Moreover, while some wished for Su Qi's success, others were eager to witness his downfall. Every session of the Sword Comprehension Conference birthed outstanding talents, becoming focal points for their family's cultivation, and now, with a stunning beauty emerging from the arena, many hoped to catch her eye. Naturally wishing to avoid anyone overshadowing their brilliance, several bold disciples had already gathered around Li Qingwan, engaging in spirited discussions. Humph, that fellow is truly arrogant. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Indeed, flaunting his temporary strength. We scattered cultivators should unite that we cannot afford to be like that guy, provoking the Four-Sword sect before even entering the secret realm, that if they set their sights on us, we would be unjustly implicated. Wouldn't you agree, beautiful? Li Qingwan, engrossed in watching the spectacle of Su Qi, had not paid heed to their remarks, but was taken aback when someone approached her to converse. You imp, Li Qingwan replied coolly. The man rejoiced, believing Li Qingwan shared his disdain for Su Qi's actions, and thus intensified his criticisms. Before long, the colossal sword began to tremble, its blade resonating with a tumultuous energy, and an immense pulling force emerged, compelling Su Qi, who stood nearby, towards the sword. The Sword Comprehension secret realm has been opened. All disciples, swiftly enter, bellowed the outer elder. As his voice faded, the disciples of the Four-Sword sect relaxed their bodies, allowing themselves to be drawn into the Sword Comprehension secret realm. Subsequently, it was the turn of Su Qi and the other 10 disciples of Wanjian City to follow suit. Su Qi yielded to the force, and as his robust physique quickly recovered from the dizziness, he sensed the abundant spiritual energy within the secret realm, which was tenfold denser than that outside. This must be a miniature world, Su Qi mused, taking in his surroundings where countless blades were embedded in the earth and stone crevices that resembled a sword tomb. Just as Su Qi prepared to utilize his spiritual energy for exploration, he was halted by Li Qingwan, who had been anticipating this moment. Not use your spiritual energy here. Have you not sensed the pervasive sword intent within the Sword Comprehension secret realm? Should your spiritual energy be released, it will be met with resistance from the sword intent, Li Qingwan elucidated. Though she had never been here before, she seemed well informed. Hey kid, you truly dare to enter? The disciples of the Four-Sword sect approached Su Qi in unison. The Four-Sword sect and Wanjian City coexist peacefully within the secret realm. What do you intend to do? The disciple who had previously urged Su Qi to withdraw asked sternly. Peaceful coexistence? Haha, what qualifications do you have to comprehend the sword alongside us? The old rules apply. Wait until we finish comprehending the sword before you come. A voice emerged from among the Four-Sword sect disciples. Su Qi focused his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. It was the very disciple who had fainted from anger previously. Ling Xiao. How is it you? You've regained consciousness? Su Qi inquired with a smile. Do not attempt to flaunt your words here. You have injured a disciple of the Four-Sword sect. Do you understand your crime? Ling Xiao seethed, unable to contain his fury upon hearing Su Qi's reference to past events. Wait a moment. Since this is a personal grievance between the Four-Sword sect and him, we scattered cultivators shall not interfere, declared a disciple who had been closely following Li Qingwan. Shut your mouth. Chu Shaoran, we scattered cultivators are indeed united as one. Regardless of grievances, we shall discuss them after the Sword Comprehension secret realm concludes. This was precisely the agreement between us and the Four-Sword sect. The disciple who had advised Su Qi against entering retorted angrily. Song Xianren, do not feign righteousness at the expense of everyone. While it is true we scattered cultivators are united, I have never seen this individual in Wanjian City. Whether he is a heinous criminal remains to be seen. We have no reason to confront the Four-Sword sect on his behalf. Chu Shaoran countered, noticing Li Qingwan's gaze drifting towards them, and straightened his posture to argue. Song Xianren, who had been defending Su Qi, glanced at him, his expression revealing a hint of regret, and fell silent. He understood Chu Xiaoren's fear of opposing the Four-Sword sect. Yet his words contained some truth. No one had ever seen Su Qi before, and he might not even be from Wanjian City. They had no obligation to confront the Four-Sword sect for him. And above all, they harbored an enduring fear of the Four-Sword sect. Su Qi observed that none among the scattered cultivators dared to speak up, and he sighed inwardly. After comprehending the sword, what would remain for them? It was evident they wished to deny the scattered cultivators any opportunity. Pointing at Chu Xiaoren, Su Qi declared, "As the elites of Wanjian City, will you allow the Four-Sword sect to run rampant within your domain without a shred of courage to resist? The city lord has secured 10 spots for you. Do you not understand their purpose? It is for you to compete for the opportunities left by the Sword Sovereign and to enhance your strength. Yet, what have you done? No wonder the Four-Sword sect can act with impunity in Wanjian City. Your current actions are no different from aiding the tiger." Chapter 76. Rallying the Scattered Cultivators Kid. "No matter what you say, they do not dare to oppose my Four-Sword sect. Besides, even if you manage to sway them, what difference would it make? Do you truly believe you can save yourself at this rabble?" Ling Xiao scoffed, crossing his arms in mockery. Song Xianren, Chu Xiaoren, and the other scattered cultivators felt their faces burn with shame, yet they did not believe they possessed the strength to confront the disciples of the Four-Sword sect. "Indeed, I, Song Xianren, have always been timid and cowardly. Why should scattered cultivators be relegated to the back during sword comprehension? Would we not be betraying the city lord's nurturing? We shall comprehend the sword together." This was the agreement between the city lord and the Four-Sword sect. Song Xianren finally summoned the courage to stand and declare, "Exactly. Why should we, the scattered cultivators, be the last to comprehend the sword? Why should we be denied the opportunities left by the Sword Sovereign?" The fervor of the scattered cultivators was completely ignited upon hearing Song Xianren's words. They all rallied to Su Qi's side, brandishing their weapons as they faced the Four-Sword sect. If they desired fairness, they must strive for it. Should they dare not contest, as Su Qi had stated, it would only embolden the Four-Sword sect, exacerbating their arrogance. With Li Qingwan also aligning with Su Qi, morale surged among the crowd, leaving only Chu Xiaoren, who remained paralyzed by fear, his countenance grim as he stood apart at a group of fools. What do scattered cultivators have to contend against the Four-Sword sect? Chu Xiaoren muttered to himself, "Ha! On what grounds? Are you all preparing to oppose my Four-Sword sect? Very well. I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Just look at yourselves, daring to covet the opportunities left by the Sword Sovereign." Ling Xiao remarked dismissively, then waved his left hand behind him. The disciples of the Four-Sword sect surged forth, their cultivation levels radiating a formidable aura, eclipsing that of the scattered cultivators. First, let us deal with that brat." Ling Xiao laughed, pointing at Su Qi. The scattered cultivators, who had just been filled with fervor, felt their spirits dampened by the overwhelming power of the Four-Sword sect disciples. Each of them possessed cultivation levels of the 4th or 5th rank of the Dao condensation realm, and despair flickered in their eyes. Bang, bang. In a flash, several disciples charging towards Su Qi were sent flying by the force of the cloud dispelling palm, the sound of explosive air ringing out as they hurtled backward. "Go, all of you, go!" Ling Xiao shouted at his ineffectual disciples, urging the inner disciples forward. Yet soon the dull thuds of spiritual energy striking bodies grew more rapid, as a group of inner disciples, boasting cultivation levels of the 7th or 8th rank of the Dao condensation realm, fell one by one before Su Qi. "How is this possible? Yin Feng, you go quickly!" Ling Xiao exclaimed in alarm, witnessing an 8th rank Dao condensation disciple being sent flying by a single palm from Su Qi. Recalling his own humiliating experience at Su Qi's hands, in a panic, he grasped the arm of disciple Yin Feng, a standout among the inner disciples, whose cultivation had just reached the threshold of the transformation realm and was highly favored by the Grand Elder of the Four-Sword sect. As they observed the inner disciples falling one by one, the scattered cultivators gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom that scattered cultivators could triumph over disciples of the Four-Sword sect in direct confrontation. They had initially rushed out in a moment of heated impulse, and had not yet had time to regret, only to witness Su Chi single-handedly dismantling the Four-Sword Sect disciples. Song Xianrun, who reacted the quickest, cheered heartily, realizing that with such a powerful ally among the scattered cultivators, they could finally be free from oppression. Brat, you can only blame yourself for offending Junior Brother Xiao. Prepare to face my sword. Yunfeng sneered at Su Chi, drawing his long sword and transforming into a blade, launching a swift strike aimed directly at Su Chi's heart. Su Chi's gaze turned icy. The intent behind the strike was lethal and showed no mercy. Channeling his cultivation at the transformation realm, Su Chi unleashed the full force of the cloud, dispelling palm for the first time, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy into his palm before thrusting it forward. The surging spiritual power not only deflected Yunfeng's attack, but also surged into his body, infused with the destructive might of lightning, rupturing his meridians and wreaking havoc within him. This was the destructive power of the lightning attribute. After receiving Su Chi's palm strike, Yunfeng was left devoid of his earlier vigor, writhing on the ground, clutching his body and crying out in pain. Ling Xiao finally felt fear. The invincible Yunfeng could not withstand a single palm from Su Chi. "Brother, save me! Quickly save me!" Ling Xiao turned and fled, shouting as he ran, witnessing Yunfeng now lying silently on the ground. Even if he survived, he would be gravely injured, and the crowd realized Su Chi's formidable strength, falling into a fearful silence. The previously derisive Chu Shaoran now cowered in a corner, afraid to speak, lest Su Chi seek him out. Observing Yunfeng's state, Li Qingwan could not help but sigh. I never expected him to be this strong. Among those present, only Li Qingwan understood that Su Chi possessed cultivation at the transformation realm. Everyone's gaze turned to Ling Xiao, who was crouched beside a young man in white, his eyes carrying a palpable intent to kill as he regarded the scattered cultivators. This white-clad youth sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly waiting for something, and coldly addressed Su Chi, "You have time to escape. Otherwise, you will die." Ling Xiao, hearing this, gazed at Su Chi with a smug expression, as if he could already envision Su Chi's demise. Su Chi furrowed his brow. The disciples of the Four-Sword Sect were becoming increasingly arrogant. Just as he was about to take action against Ling Xiao, Li Qingwan intervened. "It's about to begin. Hold off for now that we may yet gain an opportunity," she urged, her eyes fixed on the white-clad youth, sensing his formidable strength, and gesturing toward the stone wall before them. Indeed, the stone wall appeared to be continuously gathering the spiritual energy of this small realm. "Brother, you should leave. That person is the most gifted disciple of the Four-Sword Sect, rumored to be a rare martial genius of a century, the son of the sect master, Ling Yujian. His cultivation has already reached the transformation realm. We simply have had the misfortune of encountering him, but you have already avenged us scattered cultivators. The Four-Sword Sect will undoubtedly be more restrained in the future," Song Xianren said, pulling Su Chi aside and speaking softly. "Transformation realm?" Su Chi's brow furrowed slightly. If they were both at the transformation realm, without utilizing the bloodline of the demon ancestor, it would indeed be challenging to subdue him in a short time. After all, deprived of martial skills and spiritual treasures within this secret realm, he had already discovered that he could not unleash the 3 great demon beasts within him. Otherwise, he would have sent the purple-eyed demon tiger to handle Ling Xiao long ago. After some contemplation, Su Chi resolved to bide his time and see what opportunities this secret realm might offer. Once he left the secret realm, a disciple of the transformation realm would hardly stand a chance against 3 demon beasts. Just as he considered this, the stone wall suddenly radiated with brilliant light, and the spiritual energy coalesced, forming 2 small figures upon its surface. Chapter 77. Ling Yujian makes his move. The 2 figures, each wielding a sword, stood poised against one another. Though merely manifestations of spiritual energy, they emanated an unmistakable sword aura, their movement still and their sword intent swirling around them like a razor-sharp blade. Then both figures drew their swords in unison, their blades clashing with a resonant sound. The 2 silhouettes executed their footwork with profound intricacy, seemingly employing a single technique, repeating it in a manner that left onlookers spellbound. Each strike appeared to possess endless variations, the trajectory of each sword differing, Yet the overall technique bore a striking resemblance. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon the two figures, gradually entranced. Finally, with the last strike, one figure was struck and vanished from the stone wall, causing the gathered spiritual energy to dissipate back into the world. Everyone became immersed in the understanding of the sword techniques, entering a meditative state simultaneously. Even Chu Shaoren, who had been hiding in the corner, found himself grasping something profound as he sat down to meditate alongside the others. Time passed, and eventually, one by one, individuals began to awaken, their expressions shifting from surprise to confusion, and finally to bewilderment as they scratched their heads, glancing at their equally bewildered companions. Everyone had gained something, but the intricacies of the sword techniques left them feeling as if they had grasped something elusive yet intangible. Alas, the time was too short. I can hardly remember anything. Indeed, this is my second time here, yet I still fell short. The crowd lamented, as the moment they awoke, the insights they had gained began to fade, as if they had grasped something yet failed to hold on to it. Only Li Qingwan emerged from her meditation, exuding a palpable sword aura. With a graceful flick of her hand, she summoned a long sword from an unknown source and struck fiercely toward the front. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated as Li Qingwan's sword tip trembled, her movement closely resembling that of the small figure on the stone wall. A smile danced in her eyes, although she did not specialize in swordsmanship. She was proficient with a sword, and having gained new insights, she was naturally elated. Just as she was about to speak to Su Qi, she realized he had yet to awaken from his contemplation on the sword. Still not awake, Li Qingwan was taken aback. The duration of meditation significantly influenced the depth of comprehension. The last time he had meditated in the valley, he had remained in a state of enlightenment for 3 whole days. Awakening to find his cultivation had surged past hers. Breaking through to the transformation realm, it was understood that achieving such a state of enlightenment, barring extraordinary opportunities, was nearly impossible on one's own, which was why insights from predecessors were regarded as invaluable treasures. The higher the realm one attained, the more challenging it became to achieve such meditative understanding. As for Su Qi, who had entered states of enlightenment multiple times within just a few days, Li Qingwan was at a loss as to whether to label him exceptionally fortunate or otherwise. Look, Ling Yujian over there still hasn't awakened. It seems he's surely grasped the sword path of the sword sovereign. Indeed, he is truly gifted. Alas, I fear that in the future, our status in the 10,000 Sword City will diminish even further. What can we do? After all, the 10,000 Sword Sect has produced such an unparalleled genius. Hey, look, that brother is also in a meditative state. Unbeknownst to the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed that Su Qi remained in a meditative state, failing to awaken, which incited a wave of unrest. The longer one remained in such a state, the greater the rewards. Consequently, the expressions of those from the Four Swords sect darkened, particularly that of the previously boisterous Ling Xiao. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ling Xiao turned to Su Qi and instructed his disciples, "Go and kill him." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated within the secret realm, and the scattered cultivators exchanged glances, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Su Qi. They proclaimed loudly, "Let us protect him." What this brother says is wise. We have endured oppression from the Four Sword sect for far too long. If we lack the courage to resist, what then is the purpose of our sword cultivation? Although the disciples of the Four Sword sect possessed greater strength and higher cultivation levels, they had all sustained injuries due to Su Qi's earlier actions and were now not as formidable as before. The 7 scattered cultivators formed a protective circle around Su Qi, leaving the Four Sword sect disciples at a loss. As the newly enlightened individuals engaged in battle, Ling Xiao realized that if this continued, Su Qi would undoubtedly escape his grasp. With a steely gaze, he unsheathed his sword and advanced towards Su Qi. Having neither attacked nor sustained injuries earlier, Ling Xiao now unleashed his full cultivation, making him the strongest figure on the field. 2 scattered cultivators attempted to thwart him, but were unable to withstand his might. As Ling Xiao approached Su Qi, a crimson shadow whisked by, its faint fragrance causing Ling Xiao to startle. At you? He suddenly recalled Li Qingwan, who had been surrounded by the scattered cultivators earlier, he had assumed the two women had not entered the secret realm with Su Qi and felt a tinge of regret. Is the beautiful lady seeking me, or have you decided to return with me to the Four-Sword sect? Ling Xiao rejoiced, for within this secret realm, no one could obstruct him, and he was determined to take this beauty back to his sect. Regardless of her lineage, you seek death. Li Qingwan frowned, witnessing Ling Xiao grasp her wrist. Fury surged within her, and with a swift motion of her other hand, she struck with her sword, showing no mercy. Ling Xiao was astounded. He had not anticipated Li Qingwan's sudden attack. The speed of her strike was such that evasion was impossible, but fortunately, his protective jade talisman glimmered brightly. A barrier materialized in the air, intercepting Li Qingwan's strike, only to shatter immediately. It was the protective jade talisman bestowed upon him by the sect master, capable of withstanding a blow from a half-step into the transformation realm. You little vixen, how ruthless you are! If I do not capture you, you shall never comprehend the might of the Four-Sword sect. Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment and anger, retreating repeatedly. He had already discerned that his strength was no match for this woman's. However, with the Ling Yu sword by his side, he believed no one on the field could harm him. Brother, save me quickly. That woman intends to kill me. Ling Xiao cried out, noticing that Ling Yu Jian had now awakened. Ling Yu Jian slowly rose, exuding an aura akin to a sharpened sword. The menacing energy surrounding him caused Ling Xiao to involuntarily take 2 steps back, wary of his brilliance. Brother, have you truly received the genuine teachings of the Sword Sovereign? This sword intent is overwhelmingly dominant, Ling Xiao exclaimed in delight. Merely having grasped a hint of sword intent is nothing significant. Ling Yu Jian replied, brushing dust from his attire. He pointed his sword at Li Qingwan and inquired, "Is it you who wishes to kill him?" Li Qingwan, already hot-tempered, retorted angrily, "Indeed, it is I. And what of it? Kill." Ling Yu Jian declared, and with that he lunged at Li Qingwan like a bolt of lightning, gathering spiritual energy into his strike. The sheer force of his power, stemming from the transformation realm, was incomparable to that of the condensation realm. Even Li Qingwan, who had reached a half-step into the transformation realm, felt her speed hindered under this immense pressure. Starfall Sword. Li Qingwan, refusing to underestimate her opponent, unleashed an Earth-tier martial skill. The sword soared like a meteor, its brilliance evident. Yet Ling Yu Jian appeared unfazed by Li Qingwan's technique, maintaining his course with unwavering resolve. Sensing the sword's sharpness, Li Qingwan inwardly mused that he was indeed a madman. Her martial skill clashed with Ling Yu Jian's, but even her Earth-tier technique began to falter. The disparity in their cultivation levels proved insurmountable, and Ling Yu Jian, a true sword cultivator with profound comprehension of the sword path, had gained insights from the stone wall, rendering their strengths incomparable. As Li Qingwan grew increasingly astonished, she found that Ling Yu Jian's every move exploited her vulnerabilities, his strikes swift and perilous. Suddenly, as defeat loomed, a surge of spiritual energy shot towards Ling Yu Jian, colliding with the sword's edge and momentarily disrupting his fluid motion. Feeling a jolt in his hand, Ling Yu Jian abandoned his assault on Li Qingwan, turning his sword towards Su Qi, who had now awakened as well. Sword intent. Ling Yu Jian regarded Su Qi with surprise, sensing that although Su Qi had merely released his spiritual energy without any embellishment, it carried a hint of formidable sword intent. Li Qingwan, upon seeing Su Qi rise, recalled the day in the mountains when he had exhausted all his resources. Now, with his abilities restrained, she tossed her own sword towards him. Su Qi's only weapon, the Qingguang sword, had been shattered by the malevolent cultivators, leaving him without a blade. Overjoyed to receive the sword, he felt invigorated. Having comprehended for the longest time, he was eager to test himself, and observing Ling Yu Jian engage Li Qingwan, he swiftly prepared to join the fray. Just as Su Qi's fighting spirit surged, a figure, straight as a sword, emerged slowly from the depths of the secret realm amidst the crowd's growing excitement. "Look, there is someone. Ah, it is that shadow. What a pity I have yet to grasp sword intent. However, with Brother Yu Jian here, we should be able to succeed, right?" Some among the crowd, familiar with the figure's prowess, recognized its significance, while Ling Yujian and Su Qi, newcomers to this realm, felt a palpable sense of dread as they turned their attention to the approaching figure, even before the figure arrived. Its sharpness was palpable, as if it were a walking sword. As the silhouette drew closer, the onlookers were astonished to find that it bore no face, merely a dark shadow resembling the small figure depicted on the stone wall. "Only those with extraordinary talent may acquire what I have learned," the shadow declared, its voice resonating in every EARTO gained the opportunity left by the Sword Sovereign. One must first defeat this shadow. Upon realizing this, the crowd exchanged glances and charged forward in unison. After all, the Sword Sovereign's legacy was at stake. Who would not covet it? Only a few who had been here before remained behind, content to observe the unfolding spectacle. With over 30 individuals of the Condensation Realm unleashing their full potential, they showcased their finest martial skills, creating a dazzling array of vibrant lights that surged towards the shadow. Yet, the shadow erupted with the power of a high-tier Transformation Realm cultivator, effortlessly sweeping aside their techniques and repelling several who attempted to close the distance with mere Condensation Realm strength. "How are we supposed to fight this?" someone grumbled in frustration. The shadow's strength was unfathomable. Even combined efforts could not withstand a single strike from it, leading some to suspect that the Sword Sovereign was merely toying with them. Observing this scene, Su Qi paused to contemplate. Now in the Transformation Realm, he had discerned that the shadow was harnessing the spiritual energy from the stone wall, which drew from the ambient spiritual essence of this small realm. Thus, it was evident that the shadow could command the spiritual energy of the entire space. Engaging in a battle of spiritual energy within this domain was undoubtedly a fool's errand. However, the Sword Sovereign's words indicated that defeating the shadow was the only path to genuine inheritance, which could not simply be a cruel jest. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within Su Qi, and he strode toward the shadow with his sword drawn. "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Qingwan called after him. "I'm going to test him," Su Qi replied, swinging his sword towards the shadow. Though swift, he did not channel a sliver of spiritual energy. "What a joke! Even with everyone attacking together, we cannot withstand a single blow from that shadow." "Do you think you are something special?" Ling Xiao curled his lip in disdain, having been forced back by a sword strike from the shadowy figure. Frustration bubbled within him as he observed Su Qi retreating. Mocking him from the sidelines, the shadowy figure raised its right hand, effortlessly parrying Su Qi's blade. This time, however, it did not use spiritual power to repel Su Qi, but instead executed a swift maneuver. Lunging forward to thrust at Su Qi's eyes sparkled with realization. It appeared he was correct in his assumption that to vanquish this shadow, he must rely on his swordsmanship rather than sheer cultivation. Engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange with the shadow, Su Qi found himself in a fierce duel. Yet the shadow showed no signs of faltering, instead pressing Su Qi into a defensive stance. The shadow's swordplay was exquisite. And as a mere demon refiner, Su Qi barely held his ground through instinct alone. Winning through sword technique against the shadow seemed an improbable feat. Without further delay, Su Qi unleashed his spiritual energy, leveraging the shadow's own force to retreat to his original position, deep in thought. Seeing Su Qi withdraw, the disciples of the Four Swords sect collectively sighed in relief. Through Su Qi's intervention, they understood that this shadow was not to be faced head-on. In terms of swordsmanship, Ling Yujian stood as the most skilled among them. Being the first disciple of the Four Swords sect, trained from a young age, he possessed extraordinary talent and was undoubtedly the most capable of defeating the shadow. Without hesitation, Ling Yujian brandished his sword. Targeting the shadowed eye in the air, he conjured a flurry of sword flowers, his technique both fierce and agile. Though he refrained from using spiritual power, an aura of sword intent still radiated from him. Observing from a distance, Su Qi could not help but admire Ling Yujian's remarkable swordplay, which far surpassed his own. Yet it seemed somewhat rigid. After several exchanges, he began to fall behind as their duel progressed. It became apparent that one was on the offensive while the other was compelled to defend. The shadow's assault increasingly mirrored the techniques etched into the stone wall, and while Ling Yujian managed to withstand the initial flurry of attacks, he soon found himself overwhelmed by the shadow's cunning strikes, forcing him into a state of disarray. The onlookers recognized that Ling Yujian was on the brink of defeat, sighing in resignation. They believed there was no one more adept at swordsmanship than him. And if he were to fall, what hope did the others have? Some had already settled into meditative postures, opting to absorb the rich spiritual energy of the area for their cultivation. Chapter 79. Seizing an opportunity initially. The Shadow's attacks were defensive, gradually shifting to offense. Mimicking the sword techniques on the stone wall, Su Chi began to recall these movements. As anticipated, Ling Yujian ultimately retreated, drawing upon his spiritual energy to escape. Sighing, Ling Yujian approached Su Chi, pointing his sword at him, and declared, "Draw your sword. You are no match for him, for I can defeat him." Su Chi shook his head, disregarding the murmurs of the crowd, and re-entered the fray with the Shadow. However, this time, he did not proceed cautiously. Instead, he launched into a fierce offensive, eschewing conventional techniques for a desperate strategy that risked mutual destruction, his aura growing more formidable with each strike. Ling Yujian was momentarily taken aback, sensing an elusive sword intent emanating from Su Chi, akin to that of the Shadow on the wall. Though their fighting styles differed, there was an unmistakable similarity in their sword intent. Realizing this, Ling Yujian, whose innate talent was already exceptional, began to understand Su Chi's combat approach, retreating into a meditative state of sword comprehension. Indeed, after several exchanges, the Shadow found it increasingly difficult to switch from defense to offense, compelled to adopt a protective stance against Su Chi's relentless onslaught. Although Su Chi had sustained numerous wounds, blood flowing freely, he pressed on without hesitation. After over 30 exchanges, his momentum reached a crescendo, each strike imbued with a piercing sword intent. If earlier, Su Chi and Ling Yujian had only glimpsed a fraction of sword intent, they had now fully grasped its essence. Unreserved aggression. Su Chi finally struck down the Shadow with a decisive blow. The atmosphere resonated with a triumphant declaration. At last, someone has passed my test. You must have comprehended my sword intent. Indeed, to wield a sword is to possess an unwavering resolve. This is my signature technique. The Mad Nine Swords. Only by understanding sword intent can one unleash its true might. Take it. With those words, a tome of sword techniques materialized where the Shadow had vanished, landing in Su Chi's grasp. Is that all? Su Chi murmured in disappointment as he examined the tome, having expected the sword sovereign to leave behind elixirs or bestow his cultivation upon future generations, only to find a mere manual instead. My goodness, the sword sovereign's techniques have truly fallen into that boy's hands. Indeed, this is an invaluable treasure. What the sword sovereign left behind is at the very least an earth-tier martial technique. Possibly even a heaven-tier. What's this? You're dissatisfied after receiving the sword sovereign's techniques. Just look at their envious gazes. You must have struck a rare fortune. Li Qingwan approached with a smile, knowing that only she, due to her status, would remain unaffected by envy, as she herself possessed several earth-tier techniques. Su Chi glanced around, realizing that everyone was indeed eyeing him with jealousy, as if he had snatched their prized possession. Boy, hand over the techniques you pilfered, or you shall not leave this secret realm today. Ling Xiao shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Chi. The disciples of the Four-Sword sect echoed in unison. Initially, they had not been overly agitated when they failed to seize the opportunity, but now that someone had succeeded, their envy flared. If they could acquire the techniques, they might gain an advantage over their peers. Why didn't you all fight for it earlier? Now that someone has succeeded, you wish to snatch it away. Do you have no shame? Li Qingwan retorted indignantly. Had it not been for senior brother Ling Yujian wounding the Shadow, would you have had the chance to seize this opportunity? Ling Xiao brazenly replied, infuriating Li Qingwan to the point of stomping her foot in anger. Such shamelessness from the Four-Sword sect disciples. As Li Qingwan glared at the disciples blocking the exit of the secret realm, she prepared to take action. Yet, Ling Yujian spoke calmly. Let them pass. Without sword intent, they cannot wield the techniques effectively. Did you not hear? The disciples of the Four-Sword sect held Ling Yujian in high regard, and since he had spoken, they reluctantly parted to create a path. Brother, you too have comprehended the sword intent. Moreover, this person previously injured our disciples. We cannot let him leave unchallenged. Ling Xiao insisted, anxious that without Ling Yujian's intervention, no one would be able to stop Su Qi. Today, I shall spare you due to your enlightening presence in comprehending sword intent. Should we meet again, I will surely end you, Ling Yujian declared to Su Qi before turning to exit the secret realm. Su Qi, is it? I shall remember you, Ling Xiao sneered darkly, following closely behind Ling Yujian. The opportunity within the secret realm had been claimed, and it was on the verge of closing, compelling everyone to depart. Su Qi had prepared for a confrontation but was taken aback by Ling Yujian's sudden departure. Reflecting on Ling Yujian, he chuckled softly, noting how he seemed different from the other disciples of the Four-Sword sect. Once everyone had exited, Su Qi concealed the manual within his robe and left the secret realm alongside Li Qingwan. After a tumultuous shift through space, Su Qi awoke to find that only the disciples of the Four-Sword sect remained, while the families and loose cultivators from the city had vanished without trace. Boy, hand over the techniques you stole. The voice belonged to an elder, sounding more decrepit than Duan Wu, infused with an undercurrent of internal energy. Having just emerged from the secret realm, Su Qi and Li Qingwan were caught off guard. The sudden exclamation causing their blood to surge. Li Qingwan clutched her chest. Her complexion paled. To injure a divine realm practitioner with mere words was a feat even Duan Wu could not achieve. The speaker was evidently an elder of the Four-Sword sect. Su Qi, you've pilfered senior brother Ling's techniques. You truly think you can leave the 10,000 sword city unscathed? Ling Zhao's voice rang out, a malicious grin plastered on his face beside the elder. This secret realm yours. The fortunes of heaven and earth belong to those destined to claim them. How can you say I stole your techniques? Su Qi retorted, fully aware that Ling Xiao had informed the sect beforehand. Noticing Ling Yujian standing apologetically to the side, Su Qi offered him a slight nod, indicating that it mattered not. The techniques left by the Sword Sovereign could be regarded as treasures of the sect. Even for a sect like the Four-Sword sect, they could not simply allow the techniques to fall into the hands of loose cultivators. Boy, do not be so arrogant. Ling Yujian began practicing swordsmanship at 3, reached initial mastery by 6, and mastered all Four-Sword sect techniques by 9. Such genius is beyond your comparison, the elder rebuked. Do you truly believe this fortune is solely due to your own efforts? A middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes descended from the city lord's mansion, addressing Su Qi with scrutiny. Chapter 80. The despicable Four-Sword sect, all loose cultivators can attest to this. Su Qi observed the man's attire, recognizing him as akin to the city lord of Qingfeng, and respectfully replied, Indeed, we can testify that Su Qi comprehended sword intent, thereby obtaining the Sword Sovereign's opportunity. Under the staunch opposition of his family, Song Xianren resolutely supported Su Qi, exclaiming vocally. The other scattered cultivators who had entered the secret realm, witnessing Song Xianren take the lead, also stepped forward in solidarity, creating a chorus of voices in support of Su Qi. This was largely due to the profound impact of Su Qi's words, which had been relayed by disciples back to their families, prompting deep reflection among the various clans and scattered cultivators that know they are lying. Just as everyone rallied to Su Qi's defense, a young man beside Ling Xiao shouted out, revealing himself to be Chu Shaoran, also a scattered cultivator. Chu Shaoran, I never expected it to be you. Do you not consider the honor of our scattered cultivator family? Do you not respect the city lord? Do you not heed your conscience? Song Xianren retorted angrily upon hearing his voice. It is Su Qi who has coerced us scattered cultivators into making these statements. Song Xianren, cease your support for him. The Four-Sword sect will protect you. Chu Shaoran, cowering behind Ling Xiao, found it difficult to meet the gazes of those around him. Indeed, Chu Shaoran, whatever transpired in the secret realm, feel free to speak out. The Four-Sword sect guarantees the safety of your scattered cultivators. An elder remarked with a smile. Yes. Within the secret realm, Su Qi incited and threatened scattered cultivators, positioning himself against the Four-Sword sect. We were initially opposed, but unexpectedly, he took advantage of Ling Yujian's moment of opportunity to secretly strike, injuring Ling Yujian and seizing his chance. Chu Shaoran nodded vigorously. After Chu Shaoran finished speaking, Ling Xiao secretly chuckled, and the elder from the Four-Sword sect nodded, feigning fury as he addressed the city lord of Wanjian City. City Lord. Have you heard? The agreement between the Four-Sword sect and yourself was established to ensure equal opportunities for all to cultivate and improve, not to allow the people of your city to conspire against my sect's disciples. Will you continue to protect this scoundrel? If the roles of Su Qi and Ling Yujian were reversed, perhaps no one would believe Chu Xiaoran's words, yet with the elder from the Four-Sword sect present, disbelief became futile. The matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. I believe it is premature to reach a conclusion at this time. The city lord replied coolly, glancing at Chu Xiaoran, seeing the disappointment in the city lord's eyes. Chu Xiaoran's heart sank, but upon meeting Ling Zhao's glare, he quickly affirmed his unwavering stance, with scattered cultivators and disciples of the Four-Sword sect bearing witness. What is unclear, since the city lord chooses to protect this individual, the Four-Sword sect will not yield on this matter. The elder's imposing aura radiated as he faced the city lord from a distance. In the heart of the fray, Su Qi and Li Qingwan found themselves immobilized by the overwhelming pressures of both parties. Particularly Li Qingwan, who suffered internal injuries and felt blood trickle from her lips. City Lord, you remain as impressive as ever. It has only been a few years, yet you have stepped into the Wanxiang realm. Being the lord of this modest Wanjian city is indeed a disservice to your talents. The voice accompanying this remark belonged to Ling Fengji, the sect leader of the Four-Sword sect. His seemingly gentle tone diffused the tension between the elder and the city lord. Despite being middle-aged, Ling Fengji's cultivation had reached an astonishing level. Observing Ling Fengji's arrival, Su Qi's heart sank, with the sect leader personally intervening. It was clear that the situation could not be resolved with mere scriptures. If I possessed even half of sect leader Ling's talent, I would not have languished to the Yuanfu realm for so long. Yet, I never anticipated your personal involvement. Could it be that the Four-Sword sect intends to forcibly extract individuals from my Wanjian sect? The city lord cast a cold glance at Ling Fengji. Secretly astonished, a few years prior, Ling Fengji's cultivation had been inferior to his own, yet now he found himself unable to discern Ling Fengji's true strength. Su Qi, simply surrender the scriptures, and we can put the matter of your underhanded schemes against my Four-Sword sect disciples behind us. How does that sound? Ling Fengji inquired with a smile directed at Su Qi. Although he maintained a pleasant demeanor, Su Qi felt an unsettling chill as Ling Fengji's gaze bore down on him. As this was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his reincarnation, did I, Su Qi, conduct myself with integrity and would never engage in such despicable acts. Even if I were to perish today, I shall not betray the trust placed in me by the Sword Master and will safeguard the scriptures, Su Qi declared, standing tall. His words were both eloquent and resolute, asserting that he bore no ill intent towards Ling Yujian, while simultaneously warning Ling Fengji that should he perish, the scriptures would remain out of reach. Ling Fengji furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated this young man to be so obstinate. Most young individuals would struggle to maintain their composure in front of him. Yet Su Qi dared to threaten him. The city lord of Wanjian City gazed at Su Qi with an inscrutable expression, offering a faint smile. Su Qi, do you believe the scriptures are more important than her? Ling Xiao coldly inquired, gripping a young girl's neck. Su Qi's eyes narrowed, suffused with murderous intent, as he realized that Ning could have been seized by Ling Xiao, who had been aware of Su Qi's party of three and had dispatched subordinates to capture her as leverage. Ning Ke struggled desperately, casting a complex look at Su Qi. Ling Xiao, I should have killed you back then. Very well, release her, and I will hand over the scriptures. Su Qi fixed his gaze on Ling Xiao. His murderous intent palpable, he first used his spiritual energy to move the injured Li Qingwan to safety before gradually advancing towards Ling Xiao. Stop. Hand over the scriptures first, and I will release her. Do not approach. Ling Xiao was taken aback by Su Qi's intent as he approached with evident hostility, and one present expected the Four-Sword sect to employ such despicable tactics against Su Qi. Even Ling Fengji felt a tinge of embarrassment as he shot a glare at Ling Xiao, but refrained from intervening, recognizing this as the most effective means to obtain the scriptures. The gathered scattered cultivators could no longer contain their outrage, particularly Song Xianren, who vocally condemned the Four-Sword sect for their blatant disregard for Wanjian City. leading the charge in a fervent denunciation. Ling Yujian, previously restrained by the elder, could no longer hold back. Like a shooting star, he lunged for Ning Ku, tossing her toward Su Qi, exclaiming, "Father, fortunes rightfully belong to the capable. If you do not want this chance, so be it." Ling Xiao, caught off guard by Ling Yujian's defiance, lowered his head in silence, furtively glancing at Ling Fengji. "Sword, do not act recklessly. It is only just for us to reclaim your opportunity, as it was taken from you through underhanded means. This is indeed the way of the capable," Ling Fengji admonished, casting a stern look at Ling Yujian. Ling Yujian attempted to argue further, but was silenced as the elder discreetly suppressed his energy. Leaving him unable to speak, his face flushed with indignation, as Su Qi took hold of Ning Ku. He sighed in relief, noting her pale complexion and the way she bit her lip, seemingly enduring immense pain. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Su Qi inquired with concerned eye. "I'm fine. I've burdened you," Ning Ku replied weakly. "Do not speak such foolishness. I have far too many enemies. Being with me is inherently perilous." "I have warned you before," Su Qi replied, gently patting her head. "Fine? Su Qi, do you think she is fine just because she has left my grasp?" Ling Zhao's voice rang out menacingly. "To be frank, if you do not surrender the scriptures today, her life will likewise be forfeit, as she has already been afflicted by my 9-colored soul destruction poison." "Huh, did you not see this coming?" Ling Xiao laughed triumphantly. Originally intending to kill Ning Ku once he obtained the scriptures, Ling Xiao found his scheme unexpectedly advantageous. Even Ling Fengji felt a sense of embarrassment at Ling Zhao's despicable tactics. Yet the situation had escalated to a point where he had no choice but to obtain the scriptures today. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he probed Ning Ku's body with his spiritual energy, only to be repelled by an inexplicable force as he attempted to investigate further. A voice thundered from above. When did the Four-Sword sect descend to such a disgraceful state, using a young girl as leverage to threaten a junior? If that old Kurling Kai were still alive, he would surely die from anger. An elderly figure descended from the heavens, alighting upon a yellow cow demon beast, his face aglow with vitality. Unlike Ling Fengji's overwhelming presence, this elder commanded respect simply by virtue of his existence. Upon hearing the mention of the former sect leader, Ling Fengji's expression soured as he regarded the elder and clasped his fists, saying, "May I ask who you are to invoke the name of our Four-Sword sect's former leader? Are you an acquaintance of the old sect leader? Today, our Four-Sword sect seeks merely to uphold justice for our disciples and reclaim what rightfully belongs to them. We have no intention of oppressing juniors." "What a noble pursuit of justice. Do you truly believe I did not witness the events unfold?" the elder retorted, settling onto his cow. His gaze turned towards Su Qi. "Young man, are you the Su Qi from Qingfeng City?" "Indeed, but may I inquire if the esteemed elder is the master of Bailing Valley?" Su Qi responded, realizing now was not the time for idle chatter. He hastily produced a letter of introduction from the city lord of Qingfeng City and handed it over, offering an awkward smile as he glanced at Ling Fengji. Ling Fengji scrutinized the elder, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and concern. He could not discern the elder's true strength and dared not act impulsively. Any figure capable of mentioning the previous sect leader's name was undoubtedly a powerhouse from a bygone era, and even his rapid advancement could not compare to the strength of a senior. "Very well. If the elder insists, let us find a compromise. How about we create 2 copies of the scriptures?" Ling Fengji pondered for a moment and could only take a step back. The elder gazed at Ling Fengji in silence, his emotions unreadable. Ling Fengji gritted his teeth and produced a petite purple sword from his sleeve. "This is a ground-level spiritual weapon from my Four-Sword sect, known as the Purple Starlight Sword. Forged from the deep underground's purple star stone, I bestow it upon you, young man," he declared. Ling Fengji clenched his teeth and tossed the purple sword to Su Qi, who secretly chuckled and accepted the gift without hesitation. Examining it closely, indeed, it was a ground-level spiritual weapon, and a mid-grade one at that, far superior to the Qing Guang sword. Noticing the elder's continued silence, Ling Fengji restrained his anger and continued, "Young man, my Four-Sword sect considers this a personal favor owed to you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek our assistance. Su Chi understood that Ling Fengji had reached his limit and recognized that he had no authority in this matter. Everything hinged on the elder's favor. He turned to the elder, respectfully stating, "I leave the decision to you, esteemed elder." Let me see the sword technique, the elder said with a smile, extending his hand to receive the technique manual. After a careful inspection, he nodded, realizing that its value likely surpassed that of the ground-level spiritual weapon. Ling Fengji, instead of being angered, felt a surge of joy. With the elder's words, the quality of this technique was likely to reach upper-grade ground level or even celestial grade. He quickly produced a vial of healing elixirs and handed it over, saying, "This is my Four-Sword Sect's top-tier healing elixir. The Jianqing Dan administer it to your companion. Oh, you think my 100 Spirit Valley lacks elixirs?" The elder retorted sharply, "100 Spirit Valley. If you lack elixirs, could it be a refining sect?" Although Ling Fengji had never heard of it, he could only lower his head repeatedly, saying, "Of course not, esteemed elder. I merely wish to show my goodwill." "Very well, take it. This is for you. In the future, do not tarnish the reputation of the Four-Sword Sect. In its prime, the Four-Sword Sect was a prestigious sect." The elder nodded, sweeping his hand to create a jade slip, carving the technique into 2 copies, which he then handed to Ling Feng. Su Chi felt a bit embarrassed as he accepted the Jianqing Dan, realizing that the elder merely intended to reprimand Ling Fengji. "Enough, let us conclude today's affairs. Young man, you shall accompany me," the elder addressed the crowd. "Yes, I need the antidote for my friend's poison." Just as Su Chi was about to follow the elder, he suddenly thought of Ning Ku, glancing at Ling Xiao and reaching out to request it. However, Ling Xiao quickly recoiled, trembling as he stammered, I have no antidote." "What?" Su Chi's face darkened with fury, preparing to take action. But Ling Fengji stepped forward to block him, stating, with the esteemed elder from 100 Spirit Valley present, "How can we fear an unresolved poison?" Su Chi reconsidered, taking Ningku and Li Qingwan along as they pursued the elder. With the principal parties departing, the rest of the crowd scattered, and the entire Four-Sword Sect had mobilized, only to leave with a loss of both a spiritual sword and elixirs, feeling utterly humiliated as they returned to Wanjian City. "Esteemed elder, I must admit I am unaware of the location of 100 Spirit Valley, and I also wish to train alone to enhance my strength, lest I bring shame to 100 Spirit Valley upon entering." Su Chi explained to the elder as to why he had not gone directly to 100 Spirit Valley. "Fear not, the Lord of Qingfeng City is considered half my disciple, since he recommended you to me. You must possess remarkable abilities. Allow me to assess your strength," the elder replied. As he spoke, an inexplicable force emanated from the surrounding space, as if the very heavens were exerting pressure upon Su Chi and Li Qingwan, who had regained her strength after consuming the Jianqing Dan. Only Ning Ke felt no effect, but cast a fearful glance downward, avoiding the elder's gaze. Su Chi's body was compressed by this immense force, with waves of lightning power surging within him, assisting him in resisting the pressure. Li Qingwan, meanwhile, had already unleashed her cultivation at the condensation realm, exerting all her strength to withstand the elder's pressure. Yet even with her half-step transformation realm power, she found it challenging, beads of sweat trickling down her face as she struggled to maintain her posture. Commendable talent. You are not far for the transformation realm. Do you wish to take me as your master?" the elder remarked. Young man, your physique is quite impressive. Have you practiced my body tempering technique?" "No, wait, lightning power, thunder body?" The elder's words faltered as he stared at Su Chi. Astonishment etched across his face. Chapter 82. The competition 3 years later indeed. "Esteemed elder, it was merely a fortuitous coincidence," Su Chi replied, feeling the pressure becoming increasingly burdensome. His inner spiritual energy was gradually seeping outward, instinctively aiding him in resisting the force. Condensation realm, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 9th grade, half-step transformation. The elder nodded subtly, murmuring, "This shouldn't be. How can the thunder body manifest at such a stage? Could it be that the younger generation finds it easier to achieve the thunder body?" Gradually increasing his strength until he witnessed Su Chi's transformation realm cultivation erupt, he finally relented, masking his astonishment with an air of calm. At such a young age, You have already reached the first grade of Transformation Realm and possess the Thunder Body. No wonder Qingfeng so ardently recommended you. Very well. Both of you may take me as your master. Apologies, esteemed elder, but I already have a sect and cannot take another master, Li Qingwan interjected hastily. Upon finishing her words, spiritual energy surged within her, and a celestial map faintly appeared behind her as, oh, it is the disciple of that old fellow. Very well, young man. What about you? The elder remarked, nodding with a hint of regret as he turned to Su Qi. Esteemed elder, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune along the way that led to some opportunities. Might I ask if you could first save my friend? Su Qi inquired. The elder regarded Ning Ke, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he shook his head. Nine-colored soul destroyer, there is no antidote. What? Su Qi's expression shifted dramatically. If there were no solution, would Ning Ke perish because of him? How could he explain this to Lei Ming and Su Yin? However, it is possible to use the heavenly soul grass for soul nurturing, allowing it to resolve itself. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, silently noting that the elder's speech was rather cryptic, that he promptly sought the herb, only to hear the elder add that he had no heavenly soul grass on hand if he wished to obtain it. He would need to venture to the Longyuan Pond, which bore the rare grass only once every 100 years. Its availability depended solely on luck. I have heard of the heavenly soul grass, but I have pressing matters that prevent me from accompanying you there. If you cannot find it, feel free to come to the Imperial City to seek me. This will grant you access to meet me. Li Qingwan stated before bidding farewell to Su Qi and departing. Su Qi was then led to 100 Spirit Valley by the elder, intending to first settle Ning Ke there before searching for the herb. No wonder he had never heard of 100 Spirit Valley. A formation concealed the entire valley, and once inside, the fragrance of herbs enveloped him. What lay before him was a valley rich with medicinal plants, teeming with spiritual herbs that, as he walked through, Su Qi noticed only a handful of individuals tending to the plants, and none of their strengths were discernible to him. Young man, if you are willing to take me as your master, all the elixirs here can be used for cultivating alchemy. You must understand, the Tianfeng Empire can scarcely produce a few alchemical families anymore, the elder remarked, seemingly keen on enticing Su Qi with various methods. However, as the continent's foremost demon refiner, Su Qi felt no need to take a master, especially since he disliked the constraints of Section's esteemed elder. I truly have other matters to attend to and cannot remain here. Su Qi replied with a wry smile. The elder had saved his life and gifted him the treasured purple starlight sword of the Four-Sword sect, and Su Qi could only feel gratitude within. Promising the elder that he would assist him with the task once his cultivation had reached a certain level. To his surprise, the elder was overjoyed upon hearing this, asking Su Qi to return to the Imperial City in 3 years as his disciple to win a competition for him. Upon hearing Imperial City, Su Qi's eyes momentarily glazed over. I Qingyao had only departed not long ago, yet he felt an inexplicable emptiness within him. This was a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life. As Su Qi realized that he too needed to go to the Imperial City, he agreed to the elder's request, though the elder would not disclose the details of the competition, simply instructing him to arrive at the Muming Pavilion on the night of the full moon, at which point he would naturally learn the particulars. With Su Qi's promise, the elder's face lit up with joy, his demeanor no longer resembling that of a peak expert. Su Qi shook his head, realizing that the elder's intention in taking him as a disciple was to have him engage in a gamble that he could not fathom whom the elder might face as an opponent, given his formidable strength. Very well, young man, I know you wish to save her, but first you must acquire the 9-turn life-extending pill to sustain her until you retrieve the heavenly soul grass. Otherwise, the 9-colored soul destroyer poison will activate within 9 hours, and at that point, even celestial beings cannot save her. After placing Ning Ke beside the bed and seeing her expression free from pain, he gradually felt reassured and promptly inquired, "May I ask how to refine the 9-turn life-extending pill? To do so, you must gather 999 stalks of thunderling grass before you can ignite the fire for the refinement." Mu Baichao replied with a smile. Su Qi nodded in understanding, inquiring about the location of the thunderling grass before rising to depart. Once Su Chi's figure vanished from view, Mu Baicao's expression shifted from amiable to serious as he turned to Ning's bedside, asking, "You are not of the human race, are you? Why must one conceal their cultivation and mingle among the crowd, even to the point of being poisoned and captured yet refusing to depart? Could it be that there lies some ulterior motive towards that young man?" Who would have guessed that upon finishing his words, Ning Ku, whose eyes were tightly shut, gradually opened them and, with a hint of concern, spoke, "I harbor no intentions of harming anyone." Meanwhile, Su Chi, who was busy gathering Lei Ling grass, remained oblivious to these matters, making his way to the medicinal fields atop the mountain. The growth of Lei Ling grass necessitates a unique environment infused with lightning attributes. And within these mountaintop fields stands a Lei Ling tree, perpetually gathering the lightning from the heavens. The entire medicinal field is as densely charged with electricity as the former Lei Marsh, with arcs of lightning enveloping the area, nourishing the Lei Ling grass within. Oh, my astonishment! The power of lightning here seems to enhance my physique. Upon entering the medicinal field, Su Chi felt his body absorbing the lightning attribute's spiritual power continuously, while the lightning enveloping the Lei Ling grass flowed into Su Chi's spiritual sea as it made contact with his thunder body. Unimpeded by disturbances in this sea of lightning, Su Chi could freely harvest the Lei Ling grass. In no time, he had collected all the ripe Lei Ling grass, and unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had ascended to the second tier of the transformation god realm, filling Su Chi with immense joy. The speed of his cultivation enhancement far surpassed anything from his previous life. It appeared that the restoration of his strength was imminent, truly impressive for a new disciple of the master. "Your name is Su Chi, is it not?" A middle-aged man in mid-air remarked with a smile. "To be able to float in the air, one must possess at least the cultivation of the myriad manifestations realm," which startled Su Chi, prompting him to clasp his fists and respond, "Indeed, senior, I have yet to pay my respects. What shall I be called?" "Since you are the master's disciple, I shall be your senior brother." "You may call me Feng Qian Chong," the man replied with a grin. Chapter 83. Arrival at Longyuan Village. Su Chi barely had the chance to finish a sentence before being interrupted. Judging by his age, he seemed to be around the same as Su Chi's third uncle. However, in the realm of cultivation, age is often disregarded. With the elevation of one's realm, lifespan correspondingly increases. Thus, it is not uncommon for siblings in cultivation to span several decades in age. On the journey back, Su Chi explained to Feng Qianchong about not having formally apprenticed, and the matter of the duel to it was then that Su Chi learned that the old man was named Mu Baichao. And every one of his disciples had undergone such a contest. That it was said that in his youth, Mu Baichao would engage in battles with a certain individual every 5 years in the imperial city. Yet they never managed to determine a victor. As their cultivation progressed slowly, the two decided to shift the duel to their respective disciples. However, the losing party naturally held grievances, leading them to agree to take on one disciple every decade, with the age limit not exceeding 20, to continue their contests in the imperial city. Su Chi found it amusing. Despite their age, they still possessed such a fierce competitive spirit. However, he also understood why Mu Baichao wanted him to participate in 3 years. Was it possible that he was a last-minute choice? Upon returning to Mu Baichao, Su Chi handed over the 999 stalks of Lei Ling grass and inquired about the matter. Mu Baichao immediately became tongue-tied, tossing a vial of elixir to Su Chi and stating, "If I hadn't given that old fellow some leeway, how could he have possibly won against me? This elixir is a unique healing potion for my 100 Spirits Valley. Since you're off to seek the Tianhun grass, take it with you. Do not let me lose this year's contest." With a wry smile, Su Chi accepted it, pondering that the opponent had been personally tutored for a decade by a powerhouse on par with Mu Baichao, leaving him feeling a bit uncertain. Nevertheless, Su Chi had once been the foremost demon refiner. With 3 years to elevate his realm and regain his former martial arts prowess, he would no longer need to concern himself with such matters. Suddenly, Su Chi remembered that the Lei Ling grass was imbued with lightning attributes. How would he refine it into pills? Was it that he was being tasked with assisting in the harvesting of Lei Ling grass? Although Su Chi was not well versed in alchemy, He understood that healing elixirs typically possess gentle medicinal properties. Upon hearing Su Chi's question, Mu Baichao was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Young lad, you actually have knowledge of pharmacology? Have you studied alchemy?" "Not at all. There are no alchemists in Qingfeng City," Su Chi replied, shaking his head. I see. However, it seems you possess some innate talent in this area. Here, take this and see if you can comprehend it. Mu Baichao handed over a tome on alchemical techniques. All right, you have harvested all the ripe Lei Ling grass, yes? With these in hand, you can confidently seek the Tianhun grass. May I inquire where Longyuan Pond is located? Su Chi asked, noticing Mu Baichao had put away the Lei Ling grass and taken out a pill, placing it in Ningku's mouth. Ningku immediately inhaled deeply, calming her tumultuous emotions and inquiring, "Young lad, do you truly wish to save her?" Mu Baichao suddenly asked with seriousness. "Of course," Su Chi replied without hesitation. "Are you aware of this girl's identity? Understand that the great Tao of heaven and earth operates on the principle of cause and effect. Should you rescue her, you will be bound by karma, which may lead to unnecessary troubles in the future. She was poisoned because of me. It is only right that I save her. Very well. With the 9 turns revitalization pill, she will have 10 more days to live. The location of Longyuan Pond is near the Imperial City. Whether you can save her depends on fate." Upon learning the location, Su Chi was somewhat astonished. He had not expected Longyuan Pond to be so close to the Imperial City if he rode his wind-chasing horse, assuming he pressed on day and night. It would take roughly 6 days for a round trip. Riding the purple-eyed demon tiger would certainly be faster, but might also incite other troubles, complicating his journey further. With this in mind, Su Chi hastily took his leave, requesting the old man to take good care of Ningku before summoning his wind-chasing horse and departing. Ningku slowly opened her eyes to gaze at Su Chi's departing figure, offering a faint smile that is Longyuan Pond perilous? Indeed, it holds dangers. Yet to enhance one's strength, one must face these crises that a lad with a thunder body such as him possesses remarkable talent, one that would surely earn recognition even in the Imperial City. Mu Baichao replied with a smile, then turned to Ningku and asked, "This young man is quite decent. Why do you not form a pact with him? Perhaps his future accomplishments might truly aid you." Ningku shook her head, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes as she said, "I cannot burden him. They are not so easily dealt with. Thank you for keeping my secret. Kind individuals like you are rare to find." Haha, this old man is solely devoted to the study of alchemy and seldom concerns himself with worldly matters. Thus encountering you is perhaps fate, Mu Baichao said with a gentle smile. Should Su Chi have overheard the conversation between Ningku and Mu Baichao, he would have been utterly astonished. He had always regarded Ningku as a little sister, had it not been for their prolonged interaction within the Bonefire mercenary group. Her delightful yet tragic character might have led him to never agree to take her along. Now, with Ningku's poisoning weighing heavily on his conscience, he rode his wind-chasing horse relentlessly for 3 days. Fortunate that he encountered no hindrances along the way. Upon arriving at Longyuan Village, situated near the Imperial City, Su Chi began to inquire about the whereabouts of Longyuan Pond. However, none of the villagers had any knowledge of it. They had lived there for generations, merely aware of a forbidden area behind the village that no one dared to approach. As he pressed for more information, the villagers hurriedly departed, but eventually, it was a child who revealed that a dragon resided behind the village. Recently, many had come to the city, claiming they intended to slay the dragon, and they were gathered at the tavern ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Chi made his way to the tavern's entrance, and before he even stepped inside, he spotted various rare mounts tethered outside. When will it finally mature? We have been here for several days. If you can't wait, just go back. Even if it matures, there will be no share for you. The Tianhun grass is mine. I, Zhu Huaji, am determined to obtain it. Once I present it to the princess, she will surely be delighted. Humph, do you think your third-rate skills could ever allow you to claim the Tianhun grass? I aim to find it for Princess Qingyun. A chorus of sighs echoed through the air. Upon entering, Su Chi beheld a gathering of elegantly dressed young gentlemen seated within the tavern, and his eyes brightened at the mention of the celestial soul herb. Taking a seat beside them, he summoned a pot of wine and settled in to listen. After a while, Su Qi began to discern that these individuals were all noble scions from the imperial city. And it appeared that not only they but also the royal princess and princes had arrived, seemingly to partake in a competition centered around the celestial soul herb. A tea sounded akin to a contest within the royal court. Whenever a spiritual herb manifests in the world, it is invariably guarded by formidable beasts. Thus, whoever manages to slay the beast and obtain the herb shall emerge victorious in this royal contest. Chapter 84. A reunion with Li Qingyao. Hearing of the princess's arrival, Su Qi felt a flutter of excitement in his heart, uncertain if Qingyao was present or not. The mere possibility of encountering Li Qingyao here stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Since the celestial soul herb had yet to materialize, Su Qi could only wait, idly perusing the sword's sovereign-esque techniques he had acquired in the Sword Enlightenment secret realm, the Mad Nine Swords. Emblazoned in 3 grand characters, revealed a wild spirit. The swordsmanship comprises 9 styles, each imbued with lethal intent. Every 3 styles coalesce into a combined sword technique. The underlying principle of the Mad Nine Swords is that if you can strike your enemy swiftly enough, you shall remain unharmed. Thus, the notion that offense is the strongest defense. Strike to save oneself, and every blade must wound. The technique is not difficult to comprehend, yet it demands flexible application and adept combination. The Mad Nine Swords inherently follow a principle of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while suffering 800 losses in return, necessitating full exertion with each strike. Once unleashed, there would be no spiritual energy left within. Su Qi had merely memorized the flow of energy and the method of operation, contemplating the current circumstances without attempting to practice. Trouble brews. The Dragon King is enraged. Everyone, take cover. A villager's voice rang out from afar, causing the faces of all in the village to pale. They hurriedly scooped up their children and dashed into their homes. Some elderly men abandoned their carts and shops, hastily closing their doors. Even the tavern owner rushed to roll up the mats and prepare to shut the establishment, urging Su Qi and the other patrons, hurry inside and seek refuge. The Dragon King is furious. I know not which fool has trespassed into forbidden grounds and provoked him. Alas, the entire village shall suffer now. Presumptuous, under the feet of the Son of Heaven, where does this Dragon King come from? In this world, there are countless beasts, yet I have never heard of a true dragon. Even if there exists one, it belongs to the current emperor. Just based on your words, I could condemn you to death. A man, who had been waiting impatiently, slammed his hand on the table and pointed at the tavern owner, causing the latter to tremble and repeatedly apologize. You know not the breadth of your ignorance. It is unnecessary to condemn the tavern owner for such folly. Su Qi watched as the man raised his hand to strike the owner, his palm infused with gathered spiritual energy. The tavern owner, already of low cultivation, may not have intended to kill, but such a strike could indeed inflict severe injury. Su Qi had no choice but to rise and pull the owner behind him. What did you say, brat? Huh. Where did this impudent whelp emerge from, daring to speak nonsense before me? Do you know my identity? I am a son of the current Minister of War, Li Weizhou. Li Weizhou gazed incredulously at Su Qi, thumping his chest in emphasis. Enough, a minister's son. What need is there to boast before an unsophisticated villager? Just send him away. From across the table, a youth who had previously boasted of obtaining the celestial soul herb for the princess wore an expression of impatience. This brat truly lacks insight. Should you fail to describe a dragon, I shall see to it that you all feed the beasts. Li Weizhou, now seated with his arms crossed, radiated a sense of arrogance. Su Qi merely smirked. The Tianfeng Empire, renowned for its martial governance, was unfortunately rife with such pompous offspring of officials. Apart from a modicum of cultivation, their manners and upbringing were inferior to that of a humble Su family from Qingfeng City. Gently patting the tavern owner on the back to reassure him, Su Qi turned to Li Weizhou and remarked, "The dragon is one of the 10 ancient beast clans, born with twin horns atop its head. Resembling a serpent with 4 claws upon its belly, capable of piercing gold and shattering stone, in terms of cultivation, even a mere hatchling would surpass you 1,000-fold. Thus, it is no wonder you remain oblivious to the existence of dragons." Li Weizhou sneered, having heard many tales from storytellers claiming the same, that he raised his hand, preparing to strike, and exclaimed, "You dare to deceive me with such tales? Do you take me for one who has never encountered a beast before?" With only an inch between their hands, Su Qi seized Li Weizhou's wrist, rendering him immobile. "Release me, you fool! Do you wish to die?" Li Weizhou strained against Su Qi's grip, unable to budge even a fraction. "Having spent so long in the imperial city, indeed, the beasts you have encountered are few and far between. Should you venture forth as the princess does, you would discover the vastness of the world beyond." A male voice resonated from outside, as a young man entered, holding a jade fan and wearing a gentle smile. "Brother, please do not jest with Qingyao," that a lady adorned in a pleated glass skirt, crowned with a golden phoenix tail flower and veiled in red silk, gracefully entered behind him as Su Qi caught sight of her, his breath caught in his throat, a tumult of emotions flooding him. The nobles within the tavern rose to pay their respects, bowing to the crown prince and princess, their eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement, stealing glances at the princess despite their lowered heads. The princess stepped forward, lifting her skirt as she entered the tavern, her gaze slowly drifting toward the commotion involving Li Weizhou. "Su Qi, is that truly you? How could you possibly be here?" Only when she spoke again did Su Qi dare to confirm that the voice belonged to the very person he had long sought, Li Qingyao. Her tone was as familiar as when they first met, yet now, clad in such finery, she exuded an air of nobility that made one hesitant to approach. Qingyao rushed to Su Qi, grasping his sleeve with joy, but sensing something amiss, she turned as the man behind her cleared his throat. Sticking out her tongue beneath her veil, she shed her previous demeanor and addressed the gathered noble youths. "You need not bow. The celestial soul herb has manifested. I noticed a radiant glow ahead. Why do you linger here instead of hunting the beasts to seize the herb?" The young man, seated at the table, feigned ignorance of the earlier events and casually inquired, "We were just about to embark on the spring hunt, but this rogue here obstructed us, even going so far as to insult the dragon and the emperor. Truly deserving of punishment. Your Highness, please do not take offense. We shall proceed at once." Li Weizhou glared at Su Qi. Little did Su Qi realize that this young man was none other than the crown prince of the Tianfeng Empire. Though the prince bore a smile, there was an inherent authority about him, a subtle air of command. "Oh, insulting the emperor, seize him." The prince turned his gaze upon Su Qi, inquiring with a smile. "Wait, brother, he is the one who saved me. Named Su Qi, I overheard your conversation earlier, and I believe Su Qi speaks with merit. How could you condemn him for the actions of the villagers?" Li Qingyao interjected. With the princess's intercession, any notion of punishment became tenuous. The noble youths, aware of Su Qi's life-saving grace towards Li Qingyao, cast glances filled with disdain and jealousy, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 85. Participating in the spring hunt, the prince's expression darkened momentarily, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Qi. Then he spoke. "Since Su Qi possesses such capabilities, it would be a pity not to showcase them in this spring hunt. Since you are here, would you care to join the Tianfeng royal family as contest? How about this? You shall be counted among the participants in the spring hunt, and you may accompany them." Li Weizhou felt a surge of delight at these words, his mind already scheming on how to deal with this audacious young man who dared to offend him. Su Qi, troubled by his inability to compete with the royal family for the celestial soul herb, found the prince's offer fortuitous. Yet he also recognized that the prince's true intent was not to honor a stranger. The herb's ownership would naturally belong to the capable. As long as Su Qi could seize it, not only would the celestial soul herb be his, but the royal family would also bestow upon him the highest accolades of the spring hunt. Noticing Su Qi's keen interest and profit, the prince's contempt deepened slightly, though he concealed it well, smiling as he made his promises. All present were calculating their own advantages, save for Li Qingyao, who furrowed her brow and asked Su Qi, "Do you truly wish to participate? This is a trial of the royal family's hunting prowess." Li Qingyao's words trailed off, fearful that her statement might inadvertently wound Su Qi's pride. Her gaze filled with concern for him. "It matters not. I am well aware of the stakes. I have come here to obtain the celestial soul herb, for it is essential to save a friend." Su Qi replied with a gentle smile. "A friend?" Li Qingyao pondered. recalling that when Su Chi had departed, he had been entirely alone. Now, what could compel him to journey such great distances to the imperial city for medicine? Was it not for his own sake? As Li Qingyao lost herself in her thoughts, Su Chi followed the crowd out of the tavern, making their way towards the forbidden area of Lonyuan village. Known as Lonyuan Tan.it, is deemed a forbidden zone due to the persistent mist that envelopes the area, obscuring visibility. Only individuals of Su Chi's caliber, possessing spiritual power and being at the transformation realm, can navigate through such obscurity. Observing Li Weizhou escorting the tavern owner ahead, Su Chi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the palpable fear emanating from the tavern owner about this place. It was not just the owner. The entire Lonyuan village harbored a deep-seated dread of it. "Boss, have you truly encountered the Dragon King?" Su Chi inquired with curiosity. "Sure. That's not something to speak of," the owner quickly interjected, retracting his neck while issuing a warning. "What's there to hold back? If I do not find the heavenly soul herb today, I shall throw you to the beasts," Li Weizhou scoffed dismissively. "And you, boy, do you really think that with the princess protecting you, you can incite chaos? Should you dare mention the Dragon King again, I shall report you to His Majesty, and we shall see who can protect you then." The tavern owner nodded vigorously, glancing around anxiously as he led the way. Strangely, despite the disorienting mist, the owner's sense of direction seemed remarkably keen, consistently heading in the same direction. After confirming the owner's cultivation level, Su Chi frowned. It was improbable that he could maintain such a sense of direction after taking a considerable detour unless he was well acquainted with the path. Just as Su Chi pondered this, the general's son approached him, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Boy, don't think that saving the princess gives you the right to entertain foolish notions. You even know your own status? Once we are out of here, keep your distance from the princess, or I shall personally break your legs. You are the general's son, not the princess's guard, correct? I am friends with the princess you speak of. And as for my identity, I shall prove it in due time. That is none of your concern." That Su Chi frowned. As a renowned alchemist of unparalleled status, being threatened by a mere general's son infuriated him, especially with the added demand to keep his distance from Li Qingyao. For reasons unknown, Su Chi felt a strong aversion towards the general's son, who returned his gaze with equal coldness, choosing not to elaborate further. Throughout the journey, every time Li Weizhou questioned the owner about the distance remaining, the owner's eyes would dart around, repeatedly assuring them that they were nearly there. However, it was not just Su Chi who sensed something amiss. The previously silent general's son suddenly halted, perceiving movement ahead, accompanied by a faint scent of blood wafting through the mist. "Stop! There is danger ahead," he warned the group, his spiritual energy erupting forth. "Lord Dragon King, I have brought you offerings." The tavern owner trembled, suddenly bowing towards the empty air and exclaiming loudly. Meanwhile, Su Chi's spiritual sense detected a ripple in the space around them, realizing a massive python was charging forth. There was no time to warn others, as a gaping maw lunged towards him from within the FOG. Su Chi's expression changed, and he shoved Li Weizhou aside, using the force of his foot to propel himself into the air. "Get out of the way! Danger!" he shouted, unleashing his full spiritual power. The massive python indeed resembled what he had described earlier, a dragon's head with a serpent's body, though its claws were yet to fully develop, indicating it had been wreaking havoc in this area for quite some time, as evidenced by the thick scent of blood surrounding them. Li Weizhou, having been pushed down by Su Chi, rose cursing, ready to chastise him, but was left dumbfounded as the python's gaping maw brushed past him. "Well, what do you think? Have you seen enough? This is a Jiao, not yet transformed into a true dragon. Hence its power lies between the transformation realm and the half-transformation realm." Su Chi, realizing the disdain the others held towards him stemmed from jealousy over his connection with Li Qingyao, felt a flicker of satisfaction at their envious expressions and turned to Li Weizhou. Li Weizhou, upon seeing the python's size through the mist, was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a gigantic beast, especially not within the fog, which only amplified the creature's combat prowess. Not only Li Weizhou, but the noble youths from the imperial capital were equally struck dumb, gasping in disbelief. The emergence of extraordinary treasures often attracts fierce beasts to protect them, yet encountering one of this caliber was indeed rare. Su Chi furrowed his brow, probing with his spiritual sense for the whereabouts of the heavenly soul herb. There was indeed a deep pool ahead, but the massive jiao coiled above it, making it impossible to approach. It seemed the jiao was waiting for the herb to fully mature before consuming it. "What is this? How can it be such a large beast?" Li Weizhou said, still shaken, though the jiao is enormous. Its strength is not particularly formidable. It is likely in the tribulation phase. The heavenly soul herb is presumably the spiritual herb it requires for its tribulation, which is why it guards this area so fiercely. Su Chi analyzed. Now is the moment when it is most prone to anger. We might as well wait until it undergoes its tribulation to act. At that time, it will be at its weakest. Chapter 86. Thunder Tribulation, your words are well spoken, but you are merely a minor character. Do you think we would fear a mere beast? Li Weizhou mocked that. If you dare not step forward, then kindly remove yourself from our sight. Where is that leading owner? How dare he betray me? Did you let him get away again? Indeed, boy, if you lack the courage to advance, do not linger here like an eyesore. We are here to hunt this giant python. Another voice chimed in. Before Su Chi could respond, the general's son scoffed from a distance. He merely relies on having saved the princess. If it were me, I would recognize my status and maintain my distance from her. Rather than shamelessly participating in this hunt alongside us, a useless waste of space. Watch me claim the top prize. With a roar, the general's son charged forth, brandishing his spear. Yes, the son of a general. Although a second son, his prowess was indeed remarkable. He unleashed the power of the 9th stage of the transformation realm, each thrust gathering the surrounding spiritual energy that Su Chi could discern that this was a high-tier spear technique. Yet the giant python paid him no mind, occasionally swatting its tail and causing him to stagger. Were it not for his skills, he would have surely been defeated by now, with the general's son leading the charge. The other noble youths followed suit, each relying on their own abilities to surge forward. Seeing everyone rush ahead, Li Weizhou shot Su Chi a glare and declared, "The beast is formidable. We must join forces to slay it. You should keep your distance. This spring hunt no longer concerns you." With that, Li Weizhou bounded forward. Though his spiritual artifacts and martial techniques were commendable, his cultivation level lagged significantly behind that of the general's son. Watching Li Weizhou, who was at the 5th stage of the transformation realm, charge ahead, Su Chi shook his head. Fortunately, the jiao seemed to have sustained some injuries and was in the tribulation phase. Had the jiao been at its peak, these noble youths would likely have met their demise. Su Chi expanded his spiritual sense. He was acutely aware that his purpose for being here was to seize the heavenly soul herb, not to compete with them for the glory of slaying the giant jiao. The previously tranquil Long Yuan 10 erupted with the chaos of combat. The jiao's enraged roars shattered the sky. Its massive tail whipped about, sending anyone it struck flying. With the exception of the general's son at the 9th stage of the transformation realm, no one could withstand the force of its tail. Fortunately, the martial techniques wielded by the group were of high quality, and their weapons were exceptional, allowing them to temporarily ensnare the jiao and prevent it from escaping. In its fury, the jiao raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Su Chi's expression shifted. The moment he had feared was upon them. The jiao was about to undergo its tribulation. "Quick, we must leave," he shouted. "Boy, do not think you can seize this opportunity to claim credit. Watch me slay this giant python." In an instant, the sky became overcast with dark clouds, and the mist surrounding Long Yuan 10 gradually dissipated. Li Weizhou and the noble youths, still engrossed in their battle against the jiao, were focused solely on defeating the beast to claim the top position in the spring hunt. Crack! With a flash of lightning, the skies began to coalesce with thunder and the first bolt of tribulation lightning, infused with immense power, descended upon Long Yuan Tan. Everyone felt their scalps tingle as they gathered their spiritual energy and activated their treasures to withstand the onslaught of lightning. Su Chi frowned, observing that the group had ignored his warnings and were now trapped in Long Yuan Tan, with no way to escape. The power of the lightning tribulation would intensify with the increase in numbers, which was precisely why the jiao was enraged. If they had waited just a moment longer, when the heavenly soul herb was fully matured, he could have utilized its properties to easily overcome the tribulation. Yet this group of humans chose now to attack, forcing the Jiao to undergo its tribulation prematurely. What is happening? Why does the Jiao's tribulation create such a commotion? Li Weizhou exclaimed in astonishment, a twinge of regret gnawing at his heart as he pondered why he had not heeded Su Qi's advice to delay their actions. The relentless tribulation of heaven showed no mercy, indifferent to feelings of remorse. Bolts of lightning cascaded down, forcing the weakest among them to summon their protective spiritual treasures. The sound of treasures shattering filled the air, causing Su Qi to wince. These noble scions truly had money to burn, as the value of their protective artifacts rivaled that of the celestial soul herb, with a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. The celestial soul herb had fully matured. Su Qi realized that if he did not act soon, lives would be lost to this heavenly tribulation, and he shook his head in dismay, channeling his spiritual energy. He was enveloped by the power of lightning. Ever since the lightning spirit had restored his body, each time he released his energy, it unconsciously transformed into a force imbued with lightning attributes. As Su Qi strode steadily into the Longyuan pool, the torrential lightning that rained down upon him dissipated as if it had met an invisible barrier. To the astonishment of all, he appeared utterly unscathed. He made his way to the center, grasped the celestial soul herb, and tucked it into his bosom. Su Qi, you put that down, Li Weizhou shouted indignantly. How dare you seize the celestial soul herb while we are locked in battle? Do you not fear that we will hunt you down later, laying waste to your home and family? Seeing the herb fall into Su Qi's possession incensed him, and he could only curse while fending off the lightning. The massive serpent was equally enraged, but trapped within the storm, it could only cry out in despair, its body charred and its wounds seared by the relentless lightning. Su Qi, save me, cried a voice of desperation from someone overwhelmed by the violent strikes of lightning. As they witnessed Su Qi moving through the storm with an air of unperturbed confidence, the noble youths, stripped of their protective treasures, were gripped by fear and soon forgot their pride, calling out for help. In an instant, the Longyuan pool resounded with cries for salvation. Naturally, Su Qi could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Once they had been struck and were convulsing from the lightning, he rescued them one by one. Gradually, only the general's son, who had been the first to charge into the pool, and Li Weizhou, the last to enter, remained, their spiritual treasures straining against the forces of heaven. Yet, the tribulation showed no signs of abating, with wave after wave crashing down upon them, offering no respite. Su Qi, are you not coming to help me? Li Weizhou yelled, his body numb from a lightning strike. Why should I save you? Su Qi replied with a sardonic smile. The earlier words of Li Weizhou had already ignited a murderous intent within him. After all, the Su family was but a modest clan. If they were targeted by such powerful aristocrats, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Observing Li Weizhou ensnared by the heavenly wrath, Su Qi narrowed his eyes. I am the son of a minister. Do you dare not save me? Li Weizhou, oblivious to his precarious situation, proclaimed. Chapter 87. Slaying the serpent beast, Su Qi summoned the Zixing Hongguang sword and approached Li Weizhou, his murderous intent no longer concealed. The power of lightning coalesced upon the blade, causing Li Weizhou to shudder as he finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament. As Su Qi drew nearer, the lightning intensified, and Li Weizhou found himself overwhelmed. Relying solely on the power of his artifact to hold back the onslaught, sweat pouring from him. What are you planning to do? Su Qi, I am the son of a minister. My previous remarks were merely in jest. The top prize of the spring hunt belongs to you, as does the celestial soul herb. If you save me, I swear I will not trouble you, and I promise to assist you with a matter. Li Weizhou hastily swore as Su Qi advanced, believing that Su Qi was intimidated by his status. Is that truly so? Su Qi inquired, the sword's tip poised at Li Weizhou's chest, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips. As a royal, my oath is binding. Quickly, rescue me. I cannot withstand this much longer. Li Weizhou pleaded repeatedly as Su Qi sheathed the Zixing Hongguang sword, allowing the lightning spirit within him to absorb the energy of the tribulation. Rejuvenating from state of near collapse back into a small orb the size of a fingernail, dancing within Su Qi's spiritual sea, he drew the surrounding lightning into his body and, With a single palm, propelled Li Weizhou out of the Long Yuan pool. Weizhou collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Had it not been for Su Qi's timely intervention, he would have perished within the Long Yuan pool. However, Su Qi's method of rescue, using a surge of spiritual energy to thrust him out, left Li Weizhou feeling disgruntled as he felt pain radiate from his chest. Su Qi then approached the general's son, the first to plunge into the depths of the Long Yuan pool, who had also endured until the end, though he was now a pitiful sight, scorched by the lightning. "And you? Do you require my assistance to escape?" Su Qi inquired with a smile. "Umph. You think yourself impressive merely for having an artifact to withstand the lightning. I would rather perish here than accept help from a scoundrel like you." The general's son retorted angrily, "A scoundrel? Throughout this journey, you have mocked me at every turn, simply because of my humble origins. Yet, I have repeatedly saved your lives. As the son of a general, you recklessly led others to their doom, blindly charging ahead without heeding warnings that you truly believe you are worthy of your father's title?" Su Qi remarked, gazing at him. The general's son felt a surge of indignation at Su Qi's words, but in his moment of distraction, he was struck by a bolt of lightning, spewing forth blood as he collapsed, eyes rolling back in his head, as Su Qi effortlessly tossed him out of the Long Yuan pool. Disinterested in further dealings, and turned his attention to the furious serpent. Sensing the agitation of the bloodline power within him, Su Qi murmured to himself, "This serpent feasts upon humans and is inherently brutal. Even as a beast of the clan, it cannot be spared." The crimson orb within his spiritual sea gradually stilled, as if in agreement. Then, Su Qi aimed the Zixing Hongguang sword at the serpent's body and plunged it forward. The serpent, having already expended all its strength against the heavenly tribulation, had no capacity to resist at a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and Su Qi retrieved the beast's core, holding it aloft. As the serpent fell, the heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated. A number of individuals helped one another, with several of the first rescued young lords supporting the still unconscious general's son as they exited the Long Yuan pool. Leaving behind an eerie silence, Qingyao spotted their group from a distance, but did not see Su Qi, her worry mounting that they might have caused him trouble within the Long Yuan pool. The recent celestial phenomenon they had witnessed in the forbidden area stirred anxiety within her. Any entity capable of summoning such a heavenly tribulation, whether a demonic beast or a spiritual herb, was beyond the capabilities of these nascent realm individuals to contend with. "What has become of Su Qi?" Li Qingyao inquired, her gaze falling upon the unconscious general's son. "The celestial phenomenon. Could it be that a treasure has appeared?" The crown prince asked, addressing Li Weizhou. "And how did you all end up in this state?" Li Weizhou managed a bitter smile, but before he could respond, he saw Su Qi approaching, dragging the massive serpent's corpse behind him. Upon seeing Su Qi, Li Qingyao's expression softened. Noticing that Su Qi was the only one still presentable, while the others appeared ragged, she suppressed a laugh, realizing that the group had not troubled Su Qi, but rather had found themselves in disarray. "Su Qi, what is the meaning of this? Why are you the only one unscathed?" The crown prince pressed. "The Long Yuan pool was home to a serpent beast undergoing a tribulation. The general led us in a battle against the beast. But I lagged behind due to my lower cultivation. When I saw the young lords ensnared by the lightning, I utilized my abilities to slay the beast and rescue the general. Young Master Li Weizhou can attest to my actions." Su Qi explained. Weizhou's expression soured at this, realizing that Su Qi was clearly undermining the general's son in front of the crown prince, forcing him to serve as a witness, should he depart. The blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. To think the heavenly tribulation would dare intrude. This is a disgrace to the general's honor. Look at all of you, disheveled and unkempt. What kind of decorum is this? Spread the word. What remains of the royal family's dignity? The crown prince declared in a fit of rage. "Indeed, your highness." Young Master Li Weizhou also attempted to dissuade us, but with the general already engaged, we had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, the serpent has been slain, and I have secured the celestial soul herb. Would your highness like it? As for the top position in the spring hunt, young Master Li Weizhou is correct. I am neither a royal, nor was I present from the beginning that it would be inappropriate for me to take part in the spring hunt. I would rather cede the top position to young Master Li Weizhou, Su Qi said with a wry smile. Hearing Su Qi's insistence on the transfer of the top position, Li Weizhou's spirits soared. Nodding vigorously in agreement, he quickly dismissed the prospect of the general's son seeking revenge. Casting a grateful glance at Su Qi, the crown prince furrowed his brow. He would not demand that Su Qi relinquish the celestial soul herb, given that he had already spoken, and it rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, Su Qi had saved the general's son. Yet, the notion of transferring the top position to Li Weizhou did not sit well with him, prompting the crown prince to regard Li Weizhou with a penetrating gaze. Very well, the spring hunt contest is hereby concluded. You may tidy yourselves and return to the palace to receive your rewards, the crown prince declared, nodding before turning away, unwilling to stand among such disheveled individuals. Li Qingyao stifled a laugh and whispered, "You've done it again. Haven to you." After Li Weizhou returns, he will undoubtedly be perceived by the crown prince as someone who schemed to usurp credit, and he will certainly not be favored again. Well, I too must return to the palace with my royal brother. Are you leaving again? Li Weizhou remarked rightly. My status is indeed insignificant. However, if you wish to avoid returning to the palace, I can escort you away from here, Su Qi said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth with a smile and replied, "Why? Are you not afraid of being pursued by the Tianfeng Empire for the crime of kidnapping a princess?" "Ha ha, it matters little. I was born into royalty and have long since grown accustomed to a lack of freedom. What does it matter if I hold noble status? I am still but a tool of the empire." Seeing the melancholy in Li Qingyao's expression, Su Qi felt a pang of sorrow and hastily said, "The Tianfeng Empire rules by force. What significance does status hold? Wait for me a few years, and I shall return to the imperial capital to find you and take you away from here." "Very well, I shall wait for you. Now, I must take my leave." Li Qingyao smiled sweetly, turning to catch up with the crown prince, discreetly signaling an agreement to him. Once Li Qingyao's figure vanished from sight, Su Qi exhaled deeply and suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Oh no! How could I forget to ask her how to open that brocade box?" Having obtained the Tianhun grass, he merely needed to return to save Ningku. With 5 days to spare, as long as no unexpected events occurred on the journey back, he would surely make it in time. With this thought, he mounted the chasing wind steed. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Qi noticed that Li Weizhou and the others had captured the owner of the tavern. He delivered a swift blow. Shaking his head, this time, he did not rush to rescue the tavern owner, but resolutely set off towards the 100-Spirit Valley. The chasing wind steed, with the bloodline of the Dijiang, galloped tirelessly for several days, its speed remaining as stable as ever. Upon reaching the entrance of the 100-Spirit Valley, Su Qi followed his previous memories, stepping to the location of the valley's entrance. With his eyes slightly closed, he relied on his instincts to navigate through the concealment array at the front of the valley. Those who had attained the imperial rank in their previous lives understood a modicum of formations. "My dear girl, he truly returned to save you. It seems your fates are not yet intertwined. The Tianhun grass, a rare spirit herb, can indeed be found within 10 days," Mu Baichao, having sensed Su Qi's presence, smiled and remarked to Su Kudao, "This lad managed to enter the valley on his own. Could it be that he possesses talent in formations?" Initially calculating his plans, Mu Baichao was taken aback. He had merely intended to observe how this young man would cope without being able to find him, wondering whether, in a moment of desperation, he would seek to apprentice under him. He had not anticipated that Su Qi would manage to enter so easily. "Senior, I have returned. How can I save her?" Su Qi rushed into the 100-Spirit Valley, heading directly to the wooden cabin. Approaching Mu Baichao, he presented the Tianhun grass and inquired, "Young man, how did you find the entrance to the 100-Spirit Valley? Could you see through the concealment array?" Mu Baichao gazed at Su Qi, astonished. To speak of the array of the 100-Spirit Valley, it was laid by a master who had been Mu Baichao's rival for a lifetime. How could it be easily unraveled by Junior? I must thank the senior for guiding me. Upon my departure, I memorized it once more. Additionally, the Su family possesses some ancient records on formations for my study. allowing me to grasp the basics and find my way into the valley by feel. Su Chi hurriedly explained, recalling how he had revealed too much of his talent in front of Mu Baichao, and thus felt compelled to clarify. Talent in formations? I never expected this lad to possess such a gift. If that fellow discovers I have yet to formally accept him as a disciple, he will surely try to poach him. Mu Baichao contemplated, knowing that even within the imperial city, young people with talent in formations were exceedingly rare. That individual had always claimed that if a disciple could inherit his formation skills, he would have completely outdone Mu Baichao long ago. With this thought, Mu Baichao glanced at Ning Ku and suddenly smiled. Young man, this medicine requires refinement. There's no need to rush. Could you share your experiences from this journey? Mu Baichao casually tossed the Tianhun grass into the alchemical cauldron while using his other hand to add various medicinal materials. Mu Baichao's alchemical techniques surpassed Su Chi's, and after adding the ingredients to the cauldron, a wave of fragrant medicinal aroma wafted through the air as spiritual fire was quietly infused, raising the temperature within the cauldron. Mu Baichao turned to Su Chi, listening intently as he recounted the antics of the noble youths. Mu Baichao's emotions swayed, angrily denouncing the brutality and tyranny of those in the imperial court. When he learned of the calamity that befell those individuals due to the calamity summoned by the dragon beasts, he burst into hearty laughter. Young man, you are still too soft-hearted. Ordinary people are one thing, but the imperial court is filled with wolves and tigers. Point one less is one less. Today you saved them, but tomorrow you may suffer harm in return. You will come to understand in time. Mu Baichao sighed, shaking his head upon hearing about Su Chi's rescue of the crowd. Dan Sheng, rise. Mu Baichao pointed at the cauldron, and soon a wave of fragrant medicine enveloped the air as 5 pills emerged sequentially into Mu Baichao's hands. This is a 4th-grade soul-replenishing pill. Unfortunately, there was too little Tianhun grass. Otherwise, I could have refined 9 pills in one batch. Mu Baichao stated, holding the vial towards Su Q. As Su Chi nodded repeatedly in praise. Mu Baichao's alchemical prowess would surely earn him reverence in any ordinary sect. However, in the present Tianfeng Empire, few understood alchemy, let alone mastered it. With a smug grin, Mu Baichao inquired, young man, do you have any idea how many people sought me out for alchemical assistance during my time in the imperial capital? If you are willing to become my disciple, I shall impart my entire alchemical knowledge to you. To that point, you need not worry about your status being inferior to those noble science. You see, in the Tianfeng Empire, the identity of an alchemist holds greater prestige than that of a martial artist, and those above the 5th rank are even revered by the imperial family. What do you say? Su Chi's heart stirred. While dominating the Tianfeng Empire through cultivation seemed a mere fantasy in the short term, if he could enter the royal family as an alchemist, he would not fear any obstacles in meeting Li Qingyao. Seeing that he had swayed Su Chi, Mu Baichao brought up Ning Ke once more, stating that girl was afflicted by the 9-colored soul-destroying poison. Even the soul-replenishing pill cannot guarantee her safety. Why not cultivate together in this valley? I assure you, within 3 years, I will completely eradicate this poison. 3 years. That sounds reasonable, given my current cultivation and status. Practicing here is indeed the best course of action. Su Chi nodded in agreement. Hearing Mu Baichao promise not to restrict his stay in the valley, he performed the customary bow of apprenticeship, formally becoming Mu Baichao's disciple, while others sought to join the ranks of powerful masters. Here Su Chi found himself in a unique position, as his master employed various means to entice him into apprenticeship. After becoming a disciple, Su Chi met his several senior brothers. He referred to them as such because, due to the duels held every 5 years upon joining the sect, he immediately became Mu Baichao's 17th disciple. Aside from senior brothers who were away, there were 10 others in the valley of varying ages. These senior brothers were currently cultivating spirit herbs and planting spiritual grasses. The first individual Su Chi encountered, a middle-aged man trimming weeds from the spirit herbs, was also his senior brother. There were no outsiders in the entire 100 Spirit Valley. With the passage of time and the increase in cultivation and age, some individuals' talents gradually became apparent, while those lacking sufficient talent stagnated at their bottlenecks, inevitably aging with time. after familiarizing himself with the structure of the 100-Spirit Valley and his senior brothers. Su Qi soon witnessed Ning Ku awakening slowly. Though her body was weak, she managed to rise with Su Qi's support, though no one knew she was desperately cooperating with Mu Baicao's words. Thus, Su Qi remained in the 100-Spirit Valley for cultivation, becoming Mu Baicao's most talented disciple. In just a few days, he memorized all the herbs in the valley and noted the alchemical techniques imparted by Mu Baichao. This delighted Mu Baichao, although he had found a disciple with exceptional martial talent. Those with talent in alchemy were rare, leading him to fear that his alchemical skills might fade into obscurity. Su Qi's arrival brought Mu Baichao great joy. Not only did Su Qi master his alchemical techniques in a matter of months, but he also managed to refine third-grade pills in a brief period. This milestone represented a transition from apprentice to an alchemist ready to venture forth. Although Su Qi lacked fire attribute spiritual power, he possessed the fire control technique gifted to him by Li Qingyao. He modified this technique, skillfully controlling the flame's temperature and size. For the past few months, Su Qi had immersed himself in alchemy, and in the following days, he began refining pills in the morning and cultivating in the afternoon. He had not anticipated that Mu Baichao, aside from his profound cultivation, also dabbled in swordsmanship, occasionally guiding him in the techniques and force application of the Crazy Nine Swords, greatly benefiting Su Qi. 3 years truly passed in the blink of an eye for those on the path of cultivation. The 100-Spirit Valley remained a peaceful haven, undisturbed for years. Su Qi, could you take a look at why this pill consistently experiences a loss of efficacy during refinement? It is due to excessive heat that the water wave grass cannot be roasted over a fierce flame, lest its internal medicinal properties be compromised. I see it, Su Qi, do not confine yourself to your 14th senior brother. Come here and take a look at this fortune sunflower. Why does it always appear half plump and half withered? In the brief span of 3 years, Su Qi has nearly mastered the alchemical teachings imparted by Mu Baichao. Had it not been for his insufficient cultivation, he would be on the verge of attempting to become a 5th-tier alchemist. Mu Baichao gazed at Su Qi with eyes full of satisfaction, feeling a twinge of regret for not having taken Su Qi as his disciple sooner. Had he done so earlier, that fellow would have long since submitted to him wholeheartedly. Over the years, Ningke had completely eradicated the toxins from her body, and she had grown fond of the environment in the 100-Spirits Valley, never once expressing a desire to leave. The senior brothers showered this little girl with affection. Until one day, Ningke returned from outside the valley, her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a serious expression, observing Su Qi's hesitance to speak. "What is it, Ningke? Why do you seem strange today?" Su Qi inquired curiously. Nothing at all. Su Qi, having been here for 3 years, do you not miss home? Ningke pondered for a moment before looking up at Su Qi and asking, "The Su family? When I left, both my third uncle and father were in good health. Speaking of them, I find myself missing them a bit." A smile crept onto Su Qi's face as he recalled his third uncle, who had defended him in the past. Although he had spent less than a year in the Su family, he had deeply felt the indulgence from both his father and third uncle. "So, if something were to happen to the Su family, would you be saddened?" Ningke asked quietly, lowering her head. What has happened to the Su family?" Su Qi's expression changed dramatically as he asked loudly. Ningke then revealed that while wandering in Wanjian City outside the 100-Spirits Valley, she had overheard passers-by discussing how all the prominent families in Qingfeng City had been systematically obliterated by a sect known as the Divine Sect. Now, only commoners and scattered cultivators remained in Qingfeng City, with the city lord seemingly vanished. Some claimed that the city lord had abandoned his duties, while others speculated that he might not have been a match for the Divine Sect and had fled. Even more alarmingly, some suggested that the city lord had been captured by the Divine Sect and was unable to appear. The Divine Sect? Su Qi's expression turned icy. The Divine Sect had pursued him due to Su Long's spiritual root. But why would they target all the prominent families? Could it be that Su Long awakened for revenge, disregarding even his own family? "You stay here. I shall return to investigate." Su Qi stood up, ready to leave. "Take me with you. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Ningke quickly grasped Su Qi's arm, pleading. Before Su Qi could refuse, the heavy door was forcefully pushed open, and several senior brothers stormed in. Their faces filled with fury. Which sect dares to be so bold? The city lord of Qingfeng City is our junior brother, and such a significant matter has transpired without our sect's knowledge. Come, brothers, let us accompany you on this journey. Seeing his usually amiable senior brothers now wearing expressions of anger, Su Qi felt a wave of gratitude. If even the city lord of Qingfeng City had gone missing, it was likely that a formidable figure from the divine sect had intervened. Although he had diligently cultivated over the past 3 years and made substantial progress, he still could not compare to these senior brothers. What is the meaning of this? Have you all abandoned the 100 Spirits Valley? Li Kuan and Chao Jian, you two stay here to guard the valley. What are you doing here, arguing with these youngsters at your age? An irate voice came from outside the door. The group quickly stepped outside to find their master, Mu Baichao, standing there. However, Li Kuan and Chao Jian were still eager to voice their concerns. Just then, Mu Baichao scolded, "What do you mean? When has it ever been your turn as senior brothers to intervene when a disciple is in trouble? If even a single spirit herb goes missing from the 100 Spirits Valley, I will hold you two accountable. Now come, you lot. We're heading to Qingfeng City that I intend to see which sect dares to harm my disciples in the 100 Spirits Valley. They truly have a death wish." With that, a celestial crane descended from the sky, its size rivaling that of Su Qi's dwelling. But a group of over 10 people boarded the celestial crane, and at Mu Baicao's command, the crane spread its wings and soared toward Qingfeng City, its speed unmatched, even exceeding that of a small kite. Initially, Su Qi had thought that the yellow bull was his master's familiar, but now, upon seeing the celestial crane, he realized that its strength was likely comparable to that of fifth-tier beast, leaving him astonished and increasingly perplexed about his master's true cultivation level. Chapter 90. Trouble in Qingfeng City. With the speed of the celestial crane, Su Qi returned to Qingfeng City from the 100 Spirits Valley in just over half a day. As he gazed upon the city gates of Qingfeng City, he felt an urgent longing to return home. The closer he got, the more anxious he became. Expanding his spiritual consciousness, he sought to ascertain the condition of the Su family within the city. But alas, his spiritual power was insufficient to provide a comprehensive view. Mu Baicao's expression grew slightly grave. His spiritual power was far denser and more expansive than Su Qi's, and he had already encompassed the entirety of Qingfeng City. Grasping its current situation, the aura emanating from the city lord's manor was faint, indicating that he had suffered significant internal injuries, and none within the city possessed cultivation above the transformation stage. Mu Baichao snorted coldly. How could his disciple serve as a city lord here, yet allow anyone to bully him? He led the group towards the city, only to be halted by the city guards. The guards eyed Mu Baichao warily and inquired, "Who are you?" "Qingfeng City is under lockdown. Entry and exit are prohibited, so you should turn back." "Lockdown? Who issued the order for the lockdown?" Su Qi asked, perplexed that a lockdown requires approval from the imperial court. The city lord can only issue such an order temporarily under special circumstances. Of course, it was ordered by the city lord. Do you intend to force your way in? The guards crossed their weapons at the city gate, sternly warning them that it seems something truly has transpired in Qingfeng City, for it is rare to see such a lockdown. Furthermore, the protective formation around the city lord's manor remains active. "We must hurry inside." Several senior brothers exchanged glances and said. The group returned to the back of the celestial crane, disregarding the city's prohibition against flying beasts, and flew directly toward the city lord's manor. From their elevated vantage point, they could see the situation within the city clearly. Once a bustling Qingfeng City, it now appeared desolate and sparsely populated. Su Qi glanced at the former Su family residence, only to find it devoid of any signs of life. Elite song. What on earth is going on? Mu Baichao approached the city lord's manor as if it were his own backyard, and the protective formation posed no obstacle to him as he pushed the door open and bellowed. City Lord Li Tsong, still recuperating in bed, was startled by the voice and hurriedly got up to greet them, wincing as he moved. Witnessing the once mighty city lord now in such a pitiful state ignited a fire within the hearts of the onlookers. "Master, senior brothers, what brings you here?" Li Tsong managed to ask, straining to rise. "Humph, had I not come, I would be unaware that you were in danger, you rascal. Now speak. What on earth has transpired?" Mu Baichao plopped down onto the bed. Tossing a bottle of elixir toward him, Aitsong caught the elixir and, without further ado, consumed a pill. As the essence of the medicine coursed through his veins, it began to heal his injuries autonomously. A year ago, a catastrophe befell the divine sect. Their leader failed to break through to the next level, resulting in a regression of his cultivation and injury to his spiritual power. Subsequently, he seemed to have employed some secret technique, leading to a drastic change in temperament. As he began seeking trouble and slaughtering cultivators weaker than himself, that I attempted to intervene. But alas, my disciples lacked the strength, and it was during this time that I was injured. Were it not for the city's protective formation, the outcome would have been dire. Li Tsong sighed, a hint of shame in his voice. Since that day, all disciples and elders of the divine sect have been scouring the land for those with cultivation to bring back to their sect, and their power would subsequently increase. Even that disciple, Su Long, who had lost his spiritual root, managed to attain the transformation stage overnight. Mu Baitsao's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Li Tsong and asked, "Are you suggesting that they are employing dark sorcery?" "Indeed, master. I cannot fathom what other method could allow someone to experience such exponential growth in cultivation overnight. Not even the finest elixirs could compensate for the lack of comprehension at different levels. Unless it were through the use of heretical teachings." Li Tsong nodded solemnly. "Then why did you not inform the outside world of this matter? Are you aware of the grave dangers posed by such a malevolent sect once it gains momentum?" Mu Baichao demanded angrily. "That it is not that I did not speak out. I have relayed this information to the imperial court, yet I have yet to receive a response. My injuries prevent me from traveling to the 100 Spirits Valley to seek you and the senior brothers." Li Tsong replied with a bitter smile. "The imperial court will not allow a heretical sect to run rampant. Although the imperial court is not without its faults, they would never permit any faction to threaten their standing. And the absence of action from them implies that the news has been suppressed." Mu Baichao mused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Su Chi listened to their conversation, his expression darkening. He had encountered those heretical cultivators before. They were ruthless and sinister, using human lives as a medium for their own cultivation. That if this were the case, it would explain the disappearance of the prominent families within the city. "City Lord, may I ask, what is the current status of the Su family?" With a pallid expression, Su Chi inquired, "Having arrived alongside my master, it appears you must now be my junior disciple." "Do not worry. Junior disciple," the city lord replied with a smile. "The servants in the back courtyard of the Su residence have already been dismissed, and the various noble families have sought refuge elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Su Chi exhaled deeply and followed the servant into the back courtyard of the city lord's estate. The grounds were vast, and the back courtyard alone could comfortably accommodate the entire Su family. Father, third uncle, Su Chanfeng, and Su Wenyan were engaged in a game of chess when they heard Su Chi's voice. They turned to him with surprise, exclaiming, "How did you return, you rascal?" Then, adopting a fa ade of sternness, they added, "This is not the time for your return. You must leave this place swiftly. The situation outside is perilous. Thankfully, the city lord has safeguarded our branch of the Su family, but you must exercise utmost caution. The retaliation from the divine sect is imminent, and keep an eye on that rascal Su Long. He's become unrecognizable, having turned against his own kin. 2 of our elders have already fallen victim to his attacks, and the second elder remains gravely injured and recuperating." "What? Su Long has turned against the Su family. I should have dealt with him when I had the chance," Su Chi exclaimed in fury. "Ah, it's too late to speak of such matters now. His cultivation,